well, and it's a great way to buy cutting files, because some of these, if you bought a cutting file for that, I mean, I haven't checked it out on the internet, but you're looking way above £5, I would have thought.
Easy.
And you've got over 200 projects across all these USBs, 40 cards, you've got 5 envelopes, you've got some sentiments and plaques, and then you've got 65 alphabets on one USB. That's not including these alphabets. You've got uppercase, lowercase on there as well, which is just fabulous. And as you're getting your universal pen holders, think about, you could have an insert, you could scan the insert in, create the sentiment that you wanted, and the Scan and Cut would draw it for you. Why would you not?
So that's your free time. And remember, there's there's loads, and then you've got Just My Type. So then you've got all of these that it will cut. It will draw.
Absolutely. And it will foil them and emboss them as well. So you've got 15 what we call single line fonts. So that's writing the way that we write in a single line. And then you've also got all these other fonts that then cut out or draw or foil or emboss. It is fabulous. And you've got a really nice eclectic mix of fonts. So you go from something that's quite gothic to something that's very gentle, brush lettering. And when we say a full alphabet, we mean uppercase, lowercase, numbers, punctuation, and the matte layers for them to sit on.
Get away.
Honestly, so you're getting tons and tons of stuff on this one. This is one of our best sellers, this one.
You can see why they.
I know, right?
Go and find a font. Like, I've only just worked into the world of fonts and trying to go and buy new fonts for my machine and things like that. They're expensive, and then they come with copyright laws, and you're all in. Then that's dicey waters when you have to start reading contracts just to use a font to write your name.
This is absolutely phenomenal, and you can weld these together, you can flip them to rotate them, and from a crafter's point of view, so let's say you brought this one onto your mat, the uppercase, you'll bring it on, all the letters are on one mat. So you drag the ones that you want down to the bottom, you delete everything off in one go, and then it's all done for you, rather than adding each letter each time. So you've got Just My Type in there as well. Then we've gone on to Romance. Now there are more projects than this on here. This is just a kind of a thumbnail of what you're going to get. You've got your candy cart in there. You've got your beautiful little display box. This is one of the most made projects that we've ever had on any cutting craftorium, that church. And if people are sitting there going, I won't be able to do that, yes you will. Absolutely, because the Scan and Cut will do all the cutting. You just do the fun of building. The champagne bottle there, which is super cool, little gift bag there, the wedding car. And then when we're looking at things like these, you know, that flower is included as a cutting file. So it's not just the main thing of it and then we've decorated it. It's all about having all those cutting files. There are thousands of cutting files on here, and if you just go back to the alphabet, you know, if you were lucky enough in a sale somewhere to get an uppercase and lowercase alphabet as dies for £10, you've already got £650 worth of files on there. 15 of them are drawing files or embossing or foiling, so let's say 50 at £10, you're already at £500.
I've not seen these boards either yet.
Wanderlust is great. This was all about travel. So you've got your binoculars with your binocular case, and they're three-dimensional. You've got your compass, you've got your lovely plaque on there as well. You've got all these other scenes as well. So you've got that little Volkswagen there, that little camper van, if you like. All of these can be broken down and used independently, which is just fantastic. The little suitcases, they're made out of construction board. We sell a really good quality construction board, and it doesn't stick like horrible to your mat. It's easy to get off and it cuts beautifully. You've then also got like your little jigsaw on there. You've got a camera on there. All sorts of different projects that will take your crafting in a different direction, which I think is lovely.
But to buy these as dies is going to cost you a fortune, and it's one size. You can resize these.
Absolutely.
Whatever size you want. This is amazing.
I know. This is a lampshade.
Oh my word.
Made out of craft card and used with distress inks. You've got this fantastic bird cage, which is about that big. It's huge, that big. But then you get all the decorative elements. So you get the cogs, you get the flowers, you get the leaves, you get all those, the keys, all those extra elements you get as well. You look at this shoe, you get the shoe, but then you get all the flowers. You get all the flowers that go in here, the mannequin, the frames. Look at this for a family tree, with the birdhouse on top. Then you've got the penny farthing on there. It is packed full of really fabulous and exciting projects.
Still not finished. There's still two boards Mel's still got, and then I've still got a wad over here. No.
It's occasions. So you've got these fabulous, this is anything kind of celebratory. So you've got your hearts for wedding, you've got your bottle tabs if you want those. You've got these that you can put lights in and hang. You've got these fantastic box shapes, the lanterns in here. But this bouquet just by itself, you've got the flowers in there, the centres of the flowers in there, and then all the different foliage. Then you've got 2 fonts on here as well. It's incredible value for money. When Stephanie said this is what we were going to do, I nearly fell off my chair. I was like, 10 cutting craftoriums on one USB. She was like, yeah, let's just do it.
This is ridiculous. Card
making. So if you like your card making, this was spring clean. This was about putting all your winter crafting away and getting your spring and summer crafting out. And I love this. I love this with the little gate, with the tree, with the clouds, with the little teeny tiny birds, with the little geese at the front here and the little tulips. All of these, all independent cutting files as well. The little wedding cake that's inside that box. This could be a stencil. You know, you've got so many different options, and that's not all of them because you've got some over there.
But then take certain ones of these and you think, oh, I don't know how to use this. Take the greenhouse.
Absolutely.
Then put your paintings that you've done with Steph behind it, and you just use that one element that you've got there. From there, we then move to Shopaholics that you've got. There is so many more on these boards. You're getting the little shop.
Look at that shop.
I adore these.
Mol would love that.
I would
You're going to have to make one of those, you know that.
Hours making these. Imagine these as a school project.
Can you imagine?
I would be the talk of the playground.
Walking in like that going, ha, check my shop out. Look at this that we made over the weekend.
So you're getting all these, the little shirts and tarps. We make stuff just for Mol's friends now. Just to take sweets in, just because it makes us look a bit more posher.
Now there's a lot more than this on this USB. So you've got anything where you would celebrate with fireworks. So you've got weddings, you've got cameras in there, you've got a fabulous jukebox. I mean, how fabulous is that? And then also that grandfather clock was about this high. It's fabulous. Honestly, it's phenomenal. But you fill in that base area, so you get rid of that cutting file, get it to cut it out, and then put a little slit in it. It's a perfect letterbox for a wedding table.
That is true.
You know, this is the beginning. Where you take these files after that is entirely up to you. This was our first ever one. I can remember the set I was in, I can remember the presenter I had, and we sold out in about 20 minutes. It was phenomenal, because that caravan just blew everybody's mind, the little light inside, and then the tea, coffee and sugar. And then you've even got the little cubes that are sugar cubes, which is fantastic.
I adore them, genuinely, I adore them, and you will too. This is one of these projects that you will look at now, and I did exactly the same, and I can only talk about my own experiences with this one, because I was like you. I ummed and I ahed, and I walked into the other studio.
And you said to me, I am dreading this show. I said, why? I said, because I'm going to want one.
And it's true. And I've never said no, I sold it to myself.
You did.
And I bought one from then on in, and I've had one ever since, and it's one of these machines that you look at these and you go, I won't be able to do these. But the machine does the scoring, it tells you when to change the matte, when to change the colour, how to scan it in, and with the tutorial that you've got as well with yourself.
Yeah, the instructions will tell you when to change the colour, so it will come up and it will be like, right, you've got a full cutting list, so you'll go through the cutting list, get everything that you need, cut it all out of the card that you want, and then build it together. It is really clever. So you just, you look at the finished project, so you'll have a PDF of the finished project, and you go, well, actually, I want that caravan to be green instead of yellow, and you just change things accordingly to make it work for you. But it is a very, very, very clever piece of kit, and to get it at this deal is absolutely phenomenal. It really is great value for money. And once you've got a scan and cut, you'll never look back, because it absolutely does take your crafting just stratospheric, what you can do with this.
Let's do some numbers and I'll read some emails.
Yes.
651867 is your item number that you're looking for this one. At £470.58 if you're in the club. Ignore the club price on this one. You need to become a Freedom member. Jump to the website. There are many payment options that you can use now, whether it's ClearPay, whether it's Flexi, whether it's PayPal. They're all on there for you. But for $399.99 today, you either get the machine for free with all the added extras, and you're only paying for this, which is all the files that you've just seen, or the other way round. It is one of these deals that genuinely we don't think we'll be able to do again at these sorts of prices. We've already sold out of some of the accessories, so it's going to be one of these all over again that you've got. Right then. Okay, website. Go and look at the accessories and I'll do the emails about the accessories that you've got this one. All your accessories are on the website as well. They are now back in stock. We didn't have stock this morning. We have found stock for them. We have now got stock for these ones. That you've got on this. So the fabric blades are in there, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. We've got your quicker glue pens on there. You've got your red liner tape. You've got your card as well. The card, the 12 by 12 card that you've got on this one is the chalk content is amazing because there's not anything in it. So it's not going to affect your blades that you've got on there as well. Right then, let's get straight into this. Remember to check out the website for all of these ones. Let's go straight in for our first email, though, before we get into it, that you've got on here. This is from Claire.
Hi, Claire.
Sent from an iPad. I like the detail that you've got on this.
It does it automatically.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I thought she'd wrote it in.
No, it automatically does it.
Oh well, morning, Claire.
Morning, Claire.
I mean, she's probably still in bed.
Well, I don't know, 22 minutes past 7 on a Saturday morning. You're very good, aren't you, getting up to watch us? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good morning.
morning.
I've had my Scan and Cut for a few months.
Right.
Used it a bit, but I'm going to watch the education over Christmas to really get to know it. Just a quick question.
Yes.
There are 2 thin fabric blades on the website. Not sure which one is the right for the SDX 900. Thanks, Claire.
Okay, so the one that you need, Claire, looks like that, but it's got a beige top. That one, the thin auto, and you need the correct holder. So you need to get the thin fabric blade holder and the thin fabric blade, and it cuts fabric like a dream. There's several different ways you can do it. First one is you can iron on a stabilizer. I tend to use Heat and Bond. Heat and Bond Light you can sew through. Heat and Bond Ultra you can just iron on and it just glues itself to the fabric. So stabilise your fabric, take the paper backing off before you stick it onto your mat, because otherwise the paper backing will stick to the mat, but the fabric will move because it's not glued onto anything at that point. Or you can get high contact adhesive sheets, which are like a pale green, and they're rolled. You'll see them on the website. And you can put one of those on a low tack mat, and then you put your fabric that isn't stabilised on top of that. Now the blade will cut through that high contact adhesive sheet and you will have to change it, but that's how you control your fabric and stabilise it. And just think about what Brother do: sewing machines, embroidery machines, all that kind of thing that works with soft crafting, so they know what they're doing when it comes to fabric. And this is the holder that you need, and then it does a thin fabric auto blade as well, so you need to get both of those.
There you go, Claire, my love. I hope that makes sense.
Thank
if
you,
not,
Claire.
email back in and we'll put the details on. Catching it?
I'm excited that you're going to watch that education over Christmas. And if you need help, just email me, mel@highlightcrafts.com.
I watched education the other day. You foiling?
Yes.
I watched the foiling one.
Isn't that cool?
It was good. I enjoyed that.
Isn't it cool?
I enjoyed that because the machine, it all cut away and it was all done and it was all very snap. It was all very clever. This is from Veronica.
Hi, Veronica.
Morning, both.
Morning.
I've had my Scan and Cut for a few years, the CM300,
Yep.
and have not really used it. Oh, here we go. Not really used it because I wanted to cut fabric for quilting and find manage this successful. She can't manage it successfully.
Okay.
Any suggestions? Then perhaps I will get it back out of the box. Wish I had your knowledge, Mel. Will you tell?
Veronica, I would like to send you something. If you can email back in and give them permission for me to have your email, I will send you something that will change all that.
Oh, Veronica,
Right.
Veronica, email
so
in.
keep an eye out for your emails, Veronica, but please give us permission because I can't just use your email.
No,
so on the CM300, it's the same kind of thing. So on your, you can buy high contact adhesive sheets, put it onto a low tack mat, iron your fabric so it's nice and flat, and pop it onto the mat. The settings I would use would be speed 5 always, and then your blade depth I would probably do at 4, and your pressure at 4 and your blade depth at 5, because what you need to do is get that blade so it cuts the fabric from underneath, so it pulls through, it doesn't drag across. So if you try that, if that doesn't work, put everything on 5. Pressure 5, blade 5, speed 5, because I don't know how old your blade is, but stabilising it wise, you need those high contact adhesive sheets. Because it's for quilting, you need to have that stabilised while it's cutting. But yeah, it does cut cut fabric beautifully. I've done it. I use it a lot for applique. So you can put heat and bond on the back and then iron it straight onto your fabric. But to stabilise it for quilting, the high contact adhesive sheets is what you need. And they're the same for both machines. So whether it's a CM or an SDX, the high contact adhesive sheets are the same.
Veronica, send me your details again and just say yes, Mel can have them, and then Mel will do all that after the hours for you. Right then, let's get in to, where do you want to start?
Well, I'm going to talk you around the machine first of all, because if you've got one, you'll know this, and this is about people who are now buying it, which is fabulous. So, take it out of your box, you remove all the packaging. I'll show you how to do that on the USB, on the education, plug it in. The first thing that you'll see on here that isn't on a CM is this tray that pulls out at the back. So when Brother did a worldwide survey, one of the things that came back was when the mat went through the machine and it flopped, the card kind of separated. Sometimes we've got a solution for that as well in stencil glue, but they've put a tray in here as well, so it holds and it's slightly angled up, so it holds your mat perfectly well. The other thing that you will see on this side is this lever. And because you can scan in things on this machine up to 3mm thick, that doesn't mean 3mm MDF or 3mm grey board. It means things like 3mm felt, 3mm foam, anything that you can scan in. You need to be able to lift the back rollers because that 3mm will catch the scanner unit at the back. So this lever, and it will prompt you to do this, it will prompt you to lift the lever up, and that lifts the back rollers that are inside the machine. As standard, you have it on one, it will prompt you when you need to lift it. If you're drawing, it will also prompt you to lift it because those back rollers then won't go through the glue or the ink as it's moving backwards and forwards. You can foil, absolutely, on a CM machine. You just need to go and watch the videos that we put on Highlight Craft's YouTube channel last week, and I show you exactly, with the universal pen holder, how to draw and make it draw from the bottom up. If you haven't got the foiling kit, you can do it with the universal pen holder, but please use the Brother pen, the glue pens, because they have numbers on from 1 to 4, and it asks you what level your glue is at, so that it can tell whether there's enough glue in the pen to complete that project. Clever. I mean, how clever is that? That's crazy, isn't it? Because it'll know the length of the line that glue will cover, and it'll break it down into the parts of the... It's so, honestly, it's genius.
It's too clever.
Then you've got your screen. So you're going to pull this up. You've got lots of different levels for your screen, depending on where the light is and where you sit in your room. You've got a power button. So all you do is put your thumb or finger on there, keep it pressed, and you will see the screen start to light up. It looks blue on your television right now. That's because you're looking at a screen through a screen through a screen. It is crystal clear. One of the things that Martin Parker was most impressed with was the clarity of the screen, and he's a real loves his technology. He has a Wi-Fi kettle and everything.
Does he?
Yeah. So as he pulls up on the drive, the kettle can switch on. How cool is that?
That's just
ridiculous, isn't it? I know. Just go downstairs, but I think he's got 3 stories in his house, so he can sit in bed and just go like that, and the kettle's boiled by the time he gets downstairs.
I just have to lean on the sofa and push mine. That's how small my place is. That caravan does me wonders.
That's hilarious. Right, so we're going to open this up now, and you will see there's this area here. Now, it was interesting when I first went to meet the guys in Manchester at Brother. They said we already had this technology because this is the belt that takes your ink cartridge across a printer, and this is kind of like where your cartridge goes. So all you're going to do with this, now this is an auto blade, as we said. So what does that mean? It means that it doesn't have any numbers around the bottom, so you don't need to set the blade depth. There is something inside the machine that you can adjust it if you want to, but you don't need to start messing around with the blade. The blade's in there already. You're just going to, if you want to change it, you take it out, you pop a new one in, and then you tighten this up. And that just drops inside there and pushes down, and that's your blade set, ready to go, okay? Then you've got storage in here as well. So this is new as well on the SDX. So you've got your storage in here. Your blade and your housing and the stylus and the spatula that comes with your machine will be in this white wallet inside the box, as will your electrics. You do get a standard mat with it. I would advise you to buy a low-tech mat. And if you're going to do a lot of scanning, so scanning in stamps, scanning in maybe die cuts, if you've got permission from the company to do that, then a scanning mat is a good idea as well. And also, if you've got the scraper in stock, and I'm spending your money. We're saving you a load of money, but I'm spending it for you. This is brilliant if you get the scraper. Right, so once you've got the Brother logo appear on the screen, you're just going to press the home button here, and it will give you an instruction, and you need to tell it you've read it by pressing OK. So that just puts that blade housing in the correct place, and then we're ready to go. So why do I need a scanner in a cutting machine? Well, I'm going to show you that in a minute, but I just want to show you round some of the basic shapes that are in here. So if you go into basic shapes, it opens up these categories. So basic shapes, images and icons, phrases and words, borders, 7 fonts. So you can see you've got all your fonts in there, which is just fabulous. And then you've also got some drawing files, if you want to draw those. And then you've also got some quilt blocks. Now the quilt blocks are brilliant because it will ask you to select the quilt block. You can make it any size that's within reason, so you're not going to make a 1-inch quilt, but any size that is stitchable. And it will break all the pieces down into the shapes. It will flip the shapes that it needs to. It gives you a diagram to show you where all the pieces go. And then you can draw with an erasable pen, because you've got 2 universal pen holders, on your fabric after you've scanned it in, position the shapes where you want them, and then you can set the seam allowance that's in the machine settings to 1/4 of an inch, and it will go ahead and cut it out for you. I mean, it's just, it is mind-blowing. But the scanning bit is super clever. So we launched a weekender last night with 2 Red Robins, and we've done some stamps that have coordinating dies, but you can buy the stamps by themselves without the dies. So I wanted to show you how you can scan in a stamped image, and we're going to cut this directly out of the cardstock, so we're not saving it into the machine's memory. So what you're doing is getting your time back from fussy cutting it out and letting the machine do all that boring bit for you. So I've stamped 2 images on here, Benji Bunny and the old boot.
Okay.
Love that old boot, it's fabulous. And I'm just going to pop this onto my mat. So I've retacked my mat, so I'm going to talk to you about retacking your mat. When the Scan and Cut first came out, there were not issues with the mat, but everyone kept saying the mats weren't lasting long enough. We all want them to last forever, and that's an impossibility, because every single time you put a piece of card or fabric or foam onto your mat, it's leaving fibres behind, so it coats the adhesive. It doesn't take the adhesive off the mat, but it coats it. So you can wash it in warm soapy water if you want to. I just use this to clean mine. I think I've washed a mat a couple of times, but no more than that. And then you can re-stick it with stencil adhesive. So I'm going to show you this at 11 o'clock, because that little bottle of glue will last you a long time, and it also lengthens the life of your mats by a lot. So it's worth getting that. Right, so let's scan this in first of all. So we're going to go to scan, and we're going to use direct cut. There are other options which I'll talk to you about during this show and the next show. We're going to use the machine to convert it to a cutting file, and I'm just doing it in grayscale. Whenever you see a little spanner, there's tools behind it. You can switch it to colour recognition, or you can keep it in grayscale. And colour recognition, it will read up to 20 colours.
I never knew that.
Did you not?
I see, I love doing big shows.
So now what we can do is scan this in. Now, just a little tip for you. When you're scanning something in, don't have the image right against the edge here, because inside that black area, it cuts slightly in from there. And the Scan and Cut needs a complete line. So this morning, I scanned in this, and it found the outline up to there, and then it came inside because there was a little gap there in the stamp. So you just go in and fill it in with a fine liner, so it's got a continual line all the way around the outside edge, and even around these little whiskers it will find it as well, which is super cool. So we're going to load the mat in with the load and unload button. So they've made it super simple. That one button does both. Keep hold of your mat while you're loading it in so the rollers take it evenly into the machine. And then we're going to scan it, and we're going to press start. Now, if you've owned a Scan and Cut before, listen, it's whisper quiet.
It is whisper quiet.
It's super quiet. I remember doing the CM machines, and listen, I still use a CM machine, I love it. In fact, I have 2 or 3 on the go at once. I'm like a conductor of an orchestra of scan and cuts. But if you were stood at that pack shot talking and I was over here, I wouldn't be able to hear what you were saying.
Really?
Whereas with this, it's whisper quiet. So it's scanned it in. It's got 300 DPI Brother scanner built in. And if you press OK, now you can see it's found the outside edge of those 2 pieces. It's also found all the extra little cut lines that are on my mat because it's a really good scanner. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to get it to cut the bunny out, I think, first of all. And then I'm going to save the boot for later on. So I'm going to drag that arrow across that boot. As soon as it can't see a continual line, it ignores it, which is great. This here, ignore object size. Now this comes into play when we're scanning in a die, which I'll show you as well. And then this is a smoothing tool. So why do we need a smoothing tool? If you've printed something off, whether you can see it or not, there will be a slight overspray of ink. And because the scanner is so good, it will pick up, it will literally follow the line. So you might get a wibbly wobbly line around the outside edge. The smoothing tool will smooth that out. Didn't know that?
Didn't know that either.
Brilliant.
I don't know what that button did either.
It's amazing. So we're going to preview it now. And then we've found our image. So all I'm going to do now is press OK. I'm going to ask it to do a 1mm border around the outside. So you've got options here. You can put shapes around it. So if I choose a circle, it will find the right size of circle. If I choose a scallop circle, it will find that. If I go down and choose a square, it'll make it a rectangle to fit around the bunny. And then when you go back up, you just put it back onto that setting, and then it finds the outside edge. It's great, isn't it?
I didn't know that either.
So then this one here, you can put an outward offset line on. So I'm going to ask it to do a 1mm outward offset line. So I've got a nice white area that I can go around with a pen when I've coloured it in. We're going to edit here. You can go from one shape to the other. You can multiple select. So all these are the functions that you've got within your machine as well. So as I said, there's always other options behind a spanner. And then all we're going to do is press OK. We're going to go to please select. And we're going to cut. Now, if I'm just, look, can you see the arrow? It's found that little bit there. I'm going to go back and I'm going to go to edit and I'm going to use my select arrows and I'm going to put those bits in the bin. So once that's selected, I can multiple select part of the mat. I can drag the arrow over the bunny so it can't see it anymore. And then I put all those in the bin at one go. And then it's gone back to normal. So now when we press cut, please select, cut, it will now cut out that bunny for me. And that's going to save you time. I know Leonie's just got a scan and cut, and she's got it specifically for this reason, because she spends so much time fussy cutting things out. Now, you're not saving this into the machine's memory. If you decide that you are, you must think about the copyright issues. If you're scanning in a die cut, anything that comes out of Highlight Crafts, anything tattered lace, absolutely go ahead and do it. But if you're thinking about something from a different brand, please check with them first, because when you're scanning a die cut in, you are saving it to the machine's memory. So now, I mean, just look at this. This is ridiculously good. This, why would you not want a scan and cut when it's done that? And it's gone around the whiskers. Look at the whiskers.
But you could do loads of these. This is what I'm saying. You could stamp a full 12 by 12 sheet of bunnies. And you're not saving anything in. Basically, you're using your machine as a set of scissors.
Yeah.
Is what you're genuinely doing.
Absolutely.
But it's going to cut that mil border all the way around. It could make a 5 mil border if you wanted to turn it into a tag. The choice is yours. Machine does all the hard work, so you haven't got to. 651867 is your item number. There is so much this machine will do. We've said it time and time again. Brother Scan and Cut needs a takeover on Extra, and I want to present it. 4 hours. Well, 4 of us wouldn't even scratch the surface with this. It genuinely would. We've got 2 hours today, but that's still not enough. Still not enough of what this machine can do. Mellie's still learning what you can do with this machine. And Mel doesn't stand on telly and say, oh yeah, I use the machine every day. She genuinely does. If you see any of the Highlight Craft videos, I've become a bit of a stalker for the Highlight Craft Staples page, but if you watch any of those videos, you are always on your machine on your desk. Always. You're always at the back of shot somewhere on your machine. With Lou Withers just causing havoc. But I've noticed that as well.
Yeah, fabulous.
Causes havoc. But with your machine, what you're getting, if we take this away, you are paying for this. The details on your screen will get you all of this that you see here. It will get you your machine. It will get you your education so you can take it out of the box. That's what this is all about. This USB is all about. Get it out of the box and have a go. And that's the one thing that scared me. Oh, I'm going to break it. I spent all this money and I don't want to break it. You won't break it. You can't break it. You genuinely follow the instructions. It will hold your hand every step of the way. And that's just the machine. And then with Mel's tutorials as well, you've gone even better. Your next stage is then you've got your pen holder. So not only is this going to cut, it will then draw. It will write your tags. But then on top of all of that, that rainy Sunday afternoon when you don't know what to do, you don't really know what to make, you then get this for free. This is all of the things that you've seen behind me and more. Wedding cards, balloons, caravans, London buses, popcorn buckets, cinema tickets, rockets, records. And not only do we talk about records, for example, take the records, yes, it will cut it out of paper. Nah. It will cut it out of vinyl. So then you can have a record sticker if you wanted to. You could take that same record and do it then in fabric, and you could use that record as a plique. You could take the small popcorn word that you've got on there and throw that on board and just use that popcorn on anything that you wanted to do. You could have popcorn down the side of a London bus. But not only do you get this, the machine has already got things built in. And not only that, we've not even scratched the surface on Canvas Workspace, which is online. You take Canvas Workspace, you've then got all the fonts that you've already got on your computer, you can then draw and cut them. The naughty little elves that are about at the moment, very naughty little elves. They have very neat handwriting that's in the same style as the Grinch. I can't do that, but I know this machine can. And because it's whisper quiet, no one knows what the elves are doing when everyone's asleep at night and you forget and it's 2:15 in the morning. Yes, but the machine does everything that you need it to do and more. Genuinely, if you are starting your journey today, you will not be disappointed in this bundle. This is a bundle I wished I would have waited for. I only got the machine. And then I'm lucky enough I have Mel on the end of a phone. But what you are getting is you are getting Mel for yourself that you can watch back. You can re-go. If you use it over at Christmas, then you don't use it again. You've still got the education just to start you on that next journey. There is so much this machine will do. And if you're thinking now, yeah, okay, I'm halfway there, bite the bullet. Genuinely, you will not be disappointed. Fabrics, paper, vinyls, stickers. I'm going to ask Mel a question as well when we go back. There's a lot on social media at the moment because it's getting close to Christmas and things like that. There's a lot of machines out there. And it's a very daunting world to be going in when you're going to be sort of spending this sort of money. So we will ask the question when we go over why this machine. Let's go back. Can we do that now? Can we go straight back over and can I ask Mel? I'm just going to walk straight over. There's a lot of things on socials. If you watch your TikToks, if you watch your Instagram lives, there's a lot of people doing ceramic cups and they're doing appliques, but they're using other machines. And now don't get me wrong, every machine has its job. Why this machine?
So I started my journey with electronic cutting machines with Cricut, and then they went digital, and then this came out. And for me, I don't mind sitting in front of my computer and crafting if I'm doing Canvas Workspace because I'm creating stuff. But when you've got a cutting file on your computer screen and you've got something that matches it as a printed image on your mat, it's very difficult to line the two up. You can do it, but you have to make templates and work out where it cuts and all that kind of stuff. So for me, the scanner is the main thing that makes this completely different, because you can scan in your stamped images and it will see them and it will cut them out. You can scan in a photograph and use the shapes that are inside to do all your matting and layering for that photograph. You can just use it as a regular scanner. When you scan to USB, it's 600 dpi, so it's a really, really good quality scanner. The other thing that I would say is this is really quiet. And I've looked at the other machines and they are not quiet.
Yeah,
and they, in fact, they made me jump when it started, because I was like, wow, okay, this is really, really quiet. It's got a more powerful motor in it. It has that auto blade, and it allows you to cut anything from a really thin copy paper right through to denim and leather and oilcloth and that kind of thing. So for me, the Scan and Cut's strengths is that the cut is phenomenal. When I first got my first Scan and Cut, and it wasn't the auto blade, I put my settings on the settings that I would have used for my Cricut originally. So speed 5, pressure on 4, and my blade depth on 5, and it cut a massive circle out the middle of my mat. And I was like, okay, this is different. So I rang Brother and they said, we don't rely on the back pressure to force the blade through the product. We rely on the blade to do what it's there to do. And they're absolutely right. It is brilliant. And to be able to go on a journey for nearly 8 years and still be thinking of other things that I can do because of that scanner. Mm-hmm. And then you can go into Canvas Workspace, and that's free. So you can either download it onto a PC or you can use it on a web app. And that takes it to a whole different place. And I was adamant I was never going to go there, but it's brilliant and I love it, and I spend so much time in there. I remember when we were in lockdown in the house in Peterborough, and David came and Stephanie came, and they walked through the door. She said, all I could do was this. Oh, look at that. She said, and I instantly knew that what you were doing, you were either on Canvas or you were on your Scan and Cut, because it's exciting. That journey is exciting. But the fact that it does exactly what it says on the tin, you can scan stuff in, you can cut it out, it just needs that complete shape. And what you've got to realise about a scanner is that any scanner, whether it's built into a machine like this, or whether it's on your printer, or whether it's a separate piece of equipment, works on contrast. So if you've got something from, say, Craftsy Print, which give you permission to be able to use the Scan and Cut to cut their out, and you've got Father Christmas, and it's printed on a white piece of card, it will find the red outline of his hat and his coat, but when it gets to the bobble on his hat that's white, there might not be enough contrast between the white bobble and the white background. So all you do is take a pencil and just fill it in. It doesn't need to be a thick black line. You can literally go around. As soon as you complete that shape, it will find it. And it is by far the best piece of equipment that I've ever used, and it's been an absolute joy. And now, because I use it so often, I understand how it sees things. You can make it do even more, and this is a fabulous model. The SDXs are brilliant, and that price is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, because the recommended retail of this is £100 more than that price you're seeing on the screen.
And that's what I'm getting at. So ignore your social medias and things like that. This is the machine that will hold your hand and guide you, and it's not just a cutting machine. As Mel said, it's a scanner as well, and it will do so much. Right, I'm conscious of time, it's like 48 already.
Die cuts. So, we when we first launched Scan and Cut, Stephanie came to me. We were at CHA at the big American trade show, and she said, you know what, if somebody buys a tattered lace die, they can manually cut it out, put it into a scanning mat, scan it in, and they can save it into the machine's memory and resize it. And that's continuing. Even though Stephanie isn't tattered lace anymore, she's still doing the designing, but we've got permission for you to absolutely continue to do that. So this is a panel from one of the tattered lace dies. It was from the Oriental collection that we did that way a few weeks ago. So I want to scan this in and make it bigger.
Okay.
So I'm going to use a scanning mat. Now the scanning mat is different to a cutting mat. It doesn't have any adhesive on it whatsoever. It will come to you with a blue strip across the top. Just peel that off because it allows it to read colour better. And then it's got a clean surface, so it's got a plastic covering, and just pop your die cut into there and then try and get it straight, because otherwise you've got to start rotating it. So we're going to scan this in. We're going to scan with a different function this time. So we're going to go to scan. We're going to go scan to create cutting data. So you're scanning to create a cutting file. And we're going to load this in as well. So we're going to load this in. So quiet. So quiet.
Who's that email from, Leslie?
And we're going to start.
Jacqueline's asking, and I know the answer, does it come with a rotary cutter? Well, can you buy a rotary cutter?
You can buy a rotary cutter, yes. I need to do a little bit more testing with that because I don't think I was using it correctly. But yes, they do sell one. And it's interesting how it cuts. So when it cuts a hexagon or an octagon, it does it in sides. It doesn't do it as one continual shape because the blade moves. So yes, you can absolutely get a rotary cutter for it. I just need to do a bit more work, which I'm going to say I'm going to do over Christmas break, but I'm not, because I'm not doing anything over Christmas break except spending time with my family. But yes, I'll have another go with that this week. But yes, there is one available.
There you go. That answers your question.
Right. So once you've scanned it in to create cutting data, you've got three options. This option is the same as direct cut. It will only ever find the outside edge. Okay. This option will draw or cut in the middle of every line. So if you wanted to draw that out to Zentangle in the middle of it, you can absolutely do that. But this option will find either side of every line. Okay, so this is now when you're replicating a die cut. Now we haven't talked about in this show, but we should have done. The scan and cut needs a 3mm turning point to get in, rotate, meet itself and come out. It needs 3mm. However, when you're scanning in something like a die cut, as long as you're not making it small, if you're making it bigger and you don't pick up all that tiny detail at the beginning, when you enlarge it, it will look like something's missing. So there is a little button on here called Ignore Object Size. And as I said, the default is 3mm, that's what it's set to, but I can drop it down to 1mm. So now it's going to pick up everything that is 1mm and above rather than 3mm and above. So once we've done that, we're going to press OK. We're going to drag our arrows to contain that shape so that when we save it, it only uses up that much space in the machine's memory. You can also save it to a USB, and you can also save it into the cloud if you've got a Canvas Workspace account. So now we're going to preview that, and we're going to press OK, and we're going to save it, and we're going to save it into the machine's memory. So it's processing that information now. I'm going to save it into the machine's memory. This is also Wi-Fi enabled, so you can send images to the cloud and back via your Wi-Fi network, and that's super, super quick. So now I've got that, I'm going to press home, and I'm going to delete that image off. So now I'm going to go to retrieve data into the machine's memory and find that cutting file that we've just saved. We're going to press OK and put it on what we call a workable mat. All this is on that USB, so you don't need to remember any of this. We're going to go to Edit. We're going to multiple select everything that's on the mat. Look at all those little pieces that it's found. Jeez. We're going to press OK. We're going to go back into Object, Edit, and we're going to group those together. And now when we go to our resize, we can make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then if you go onto a 12 by 24 inch mat, you can keep going till it hits the width that it can no longer go. But if I just zoom in for you on here and zoom into 400%, you can see it's picked up every little piece of that original cut. It is just phenomenal, and that is why you need a scanner in a cutting machine, because it makes such a difference. You imagine your children come home from school with pictures and they can scan them in, and it could redraw them for you on a t-shirt or something like that, or onto vinyl. So they've come home with a little snowman and you've got the outline of the snowman, and it can cut all the little pieces out, and you can make it out of vinyl and iron it onto a t-shirt. It's all those different things. And the scanner, I'm like, wow, why do I need a scanner? It's ridiculous. Like Caterpillar, why do I need a light on a trimmer? Amazing. Because over the years you become quite cynical. You see lots of stuff come and lots of stuff go. But this, you grow with it and it grows with you, and that's the joy. It's not something that you're going to wear out and go, all right, I'm bored with that now. I've done everything I can do with it. You can make boxes, you can score with the blade on it, you can do fabric crafting, you can do cut grey board for your construction for model makers, you know, kind of almost whatever craft you do, unless it's kind of hand stitching. Even then, if you've got an image or a piece of artwork, maybe you've drawn something and you want it to draw it onto a piece of fabric for you, it can do that. And it means that you don't waste any card either, because every little last millimetre, all those little bits in that bit box that we all have that we never go back to, you can put them all onto a mat, scan them in, and then bring on the shapes and start to play with them. You can also separate the height and the width measurement on some shapes. So you only have one oval built in here, you've got hundreds and thousands of different options with that one oval, because you can separate the height, make it wider without making it taller, make it shorter without making it wider. So you've really got every single size of oval that you will ever need up to the size of the mat. It's brilliant, and it allows you to create the project that you've got in your head rather than the project that you have to make because you're dictated to with the die.
I love it. I genuinely do love it. You're going to get all the accessories on the website as well. Maybe you've already got a machine and you want the accessories this time. You can also get all the accessories. They are all now restocks. They are all there for you to choose from. Right then, we are back at 11 o'clock with another little instalment of the Brother Scan & Cut STX 900. Get your questions in.
Absolutely.
Put in the subject bar Scan & Cut Show or Brother Show. We'll know they're for us and we'll answer as many as we can at 11 o'clock. If you've not got yours out the box yet, I also want to hear from you. I want to know why you've not got it out of the box.
Absolutely.
What are you scared about? And we'll answer all those questions. Jane in Derby wants to know if you can buy the USB separately. There's no point. Don't buy the USB separately, because it's free when you go for the kit, or this is also part of this. This would cost you as much as all this machine again. So Jane, if you just want the USB, I know I'm 15 seconds, go for the lot and gift it. Gift it to somebody else. Or keep one as a spare and have two going at the same time.
Absolutely.
There you go. I've got 6 seconds. There you go, Jane from Derby.
Thank you, Jane.
We'll talk about you in a minute.
Hi everyone, we've got a Stamps by Me one-day special deal. To deal of the day, that's it, isn't it, today? Got so excited, Tony, I forgot what it was.
Yeah, it's exciting though.
Well, you're here, so tell us about it.
So this is your All Surfaces Stamps by Me card. So you get metallic, you get glitter, you get pearl, and you get 3 shades of texture, all in one bundle, so you don't have to hunt around. It's all there for you.
That's awesome. It's brilliant value as well. And of course, you know the value and the quality of Stamps by Me. The All Surfaces card as well. Forest, I love the colours. I love those greens. They're very, very vibrant. But look at the price. Don't tell Tony, but we're saving £6.90 on this one if you're a club member. It's only £8.09. What's the item number again?
274825.
You're very good at this. You could work in TV.
Maybe.
Don't miss out on your deal of the day, everyone. Fantastic value for money from the one and only Stamps by Me, the All Surfaces card. 30 sheets of it for just £8.09, club members.
Hey everybody, how are you doing? Nigel here, and I've got the best quick pick. Look at this. Freddie and George are colouring in our fabulous cardboard playhouse. There are 2 different options for you to choose from on this one. The one that we're... I know, hello, you're going to colour in. The one that we're colouring in at the moment is the treats one. It's the Play Treats and Eats. We've also got for you as well, hello, are you coming in? Come on then. We've also got for you as well the fabulous unicorn one. It is fully collapsible, so at the end of play, it will literally collapse back down. You can see that you can colour everything on it, literally the roof and the back and the windows. It is the most fun, can I just say, and the fact that you can put it away at the end is fabulous. We've got a 15% discount for our club members. Come on in, come on in. We've got a 15% discount for club members as well, taking the price down to £21.24. All of the details are on the website. It's the most colourful, no, come back! The most colourful, fabulous quick pick from us here at Crate & Craft.
Quick picks, craft must-haves at top pick prices.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Park Racecourse on the 28th and 29th of January. Sign up for free make and takes. Stock up on your crafty goodies from a vast range of exhibitors and watch live guest demonstrations. We will also be broadcasting live, so join our audience and meet our presenters after the shows. Club members, order your tickets online to receive free entry. So treat yourself or someone special to a great day out and book your tickets now at createandcraft.com and search for Crafting Live. We look forward to seeing you there.
Very good morning, everybody. Good Tuesday morning, bright and early.
Yes,
up with the sparrows.
morning.
Tony Darrock's here. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, I feel like you're my work husband now.
Oh, Okay, that
Now
sounds
we've been-
good. At this time in the morning, anyway.
I
We didn't
never
come in
see him.
together, by the way.
I never see him,
No.
and then we get to work loads together. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been good. I've got 3 shows with Tony over a 24-hour period, which is awesome. I'm really chuffed about that.
It is nice for a change. It is lovely.
Yeah,
to work
so we have a
together.
brilliant pick of the week for you. This was launched yesterday and was very, very popular. I've also got Christmas presents galore for you on this show as well. But we're going to start with the pick of the week, which has been really, really busy. And how long now have we had this this method of the layered stencils?
Well, we did lamination stamps, if you remember. They were like our sort of turning point with our company about 8 years ago. And as time's gone on, and as craft has gone on, it's evolved, hasn't it? It's got better and better, and people have made it easier for people. So now you're always going to get a combination from Stamps by Me that's going to make you look better than you are. It's going to aid you with maybe the colouring element or the stamping element or the embossing element of it. So we're a company that just keeps on giving, so you look fantastic as a card maker. All of the kit in one to get you going.
Yeah, this is really good. You can create some amazing stuff with this at a really affordable price as well. So let's run through what we're getting. You're getting stamps, you're getting dies, and you're getting stencils in one of either choices. There's daisies and there is lilies to choose from. Forever Lilies, Daisy Delight. And the results from these are extraordinary with absolute minimum effort. You can look like a tremendously experienced card maker if you're a beginner in
Absolutely.
seconds. And if you're an advanced or an experienced card maker, you can really push the boundaries with Tony's products. Now, I'll quickly tell you about the price. You're saving £13.50 if you're a club member. It brings it down to £42.48. Now, when you think that you're getting stamps, dies and stencils in one item, plus a great big extra die as well, different depending on which choice you go for, £42.48 is a brilliant price. Let's run through what we actually get in the pack.
Absolutely awesome. And if I broke it down and put the stencils in one pack and the dies in one and the stamping other, it'd look like a really big bundle. But I'm trying to be better with the environment. Keep it in the packet. It's an inspirational packet that's going to get you going from the get-go. So here we go. Here is that fabulous A5 stamp. So this is the fabulous lily. So you get the square and the rectangle, and it looks like shattered glass. It can look like mosaic tiles. It looks like a beautiful stained glass window. If you want to, you get some incredible sentiments in there. So that's your A5 stamp. You also get all of the layering stencils, which is super easy, not difficult at all. I've just pop them in a pile here, but I'll talk you through them there. I'll lean it forward. There we go. You get all of the layering stencils to go through the rectangle and squares. Now, the great part about the layering stencils is the matter that you can stencil the flower, you can stencil the back. You can do one or the other. You can do both. You can do the decorative element. It's your rules. You do what you want. And then you get the fabulous 2 pieces of metal to create the most gorgeous shaped cards, and the back part of the stamp will fall out and you have the decorative element left in with the detail around the edge. Absolutely stunning. But it doesn't end there.
Nope.
So that's one of the items which is in the same pack. And then you get the beautiful arch or ornate window door, which Martin said yesterday, this looks very religious, and it does. It's an absolute beautiful one, but equally it looks like sun rays. You can team it in with your butterflies and all of the lovely products that you have at home. It has that exterior die which is going to enable you to create shaped cards, just like the ones up here as well. So that's one bundle, and that's the lilies.
Yeah, that's your choice of lilies, and then there's a choice of daisies as well.
Yes,
and it's basically exactly the same,
Yeah.
but different images and a different main die.
I'll just show the stamp very quickly, but you get the idea. So we have a square and an oval in there, absolutely gorgeous. Some more sentiments, and they are truly, truly beautiful. So if you use your hot foils, if you use your embossing powders, your sparkles, they really do give some cool effects. Then you get your stencils, and then you get your coordinating dies. Absolutely beautiful. And then with this one, you get the more Celtic design window type style door, which is just down the front here, and it still has that beautiful like stitch detail in there as well, so it's not a plain element when it pops out of the page.
Let's not forget the sentiments as well. If you're going for the daisies, you'll get Feel Better Friend, Enjoy Your Day, Such Good News, Have a Perfect Day, and Hello You. And if you're going for the lilies, excuse me, you've got Friends Forever, What a Happy Day, Love and Big Hugs, and a card to say hello. So some rather unique sentiments as well.
Yeah, and we love our sentiments anyway. We don't We get asked for traditional happy birthdays. We do them once a flood. We don't really do. We step away from that sort of sentiment. We're positive, uplifting, you know, really lovely sentiments that are going to stand out. People are going to know that they're a Stamps by Me card. But you can see from the lovely, lovely samples there, if you had a halo around, you do not have to be super, super talented to get great effects with these cards. The packet contents are going to do all of the hard work. All you really need to do is add your flair and pick a colour.
Indeed. Now, we've got demos coming up with both of these. 843662, your item number. That is your pick of the week. 42.48 club member price, depending on which one you choose. Amazing. And wait till you see what you can do with them as well. Now, we have a happy hour in the show, of course. Here's the details for it. This way, Tony. We've got a happy hour for you from a Thirsty Brush this time around, okay, which is something that you have a lot to do with, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is one of our earlier designs from our Thirsty Brush range. So basically it's like a cover plate and it covers the whole page, so you can cut it through and it'll leave an aperture, and it has 2 outline dies which are going to either do matte and layers or maybe create something like this with the Deal of the Day metallic card. Look at this.
There you go,
great. It's a card in itself. It's absolutely huge, and for it's so gorgeous.
£9.89.
It's huge. It's 5 by 7.
So £8.10. That's really awesome.
And once that has gone, that has gone.
So that's your happy hour. So you've got 53 minutes to make sure you get hold of that one. 075811. It's a type of item you add into your basket with whatever else you're ordering during the show, because of course we have that cap postage of just £3.95 per order. Doesn't matter how many items you order, you just pay £3.95 per order. Right, now this is your Christmas present. I'm hoping this will last till lunchtime, because I've got another show with Tony at 11 a.m. This is something that is absolutely at the top of its game. It's a stamping platform and so much more. I've loved it since the day we launched it. A fabulous product, and it's actually grown over time as well. Things have been added to it. This bundle not only gets you the large Eureka, which of course is your stamping platform, your scoring board, your artist's palette, but it also gets you its baby brother as well, which is the companion, the mini companion. So this is just, you're saving $46.25 and paying $46.74. You're saving almost as much as you're spending. It's like you're getting, well, certainly this for nothing, and discount on the main item as well. If you're buying them, these together, there's paintbrushes included in them. You've got sort of your foam mats as well, the scoring tool. If you've already got one of these, this is still an amazing Christmas present, because you could keep this one for yourself and give this to a good friend.
And you can save £12.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you went to go buy that now, it's $59.99. Yes, we do have some deals on them throughout the year. The lowest point it has ever been is $45.99.
Right.
So still at £46.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Bearing in mind that you get its companion as well. Let's have an overview of it,
It really
Tony.
does not. So basically it is a sort of just shy of an 11 by inch station. It has your watercolour wells around the edge, which is going to enable you to paint, mix media if you want to. You don't have to. It houses beads. If you're a seed beader, you can sit your beads in there if you want to. It has the mat inside for your stamping, which is this one. So if you want to stamp with your clear stamps, you leave the mat in and hold it in place with the secure magnet. Or if you want to use red rubber, blue rubber, whatever other rubber stamps there are, you just take it out. If you want to stamp onto MDF, which this is really unique in the sense that you can stamp onto MDF. I don't think there are any others that allow you to stamp onto 3 and 4 millimeter MDF. It absolutely does that. It sits within that recess. That magnet is strong enough to hold it. So now we can decorate our home decor and MDF. When you look inside here, we just have a fabulous board. Now this board was added not at the last minute, but I really felt it was an essential, and it came because I always score on a surface like so, and when you pop it down, just for example, when you score, it slides and you get wonky lines on your cards, and it really does frustrate. So this sits within this recess. It doesn't move. It comes with the score tool in with the kit as well, so you can do all of your scoring. But guess what? If you turn it over, you have a card maker, envelope maker and a box maker template in there for you, so you can see you have all you need. There are more boards coming to create decorative elements with this lovely tool as well. So that's that. You get the tool, the magnet, the brush and the clutch bag. So the clutch bag is going to look after it. It doesn't attract hair. It's a good quality bag. This is like your workhorse. This is like your primer underneath your foundation. It's your workhorse. Then bolted on, as Martin has said, the little brother, should we say, as Paula calls it, the dirty companion, because this is the one that she wants to get mucky and not the other one. So you have this one here, it has your magnet, it still has the wells replicated throughout. You get a brush in there, and it comes with a different coloured clutch bag, which can, if you want to, sit inside your big one if you are going to a workshop or a class. But equally, if you're going to a class and you don't want to be lugging all your bags around and lugging your big one, you want that to be at home on your table, take your little one and you can stamp all your little images, A6, but you can hang the card over, remember, and sentiments.
Now, we had lots of emails yesterday from people testifying how amazing the Eureka is, and I just think what a great deal. But there's a finite amount. A lot of it's gone, over 2/3 of it's gone. We're live now and we'll be live again at 11. Tony will be back tomorrow afternoon, but I'm pretty sure this won't be here. People have been putting it in their baskets. It's the perfect Christmas present. This is the one you buy for yourself and then tell the partner that's what they've bought you for Christmas.
Yeah.
It's an absolute steal at this price. It really is. You know, maybe you get your partner and they haven't gone to work yet. Go and grab them and say, I'm ordering this. This is what I want for Christmas. Wrap it up when it gets here. That you will just be over the moon. And if you don't have a stamping platform, best to go in at the very best rather than just buying a plain sort of clamshell type of piece of plastic.
Yeah, there are some fantastic ones on the market and they suit a purpose for a size. Some have open ends and things like that. But what I found along my journey as a stamper and as my journey as a company owner is that you always, you try something but you always have to get bigger, or you always have to buy something bigger or better because yes, it's good but it doesn't quite fit my card blank, or it doesn't do X, or it doesn't do Y. Whereas this, it's totally got you covered right up to a 9x9 card. You can overhang your card if you want to. It stamps on MDF and it's a multi-purpose tool. You're not just buying something that does one thing. The front can be used as a messy mat as well. It's got all your measurements on there, so you don't have to then go searching for something else because it has everything.
It is fantastic, and of course you'll see it being used this morning by Tony in her demos. Now, we didn't mention yesterday, but we've got some lovely pens on the show, haven't we?
Yeah, these are just stunning. Now, these are posh.
They are.
They are a little bit
quite
posh.
heavy, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've got a real sort of luxury feel to them.
They are a luxury pen. They are absolutely stunning. So they're a rollerball black pen. Okay, this is great as a gift if you sat at home thinking, I ain't got my neighbour, like you said on air, somebody's been feeding cat. Here you are.
Yeah,
it's a nice gift for you.
Little gift.
Yeah, little
better
gift.
Than flowers.
Super affordable. They're a lovely pen. So if you are into your happy planning or your journaling, these are great to put bullet points on there. They're great for the wonky lines around your cards if you want to. But I would pop this in your handbag or pop it near the phone or pop it in the kitchen, because you know when you need a pen, you never can find one, can you? And it comes in 3 colour waves. So it has the blush, the pink and the white. So you choose which colour's going to suit your lovely friend or partner, or if you just want a little bit of a treat as a pick-me-up, you can have a nice posh pen.
So you get one, you can choose from blush, white or pink. Are they refillable?
They are. They are.
There you go, look.
Absolutely gorgeous. They're so smooth to write with. They're a heavy weight. They are super heavy. I'm not kidding. Wait till you get it home, you'll be surprised. They're super.
That's what I thought when I first picked it up. The weight to it feels like a proper pen.
It feels like a good pen, doesn't it?
You know, one of those ones that would cost you maybe over £50. It's got that
it's got
feel
the weight to it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want cheap.
No.
And it's got to work.
Absolutely. 909 454 the item number. You choose between the blush, the white and the pink. Right, let's take you to the website. We'll get ready for demonstrations. Here's the details. Everything that you have in the show. Actually, before we get to demonstration, we want to show you some wonderful foils. And you can see them on the screen right now, the Wow Fab Coloured Foils collection. There's 2 to choose from. Now, these are a bit different, aren't they?
So we showed these in demo, didn't we? They are so different in the sense that, 1, they're super affordable, and 2, you know, you don't have to buy the machines, the laminators, the posh machines. Totally inexpensive. And the great thing about this is what I love, and it's one unique selling point for me, and I will always buy something that's going to make me rectify if it's not quite right, is I can reheat it with my gun and just put the foil back on. Whereas with all of the other ones, when you remove, it's done if it's not quite right.
Unfortunately, this one, we were about to tell you it was limited, but people have put the last few in their baskets this morning, so unless you've got it in your basket now, you can't add it, I'm afraid. But we do have a second option for you as well.
Yeah, so the second one is like the top up of the remaining colours that the fabulous company WOW do. So you have some teals, some purples, pinks, we have whites, blues, greens, rose golds. So this has just basically got you covered. If you do like this product, then you've got every colourway. If it's a metre on a sort of card wrap, really small footprint, they come in a little cello bag with a card blank with a colour swatch on there. Put them in a little tray, and then not a big footprint, just put them in a little tray. You can visually see your colours, and there is a metre on there, so you're going to be making a lot of cards with that. So you know you've got enough. And if you do want to replace a particular colour that you absolutely adore, they're about £3. They're inexpensive, and it's a great way to craft without the bulk.
So 432221, the item number for the coloured foils collection. 10 different colours, as we say. Right, time to get to demonstration. Now, it might be early in the morning, but we'd love to hear from you if you're up and about. studio@creightoncraft.com. You can drop us an email. Let us know whether you've gone for your pick of the week. Let us know whether you've got the Eureka and you love it, or you've gone for it. Any questions? Wish us Merry Christmas. I don't mind. Whatever. Just nice to know you're out there.
Yeah, just come and say hello if you're watching at home with a cup of tea.
Yeah, just say good morning.
Do you know,
Studio@CreightCraft.
I get so many messages about the banter between me and you.
I can imagine.
Yeah, people going, it's so good to watch it.
Thank you.
Breath of fresh air, you. That's what I get all the time, breath of fresh air, you two.
I don't know whether 7:15 in the morning is a good time for banter, to be honest.
I've had enough coffee. Have you had coffee?
No, don't have any coffee in the morning.
Do you not?
No. Some porridge and some water.
But aren't you splashing out on a...
I am splashing out on a very expensive coffee
When do you have
machine,
it at
so I will
night
be
time?
having coffee
Oh, you
in the
will
morning,
be?
yeah.
Moving forward,
When you get up at 4:30 in the morning, the last thing you've got time for is the kettle to boil, to be honest.
Oh, crikey. Let's go some different colours. I try and do different colours, but I do encourage, you know, you can still watch these shows on Catch Up, can't you, Martin?
Yes, yeah.
So go back and watch the shows, because I try and show very different techniques in each one, but the basis is the same. I always open the show with showing you how the system works. So we have, in this fabulous set, our lovely stencils. So I've got the 3 here. I know they're mucky. Don't worry about it. So you get your 3 stencils. You get your coordinating die. Now this is just half of the set. Look at this one. This is so gorgeous, this oval. And then you get your lovely stamp set as well. And it's replicated throughout when we want to do our square as well. You get stencils and the die as well. So let's show you how the system works. It's really cool. I don't want to, if I haven't got time, colour. I haven't got time. So this is a great shortcut to get those results. But if you want a colour, then just skip the stencil element of it. So I'm just going to take some colour here, and I'm just going to add it through very quickly and just show you how the system works. It's super easy, guys. Don't put yourself under pressure. As I always say, it is a piece of card. You know, nobody was hurt in the process. It can go in the bin. Change it out, swap the colour. Just have fun with it. And I would say batch make if you can, because you know, you'll do one and then you'll probably want to make lots. So I always add the first colour, then I always try and add a halo a little bit around the floral element of it, because I feel like that just gives it a little bit of depth and dimension. But it is totally personal preference. So just go round, round, round. I'm just using like it's on fire. This one is a Tim Holtz one. Now you see I use a plethora of inks. I have my own inks which are fabulous, but I don't rule out anybody else's inks. There are some fabulous inks on the market. Eyes Ink, Distress Ink, so use what you have in your stash, you know, they all work. There we go, so there's number 1. Looks a bit like a woody colour, which is quite nice. And then number 2, so this is where you can sort of like add the detail. Now I've shown you over the course of yesterday and today, I don't have to stencil this daisy. I could just stamp this, so that daisy would be completely white, and I could colour that with my pens and my pencils if I wanted to. I'm just going to show you the process though, just in case you've just tuned in today, you missed the shows yesterday, and then you can see the true effect. So let's go with a yellow. So I'm just holding the stencil in the corner here, but if you struggle with your eyes, maybe you've got a slight tremor, there are these little heart guides on all 4 corners, and you can add some ink through so you can line it up every single time should you not have a great lineup with your hands and that. So just go back on that lovely heart. There we go. You'll see straight away though. You can see through the stencil, so you will see straight away. So let's just get some colour through here.
See, this is where the cleverness of these. Look, I mean, this is brilliant. You couldn't draw that. You couldn't colour that, could you?
No. And you know, breaking, when you've got an image, breaking it down into each component, making sure it works, it takes time. It really does. But I honestly think it is totally worth it. The results are worth it. So let's do the centre of here in an orange. I'll just line it with that little heart, but I am also using the edge of my card as a guide as well, so I'll just push this orange through.
Quick update on the happy hour. Quarter of the happy hour is gone. Remember that wonderful Thirsty Brush large die, a quarter of that has gone. You've got 40 minutes to pick up that happy hour for under a tenner. 075811 is its item number.
Now if I wanted to, look here, look how fabulous this is. I could put this die on, that back element would fall out and I'd end up with a beautiful flower in the frame. But I just want to show you how gorgeous it looks when you add the stamp. And then we'll get into demo. So you've got a sense of how the system works, and then we'll get into making a nice demo. So just pop this into our Eureka here, and then just take the stamp.
Your well-loved Eureka.
Yep. Somebody once messaged though and said, I love how Tony doesn't come to TV with a pristine Eureka every time. It just shows that it is. I don't think I could stamp without it now. I'm so...
Really?
Yeah. If I ain't got it, I have a bit of a sweat on. And then I always go, TV, mine's, my son's borrowed mine and I've come without it. Can I have the one out of the warehouse? So let's stamp this one out just in black just to show you. So this is where the magic happens, but equally you could swap it out for heat embossing, foiling, whatever you want. So just ink up the stamp all over, and again, if it doesn't stamp quite right on the first occasion, it's okay. I'm in the Eureka. I can stamp 150 times if I wanted to, and it would stamp in exactly the same place every single time.
Always good if you're batch making.
Absolutely. So you could do all of the stamping, all of the stencils, all in the same system. So I mean, look how cool that is, and you've just seen I did it from start to finish. I have a beautiful embellishment now for my card if I want to. I could add some sparkle, so like now you could take your Quickie glue pen or your glitter pens or your wow powders or anything and make it super sparkly like this square one here. I just put the stencil back on top and covered the flower, and then I sparkled the back and made it look like a bit like glass. So swap out the stencils and just basically enjoy them. That's what they're there for, and you will end up with a whole pile of goodness like I have here, just ready to play with. So let's do a little demo then. So yesterday we started our card, didn't we? We did the card blank where it stands proud. Now this is that lovely sort of Celtic design on there, white on white, and it stands, which is nice. So what I did is I cut two more, and I like white on white and I like dimension, so I'm just going to cut two more and sit them on top, and this will stand proud on my card. Because really, do I want to be putting pads behind that? Absolutely I do not.
Now we're getting busier and busier as people are getting up this morning. Thank you very much. I know there's some emails coming through shortly to read out as well.
Oh crikey.
Don't miss out on your opportunity for, well, definitely the Eureka kit, because that is a fabulous deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really is. When I came in yesterday, first day of shift, and saw that we'd got that in the pick of the week at that price, including the mini companion, I just knew that was going to be a good day. And of course, we have the pick of the week for you, which is here all week. You've got one more show today and then one tomorrow. Yeah. So you've still got plenty of time to get hold of your pick of the week. It's been really busy. You choose between the lilies or the daisies. You get all the stencils, you get the stamps, the dies, and of course each one has a different larger die with them as well. Let's very quickly give you a look at some of the great samples there as well, which are awesome. And your item number, of course, is 843662 if you want to get hold of them. Don't forget the happy hour as well. Right, emails. Don't want to miss what Tony's doing, but you're only gluing.
I'm only gluing,
at the moment. Jane has emailed. Jane says, I love
Hi,
Stamps
Jane.
by Me products. I've got a few stamps and dies and I love my Pickup Pokey tool. I'd like to wish you both a very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year, particularly to you and the missus, Martin. That's very kind. We've had a
rough run.
Yeah, a rough year, but everything's looking pretty cool now, so thank you very much indeed, Jane. Ellen's emailed as well. Ellen says, I already have a stamping platform from another company.
Oh dear.
But it doesn't do A4. I've been tempted many times to get the Eureka, so when I saw this, how could I not buy it? Can't wait to get it now. That's brilliant. You will love it, Ellen. I promise you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And she says, wishing you all a Merry Christmas. Same to you.
Yeah.
And then we've got one from Kay, who says, lovely collection. They are so pretty. I'm fascinated, though, with the foiling technique. I must have missed that along the way. I'll go back and find the videos.
I'll do one. I'll do one for you, sweetheart. Thank you for that. I'll do one as soon as I've done this
Thank you, Kay.
demo.
We will do that. No
I'll
worries.
show you how it works. It's cool. So look, we've got our lovely sort of three-dimensional arch now. Can we see that there? Because I've stuck three on top. I mean, I like white on white. If you don't like white on white and you like a bit of colour and creativity, do it in a gold mirror board. It's gorgeous. So I have this one from yesterday that we did. So this is just like a pale pink and it sits beautifully within this arch. Can we see here? So you can be creative. And then I did another one, which you all saw me do, and I cut it out of the frame. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to offset this one to the side and I'm going to create a little bit of dimension. So let's get some pads behind this one. So this is like an oval window, should you wish. These are brilliant. These I think that these more than anything cover so many different types of cards we have to make. So gents, it's covered. Graphites, browns, sepias, if you want to. Even with a bit of sparkle, they look incredible for gents and the foiling. But then you've got your simplistic sympathy card, just a little window which just says, you know, I'm just thinking about you, or I'm sending our family to yours. Equally Christmas, you could absolutely jazz them up as Christmas if you wanted to. So I just love the very fact that it does all of those. We've got you covered. And then we have our lovely one which I've cut away. So this basically is from, you could 3D it on top of this if you wanted to create a three-dimensional image, but I'm just going to offset it and do like a bunch of daisies here. So I'll just take
I say good morning to Vivian as well, that's emailed in. If it's the Vivian I know, it's nice to hear from you, Viv. She says, lots of goodies on the show, and we've got a double thumbs up, so that's all right. That's all right, Viv, thanks.
Double thumbs up, we like double thumbs up. And then I've got hello you, because I'm just sending you a card just because. So I've just cut this onto some white, and then I've just put some pads behind very quickly. But you know, like I say, I always like to batch make, so.
Nice.
Just a different shape of card for one, and two, just a little bit different from the normal realistic flowers that we always do, which everybody seems to do. You know, it's just something a little bit different, and you could add sparkle or you could take it away. Don't add colour at all, just use the stamp and have a black and a white card if you want to.
Awesome. All right, so your pick of the week is 843662. Don't miss out on that opportunity. And of course, if you're putting that in your basket, you could add perhaps the happy hour, or maybe the Eureka. And of course, you'll only ever pay one postage of $3.95. Now that's relatively new. It's been going for about a month now. So we sent Bodget and Scarpa out to make a great video for you.
You get the goodies, I'll get the door.
Okay.
Hello, Create and Craft Delivery.
Wow, this is the biggest order I've ever seen.
Haven't you heard? If you order anything from Create and Craft now, it's a Cat P&P of $3.95 per order.
Cat P&P of only $3.95 for all of this?
Yes, it doesn't matter what you order or how many different items you buy.
What, even the really heavy stuff like this?
Yes, sewing machines, die-cutting machines, everything in the van.
Oh, there we go. That's the last of it.
I don't think they're at home. We'll have to come back later. I'll warm up the van.
Oh, hi! Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, yes, that'll be lovely. Chop, chop, Dan. Order 2 or more items from Create and Craft and we'll cap your postage at just £3.95, no matter how many different items you buy. Shopping at Create and Craft just got even better.
Right, a quick reminder, everyone, this is a look at your pick of the week. We do have this show again at 11 a.m. this morning if you'd like to see more, but you've got the choice of 2 fantastic stamps, dies and stencil collection. You've got lilies or daisies. You can see the 2 big dies that are also included. Everything in the pack, it looks a lot less than what you actually get, to be honest, because there is that those huge stamps, the dies to cut them out, and the layered stencils as well. Fantastic products from, of course, one of your and my favourite brands. 843662 is your item number. 42.48 club price, but that's only going to be while it's pick of the week. Got a couple of pictures there so you can see. That's the lilies, and that's what's inside. So do bear in mind that, you know, Tony tends to put everything in one packet these days, which makes it a lot easier. And of course you get the extra die. That's the one we get with the lilies. If you go for the daisies collection, you can see that's the one that Tony was just demonstrating, and that's what's inside the packet. So a really good value for money. And I'm going to tell you once more about what I think is one of the best value deals I've seen leading up to Christmas. It is the chance to get the brilliant Eureka stamping platform, embossing platform, scoring platform, painting platform. It's all in one. And it's your opportunity to not only just get the amazing Eureka, but also get its mini companion in one order and save a ridiculous amount of money. Tony was saying that the lowest price she's ever seen or done this on its own was £45 and something. And for £46.74 club price, you can now get the Eureka and its mini companion, but only while we have stock. This is a special deal for you guys as a giftable, as a Christmas present, whatever it might be, but it's a special deal for you. There's a finite amount of stock and that will not be added to. So 255 385 is the item number. This is one of those things that you go and tell your partner that you want him or her to buy you for Christmas, because it's something that you'll get use of every day, but it's also the perfect present for the non-crafter of the family to buy the crafter of the family, because they're never going to say, oh, I've got a stamping platform. They're just going to be over the moon because they've got the best of them, plus the bonus of the mini one, so they can take that you know, to the caravan or what have you. And another great thing about these, as soon as you open the packet, sport comes on the telly. It does, because, you know, you've got so much to do. You don't mind them watching the football and the World Cup and the cricket and all of that, and the darts, which starts in a few days' time. So, yeah, it's helpful for that one as well, if you're the one that's buying the present and wants to watch a bit of sport. 3/4 of it has gone. 255 385 is its item number. A quick reminder of the happy hour from Thirsty Brush, another brand that Tony is responsible for. Nearly half the stock of the happy hour is gone, and we're just over halfway through the show. So make sure you grab yours. You've only got till the end of the hour to get this one at a club price of £9.89. Right, back with Tony. Keep those emails coming in. It's always great to hear from you, even this early in the morning. And we're going to get another demo. Now, Kay emailed about the foils, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
So,
and
although we've sold out,
people do that.
Yeah, we've sold out of the item that came with the Wow embossing pad and powder.
Yep.
We're still going to, we've still got the foils, so we're going to show you, particularly UK, how we use them.
Absolutely. So I have the silver from that second collection. So you get a 1 metre wrap, leave it in its packet, stack them in a drawer if you like, because they're like inexpensive, £3, small footprint. Then you've got enough to go at, and then you can just replace the one colour that you need. So you need your sticky ink pad. Now I do recommend you stick with the whole Wow range, because they built it so it works, but equally if you do have an alternative, you can try it, try the results, okay, if you don't have the Wow. So I've just cut the piece that I need, okay, and I have this design here which I've already done. So what we're going to do is we're going to stamp. Now the great thing about these foils and the sticky ink and the bonding powder is you can use all of your stamps that you've spent probably thousands of pounds on. We don't create special stamps or special dies that need a hot foil machine or a laminator or need toner. You've got essentially millions of stamps and dies that are going to be able to create this with this. So let's grab the stamp, and I love anything that's going to save me money.
Who doesn't?
Not that I'm tight, but I do value money. So let's
No,
pop this down.
I wouldn't. I would never say Tony Darroch is tight. I mean, I know she does hang the tea bags out on the line
No, I'm
in,
not
the,
that
in the dressing
bad,
room,
cheeky.
but
Not that bad. No, I'm from Yorkshire.
yeah, my wife was born in Leeds, and her mum and dad came from there originally, and her uncle was one of these who, like my dad, I guess, would drive an extra distance to find something slightly cheaper. With my dad, it was petrol. So in the 70s, when we were going on holiday to Devon, we'd come off the motorway near Bristol and drive like 25 miles because the petrol was
2p
1d
cheaper.
less per gallon, you know. Whereas my wife's uncle was one of these who would drive 30 miles to the chip shop because the chips were like tuppence cheaper than the
my
local
life. Honestly. So I've used the sticky ink and I'm just stamping that design through. Super easy. Give it a good old push down, and if I lift this up and I don't think it's quite stamped right, I can go over and do it again. In fact, that looks all right, but I will do it again. It does look all right, but I just want it to be good. So I always do it twice, but you don't have to do it twice. So there we go. So I should have a nice print on there. So let's get rid of this for now. I'll just pop this on here. So you have to pour this powder on, which is like the bonding sticky powder. And then we have to heat set. So all I'm going to do...
Yeah, so this isn't embossing powder, is it?
No, it's a sticky... When you melt it, it's not like your clear embossing where it just goes clear. And this goes sticky, okay? So it's like a sticky bonding. Whoop. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the powder on.
And then Martin's going to put the powder away.
He is.
As always.
Help me out. There we go. And then all we're going to do is we're going to get our gun hot and we're going to get this powder sticky. So you get your gun, get it hot, get it to temperature before you pop it on the card, and that's got, because if you pop this onto your card, the card's like, I was cold, now you make, do you know when you put your coat on and you're freezing and you do this?
Yeah.
That's what card does. You're freezing, you put heat on, and then all of a sudden when you get warm, your shoulders come down, you start to relax. Well, it's the same with paper. I know that's a bit of a weird analogy, but it's the same with paper. So get it to temperature, and then you'll get a quicker reaction on the card. So I think that's hot enough. So when you pop it on, the powder will go like clearish, shiny effect. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's changing colour
It's
slightly.
sort of like those crystalline colour.
Yeah. A little bit like embossing powder would change, but not quite as shiny.
Yeah, so let me just get it all to go tacky, should we say. And just follow that design.
While we're watching Tony do that, I'll remind you that you're looking at the pick of the week there, but we're about to demonstrate some wow fab coloured foils. You've got a selection of 10 colours for $22.09, and this is especially for Kay, who emailed in and wanted to see it, save you looking back through the previous shows. However, the main item that had some foils, the powder and the embossing pad, has unfortunately sold out, but I'm sure you can find those individually if you need to on the website. But this is a way of foiling without having to go to the expense of a foiling machine, a stylus, like you can get those foiling styluses, or the add-on for your scan and cut. They're all worth having, but this is a, let's say, a quick and dirty way.
Absolutely, and this is no discredit to any other brand. If you've got something you love and adore, stick with it. Don't change just because somebody else is bringing something else out and tells you it's better than anybody else's, because that's pure rubbish. If you have something at home that works, stick with it. Don't mend something that's broken. This is an alternative if you, one, don't have the budget to get the machines, two, have tried the machines like me and found them a pain because you never get the results. Me personally, you might have a machine and get the results every single time. Me personally, no, I don't. I'm not that great at it. So this is absolutely brilliant for me. And again, like now, you've seen me just pop this foil down. I'm just burnishing it with my finger. I'm not sort of like giving it the big tool, scratching it hard, because I know that if I take this off now and it hasn't quite adhered, I just put my gun back on that sticky ink and I do it again with whatever's spare. So let's have a look how we've done.
Pretty good.
That is not bad effort at all. Look
Not
at that.
bad at all. Have a look at that. There you go, Kate. That's how that works.
So if you think, oh, do you know what? It's just missed. Do you know what? If it's just missed on the corner or somewhere, you're thinking, do you know what? I want to make sure it's perfect. This is what you can't do with the machines. I'm just going to get my gun and I'll just heat the bit where it's lacking a little bit. Say for this edge, it's a little bit sparse with that foil.
I can see it melting again.
I'm
from
just
the
going to
angle I'm looking
reactivate
at.
it again. I mean, you can go over it all and it gets shinier. It's quite crazy, actually. Now,
yeah.
these foils do actually work with all of the machines as well, but they are built to go with. So I've done that there. So I'm just going to get this bit here. I'm just going to pop it over the edge because I missed a little bit there. So I'm just going to add that foil on there. And now I have a nice thick line. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
So
you can go back if you've missed
so
any.
if you have a bit of a distressed feel to it, it's okay. But if you want to go in and make it perfect, you can absolutely do that. I mean, bearing in mind, these are tools at £2 and £3, and I've got foil effects. Absolutely.
No, it's really good.
I love
So there you go, Kay. 432221 will get you the foils. Now, of course, we've got some great items on the show. We've got a pick of the week. We've got the Eureka bundle. You might want to spread the cost. Here's one way that you can.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
There you go, all the details you need to know. I'm going back to Tony for another demonstration with your pick of the week in just a minute, but I'm going to remind you about the Eureka. 80% now has gone, 80%. We have another live show at 11 a.m. and there's one tomorrow afternoon at 5. There isn't any more stock. There won't be an extended dispatch. This is your Christmas present in waiting, or the Christmas present in waiting for somebody in your circle of friends. Maybe you've already got a Eureka, but you fancy getting the mini one, but you'd like to get them a Eureka as a gift. You could do that. You could split this up. Maybe you're somebody who loves this so much you wish you could take it to work with you when you can craft at lunchtime or in the caravan or, you know, wherever it might be. Get the mini companion. To get them both together for this price is extraordinary. Tony was saying that the lowest price this has ever been on its own is about £45. Today, for £46.74, you can get both of them together, the main and the mini. And of course, all the accessories that come with them, the magnet, the paintbrush, the scoreboard, the embossing pad, the scoring tool, the pouch for it, clutch bag as Tony calls it for it. And you get the same with the mini as well. There's no scoring board for this, but you still get another magnet paintbrush. You've got the wells around the outside for your mixed media or your paints. And of course, you get a different coloured clutch bag for this one as well. So it's 255,385. Club price £46.74. Do not miss out on this opportunity. If it sells out, that will be it, I'm afraid. A reminder of the happy hour, which you've now got 17 minutes to get your hands on. This is from the Thirsty Brush range, and it is an absolute stonking price as well. A large die. There's actually 3 dies in total there in that A5 set for £9.89, saving £8 and 10p. Right, you've got that in your hand.
Yeah, I need to show you how big it is, because sometimes I watch TV, particularly craft, I think, oh, I'm not sure, is it big, is it small?
Listen.
Put your hand in somebody so I can see.
I have that all the time. Photographs. Oh, we'll show you a picture of it. Here's your die. And you look at it, and it could be that big, or it could be as big as a small car. And there's no point of reference in the picture. Yeah. We should find something that everybody knows, like a ruler or a 50p piece or something simple, maybe something from craft that everybody knows how big it is.
Or we could just put measurements on.
Yeah, but then it gets all confusing on the screen then. If you've just got a picture that you can point, like a pencil, there you go, or the top off a milk bottle, something that everybody knows the size of, then you'd be able to see how big it is.
Well, there you go. Look at that. That is big.
Yeah.
I've got big hands.
It's your massive hands.
I've got long fingers. I've got long fingers. So you can see, so you get the decorative die that stays in the page if you want to, look. Absolutely gorgeous. You can take it out with the second layer die if you want to. Amazing. And then you've got a beautiful matte and layer. Totally got you covered. So you can see through a card if you want to do like leopard print or animal print behind should you wish. But equally, again, white on white, you've got, it's just an amazing, it's super, super priced.
That's your happy hour, folks. Right, we have 12 minutes left.
Oh, we're good to go then.
So we've got time for another demonstration.
So yesterday I started this demo, didn't I? And I was like,
You did?
where's my powder? Oh. So
yeah.
I found my embossing powder that I wanted to do it with, and it's the Litterbug. It's one of my favourites. It might be on the website, but if it's not, some of you will have it. So I wanted to make this bit just sparkly, but not the frame. Now, this is what it looks like if you use the dye. Let me just pop something behind it. If you use the dye, it drops away all of that shattered glass in the background. Can we see that there? So this would look lovely inside a card. It would look lovely as a tag with a hole pierced through it. You know, don't just think about your cards. So I'm going to take the sticky ink, which I did yesterday. It's now, well, it's actually still a little bit tacky, Martin, from yesterday. I said it'd dry within an hour, didn't I? So all I've done is I've peeled that frame back a little bit, and all I'm doing is I'm just popping the sticky ink on. Now this will work with any sort of iridescent wow that you have, something that's got a clear base underneath. And then all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take the sparkle powder, which has got flecks of metal, and we're just going to chuck this on it.
Gosh, that is sparkly.
It's when it's weird though, because lots of it disappears. I'll show you in a second. I'll give you. There we go.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
put
you,
that away
darling.
then.
So all I'm doing is just flicking off that excess, and look, it looks like a hot mess. Can you see that there? But watch what happens. So I'm just going to get my gun. So it's got a clear base, so a lot of it will just disappear off that design. Just get my gun hot.
Yes, because I see there's actually the sparkly stuff, but there's also white powder in there as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely mix. Just get that big blob out of there. There we go. So just get my gun hot.
Here we go. Oh yeah.
Keep changing. Yeah, it's going clear, shiny. Can we see that there?
Yeah.
It's got like the flecks sit within the clear and the white, giving you an awesome sparkle finish, but it looks like glass too. It's so cool.
Yeah, you can see that. One of the best bits in crafting this.
Yeah. Who doesn't love embossing? So once you're satisfied it's all adhered,
Look at that.
you have something that looks, hey, look at that.
Wow.
Captured in a clear. So,
But that won't shed now, will it?
no, you
Because
buy, not all, no. Make sure you heat set it properly, but no, it shouldn't shed at all. So you buy all of these fantastic products from brands. Just use them.
Yeah.
You know, please just use them. And this is one look where it's just got a little bit less of that sparkle in there, so you can see the shine in it. So play around. So let's get this built. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to stick this onto this lovely forest green, which is the deal of the day, which is really nice.
Yeah, deal of the day. Remember, you'll see that throughout the day. Check it out on the website. Here's the details for you, actually, because it is from Stamps by Me, and it's the wonderful forest green papers.
Yeah, it's the brand new colours. It's the brand new colour. So you've had teal, you've had pink, you've had gold.
I'm going to show it to you in a
lilac.
sec.
Today is forest, so you won't have this one, ladies and gents.
There's a picture of them. But here's the actual product themselves. This is quality at this price.
It's so
Here they are.
lovely.
You've got these wonderful foiled, you've got the wonderful green glitter, and then you've got, that's got like a shimmer to it, that's textured, it's got a linen effect to it, so is that one, and then that was one of each at the back that we were using. But that's 30 sheets, £8 and 9p, top quality. What GSM's this? It's about
220.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's good quality. It's good enough for your structure as well. It's really good.
Very good, very good. That's your deal of the day, folks.
So nice. And then it's nice to have some, when you all bought the other colours, if you do love it that much, then that is a great price, because it is never that price. It's like £15 a pack.
No, definitely.
It's top up. So I've just popped some pads on here very quickly. So I've just made a topper here. That's all I've done. And have I got my sentiment, or has that done? Has that gone?
You lost.
A sentiment, but that's for that one. Let's just show you. It's just a topper which can go onto a card. Look at that. So that is potentially removing that spark, the glass shatter back. So if you're thinking, do you know, I've done all the glass shatter backs and the windows and things like that, I want to do something different. Well, it just shows you that the kit is purposefully put together so you can remove elements. You don't have to use the stencils. You can use the back part if you want to. Totally, totally cool.
It is 843662 is the item number 4, your brilliant pick of the week, and this is the 3rd or 4th show of it. There's one more to come at 11 a.m. this morning, and then the last live hour will be at 5 p.m. tomorrow. So there's still plenty of opportunity to get yours. Let's quickly take you to the website because it's all about the pick of the week, but there are lots of other things on the show as well. We are going to try and squeeze in one more demonstration, but we will have one last live look at your pick of the week for this hour. Remember that you get a lot in these packets. You've got dies, you've got stamps, and you've got the stencils as well. And of course you then get an extra large die that goes with these as well. You can see that Tony's done a good job of putting everything in one packaging as well, which is very cool. 843, I should say, 662 your item number. That's the lilies that you're looking at, which comes with that sort of background frame, which you can use in all your different aspects of card making. I think it has a bit of a stained glass window, sort of like maybe a religious theme to it. Now, if you go for the daisies, oh dear. Nearly choked then. If you go for the daisies, you have a different style with that one as well. And that's 843, remember, same item number, 843662, same price, but it's just a different collection. Again, you've got the stencils, the dies and the stamps in that packet, and then that large die that comes with it. Last reminder about the brilliant Eureka deal. This is unmissable. It really is unmissable. Getting the big Eureka with the mini companion at that price is absolutely unmissable. 255 385 the item number. Right, we've still got about 5 minutes for demoing before we go. Thanks to those of you who emailed in. Always good to hear from you. Bright and early on a, what is it, Tuesday? Tuesday morning, yeah, Tuesday. Okay.
Right, so what I've done is I've already pre-stenciled the lily one, so let's use the lily this time. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to hold it in place. I've put the stamp on top, I'm going to pick it up, but now I'm going to show you just a regular embossing powder. So maybe you like the foil effect, you've bought it, or you didn't manage to get it, but you do have powders at home. This is to show you how awesome this set works with probably a lot of the stuff you already have. So again, sticky ink. I use the anti-static on my image, and then it makes it look really neat, keeps it tidy, stops all the powder from floating everywhere. So sticky ink on the design, stamp it out, and again it's got quite a little bit of detail in here, so the Eureka is really going to help me out. I think that's good with this sort of technique. So then I've got my Be Bold. Look at that. So bad, I'm nearly out.
Oh no.
The limited edition, I haven't got any more. I'm going to have to email a customer and say, can I have it back? Somebody's going to be like, you're joking, aren't you?
Yeah. You know that powder we sent? Yeah, it's a recall.
Recall,
there's
wrong with
broken
it.
glass in it. Can you all send them back, please?
Yeah, there's something wrong with it. So this is like a sparkly powder. You can.
Yeah, refills for the pens. I did ask that.
I have ordered some because a lot of people, as soon as I did it, said, have you got refills? And I thought, oh, I said, you are going to be doing a lot of writing to sort of like use it. They were like, yeah, but it's so nice.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, so I've ordered some.
Yeah, so refills are available for them, or will be
yeah.
available for them.
Right.
That was Sarah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So here, look, got a nice sparkly design. Let's get this to temperature. And this is where, sort of like if you do like a bit of sparkle, elegance, you want to step up a little bit for an extra special friend, you can also do that too. And you get that lovely white halo in there as well, which is so pretty. So if you don't like the harsh black, then you can absolutely just change it out.
You can see it, that glittering is as it's starting to melt and change as well. Really, really good.
Yeah, and I'll show you, I will hold it up. It is stunning. Not I'm going to sing, but
Could watch it all day long.
it's just so pretty. And so easy to do as well, so easy, achievable. Even if you're a beginner crafter, you know, the outlay really is the gun, which is on the website. Get the gun. You'll always need a gun in your craft for drying off, stamping, drying off, whatever it may be. I'll just show you that.
Awesome. Look at that.
Is that not
Awesome.
just, isn't it just so
It is.
pretty? So then all you need to do then is cut it away. But equally, if you'd thought, do you know what, I love the sparkle, I don't want the back piece. All you would do then is take the die from the packet. Very quickly show you because we're running out of time. You take the die here, pop the die on the top, and then what you will be left with is just this detailed frame here and the lovely frame, which will give you something that looks like this if you want to. It's so gorgeous. But if you want it like that, obviously you can pop it in your guillotine if you want to, but I just go around the edge. I'm not too precious about it. Pop it in your guillotine, get it straight. I'll just quickly do it with scissors, and it's amazing how quickly something looks very pretty as soon as you cut away the mucky rest of the cardstock and the fingerprints and the misses and the marks. And just quickly pop this away here like so, and then look, and then as soon as you pop it down and you pop a sentiment on,
Awesome.
looks so good, doesn't it?
It does. Right, we have got a minute left. Shall we do it all again at 11 o'clock?
Yes, of course.
Why not? You
Bring
can go and
some
have a rest.
biscuits. Some biscuits.
Yes, that'd be nice.
We'll
wouldn't
get
it?
some.
Yeah. Let's remind you of your deal of the day before. No, happy hour. That's right. We've got so many things going on. Deal of the day, pick of the week, happy hour, blockbuster, weekend. Oh my word. 3/4 of that deal of the day. No, happy hour has gone. Zero. It's written on it. Look. Look, it's written right there. 075811 is its item number. Please do not miss out on this fantastic, fantastic deal. Go on, do it then, do it. Here's the deal of the day. There we go, yep. Deal of the day as well. Pick of the week, deal of the day. Happy hour, we've got them all, Tony. Don't miss out on this wonderful card because, of course, now they're throwing in. Yeah, now they're trying to put me off now. Weekend, right? No, seriously though, we'll be back. We'll do it all again at 11:15. You can, of course, still get that Eureka deal, but I fancy that's going to go. It's a brilliant, brilliant deal.
Yeah, it's so cool. Make the most of it.
We'll do. I'll let you know what's coming up in the next couple of hours. Thanks for watching this morning. We'll see you in a little while. Right then, a new one for me in an hour's time. I'm going to get some happy puzzling done with Colin over there. But right now, Paola's here. It's Colin, isn't it? Gavin.
Oh, my life.
Last.
Hi everybody, I just wanted to share a little bit of exciting news with you and tell you a bit about Highlight Crafts. My name's Stephanie Wakeman and Highlight Crafts is a family run business. We're based over in Derbyshire where our passion is all about education, innovation and product development. Got a fantastic team over here that do everything from product design, the graphics, illustration, right through to in some cases even the manufacturing. And I'm really looking forward to being able to bring you those shows. Not only being able to share with you all of that, but then supporting it with lots of projects and downloadable content, making the most of what we're really good at. So I hope you'll join me and everybody else from the team here with all of our highlight shows.
We've got an essential quick pick for you. It's your extra strong red liner tape. Now we've got the different widths. So we're starting at your 3mm. We then go up to the 6mm. We've got 12 and then we've got the 19mm. You're getting 17 rolls in total, and on each one you have got 5 meters. So it does mean you've got 85 meters in total. Now, why do you need this? This is extra strong. So it means, think about box making, construction, think about ribbons. Now it will need cutting. It doesn't tear. there because it is an extra strong tape. You've got the protective layer that will peel off. It's a clear adhesive, so it does mean you're not going to see that adhesive through on your ribbons, and things like your beautiful thicker embellishments, your stronger embellishments, it's going to give you a fantastic hold. Really recommend getting hold of this. So 17 rolls of that fantastic clear tape. It is an essential Create and Craft quick pick. Your item number is 759996, and that's going to give you 17 rolls of your clear tape. Now, if you are a club member, you've got a fantastic price on this. It should be £14.99 anyway, and that price has dropped to £10.99, but 30% saving for club members, which means your price has dropped to £7.69. Or if you're going for a flexi, it does mean you're only paying £3.85 today, and that's for 17 rolls of your clear tape. Quick picks, craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
Hello, good morning. Many thanks to Martin and glorious, gorgeous Tony. And talking about glorious and beautiful, we have got Jess here with us from Sussex.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. And the first time that we work together.
It is, yeah. It's nice to have fresh faces
yeah,
to
well,
it with.
It's brilliant to have you because I have heard so many good things from not only people here, but also like the lovely Pete. He sings your praises. And also the fact that you're bringing a brand new and exclusive from Sussex, the stencil collection.
Yeah, so if you know Sussex, you know that we split our year up into kind of 4 chapters. So this is our chapter 4 kind of layered stencil collection. So we're rounding off the year, we're going into New Year now, we're thinking about Valentine's and things like that, and I think these are going to work for you going into the new year and throughout basically, but they're layered stencils, so they're going to work fantastically with that stencil and stamp tool that we've got on the show as well.
You know, when I saw these stencils, immediately I was drawn about the possibilities, because when we look at it, there are 4 sets that you're not choosing from, you're getting all 4 sets, but each of those sets contains actually 4 different ones, so you can use them in combination or separate,
yeah,
right?
100%. So every single one has 4 stencils within there, and they're meant to be layered on top of one another. I can probably show here. So literally, they're just meant to sit on top of one another, and then they end up making that that glory. So this one is the textile. So they end up making this kind of pattern, but you can totally do them by themselves, particularly with some of the others like the abstract marks or the heart wreath. You could pick out certain elements and just use those separately, whether you're working for a background, whether you want them to be the forefront of your card, you could cut it up, and you can use it for all sorts of things, whether you're doing home decor, card making, all kinds of things, wedding invites. There's kind of endless possibilities, and because they work all year round, they're going to be great for everything.
And I love also that there is a selection of abstracts and then florals as well, with the gorgeous, look at these, that's so gorgeous, scrapbooking or memory albums 100%. As well. But then, I mean, I have to say, I adore this one.
It's so nice, isn't it? That one is the abstract marks one. So I was saying, like, yeah, you can just literally pick out points of there, and just by changing up the colours, that's the same one that we've just transitioned from that card to that notebook, but just by changing up the colours you get a completely different feel every single time.
Yeah, and it does kind of look like a little bit of a cactus as well.
It does, yeah. I think we were saying yesterday it's a little bit animal print in those kind of vibes,
absolutely,
those kind of colours as well.
A little bit of wild and free.
Yeah,
kind of,
which I love. It's totally on trend as well.
And then of course you have got the kind of postage kind of elements in there with the all writing. Now the writing on its own, it's one of the most useful stencils.
100%. Yeah, you could. That one is a really, really good one, the scroll text one, to use separately, because you can use the postage stamp by itself. You can use the writing background by itself. You could pop die cuts on top of there. You could put your paints through there or your paste through there, and have it a little bit more 3D. So there's so many different options.
And then we have the this one of my favorites.
It's so cute, isn't it? So this is the textile. So it kind of looks like, I think we've got that one there.
One. Oh, okay, yeah, they're getting there. Yeah,
that one's been cut down, so this is for the lovely Josh's little girl, Maisie.
How is she doing?
She's brilliant. I think she's still a little tiny dot, but she's
Josh is, of course, the third designer from Demonstrator as well, from Sizzix, and he recently, his partner or fiancé, I think it is.
Yes,
has a little girl.
Yeah. So that's a really nice one because it's kind of like a little bit tactile. It's like macrame, crochet kind of vibes, and again, you could completely change up the colour. You can cut it up like we've done with the boot mark or with the lettering.
If you want to go for this collection, it is the brand new and exclusive. So many possibilities. 16 individual stencils with a saving of £19.84, £50.12. That is all you are paying. One-off payment from the club. And remember, if you want to spread the cost in interest-free payment, you have got ClearPay, among other systems of spreading your cost on the website, and which is, of course, the best way to check out your baskets as well. 404698 is your item number for this collection. Now, the stencils from Sizzix, they work on their own, but they work as well perfectly with this incredible system. I haven't seen it in live, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it all works.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll do demos and we'll talk through it, but it might be worth just showing you guys kind of what it is here. So this is our stencil and stamp tool. So it's a 2-in-1. So you may have seen stamp tools on the market, but this means that you can do both, which is great, and it is designed perfectly to work with our layered stencils. So what you have is you have this hinged flap. So this is our stamp plate. So this is where you're going to pop your stamps on and you're going to be able to stamp with it. Then this literally just pulls off and it just pops out.
So that, an open hinge.
So that comes away. So when you're ready to stencil, you want to remove that, and then you have this base here. So if I just pull this off for now, your stamp base has this sticky grid sheet. So this sticks to your base, and this is tacky. So this means you can pop your project on, your cardstock on, and it's not going to move. It's not going to go anywhere. But you can reuse it over and over again. So we do have extras in the pack as well, but really you don't need to replace these very often at all, which is brill. And it's just an alternative to having magnets with your stamp plate. So if you're using a really tiny thing to stamp and your magnets are in the way or something like that, then that's going to help that. So that's going to keep your project in place. And then we have the stencil adapter. So this is what you're going to want when you're using those layered stencils. And this literally just pops into there. You can move it around, so you can move it obviously lower down to the side, anything like that. And then your stencils pop on these little notches here, and then you can keep them in exactly the same place, so you get that precision every single time.
If you want your stamp tool and starter kit collection, you have a £26.23 saving there if you are in the club. £55.73 one-off payment. If you want to spread it into 4, you have got ClearPay. 456762 is your item number. Oh, actually, I have forgotten to mention I always will blame myself for this because, you know, I'm not an early morning person, so I forget, you know. There is a happy hour, and no, sorry, not a happy hour. See, this is it's a free gift with purchase, which is a pot of glitter, of Sizzix glitter, which with anything that you buy from Sizzix in the show, you are gonna get. It's worth $5.99. It's cobblestone color, and you're gonna get that free of charge with your order. So we are going to have a look at the stamps next, aren't we? Now, this one you can buy the whole collection of, or you can go for individuals, whichever way you prefer to do it. So individuals will appear at the bottom of the screen, left-hand side for the full collection. Now, what do we get here? Let's talk about the whole collection. And
100%. So you get 5 different stamp sets, but actually they work kind of beautifully together, in particular some of them, but they're all, again, going into the new year. We've got things that are going to help you with your New Year journaling, for spring, for Valentine's, things like that. So we can literally just run through them one by one.
Let's do that one.
So we've got the drawn frames here. So this one is designed by Lisa. And this was meant originally for journal pages and things like that. but I know you can combine them with the watercolour flowers. So we've got a card here where we've, I believe this one is made by the lovely Pete. So we've got the drawn frame in the background, and then we've got the watercolour flowers over the top, so you can combine them. But then you can also create like full-on scrapbook pages. So literally you can have those hand-drawn frames that you're going to try and draw by yourself, but to get them precision every single time so they all look uniformed. I know that if I tried to draw two, I would really struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of looking that, you know, the size. I always use my hand to measure things.
Yeah.
And then you can see how, even though when you look at the stamps, it's quite, you know, thinking, oh, it's small, but it's filling the whole page, 100%. About 8 inches there.
Yeah, like these sections are really quite large, and then you can just add in whatever you want. You can layer them on top of each other. I think we've got a little name tag there.
That's so cute.
Made by Jen. So there's loads of different things you can do, and that's really nice style, I think.
Absolutely, it is. And now that is the frames, but of course it's included in that complete collection, left-hand side. Individually, bottom of the screen, which is the drawn frames, 795,972 for the frames. Then let's go to the hedgehogs there. Oh my!
This is so cute.
So cute. My parents have rescued one in Mallorca. They live in Mallorca, and I was like, that's so beautiful, and it's very white because they are very the endemic.
That's so cute. I mean, well, I think the kind of woodland animal is super popular, and you can use it for all different kind of things. But I do think this is beautiful for things like Valentine's, like because you can put them on their own, but you can put them together, so you can have them like touching their little noses and having a little kiss. We were saying the other day you could make this festive. You could draw some little mistletoe on there, as if they're kissing under the mistletoe, and then you've got those gorgeous sentiments in there, so like sending hedge hugs.
That's so cute.
Yes, so yeah, that one's on there. But you can definitely pop different sentiments on there, like Happy Valentine's Day or something. But you have that big elements where you can play with the colour, and then those fine outline
I love that. Sending hedgehogs. Oh, that's
very
so good. The word for hedgehogs in Spanish is cerizos, if you want.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I'll be able to pronounce that very. I will butcher that, I guarantee.
Then we have got. So if you want to go for hedgehogs, 042649 is your item number. And then we are moving on to the next one, which is the tea kind of theme one, which is terrific. And I love it. You're my cup of tea.
It's so cute, isn't it? Again, this is one by Jen Ogborn, and I love her humour coming through in there, because you've got all those witty, punny sentiments like terrific, you're magnificent, things like that. So you can have a lot of fun playing around, and they've got those gorgeous illustrated teacups on there. So I think that'll be really nice for just sending any kind of card to pick somebody up or make their day.
I love that.
For like any occasion.
That's such a cool one as well. And look at this one as well.
So simple, some of those cards, but really, really effective, I think.
They
I think those
are,
all
and then there's
we've got another one there.
That's magnificent. Right, if you want to go for the terrific set of stamps, the details bottom of the screen, 045515 is your item number. The next one we are going to look at is so pretty, the blossom hearts there.
This one's so cute, and because it doesn't look like much, because you get those 3 stamps, but actually when you layer them on top of each other, it probably looks a bit confusing just from looking at the stamps. But if you literally just layer them on top of each other, and then you get this gorgeous kind of heart bouquet, and you can do it in like a kind of monotone, so you have like similar colours. You can emboss, so that one is embossed, so you've got different colours of emboss after putting down your base colour. Or you can even use the flowers separately if you wanted to, away from in that kind of heart decoration, which I might show you later, just as a different way of using it. But it's so pretty, and like you can pop little, you can even use the glitter in the centre of the flowers that come with it. If you're making a purchase today, so that's always something that you can do. I love doing the centre of flowers with glitters.
It's a really pretty stamp set. Again, 144449 is the item number for the blossom heart on its own. £8.99 unless you are in the club, in which case is it £8.99. And then if the last one, probably my favourite, because when some of these beautiful samples, is it a two-stepper?
Yeah, so it's a layered stencil. So you pop down those fine line colours, those fine line flowers first with like a dark or like a black, and then you can use the larger ones to create that kind of watercolour effect. So you can blend your inks and you can have a lot of fun with this one. And I think they look so elegant, so on trend. This was the design that I'd seen multiple different versions of, and I went to the designers. I was like, please, somebody make this, because I want to use it. I want to have it in the Sizzix range, and I'm so glad that we did it, because I just think you can use it for so many different things, and it looks like hand drawn.
So beautiful, isn't
does.
it? It's absolutely stunning. If you want that stamp on its own, 287714 is your item number. It's only $6.99 actually, this one, and if you are in the club, even better. Now, if you are going for the full bundle, the saving is £17.37, which means that you are not paying for two of those stamps, I believe. 156562 is your item number for the full bundle. £29.58 is your price if you are in the club. And remember, there you get a glitter with your, there it is. That glitter, you are not paying for it if you make a purchase for anything that is featured in this show. So grab it now. That is the beautiful. It's kind of a. I love it, cobblestone, but I think it's more like brush. I don't know.
It is. It's like a gunmetal kind of colour.
Yeah.
Like
that's
kind of if you mix like silver and gold together almost and create that
that's
really
absolutely gorgeous. Talking about something that I use constantly is the multi-tool from Sizzix, because let's have a look at what it is exactly.
Yeah, so like you said, this is our multi-tool, so it kind of is a dual-purpose tool. So you get this main section here, and actually you can have it double-ended, you can have it just one-ended, but you also get your craft knife and your distress head. So obviously your craft knife is self-explanatory. Every crafter needs a craft knife in their toolkit, but the distress head is quite fun because you can rub it up and down the edge of paper, and it gets that gorgeous distress kind of frayed effect without using scissors or it being dangerous or anything like that. And they literally just twist on and off, and like I say, you can have it double-ended or not. And then if you guys also have the blending head attachment, this twists on to this main section as well. So there's always more things kind of coming out right from Sizzix that we can attach to this multi-tool, so it's a great thing to have.
Now, the bundle did sell out last night, but it is available individual. So if you want to go for the multi-tool, the item number is 331410. £13.49 is the club price, and remember, even that there is the option to clear paid. Then the next item that we have got, again, I'm a massive fan of this bundle, this product, because the pocket tool or the die release brush is just such a good,
so helpful to have. If you're a die cutter, then you need something like this in your collection, because like I say, you've got the pocket tool, the die pick to pop out any little tiny bits, but if you've got a big die, say a big intricate die, you don't want to go around every single little bit, the die brush is going to help you, because there's a foam mat in there, and you literally pop your die cut in the die on the foam mat and you rub the brush over it, and everything falls out, minimal effort, which is fantastic. And then I think there's even a little magnet in there that you pop on the very end of your brush, and it means like if there's any little die cuts knocking about on your table,
you can pick it up
before you shove them in the bin accidentally with all your scraps. I know I've done that plenty of times, so that's always handy to have as well. So that's just a die cutter's
also stands. What I love about it is that then it will stand up tall, like, kind of, you know what I mean. So you can have it like, I'm not that it's always tall. Sometimes it gets knocked over. 030850 is your item number. £13.49 is your price in the club. Remember to check out your boxes. Check out your baskets on the website createandcraft.com. Remember, you are going to get that free. Free gift with purchase with is the glitter, the cobblestone as well. But that is the die brush. Now let's move on to the cardstock bundle paper, because this is These colours I absolutely
so beautiful,
adore.
aren't they? Yeah, these are our festive cardstock colours. Obviously, you might be doing some last-minute festive crafting for Christmas, but actually, you could use these colours all year round because we've made it quite a modern colour palette. So you've got those deep reds and the deep greens in there that are generic to Christmas, but you've also got like a bright poppy pink in there. You've got like a peppermint green in there. So there's so many different colours you can use. And I love the colour palette, the way it works.
Yes.
This is our linen textured cardstock, so it's textured on one side, smooth on the other, in comparison to the white cardstock that is included with the stencil and stamp tool that you want to stamp and stencil on. This is beautiful for like backgrounds of cards or die cutting because it's a perfect weight as well. So yeah, that's just kind of great to have in your collection.
Indeed it is. If you want yours, 469250 is your item number. £18.59 is your saving, but it comes so much more with the foam tape, the roller, and of course the pattern papers there as well. £32.37, the full bundle with those gorgeous colours, tones in there. Grab yours by checking out your baskets. The best way to do so, of course, will be the website createandcraft.com. And there, so we have got the big shot in there with that grey and rose gold, finish, which is absolutely stunning. We have got the dies from Sizzix as well, the thinlets, the layered ones. We have got also the silicone rubber, so Daisy is an accessory for your machine to emboss the dies as well. We have got the die storage with the envelopes. We have got the printed magnetic sheets. Ooh, I wonder why I never seen. It's a storage. Right, it's for the dies to tie. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so you're not losing any.
Yeah, oh, very posh. And of course, we have got the brand new and exclusive stencil collection. Everything will be dispatched from the 8th of December, so it's a few days to wait. Not long. It's 2 days only, so that's not. Yeah,
you won't even notice.
Yeah, absolutely. Today is Tuesday and that's Thursday, so yeah, not long to wait. Right. So you have got the amazing. One of the things I'm going to say, I just love the size of it.
Everyone comments on that because it is so large in comparison to other stamping tools, and also because it doesn't have a side.
Yeah.
So most stamping tools will have a straight edge that you need to push your paper up against so everything aligns, basically. Because we have the grid system with the sticky grid sheet and things like that, we don't need that. So it means we can work on a large surface. So if you're working on a 12 by 12 scrapbook page, or I've done little bits of gift wrap before and moved it around so I can do bits on the gift wrap. So there's so many different options you can do with this because it is such a large tool. So that's definitely something to consider if you're in the market for a stamping tool for sure. Speaking of stamping, I'm going to show you guys how it works and actually how you can combine two of the stamps that we talked about. So the way that you can combine the floral, the watercolour flowers and the frames.
Right.
So how I'm going to do that is I'm just going to pull this off to begin with.
Yeah.
And I've popped my sheet over the top of my sticky grid sheet. So I'm just going to pull that back.
Okay.
So I tend to keep this and then it'll just sit back over the top so it'll stop it from getting super dirty or dusty or anything like that.
Especially if you have got pets and
100%, it's going to help massively, so just keep that, but it's still going to stay super tacky, so don't worry about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, this is stencil film from Sizzix. I'm not going to be precious about where I pop it, but I want to stencil the largest kind of frame, stamp that on there. So I'm just going to place that where I want it and then close the lid and it's going to pick up.
Right.
And then I can take it off and spin it around. You can open it out, you could work landscape or portrait.
Oh, that's fabulous.
But I quite like to do this so then you can see everything. And it's also something to mention with the stamping plate. It has two sides to it. So it has a smooth side, which is this side that I pop my stamp on, and then it has a side with a grid on that you can probably hear as I run it. It's like an etched grid. When you're popping your stamp on, you want to make sure your stamp is sticking to the smooth side, because that way it's going to stick better. And you want the grid facing upwards, so the grid is just going to help you to measure everything out, basically. So we can just pop that back on there, give it a stamp. And I'm not overly precious about this, but you'll see that it still stamps beautifully because I'm actually going to use this as a stencil. So I'm going to take that off and just remove this really quickly. And then I'm going to take the multi-tool. So I've actually got one of the blending heads on one side and then I've got the craft knife on the other. But you can take that off and I could have it just once ended. I've got one here with 2 blending heads on.
So this is one of those tools that you can have more than one,
yeah, 100%. So that's why I really like it. Obviously, if you dual end it with a craft knife, make sure you've got the little cap.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would have to be very careful about that. It would be the first time that you hold.
Yeah. So I'm literally just cutting just inside that section. My eyes are very bad, so I may not be joining up the corners perfectly here.
Oh no, that's perfect.
But we just want it so it just pops out. So we're going to get that stencil shape. So just pull that out. There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to bring in a bit of cardstock.
Right.
And we're going to place this on it. I might even use my stamp piece actually so I can keep my cardstock exactly where I want it. So it's going to stick to it. And then I'm going to place this over the top.
Right.
So
you have created your own stencil, basically.
Yeah, essentially, by using that frame.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take the blending head side, and I'm going to take one of the distress inks. So this is just a Tim Holtz Ranger distress ink.
Right.
Just on that blending head. And I'm just going to softly blend through here. Obviously, you could, say, use, I don't know, the background of one of the layered stencils if you wanted to as well. And you could layer those up, or maybe some of the abstract marks ones would be really nice.
Yeah, I was thinking that you could do that. I mean, let me grab one of the, what are they? The abstract ones.
I think they're near the front. There we go.
Oh, no, that's just not the abstract. I'll get there. Yeah, you could use maybe one of the open ones as well.
Yeah, 100%. So you could use that as a background for your card and just use that. So there's loads of different options, whether you are using something like the stencils or you're creating your own with the floral frames like I've done there. So there's plenty of options in that sense, which is really, really nice. So once we've got that, I'm quite happy with that. I'm now going to bring in those watercolour flowers. And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to pop these.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop one down first. And we're going to just stamp these originally in black, just to get that outline.
Yeah.
And again, I've not moved my card. My card's staying in exactly the same place because that's sticky grid sheet.
Yeah, and this is the watercolor flowers. So remember, if you want to go for the full bundle of the stamps, details left-hand side, just the stamps, the watercolor flowers at the bottom of the screen. $6.99, or in the club that would be £6.39. I think so.
Your math is better than mine.
No, my maths are. It's actually $6.29. So actually my maths were bad. And I'm glad that I have got a very good producer in my ear, our Ross, who hates working with me because he has to do all the maths all the time.
Well, there we go.
Double checking and triple checking. But he's good. Anyway, I'm not good at maths.
That's why we make. That's why we're creative.
Yeah, exactly. I just love, what did attract you first to crafting?
I've always enjoyed crafting from a little girl.
Yeah.
My mum's very creative and always has encouraged it from a very young age, and I did kind of at school and in my A-levels in like art and textiles and things like that, so it's kind of always been there, but I never thought that it could be my full-time job.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And you never think that. And also crafting on live TV, I never in a million years thought that.
Yeah.
But it's a lovely journey, isn't it?
It is. It's beautiful, and it's so nice because everyone's so open to sharing ideas and so welcoming, and that's what I love about the crafting community, that I love seeing everyone else's makes, like the people at home who get our products, like other companies, and we like sharing inspiration and ideas, and that's the best part for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you have any makes and you want to share with us,
absolutely.
Please do.
Do they tag you on social media?
Facebook? I think we're just on Sizzix. On Facebook and Instagram and things like that.
Yeah.
I do have my own Sizzix Instagram as well. I think it's jess.sizzix. So if you want to share anything with me over there,
tag you,
or even today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm literally just going to pop that. So I've got my flowers. I'm going to pop the frame. So I measured around there and I popped the frame down. So I just want that to kind of outline the shape, and then we're going to add some fun colours to our flowers. So this is all going to frame it super nice. So there we go. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Again, like it's a little bit off, but actually I think that's nice. And I've been saying throughout it's so nice, isn't it? You could literally leave it like that if you wanted to. I think that looks beautiful as it is, but I am going to add a little pop of colour.
That's when they start. I mean, like, this is beautiful, but then it's going to get even better.
So you literally just take the corresponding larger kind of
solid,
like the little splats almost, and measure them up. And because this one is so free flowing, it does not have to be perfect. And I think I've been saying on every show, and I say it every time I do a video, it does not have to be perfect. We put so much pressure on ourselves to make crafting this perfect thing. And it doesn't have to be. It's about having fun and experimenting. So.
And it's just a piece of paper at the end of the day, isn't it? And we do it because we enjoy the process, not because the end product.
Yeah, so just have fun with it. So what I'm doing is I'm literally just pressing those distress inks right onto the stamp, and I'm even going to blend on the stamp itself, just by adding a little bit of different colours. I'm going for like reds and oranges. And then what I like to do is I just take some water in a spray bottle and just give it one very light spritz, and then I kind of take a bit of kitchen roll and just wipe the excess off the stamp pad.
So neat.
And then pop that down.
And you haven't moved the card whatsoever?
No, literally stayed in the same place because that sticky base is going to keep it there. So press that down. And you can see how they're kind of melting together and blending. And then you pull it up and you get that gorgeous effect. So it just looks stunning, and it just looks so organic, but meditated at the same time, which I love. So we can literally just pop the next one on there, and then I think we might just do a couple of extra dots and pop a sentiment on. But again, you're literally just pressing that in.
Okay.
And then so pretty.
Very, very pretty.
And you can change up the colours. Obviously this one is like blues and oranges, but obviously if you're, I don't know, making for spring, then you might do things that are a little bit more green and yellow.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the sort of flowers that also you can, like some of the samples you had like a meadow. So you can build those layers as well.
You can do multiples at once because you have such a large space. You can pop loads of them down all at once, which is really, really nice, because it saves you heaps of time, especially if you're batch making cards to sell or something like that.
Look at that.
So pretty, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Like, and I think the only thing I would do is pop a little sentiment down the bottom. So nothing fancy. We can pull that off. Got no residue on the back, but it stayed place. Literally just pop a little sentiment on the back.
I mean, this is the sort of cards that I think they are the most beautiful. They are layers. They are beautiful. It's designer kind of card, you know. There's some concept behind it, but it's just absolutely gorgeous.
100%. But they look like you spent ages on it, but really it didn't take you any time at all, and you just got that beautiful outcome. So there's just another example on some of the pattern card as well, just with a little bit more of a different composition, but you get that same kind of effect, and they just look so stunning.
Is that paper the one that comes in the bundle?
It is, yeah. So this is the pattern paper. So you can definitely use that as card bases as well.
Beautiful, absolutely stunning. If you want to go for those stamps, details on the left-hand side for the full collection, 156562 is your item number. If you want to go for the watercolor flower stamps on their own, it's just £6 and 29 pence in the club. And of course, and if you want to go to see more live demonstrations, we have got Sundown in January.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Park Racecourse on the 28th and 29th of January. Sign up for free make and takes. Stock up on your crafty goodies from a vast range of exhibitors and watch live guest demonstrations. We will also be broadcasting live, so join our audience and meet our presenters after the shows. Club members, order your tickets online to receive free entry. So treat yourself or someone special to a great day out and book your tickets now at createandcraft.com and search for Crafting Live. We look forward to seeing you there.
Well, if you are going, lucky you will see lots of familiar faces from Create and Craft. Now, when you are thinking about the stencils, one of the best ways is to create a background easily. Yeah, but when you want to have choices, that coordinate together, that works together to create a stunning piece of art. And this collection is that 4 different styles, but each of those different styles has got 4 different stencils, which means that you have got 4 steps that you can take, or you can just choose 1 or 2 or 3. There is so many possibilities. Getting them all means that you can then layer even though between them. So for instance, if you wanted to add that pattern to the center of the heart, you could do that as well. You have got in there beautiful backgrounds like the text, you have got the postage stamp, the brush stroke as well. All things that if you are not that confident doing it freehand, then the stencils are perfect for that. The fact that it's multi-layer allows you to create things like this with different colors as well. That kind of brings the definition, the detail into the gorgeousness of these designs. I love the way that the designs are big enough for larger pages or larger cards, but also for smaller ones if we want to do that. You are getting the florals, you are getting the beautiful, striking and perfect for backgrounds. If you like your art journaling, this is a must. This is kind of the abstract one. And the way that you can then put it kind of horizontally or vertically makes it the possibilities even more. You don't need to use all the layers, as I mentioned, but of course it's when you layer them all that you have got that richness of design. I'm going to grab another sample here as well, because you can see how this kind of comes from a bookmark to something a little bit bigger in there that you can then create something for a nursery or for a home decor. I mean, things like this take a cost, a premium price as well, because this is kind of feels more personalized, doesn't it? That's something that is printed. And then if we look at this one again, another different side that you can then do with those steps or with that kind of geometry. And then the final one that you are getting in this one is a bundle with all the scripts as well. So perfect for envelopes, but also perfect for larger pages. Now, these brand new and exclusive 16 stencils, they work on their own. You don't need to have the platform, but of course it will give even better. 404698 is your item number. £50 and 12 pence is your price for it with that saving. And on top of that saving of £19 and 84 pence in the club, you are going to get that free gift with purchase, not just on the brand new and exclusive, and not only if you are in the club. So if you want it, you will get that cobblestone glitter pot that you won't pay a single penny for it. Love that color, it's just so gorgeous.
It is stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Right, so you are going to be using the stencils,
yeah,
right?
So I wanted to show you guys how they work, how they layer, and how best to kind of apply your inks and things like that. So when you're stenciling, you don't want that top platform that we used for our stamping, so you can remove that stamp plate and just pop that to one side. And then we want these kind of sections. So what I'm actually going to do, instead of doing a whole thing, I'm going to pop down a card that I've already folded.
Yeah.
And I want to kind of have it hanging off the edge slightly. Yeah. Just so then I don't have to show you the whole thing from start to finish, but it just means that it shows you a different way of using it.
Yeah.
So you can move this up and down however you like, and then you literally just attach this
in there
into those little sections. And every one of these layered stencils, I am using the heart wreath, by the way, just for reference, has a little etched number at the top. So it has Sizzix branding, and then it just has our SKU number and a number. So the SKU number, it's very faint, but in person, you can just about see it. So you can see the number 2 on the end is the numbering, and then you have your SKU number. So say you weren't sure which one went with which, if you were washing them or something like that, that's going to help you out. So I'm going to pop my number 1 down, and I'm going to place my card. I'm going to have it over here because I kind of want the heart coming in from the side. And again, I can use that grid on that sticky grid sheet to make sure everything's straight, which is great. So let's do the base colour. Now this one's quite interesting because you have a mixture of foliage and flowers on the base. So you could do mixtures of colours if you wanted to. You don't have to do every layer the same colour.
Oh, that's right. Like you could build them up, and you could do like starting on a light green and going to darker
100%.
green.
You can ombre it. You can just pick out certain sections. You could even mask off certain sections.
Absolutely.
If you are worried about blending them, or you only want to see, say, a big rose or something like that. So that's definitely an option. So I'm just taking the Distress ink. This is a green one, and I'm just using the blending tool. And you just want to move in circular motions. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just focus on the kind of foliage elements with the green.
Perfect.
And then
it's so easy, isn't it?
So quick and easy. Literally, just tap it in there. And what I like to do with these sponges, I keep every single one for one colour, and it just saves me heaps of time.
Now, could you use like texture paste and glitter paste with this system?
You definitely can. If you're using something very, very textured, you only want to apply that to the top layer. Because bear in mind then, if you're popping other layers on top, it's not going to sit perfectly. And if you are applying any paste through these, you want to pop them in soapy water and get them clean straight away. You can apply layers of acrylic paint, like thin acrylic paint for every layer. Just need to make sure that they're dry between layers. But there's you can pop different pastes and stuff like that in between the layers, which is absolutely fine. I'm just going to add a little bit of pink to this layer as well.
So just the little hearts over there.
Yeah, just the couple of hearts. They've got a little bit of green in, but I'm not too precious about
It's kind of creating more of a kind of terracotta colour.
Yeah, like a bit of an ombre kind of effect. And I can go back in with that green. And what the beauty is with these stencils is when they're attached, say if I pull that away and I feel like, oh, I've missed a bit, I'm not happy about that, I can pull it away completely and just pop that back on. And it's going to align straight away. I could even take that whole thing off, but because of the system, it's going to stay in the same place. So let's just move on to number 2. So this one I think I'm going to keep relatively in the same kind of tones. I'm going to do quite a bright pink.
Oh, pink raspberry, one of my favourites.
Oh, I love that one.
It's such a bright pink.
I know, it's so good. I love the vibrant Distress ink.
And you're using like the traditional Distress inks, not oxides. Could you use pigment?
You can 100%. Yeah, I like using just a Distress ink just because I like the way that they blend. But Distress oxides blend just so beautifully. They're just a little bit more opaque. I probably wouldn't use like permanent waterproof inks to blend with, just because they don't have that soft blend the same way that something like a Distress does or an oxide does. But again, if you want that really bold effect that, say, a permanent ink would bring you,
you can.
You could use your pastes for that or something like that. So there's definitely options there to have those bright colours, or I could go over this with like multiple layers of colour and build it up, but I'm going for quite a soft effect. So we've got that second layer on there. Then let's pop number 3 on. I'm going to add, I think, a little bit of purple. So I literally just peel those off, and then I'll pop a little bit of that on. So, what's this one? Seedless Preserve.
Oh, that's a beautiful deep purple.
So, again, I could change up the different colours for the foliage and stuff, but you can just see how easy it is to blend and how easy it is with minimal effort to get that kind of artistic look and feel.
Without having to be an expert in colouring or
exactly. Like if you tried to hand draw this or whatever, and particularly if you were batch making it to sell or something like that and get it right and get it the same every single time, you're going to struggle, whereas this, it makes you look like a professional.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gives you like such a nice, neat edges as well.
Yeah.
They have got a depth to it.
They have, haven't they?
Yeah. And I love that it's so easy with the system as well, with the platform and with the holder, because then you're not using low-tack tape. You are, so it means that the whole card can be used, the whole front of the card.
Yeah.
And also means that you are keeping basically your fingers clean as well.
Exactly, yeah. Other than like me pulling off the sponge, but if I had multiple multi-tools, then that definitely helps. Yeah. And you can literally just pull that off, and you get that finished effect. So pretty. And then all you could do is, like, you could literally just add a sentiment onto there. So we can just pop any sentiment. I've got some of the Pete Hughes ones. So we could literally...
Lovely, Pete. If you are watching, hi.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's probably in the office now.
He's in the office, yeah.
Yeah.
He always arrives on the dot, and he lives on the dot. I mean, not 1 minute later.
He's very dedicated, is our Pete.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can see how literally I'm moving from stenciling to stamping. Yeah. I haven't even pulled off my project. I can do it all with one tool, which is perfect.
I love that.
And it just makes it so quick and easy. I say it all the time. I love creating cards or creating a project that has that maximum kind of impact, but it takes minimal effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look so pretty. That. And then you could even go in with the glitter or the sequins and just add little dots here and there to make it just that little bit extra. But I think that's just so impactful, and that's literally even half of the stencil. So it's not even the whole thing. So there's plenty of opportunities to kind of go full force and add the whole thing.
That is beautiful. If you want to go for the layered stencils, 404698 is your item number. £50 and 12 pence is your price if you are in the club. For £19 and 84 pence is your saving if you are in the club. And remember, you can check out your baskets on the line or giving us a call, but don't forget that incredible free gift with purchase, which is that I will call it gunmetal glitter. You're not going to pay anything whether you go for the stands, for the brand new and exclusive, for the cardstock. And remember also with cap PMP at $3.95, it's time to get your essentials from Sizzix, so grab them all there. Now the stamps are very, very busy. Now what you have got is the decision to make is whether you prefer to go for the full bundle or going for individuals. Now if you want to go for individuals, the price will and the item number will appear at the bottom of the screen over there. That empty space here, they're gonna be a spare. But if you want, there it is. Now if you want to go for the full collection, of course, then you have got a further saving. These 5 stamp sets, they are clear. They will give you that effortless look from Sizzix. Amazing sentiments, cheeky sentiments in there, but also warm, heartwarming sentiments. That's what I want. I got that at the end. I mean, right. I need to say what Ross has just said in my ear. So it says, are you trying to say that it will be heartburning? It's like, well, that could be, but not quite that. Right, yeah, they are not edible. But you have got these warm sentiments in there. You also have got the frames, the hand-drawn frames with this beautiful kind of leaves as well, that kind of, you can color them up if you wish to do so. That kind of sort of florals, elements that you can then bring into the side of the frame. This is one of those sets that you look at it and you're thinking, wow, there is so many possibilities of bringing it together, whether it's name tags or whether it's things like invitations, whether it is actually for bullet journal. And you can see in here how beautiful it does look, overlaying there and creating like kind of bubble effect as well. Now, if you want to go for it individually, there it is available, the hand-drawn frames. There it is, £11.99 unless you are in the club. Then we have got the hedgehogs. Hedgehogs. And I love how you are getting both of them, the one that looks towards the right, the one that looks towards the left, so you can join them together. And you also get the solid, so you can then create that solid stamping. I see lots of different shapes in that solid kind of element in there, because then you can then create, I see wings as well. I don't know, like a weird wings. Or lungs as well, that could be. But you can see when you layer them together, they look absolutely lovely, don't they? They give you that texture. And this is the same techniques in there as well. And you have got the ability to put them into a heart or just the single one, sending hedgehogs. Absolutely glorious of that one. So if you want to go for the hedgehogs individually, bottom of the screen for its details. £6.29 if you are in the club. Then we have got Tea-rific, which is with all those things to do with tea, and also those pumps in there as well. Love that. You are my cup of tea. Love that. And true story, I didn't know what tea was. Well, I did know what tea was, but I didn't know that you could drink it with milk until I was 17 years old. That's how we drink tea neat in Spain. But you can see in there that you have got those sentiments in there. Have a Tea-rific tea. And then that's the tea, but then we are going to go... So you have a Tea-rific tea, sorry, I said tea. And then you have got the blossom coming up as well, the beautiful blossoms in there. Now, this one is one of my favorites. Why? Because I think it's a beautiful two-step kind of a stamp, but you can do it in one stamp and you can do scatter flowers in there. There are actually 3 stamps or 3 steps, but you can do it as you wish. You can do it at very high contrast. You can do it with embossing powder. You can see in there how gorgeous it is. And guys, this is one of those stamps that it can be for so many different occasions. If you want yours, remember you have got the choice to go for the individual stamp set or the full collection with that extra discount. And then finally, the watercolor flowers. This is absolutely stunning. For £6.29 in the club, you are getting the possibility to get the most stunning, striking, artistic cards without having to know how to do watercolor. This is what I love about it, these stamps, that they are so affordable and give you enough to make cards like this. If you want to go for the individuals, bottom of the screen, but full set, 156562 is your item number. £17.37, that is your saving. £29.58, that is what you are paying. One-off payment, but remember, you can clear pay it or spread the cost in interest-free payments. Do make sure that you go to the website to look all the options. And remember, there is a single PMP charge of £3.95 per order, no matter how many things you put in. Also, the other thing is that you are getting the free gift with purchase, no matter what you buy from this hour from Sizzix. And remember to check out your baskets, otherwise you won't get all those big great deals. Now, we're back to you, Jez. We're going to have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, fab. Well, I wanted to show another stamp, and I want to show a different way of using it. So this is the Blossom Heart one, and I want to show how you can use these flower elements separate from this main heart element. So first of all, I'm going to create a really quick background. So again, I'm just taking those inks and I'm just blending them. So again, if you manage to get your hands on that blending head the other day, this is going to come in great handy, but it does still have that multi-tool on there, that multi-tool attachment. So I'm just going to blend this all together.
And you're using the matte, right?
Yeah, so this is our multimedia matte. So this is a silicone heat-resistant matte. It's white, so if you're popping down colours, you can see it, which is brill. So there's plenty of bonuses. This has little wells to the side. I've covered them up, but you can add those if you're doing paints or paste. Say you're working with paints when you're working with the stencils and you want somewhere to pop it. So many possibilities. Yeah, so many things you can do with this one. So I'm just going to, I think I'm pretty happy with that. So once you've got your blend all good, I think the only thing I might add extra is a little bit of brown around the edges, actually, just to make it a little softer. Okay.
I mean, both my director and my producer are saying that they are seeing a blurred giraffe.
Oh, okay.
Here.
He's a little bit. Maybe we need a little bit of orange up here to just blend that out. But and then the only thing I'm going to do is take some of that spray water again and just very lightly, just I kind of want really big droplets. So you just want to pull it back.
Okay.
And then press away.
That never gets old. Is that the white cardstock that we have got on the show
Yeah,
as well?
so this is the stamping cardstock. So you want that kind of smooth cardstock if you're inking or stamping. So I'm going to stamp on this now.
Okay.
So I think I'm pretty happy with that. You can heat it a little bit if you want to and just make sure that it's dry. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use those flowers on here. So I'm going to bring this in. I'm going to place that onto my sticky base again. And then use the flowers as patterns. So I can probably do multiples at once, but I can position them literally as a floral background, and I'm probably going to end up stamping them multiple times to fill this whole thing. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to stamp them with some clear embossing ink pad, and I'm going to emboss them so they show up nice and bright. Okay. So this is just a clear embossing ink pad, but any sticky pad will do.
Right.
And then you want to stamp it. You could stamp it with a regular ink as well. Stamp that down. Make sure that's nice and firm. And you won't be able to see it because it is clear.
Right.
But as soon as I pull that off, I'm going to add some embossing powder. So I'm actually going to use white embossing powder and sprinkle that.
So that will be contrast with what
yeah, so if you do quite a bright or dark background, but you could definitely use
that looks
copper. So good, doesn't it? So we're just going to knock off the excess, and then I'm going to heat it. So just again, bring in that heat tool.
Yeah.
And you just want to heat that up until the embossing powder just melts. I've not done a very good job of knocking it all off there.
All right. I like it. I like that sort of distressed look for the embossing powder. The first time that you see embossing powder, were you like, wow?
Yeah, I think so. I think I hadn't used it until I worked at Sizzix, and I was like, this stuff's cool.
Yeah.
So you can see how it changes colour, and you get that really nice bold effect. And then I would go over that whole thing more with the stamp, so I'd fill in every section.
Oh, I like it, like a sway of flowers.
It is nice just having that, isn't it? So you can use that separately rather than just using it as a heart. But I've got one that is completely finished.
Nice.
So we have one that's completely covered. It's got a bit of sticky on there. So that's completely covered. So that's the kind of effect you will get if you do the whole thing. And then really all I would do from there is just use that as my main panel. So I've got a card that I've stamped a sentiment on, and I just pop that onto my card. And that's done. Like, I don't think that needs anything else. You could maybe add a die cut if you wanted to over
with
the top.
the glitter that you're getting with your order free of charge, then you could then add some centers
go in the
there.
centres, and you can add some glitter centres. But I think that just works
perfect.
beautifully. And it just shows you a different way of using a stamp set that is meant to be a layered stamp, but actually you can use it for multiple things.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
And of course, if you want to go for the full stamp collection, details on the left-hand side of the screen. All 5 stamp sets for £29.58 with a saving of £17.37. That will be your saving. Remember, you can spread the cost with ClearPay, interest-free pay. And of course, the brand new and exclusive, those gorgeous stencils that we have.
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about creating backgrounds in different ways, and I do think some of these are going to lend itself to that, but you can also have them as the main part of your card, like we did with that heart.
Absolutely.
Literally just pop a sentiment on there and it's finished. It takes literally minutes.
It does indeed. I mean, minutes, and of course the things that, like, I love the let me grab the one, this one.
Yeah,
that was very similar that we have. We have got seconds to go. Don't forget to check out your baskets. They are such a versatile stencils that you get here. So grab them now. Oh, where is it? There it is. And grab them by checking out your baskets. Do you know when you are next?
I don't think I'm back until the new year now.
Well, then Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. We will be back straight after the break with Martin, and I'll see you in an hour's time with a one-day special. Oh, the Happy Puzzle Company next with Gavin and Martin. I cannot wait to see that one. And then Caterpillar with Helen and myself. And it stands by me on Craft Extra.
Look out for our big weekly promotions only at Create and Craft. Our one-day special, which is our special product of the day, launches every day at 6 p.m. New and exclusive launches Monday to Thursday at 4 p.m, where you will find products and offers not available anywhere else. And there's our pick of the week, which launches every Monday at 8 a.m. Taking you into the weekend is our Weekender, which launches every Friday night at 8 p.m. Create and Craft, bringing you 7 days of deals.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
You get the goodies, I'll get the door.
Okay.
Hello, Create and Craft Delivery.
Wow, this is the biggest order I've ever seen.
Haven't you heard? If you order anything from Create and Craft now, it's a Cat P&P of $3.95 per order.
Cat P&P of only $3.95 for all of this?
Yes, it doesn't matter what you order or how many different items you buy.
What, even the really heavy stuff like this?
Yes, sewing machines, die-cutting machines, everything in the van.
Oh, there we go. That's the last of it.
I don't think they're at home. We'll have to come back later. I'll warm up the van.
Oh, hi! Fancy a cuppa?
Oh yes, that'll be lovely. Chop, chop, Dan. Order 2 or more items from Create and Craft and we'll cap your postage at just £3.95, no matter how many different items you buy. Shopping at Create and Craft just got even better.
Well, this is very exciting. I tell you what you won't see in this show. You won't see any cards being made. You're not going to see any glitter. There won't be any of that crafty stuff. It's all about games, and I'm really excited about this because Gavin has been coming here for quite a while. Morning, Gavin.
Good morning, Martin.
How are you? I'm all right,
Lovely
thank you.
to get to work with you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. I've heard so much good stuff about what we're about to show you. The reviews are out of this world. I've avoided learning anything about this show. The producers have kept it from me. I've met Gavin. I know nothing. I know I'm going to be playing some games. That's the important thing. And apparently they're awesome. So fingers crossed we're going to have a fun show. What I'm going to start with is to give you the special details of this bundle that we've brought for you, or Gavin's brought for you. It's called the Happy Puzzle Company's Genius Gems, Square and Genius Star. So 3 games. Now, these are the popular games, particularly the Square, I'm told, which always flies out the door. They've been brought to you in a bundle of 3. It's the perfect time for Christmas. $38.67 is the club price. You're going to save a tenner. But we've also got stacks of other games on the show. Now, the other thing I'm going to tell you is lovely Gavin has got a bit of a cold, so I'm not going to be putting my arms around him during this show. We're going to keep our distance a little bit so I can, you know, look after us all. So I'm really excited about this. So, Gavin, just tell me about the company to start with, because you've been coming here for quite a while, haven't you?
Yeah, nearly 4 years now. It's the first time we got to work together. First of all, good morning, everybody. Hello, Create and Craft World. How are you? It's really lovely to see you again for my monthly show. Now, the Happy Puzzle Company had its 30th birthday back in November, and we do all sorts of puzzles and games which are available all over the world, and lots of your viewers not only tune in to watch this, but also to play along as well.
Well, this is what I've heard, so we better get into it, because I'm quite intrigued by this. I mean, look, it looks like like a. Now, the one thing I want to tell you is this is a TV-size puzzle, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So the actual size that you would get, which you can probably see across the bottom there,
here.
is smaller there, but very, very usable, beautifully made out of wood. And you do get 2 of everything inside there.
Yes.
So you will be able to play against somebody else. And this game is a tremendous leveller, because what it does is it allows you to play with your grandchildren or your children, adults and children together playing. There's no age limits on this at all. It's 6+, and you can also play across Zoom. You can combine sets to have lots of people playing together, and there's lots of online competitions and things like that as well. And we do know that lots of people play along with us here. Now, I do want to tell you, by the way, that this bundle, when we did it last time, we did it for a day in November. We decided to do it again today for a day because it literally flew like there was no tomorrow. In fact, although you see the prices that you got here as additional offers on top of, you know, with the club price and stuff like that, actually, if you were to go out and buy these in the shops, for the 3 games, you're saving almost £20.
Okay, cool.
It's an absolutely absurd bundle and brilliant value.
Okay.
So let's start by talking about the Genius Square. Now, the Genius Square was invented around about 3.5 years ago by an Algerian mathematician called Salim Berghish. And his original idea got sent to toys and games companies all over the world, and they all rejected his idea because the truth is that it didn't actually work in the way that he thought it was going to work. But when it landed on my doorstep, instead of rejecting it, I decided that we were going to actually work out how to make it do what he said it was going to do. And this extraordinary game is, in my personal opinion, and I promise you I've played an awful lot of games in my life, this is the best game ever invented. So, if, like Martin, you've clearly just arrived on planet Earth and have never come across the Genius Square before, then this is your opportunity to get what I believe is the world's greatest game. If you really do only buy one game for the whole of the rest of your life, this is the game to buy.
Wow.
Now, I'm going to explain why it's so amazing. Now, what we get here is we've got these 9 pentomino-style pieces, and these round pieces that you see there as well are what we call the blockers. Now, excuse me, I told you I'm really, really full of cold today. Sorry, this is always going to happen. So, if you remove all the pieces that you've got on there, and then the key thing that we've got here are these 7 dice. Now, the dice have got the coordinates on the different sides of them. You've got A to F and 1 to 6. And when we roll the dice, they will fall in one of 62,208 possible combinations. So if I roll these now, we'll have a look. I'm going to line them up here so that everybody can see them here, like so, because I know there's lots of people who will be playing along at home. So we've got A5, and I want you to actually block these out if that's okay. A5 and F6 and E5 and D2 and C4 and F1 and B3. Now, the genius in the Genius Square is not that you need to be a genius to solve it, because each puzzle is only going to take you no more than a few seconds. The genius is that there is always a solution. So what we have to do now is we have to get our 9 pieces to perfectly fill the grid.
Oh, Lord.
Okay? And it works every single time. So I'm preparing you for that. It does take a few goes to get into the rhythm of it, but I want to show people a few different ways of doing it. And in most of the puzzles, there's more than one solution.
Okay.
So you won't necessarily do it in the same way as I do. So are you ready to play?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, let's go. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to talk while I'm doing this, which will definitely make me slower and will give Martin a huge advantage over me here. Pieces slot in really nicely. They're made of wood, not just in this set, but also in the main set as well. And I am making a real pig's ear of this over here. Let's move that one over there, move that onto there like that. Oh my goodness me. Wow, look at that. I was nowhere near. That is absolutely fantastic. So, should we play again?
Yeah.
That's your first ever game?
That's my first ever game. I've never seen it before.
That is awesome. Oops, I'm throwing those around. That is seriously, seriously awesome. Wow. And by the way, I do want to say that later in this hour, If you like this game, there's a brand new product launch coming up of something that you've never seen before, only just come out, and if you like the Genius Square, you will love this. Right, let's re-roll those dice. Again, there's only a 1 in 62,208 chance of us getting the same coordinates again, and let's face it, unless we're going to win the lottery, that's very unlikely to happen. So, we've got E2, and we've got A5, and we've got A2, and we've got F6, A6, C4, and E6. So, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's give it another go. Here we go. This is the perfect Christmas present for the whole family because everyone can play together, young or old, as I mentioned. It's ages 6+, and everybody in the family will absolutely love this. It really is an absolutely tremendous game, so it comes highly recommended. I thought I was about to finish, but now I haven't. Now, some puzzles are obviously easier than others. How are you doing over there?
Bit slower this time.
It is a bit slow because not all of them have the same level of difficulty or easiness. What are you doing over there? Here, put that one in there like so. Put this one in here like that, and I've done that one. There you go. So it's one game all.
Must have been luck, the first one.
No,
That
I
is
think
brilliant.
you did. I think you did jolly well. And of course, once you finish playing, the first thing you want to do is play immediately again. So
we better have a decider then.
We better have a decider. I think so. But although obviously you've got your lovely little discount with your club price of saving £4.60 on this, the deal on the bundle of the 3 Genius games is so utterly astonishing for today that you really do need to look at that to get the complete Genius set for everybody in the family for Christmas. Here comes the decider.
Obviously, we could play this the whole hour, but we're not going to, folks. Don't worry, we've got lots of products to show you. But
we're going to do one more as the decider.
Yeah, okay, E2.
Okay, so yeah, let's just go through these again. So we've got E2
A5.
and A5 and A2 and A6 and D6 and C4 and F4. You ready?
I am ready.
Okay, here we go, the decider. Let's go. There you go, that's going to go in there, and we will show you after this the other Genius games as well.
Don't worry about that, folks. We've got loads to show you.
Miss out, but we're also going to show you the VT of this. Listen, if you put these in your basket, please check them out straight away because obviously there is limited stock of everything, and I don't want anybody to miss out. There you go. I went.
It was obviously
not
pure beginner's luck.
It definitely wasn't beginner's luck. It was an amazing achievement that you actually did. That quickly.
That's so frustrating.
For the first time. That was amazing. So that is the Genius Square. In a moment, we are going to move on to the Genius Star.
Before we do that, I've got a very quick video to show you that shows you the Genius Square in action. Have a look at this, folks. That is absolute genius. I tell you something, folks. I've just been watching that video and I'm thinking, right, Christmas Day, playing for beer.
Oh, not sherry?
No. I just think, me and my wife, maybe wine, a sip of wine for every game you lose. You know, something like that. That's going to be brilliant fun. Okay, so you can get all 3 of these, Genius Gems, Genius Square, Genius Star. We're going to look at the Genius Star in a minute. You get all 3 for $38.67. You can buy them individually, but actually getting the bundle is the best value by a long way. You're getting basically 1 for free. Don't forget, there's 2 games in each box, so you're playing against each other. 2 squares, diamonds, or gems, stars in each box. So 923941 is the item number. Remember, you can spread the cost. We've got ClearPay. I think this is just, you know, it's one of those things that it's a game that makes you think, which is the important thing. Yeah, it
doesn't take long to play. Because there are other types of games, I'm thinking in terms of Monopoly and Scrabble, where you need to sit down for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Particularly in this day and age when, unfortunately, children don't necessarily have the attention span that maybe we had in a previous generation. So have a game which they can, that's educational as well.
Yes, I agree.
That they can play just for a few minutes, and particularly with parents and grandparents. You can see now how easy it is
and
to
also,
do over
I don't
Zoom
think there's
things.
any age you could an 80-year-old could play an 8-year-old, and you've both got as much chance of winning the game. You know, it's a really clever concept. I want to show you some of the reviews of people who've bought these in the past. They're all 5 stars. Brilliant game for Christmas. It's a great puzzle, keeps your mind active. Excellent game, suitable from age 6, and my grandson from age 8 have loved the challenge. Even Grandad at 73 enjoys the game. The perfect game for all the family from 3 years upwards. Everyone who played the game thoroughly enjoyed themselves and wanted to continue playing. Great game. My granddaughter of 10 loves it. She said it was her favourite thing this Christmas and hasn't stopped playing it. No one has escaped. They go on and on and on, and all of those were just before Christmas last year. So you can see that people are buying these. They're thinking, do you know what? The cards of the history, Monopoly's history. We all know that it was Dr. Plum in the study with the lead pipe, right? Let's forget all of those games and play something a little bit different this year. And I think you can with this. We're going to go and have a go on the Star game now.
Just again to really ram it home. If you buy the set of 3 of them on the normal retail price, you're saving nearly £20. That's good. Really extraordinary. Now, the next in the series is the Genius Star. The Genius Star is harder. It's ages 8 to adult, and it's got an awful lot more possible puzzles in it, over 166,000 possible combinations. And again, it's always possible. Now, there are 2 different ways in which we can play. So the first thing I want you to notice is that you've got these 2 pieces here, which you can put together to make an orange star, and deliberately in your one I've turned them upside down, Martin, because you don't need to play that way, but it makes the game harder, because in roughly 57% of the different puzzles it is possible to build this with the golden star intact, and that counts as a double win.
Okay.
So you can choose to play it safe by not having the star intact.
I think we'll go with that. Yeah, we'll have them turned over.
Or alternatively, you can do it with having the star intact, but again, you're taking a risk there. So it's, do you want to go easy or do you want to go hard? Now, there is something that you should know here. When we roll the dice, first of all, let's take all of our pieces out here. Our blockers here are the white triangles with the stars in the middle. We've got 7 of them again. The reason why there's more combinations this time is because the dice are different sizes. So we've got some octagonal dice on here as well. Now, when I roll these, what's going to happen is this. Now, first of all, let's just put the numbers out there. We can see what we're going to block out. Let's just move these over here so that everybody can see them, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do with these numbers, because we're going to go onto a website which is called thegeniusstar.com. So let's put these in first of all. So we've got number 34, so let's block off number 34, and we've got number 27 over here, and number 40 over here, number 33.
Oh, I've got a bit behind there.
There's number 33 there. Number 11. It's like doing the lottery numbers. Number 39. Yeah, number 39. And your bonus ball is number 28.
Hang on, what was
11, 39 and 28.
39.
Now, if we go to thegeniusstar.com, what we will see on there it is, you can see that there now. We can put those coordinates in there, and then we can push the little orange button. I think we're missing one number on there, aren't we? We've got 34, 27, 40, 33, 11, 39 and 28.
Yeah.
And push that button and let's have a look and see what happens. Go and click on that button. Right, now, what this tells us, because every puzzle has a solution, but this tells us that there is at least one way of solving this with the golden star intact.
I'm missing a thing. Hang on a minute.
What are you missing?
I've got... Oh, let's turn it around this way.
34, 27, 40, 33,
33, that's the one I was
There,
missing.
you got that there?
Yeah.
Now, just to make it easier, I'm not actually going to do this with the Golden Star, but I wanted to show you that it is actually possible to do this with the Golden Star in place. This is going to be harder. We're not going to do this one in 20 seconds.
Okay.
But let's see how we do. So, you ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Right, let's try and get these
I'm not
in
doing
here.
the Golden Star because that's just like bonkers.
Yes, it probably is a little bit bonkers, and it does take a while. I mean, some of these puzzles are really significantly harder. You know, you might find that they suddenly take you about 20 minutes to do. But again, in the same vein, there is always at least one possible solution, and you just have to get there. Now, of course, rather like the other games here. Oh, how are we doing here? Like the others here, there is going to be. Oh, hello. Put that down in there, put that in there, like so. And there you go, I've done that in there. There you go, I've done.
I'm not happy.
Yeah, but okay, but this is much harder. And to be fair, I'm a little bit practiced.
Yeah.
I reckon I've done this
I
probably
thought I was so good to start with.
50,000 times. So
Right.
this one is 8 to adult. The principles of everything are the same, but it is a little bit harder.
Certainly is. Because you start off with the shapes that you think, oh yes, that's definitely going to go, and then of course you're left with ones that won't go. Let's do one more. Let's do one more.
we'll
See if
do
we get
another
a better go this time.
Genius start, okay. And again, we'll put the coordinates in and see whether it is possible. This time I'm going to try and do it with the star in place if it's possible. So hopefully it won't be possible, then I won't be under that much pressure. Let's load these up here so that we can see what we've got here. And we have got, and we'll put them into the machine in a moment as well to see on the website whether or not it can be done with the Golden Star. So we've got number 12, and we've got number 2, number 37, 29, 27, number 5, and number 39. So, question is, if we push that orange button, it can be done. Okay, it can be done. So I'm going to try and do this time
Can't find
with the Golden Star
Oh,
intact.
right.
Are you all right? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. Wow, okay, this could be extremely difficult. Well, let's start by putting the Golden Star in there. And let's move this piece into here like so. Let's try and move that piece into there like so. That's not probably going to help me hugely by putting that in there, but we could put that one in there like that. If I put that one across there like that, no, that's not going to help me there either. Oh dear, okay, this is particularly difficult looking, I have to say. That's going to mean that that has to go in there like so. That one in there like that. If this one goes across in here like so, that will go in here like that. Now, I'm either about to shriek with delight or scream with frustration. And what am I going to do here? Hang on. Have I got that? No, I haven't got it. Of course I'm not. It's going to be a question of screaming with frustration.
I can't even
fit that
speak.
in there. Well, there you go. I'll take over. You're watching Create and Craft.
Here you are.
I'll put that in there like that. Does that go in there like so? No, it doesn't. And it looks as though it's going to, but it doesn't go in there. Oh, I'm just one out there from there like that. This is a much more
I must be
tricky.
missing a piece.
You're definitely not missing a piece, but it's good that you're seeing an example of one
Lord.
there that is
I have to start
significantly
again.
harder. Yes. So I think, because obviously we've seen how this is. Oh, you know what? I'm so close here. I'm so close here. Wow.
Yeah, this isn't as quick, is
No,
it?
it's not as quick at all. I mean, that's why I was quite lucky the first time that I did it. But you can see this is much more meaty, much more chunky. This is not your starter.
No.
This is your main course. This is the steak and chips part of the meal.
This definitely. Have you done yours?
No.
Oh.
I was just busy talking to the camera to avoid embarrassment.
This makes you think, I can tell you that much.
I'll tell you what we should do.
What's that?
Should we watch the VT? Because otherwise we're going to be here until 10
Yeah,
o'clock
okay,
doing this.
I get the hint. I get the hint. Let's watch the video, everyone. Wow, that's an incredible game. Obviously, the three of them together are going to give you 3 different types of challenges. 40% of that bundle has already gone. There's another show this afternoon, we hope, with Dan Bancroft, and you know, I mean, he is the king of everything he touches, so he'll probably have this done in like nanoseconds, to be honest.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Yeah, we'll see.
He's not done it either.
You'll have to tell him how good I was.
I will make a point.
The square game is brilliant. We've played the star game. We've got the gems to show you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so same concept?
Same concept, but slightly different presentation. So what we have here is we have
numbers.
10 clusters. There's no numbers on this one. 10 clusters of gems. Now, what you'll notice is these are double-sided. Whatever you see on one side is reversed on the other side. So here, for example, if you've got here 2 oranges and 1 pink on one side, if you flip it over, that becomes 2 pink and 1 orange.
Yeah.
Similarly here, 2 green and 1 yellow. Flip it over and you've got 2 yellow and 1 green. Now, the dice here are different, and there are different types of dice. So I'm going to show you the most straightforward way, because what we're going to do here is we're going to build colour shapes. So I'm going to put this on here, and I'm going to shake this up so that these all land inside the coloured wells. Or we'll just put that one in there. There you go. And what you'll notice here, I hope you can see that there, is that each of the dice, and these dice are all the same, will fall into one of 6 patterns inside the coloured well. And what we have to do is we have to recreate all of those patterns simultaneously in the grid at the same time. And again, it's always possible. So, if you can you see those from over there?
I can, yeah.
Is that okay? So let's have a look and see how we can do this. And some of these shapes are really quite difficult to do as well. So if I try and do here, so you can...
in the same colours?
They've got to match the colours completely. So, yeah.
Crikey.
Crikey indeed. Let's put that in there. That's not quite right. That's not how I want that one to go. If I move that one over into here, and then we can put that into here. So we can see that I've got the green one in that shape. You can go on any angle. It doesn't have to be the same way up. Now, if we look at the yellow one here, for example, if I put the one in, no, that's not going to work there like that. Oh, I tell you what, let's do the orange one here first of all. So if I put the orange in there like so, and then move that across here like so, is that the way that it looks? No, but that is. So there is our orange shape going in there. And now our pink shape across here. So we can do it like that, for example, going in there. And this one will go in there like so. And what are we doing with our yellow? With our yellow one, we've got, is that going to work there like that? No, of course it's not going to work there like that, because of course I've messed that up completely.
Oh, I even got the first one wrong, the pink one.
There you go. I'm going to move that actually across there and put that into there like so, and then move this across here. No. There is our yellow shape in there now. So now I just need to get the blue one in there, but I've probably snookered myself in doing this like so. Because if I want to, yes, you see, not so easy. Not so easy. Let's move that one out of there like that. Let's move this one into there like that. That doesn't help us because I've just messed up the yellow one completely, but I could move that orange one into there like so. So I've still got the orange one, and then I put the yellow one in there like that. It goes in there like so, and I've just got to get this blue one in there, and I'm not quite sure what exactly I've done to deserve getting this quite so complicated, but I think I actually am working in the direction of getting this right. Am I or am I not? Do we know? No. Does anybody care? Yes, you all care, because you all want me to succeed in whatever I'm doing, and that's lovely. That's why we love being on Create and Craft.
Oh my word.
Ah, hang on. I think I have managed to get that in there. There you are. No, not quite. Nearly though. Oh my goodness me. Okay, but you get the idea, and it's, again, it's always possible. You can always get these to go exactly where you need them to go. Move that across there like so. Move this one, if I flip that over onto there, that is our design that we need to do there, and I think I've actually done it. So there we've got there our green one. It doesn't matter if they extend, as long as the pattern is in there. There is our pink one there. Our yellow, orange one is there. There is our pink one there. There is the yellow one there, and there is the blue one in there, and we've solved the puzzle.
Genius.
8 to add on this one, and in excess of 10,000 possible combinations. But a delicious little twist. Now, these white dice are all the same, but there are also some devilish dice, which are the black ones, which have got harder patterns on them. And you've also got the dastardly die, which is the red one, which is even harder. And you can use any combination of 5.
Oh, you're never going to run out of games with this, are you?
It's highly unlikely.
No, unbelievable. OK, we'll have a video on the gems, I think, as well, don't we?
Yes, we do.
I just want to play more puzzles, particularly the square. That is superb. Look at all those 5-star reviews. This is the things that we've got on the website. It's halfway through the show. We've got a brand new product coming next. So if you've bought your puzzles before, there's something else coming up in a minute that you won't have seen, which is awesome. And there will be another one later this afternoon as well. So, like it says at the bottom of the screen, here's your Christmas gift, everyone. Really affordable prices, fantastic puzzles, lots of excitement, brain stimulation, gets you thinking, and just fun to do as well. Turn off the TV and play a game instead.
Absolutely.
Right, I've got an email. It's from Billy, regular emailer. Morning, Billy. She says, I had to email in to say how wonderful the Happy Puzzle products are. I struggle with dexterity issues and bought the Genius Square first. It's brilliant and really helps me manage to be able to play. I love that the pieces are wood. They are light and warm to hold, which is great if you've got dexterity issues. That's a very good point. She said it's also something you can play in bed. I roll the dice in the lid, and when I can't pick up the circular wooden blockers, I use the dice as the stops instead. Great idea. It's a great diversion and really lifts my mood. It's easy to play solo if you want to, and you get the yes when you figure them out. She says, I've ended up getting lots more in the range, and I highly recommend these games to everyone. After getting on so well with the Genius Square, I've since bought lots more. Thank you, Gavin, and the team for creating such fantastic games.
Thank you, Billy.
Billy, thank you.
That's
right.
so awesome. And actually, I want to add to that and say that a very, very lovely viewer of yours, whose name is Beryl Oram, she's particularly excited about what's going to happen now because she loves it when we do a brand new game. This is a product launch. This is the first time this has ever appeared on Create and Craft. If you love the Genius Square, you will absolutely love what I'm about to show you. The stock is very limited. I'm going to introduce you now to Beat the Sequence. Now, I hope you can see from the overhead here what I've got here. Now, I'm playing in the purple pieces here, and Martin's going to play with the green pieces, which he's got inside there as well. And what you'll notice is that they've got numbers on the top. Now, there are 400 different puzzles which we can do here. I've just picked one at random. I'm going to pick number 209. So let's find the... there, I don't know whether you can see that from up there, but it's going to give us 12 different tiles that we need to take. So we need to take those numbered tiles. So can you please take numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4. That's there. 1, there's 4. And where is 3? There is 3. And where is number 2? Can we see number 2 anywhere? Of course, it's right in front of me. Everyone's screaming at the squares. Number 2 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11 and 12. 5, 7, 11 and 12. And 15, 16, 17 and 20. 15, there's 20. 17, and I just need number 16. Where is numbers? There you are. There's number 16.
What did you say? 15?
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Got all those.
5, 7, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17 and 20.
15, 16. Where are you, 16? 15.
It's right in front of you, and you just I know what it's like. There's 15.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was looking, because I've got 16 in my hand. 15, 16.
17 and 20.
17 and, come on.
There's 17 over there.
Yeah, 17
And there's 20.
20,
There,
thank
there
you.
you go. Okay. Now, what you'll notice is that all of these pieces, all of these segments, have got colours on them. And what we're going to do is we're going to race, because you get 2 of these again, we're going to race to complete the wheel so that every single colour is equally spaced.
No, come on.
Okay, so you'll notice that we've got different quantities of them. So, for example, you can see we've got 2 that have got a red, we've got 4 that have got a blue, we've actually got 6 with a green, and we've got 4 with a yellow as well. So we're now going to race against each other to try and complete this. You ready? Do you understand what you have to do?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
You've basically got... there's a picture on the front here, so am I trying to replicate that?
That's basically what you're trying to replicate, but obviously you've got different pieces of different puzzles.
Yeah.
So let's go. Let's try and put these in here. So if I put that in there, I know that, for example, I've got 3 reds here, so they're basically going to go. If we go round sort of clockwise, they're going to be every 4. So 1, 2, 3. There you are. That one's going to go in there like that. Assuming I've got it in the right order at this point, like that. And then, what have I got here? So let's try here. So I put an orange one in there. How many oranges have we got? So the oranges are also going to go every 4th one as well. So let's just try putting that one in there like so. And then we'll have to put this one in here like that. And then what should we go for next? Let's go for the yellow ones. So the yellow ones, we've got 4 again. So they're going to go every 3rd one. So if we put that one in there and try and put this one in here, like so, and then the green ones, well, what we do know about the green ones is that they're going to go every other space. So I suspect that if we put that one in there, and then what have we got to do here? That one's going to go in there like that.
I think I've got it.
Let's have a look. I've done it as well. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We've done it a completely different way. Now. You haven't quite,
right.
Because if you look at the blues,
yeah,
the blues are not spaced equally. What you've done is you've done it symmetrically, but they're not. Now look at my one, because I've done it here.
Oh, right, okay.
So what you see here on my one here,
yeah,
is that the reds are all spaced equally.
Yeah.
The oranges are spaced equally.
Yeah.
The yellows are spaced equally. The greens are spaced equally, and the blues are spaced equally. Does that make sense?
It does.
Should we do another one? Let's just pick another one. Let's take all of these out now. So 400 puzzles that you're getting, and if you like the Genius Square, you will absolutely love this. Let's choose another one that's at the top of a column. Let's go for this one. Let's go 317 there. So we've got 1, 2, 5 and 6. 1, 2, there's 1 and 2, and there is 5. And where is number 6? There is number 6 there. 1, 2, 5 and 6. 7, 9, 10, 16. 7. There's 7. Where's number 9? There's number 10. Where's number 16? There's 16. 7. Where's number 9? No, I can't see. I know everyone at home is sitting there going, there's number 9. There it is. There's number 9. 7, 9, 10, 16. And 22, 23, 27 and 31. 22, 23, 27, so it's just 22 that I'm looking for here. There it is, there's 22. So these are the only ones that we're going to need now. So these are our ones that we've got here. Let's have a look at this combination and see what we've got here. So this time, wow, very different combination things. So you ready? Okay, let's give it a go. Let's see here now. Now, by the way, this is also an 8 to adult one. 1 or 2 players. and really something that's going to make people think. Let's start off by putting.
Well, it shut me up, which is good, I guess.
There, which is awesome. Well, we've got those. We've got the 23. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put that one in there, and then we'll put that one in there. Let's see if that works for us there. What we got now? Let's try it with the orange ones. So they're going to go every third one. Try putting that one in there and put this one in here, like so. And then try the yellows now. We've got, so they're going to go every third one as well. Put that one in there and put this one in here. Did I make a mistake? Did I make a boo-boo here? I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm not quite sure, actually. No, maybe I'm all right here.
I think I'm done. No, I'm not.
You're not done. That's going to go in there.
I am now.
We're going to put that in there.
Yes.
And that in there. Are you done?
I think I've got it. Please tell me that's right.
That is absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
And I hadn't done that one yet.
Yeah. Get in.
That is awesome. So we've got a special offer on this as well.
Shirt overhead.
A special launch offer on this as well.
Yes, this is a giftable.
Stock is very limited.
15% off, so just $14.44. I'll be completely honest with you. I wasn't sure first game. I was a bit like, but now I can see how that makes you think, and it is very satisfying to beat that sequence as well.
Completely.
So $14.44. That's a brand new one for you. Right, let's take you to the website. There is so much going on in this show. No wonder there's 2 shows in the day, because I could still be playing the Square game right now. To be honest, I could literally be playing the Square game right now, seriously. But you can get all of these. That bundle is proving very popular as well. And of course, we've got all these different ones. Now, there's more coming this afternoon, but we're going to have a look in a second at the Illusion Cubes. Quite interested in that one. Oh, this is a bit Escher-esque, isn't it?
It is exactly what it is. It's very Escher-esque. And I just want to point out, by the way, that the version that I'm using here, I've gone to my local craft store, local high street craft store, and I have got some magnetic tape just to put them on, so it just makes it easier to demonstrate them here. But what we can do here is, so first of all, you notice these are not flat. These are, the Illusion Cubes are basically built on layers.
Yes.
So that you
They're
can
like
see...
decoupaged.
They're like what?
That's a crafty thing.
Is it?
They're like decoupage cubes, folks. Everybody at home will know what I mean.
Because I do know, by the way, there's quite a lot of your viewers who've used this for quilting.
Okay, yeah.
Quilting is not something that I've ever done myself personally.
No.
So what we're going to do here is we're going to just build some very basic optical illusions. Now, this is the world's first create your own optical illusions kit. Okay, we're going to do some very basic things. Now, I always wonder how well this comes across when you look at it on the TV, but this will give you a very basic idea. You can see that we're actually creating some optical illusions as we go. Now, what you get with this is you get, and by the way, this is a single player game, you get 120 challenges which use increasing numbers of these. Let's move these just to one side for a moment so that everybody can see this. And as you progress through the book, you'll see that the challenges get more and more complicated as you go, using more and more of the cubes that you get inside. You get 24 of the cubes inside, and everything you see in here is possible with these. You can, of course, combine larger sets as well, but the idea is that once you've worked your way through the 120 different puzzles that are available there, you then start creating your own. So this then becomes a create your own optical illusion set, and it's fantastic. So again, you've got 24 of these, and the sky is the limit in terms of what you can do, and I'm just going to keep on doing these because, quite frankly, you see, but I haven't actually taped them all the same way around, because if you flip them over, the stepping's in a different way, and that means you can do different things with the cubes. Do you like?
I do like, and I tell you what I've thought about all of your games so far is they are more about thinking than about mental skill rather than sort of dexterity skill, right? And I know, you know, I'm 60 years old.
Never.
You read in the papers, you know, doing crosswords, doing anything that's got a mental agility required you know, they've done studies, and I'm not here to quote those, but they're going to help you, hopefully, as you get older as well. So I think all of these games you've shown us so far, really, you know, my brain's spinning.
Well, I'm going to say the following. I think it's important to say this, because I just qualify this by saying that I am actually a psychologist of education by profession. And one of the things which is a real issue these days is in communication. Unfortunately, particularly the younger generation do most of their communication via screens. And what's very important about these types of puzzles and games is that when you're playing against somebody, you can look them in the face, you can communicate them with them directly. I'm not saying that all computer games are bad, but when computer games take over everything, and when communication comes all about what's on WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram and all of those things, it's important that we don't forget what's important. And from a family point of view, to be able to sit down together as a family and actually play some puzzles and games, do some creative stuff, is amazing, and it's important. It's important.
It is. Okay, so we've shown you some great stuff already. We've still got 10 minutes or so left as well, so loads to see. We can show you a video on the illusion cubes. Now, we've got one more game to show you, and then we're going to go back to the multi-buy, which everybody wants, and I'm going to have another game of squares, because that is absolutely brilliant. I only won one. I've got to see if I can get that back. This one's called Tillions. Not trillions, but Tillions, OK? Tillions are made to go together. Every one of the 144 pattern magnetic tiles in this box of Tillions fits with every other one to make millions of unpredictable new designs. Until you try them, it's hard to believe how patterns form and shift with every change. Let's learn a bit more about it.
So Tillions, Tillions stands for tiles in millions, basically. And what you get inside is you get a magnetic board, which you can either use as a small magnetic board, or it will open out into a double-sized magnetic board, which you can use either way up, and these are great for travel. You have got 18 different Tillions, and you get 8 of each. So you've got 144 Tillions in there altogether. And the idea is that you build your own patterns. Now, there are different types of tiles inside there. I don't know whether you can see this, but we've got things which are called runners. So those are things which basically run between different patterns, corner pieces, borders, middle pieces, and finials, which are ones which only join on one side. You'll find you can build lots of symmetrical patterns, but you don't have to at all. If you look through here, you'll see some of the different types of patterns that you can build, but the sky is the limit. And the really nice thing about this, I can tell you that our set at home, the kid's still on the fridge.
Right.
It works really well on there. So what I'm going to do is just to demonstrate this to you, just to show you a couple of things that we can do here. So what we could do here is we could just do a basic pattern, which we start by putting 1, 2, and 3, and 4 of those in the corners there like that. And then we could get another, we got here 1, 2, 3, let's go for 4 of these. Have I got 4 here? Yeah, I have got there. One goes in there like so, another one goes in there like so, another one goes in there like so, and another one goes in here like so. And then I'm going to just add, I haven't actually got anything to put in the middle there because I haven't created a middle piece. So there's a very basic pattern. But we can go on and build them again and again and larger and larger. There's just the sky is the limit. And because they're magnetic as well, makes them very easy to stick together as the patterns. And these are Tillians.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, Tillian, brilliant. Now, there's one thing that I need to tell you. I'm going to show you a video on this in just a second. One thing I do need to tell you, and don't shoot the messenger because I've only just been told, but these are all on extended dispatch 13th of December. Correct. I'm being told, because obviously Gavin here's got to go home and get all your orders, and there's a lot of them, but they will be with you in plenty of time for Christmas.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, 100%. It's all in stock. It's just a question of getting it all in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. So if you're thinking, oh, that'll come by Friday, no, it won't. But it will definitely be with you next week, 13th of December. It'll be leaving and be with you before Christmas.
Why did you look at your watch?
Because it's got the date on.
Oh, that's clever.
I wanted to check what the date was.
Oh, fair enough.
Right, so let's show you a video of Tillian's. Okay, that's Tillian's for you. Now, we've got a limited amount of time, 8 minutes. We want to show you 2 games before we go. So we're going to go back to the multi-buy and using the square game. Now, remember, this is a TV-size version of the game in front of me. Yours, remember, you get 2 of everything, and they are more sort of table-friendly sizes there. So, and with the multi-buy, you're getting all 3 of those games, and that is an absolute steal at that price. It really is. But we're going to have one more game of this, which is the Genius Square, and it is an incredibly good game to play, I have to say. And then what we'll do is we'll finish with a Beat the Sequence, because that is flying. That's the brand new one as well. And also a reminder that Gavin is here later on this afternoon with the king of games, I reckon, Mr. Dan Bancroft. We will see, won't we?
And another new game as well.
Another new game in that show as well, yeah.
Right, let's roll these and see where we are, because I know lots of people will be playing along at home, so I'm just going to line these up here as well.
D1, F4.
Right, hang on, I'm miles behind you. A6, and D1, and F4, and C4, and B6, and D6.
D6, and
A2. There you go there. Right. All right, you ready?
Yep, ready,
okay,
let's go.
Let's go for this again. So this bundle is going to contain, it's got the 3 different games in it. If you were to buy these in the shops, it would cost you nearly £20 more. So it really is an absolutely astonishing deal that you're getting there. So if you haven't got this in your basket yet, check out your baskets before you miss the opportunity. I think we've got a pretty hard one here. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, this is not an easy one at all. What are we doing here?
No.
I know.
I'm starting again.
But that's good because it does show people that it's not always equally easy. And that's important. But even when it's not particularly easy, it still will only take you a matter of a few seconds extra to do. And he says that, and of course I'm going to start again on this one. This one looks really tricky. Well, there you see, we wanted to do an extra 2 games in here, but now I'm starting
so close.
Gosh, look at this. That's going. You know, everyone's sitting at home shouting at the screen.
Yeah, they'll have all done this.
Can you not see this?
Yeah.
This is obvious, but no, we're missing it at the moment. That's going to go in there. This will go in here. Hopefully, is that going to go in there like so? Oh no! Look what I've done. How frustrating is that? Gosh, put that one in there like so. Put that one in there. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. Time for one more.
Beat me again.
Time for
I'm
one
obviously a novice at this.
Yeah, but you've proved yourself
You wanna
to
do
be
one more?
absolutely amazing.
Right,
Can I
go on
just
then.
say, if ever you want to feel good about playing this, you want to play against Adam.
Adam.
Because
How is he not good?
I think Adam likes to think that he's really good.
Oh, right. I'm going to challenge him then.
Yeah, Adam is definitely. You want to build your confidence, play against Adam.
Right, well, thank you. Right. C4, that comes out a lot, C4. E6. I'll challenge. I'll tell him I'm really rubbish and I'll play him for a tenner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And E6 and F2 and D2 and what did we say? F6 there, down there, and F1 and C2. Yeah, you there?
Yeah.
You got it all? Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
Let's
Right, I'm not sure whether this one is easier or harder one than the previous ones, but that's not going to go in there. That's not where I want that to go, but I think I probably want that to go in there, actually. That might work well there. Put this in here like so, move that in there like that, put that one in there like that, done.
I'm left with
That
that
was
one.
quick.
I'm left with one piece. I was nearly there.
That was really quick on my part. I'm really impressed with myself there.
You're too good at this. You're too
No,
good at
I'm not too good at it. I'm just
Right.
practiced.
Listen, 60% of the stock of this has gone. Don't forget there is a show this afternoon as well. That's the multi-bar. You get the Genius Square, you get the Genius Star, which is a real brain challenge, and the Genius Gems, which is again incredibly good but hard. The Genius Square is definitely the place to start. Everybody can play this game. Everybody can play this game. You can challenge Grandad, you can challenge Uncle, you can challenge your brothers and sisters, your friends. Play for prizes of some kind, you know, best of 5, best of 10, that sort of stuff. Here's a quick video to show you.
Game, Paola.
9, 11,
13 and 20.
13.
There's 20. Where's 13? Can someone please help me find? Where is my 13? Did I take the 13? Oh, there it is already. And 20, 21, 27, 29. 20, 21, 27 and 29.
Do you know what? We're not going to have time.
Oh,
We're not
no.
going to have time. By the time we've sorted them out, we'll definitely not have time.
Well,
I think
this
it's
is the new game. This is
yes.
awesome and amazing.
And I think, to be honest, you need to tune in this afternoon and see the new game in more detail again, and another new game this afternoon as well. What is it? Should we tell
yes,
everybody?
let's do a little sneak preview.
Yeah.
This is
Fluzzle.
Fluzzle is an abbreviation for flower puzzle.
Okay.
So this is a puzzle which centres around, strangely enough, flowers. You're going to be building your own puzzle gardens. And it's the first time this has ever been on television
our viewers will
anywhere
like
in
that.
the universe. I can tell you the really nice thing about this. It's a beautiful story. This was created by a professional Brazilian opera singer.
Wow.
Who knew? Who knew?
That is incredible. Okay.
Anyway, we've had the best hour. And
Yeah,
quite
it's been
frankly,
awesome, hasn't it? I've really enjoyed it. I've learned that I'm quite average at some games and very poor at other games as well.
You've done
I'm more of a word
amazingly well.
game person, but I like this very much.
Yeah, it is amazing. And you know what, people, because it's obviously on the website, I'm getting a bit concerned that we might be sold out by this afternoon
Well,
of the bundles.
Yes.
So let's wait and see
people
how we
will
go.
watch probably on catch up before this afternoon as well. So if you want to get anything that you've seen in this show, Please get it right now and don't wait for the latest. What time are you back on?
I'm back on at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
And hopefully by that stage I will stop sneezing and being completely blocked up. I apologise, everybody. But hey, this is me, this is live TV, this is the way it is.
Absolutely. And you're going to hear a different voice doing the menu as well, because Gavin asked me if he could possibly do the menu.
I like doing the menu.
So it
the
might be a
menu
bit
tickles
spluttery,
me.
but he'll tell you what's coming up in the next couple of hours. Right, don't forget you can order after the show. One of the quickest hours I've ever done, because we were having such great fun, and my mind feels exercised as well.
And I will be back at 3 o'clock with Dan. Can't wait to see everybody.
Absolutely. Thanks for watching, everyone. Gavin will tell you what's up next. Get ready, Gav.
So let's see what's coming up now. Next we have the Caterpillar Mega Monthly Deal. That sounds amazing. Then after that, Stamps by Me Pick of the Week, and over on Craft Extra, live jewellery box takeover.
Genius.
The Side B's. Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best product and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, for ideas and inspiration.
Hello, good morning. Well, I hope you enjoyed the last hour, and you know you need to sit down for another amazing hour coming up here on Create and Craft. We are talking about the monthly mega deal, the Caterpillar Pro, and we are talking, of course, of Helen.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
Really good. Now, the thing with tools and with crafting is that sometimes we get distracted by the pretty colors, the flowers, the whatever, but actually the thing that we use every single day that makes a match something different, it has to be the tools that we use.
Absolutely. So this tools are that kind of essential. It's not like you're thinking about what you're going to make with them in terms of, like you're saying, with stamps or with papers or colours and things like that. It's purely something that you're touching every day and not even thinking about it. That's the thing. It's not, you know, you're picking up your glue gun, you're picking up your trimmer, you're picking up your pokey tool, tool. These are things that you're touching all the time when you're crafting, but you don't really think about what ones you're getting. And so I always say, you go with the best one that you can afford, and this is such an amazing deal that this should be the one that you want to afford today.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the thing. It's such an amazing. I mean, it's trimmer, but I hate using the word trimmer as well because it's so much more. It's kind of, in my opinion, it's the precision cutting of a rotary cutter. It's the strength of a guillotine, and then it's the preciseness of a trimmer, and it impacts all of those three in one. And again, can I just say, on an amazing price. I just can't even get over
Well,
that.
we have done a little bit of, well, actually, I'm going to say Ross, our producer, credit where credit is due, has done some research about price comparison. Actually, it's his other half, Katie. Credit where credit is due. Now, have found a place where it is upwards of £200. They are looked online. They are, the place with the river, £143 and 71 pence. And there is another place as well that you can find it for just £99.
Wow.
Now here on Create and Craft, if you are a club member, £76 and 49 pence is the best price we could find. Now that saving, if you're in the club, £63 and 50 pence. Even if it was full price, it still would be quite competitive. But now with that saving, means that is the lowest price you could find online. Of course, do your own research by all means. But this is our own research that we have done for a brand new Caterpillar Pro. That's the other thing. It is brand new. This is not second hand. This is brand new. We will go into all the features that you have, but remember, the Pro is the one that is over 12 inches in base.
Over 12 inches, absolutely. So this will cut 12 by 12 paper without hanging off the edge and having to kind of hold it to make it stay or anything like that. You don't have to worry about any of that. It's also got the light on board. It's got those rotary gears in as well. There's so much, and there's even a little bit of storage in here, which I think is so wonderful when companies use wasted space for a use. I love that. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but I just have to say, I mean, the prices that you were saying, okay, the 200 plus one, frankly, I'm not sure about that one, but the other prices were absolutely sort of good prices for this because it's an absolutely amazing tool. But why not, when you look at the original price and then you look at the price you're getting, why not get the most for your money? Absolutely.
Get it with this incredible discount. Now, the item number is 411341 is your item number. 60% already gone off the monthly mega deal. So we are going to head straight away and get over the demonstration because you are thinking, well, yes, a trimming, a guillotine, I'm used to pay what, about 30, 40, 60 pounds. Woo. Why you pay £76 and 49 pence? Why would you pay that? Well, there is one reason, and I was thinking, is that self-sharpening blade.
Absolutely. So how it works in terms of what a self-sharpening blade actually means, that was a terrible noise, sorry, is this is your blade here. And it's actually a rotary blade that is connected to this bar via gears, which means that it's got a real smooth edge to the cutting. But what it also means is, you know how when you have a trimmer, you've got a blade and it's usually about this sort of height and this width. You're actually only using the tip of it constantly. It's constantly being used, just that tip. So obviously it will eventually wear down, and usually, unfortunately, sometimes fairly quicker that you have to replace it. But that's kind of bog standard when it comes to something that is a consumable, which trimmer blades are. But with this one, because it's actually using the 360 blade, throughout the whole of the process of pushing it through the paper, you're using a different section of the blade. And you've also then got this board here, this hardened steel. And this is also a blade, and what happens is when the rotary blade goes over the hardened steel, it sharpens it each time. And what that means is not only will it arrive to you cutting beautifully, it will continue to sharpen, and continue to cut beautifully every time. You don't need to replace the blade like unfortunately you do with a trimmer. And again, I have trimmers, we all have trimmers, but these are consumables that you are probably going to, over maybe a year's period, at least change it 4 times. If you think about the cost of what that is when you're replacing a blade each time, not only is it the original output for the trimmer, it's also then the consumable of a new blade every so often. I don't know how many times you use it, but if we conservatively say 4, you know, you think about that price. Then when you compare it to this price and that it's on the price that it is, you realise the benefit of having it.
Yeah.
Now this, as I said to you, this is a 12 over 12 inch cutter, which means that let's just grab a piece of my 12 by 12 card.
Right.
It's going to fit perfectly on all the way up to the ruler, and that's on a quarter inch all the way along, okay? And it also has underneath it, so it has metric and imperial, no matter which one that you work with. It also has a light on board. Now what the light means for you is that if you are using, something like this is quite a dark piece of card, but it's one piece of card, so it's fine. But if you were using, say for example, this piece of card, and you wanted to be able to cut the strips, you can actually see, can you see over there, the light is shining right through the card, so you're going to get an accurate cut every time you do it. So there's the light there. If I switched it off, you can see the difference. That, you'd have to be sort of thinking about where the line is, but as soon as you switch that on, you can see the edge of the hardened blade here, and you can see precisely where you need to cut. I also want to say to you, before we cut it, we're talking about this holding, and obviously this is the blade. You can see that I've touched it several times without feeling any pain or anything, so that's protected. But also, when you pop your finger, the littlest finger you've got in here, the blade's not going to go over it because it's in the housing. So that means, not only does that mean safety for you, it also means safety for other people in your household. Now, I personally have used a guillotine for quite a while. That's something I use, but I'm always extremely conscious of getting a guillotine out anywhere near the younger members of my family. As soon as you get the caterpillar, as soon as I was able to get this out, I didn't mind having it out around the family members, because I knew that even if they came over here and played with it, unless they literally ripped it up, which you can't really do, look, you can see how much pressure on there, they're getting absolutely nowhere near the blade. Even when it's up here, they're getting nowhere near it. So let's just show you how easy it is to start cutting, and I will turn the light on. So we'll just, I don't know, let's just do sort of an inch over the line. So you'll see here that your markings, I always work in inches, but the 1 inch, the 0 inch ends on the line of the blade.
Yeah, if you can move, it's towards me, like the
To be fair, quite far over. Sorry about that, guys. I hadn't even realised how far over I actually was.
I'm gonna play.
I didn't want to share with you. I wanted to keep it all to myself. So you can see that I'm just holding the paper very softly, not difficult, and I'm not going to be going. You know, when you bring a trimmer down, you're pushing down on the trimmer so that it goes through the paper.
So you need to have force and dexterity.
Absolutely, because obviously it's going to go. A moving blade's going to be going into a stationary piece of card, so you need to push, but not the case with this. We literally, you can see I did it with 2 fingers and 1 on the top just to guide, and you get that perfect, no feathering, nothing like that. It's not, it's perfectly symmetrical from one end to the other.
Yeah,
on that piece of card. I'm sorry, you can't really see it over my jumper, but look, you can see here, completely symmetrical, beautiful cut from top to bottom, and that's because you've got this, like I said, the rotary blade. This also cuts lots of weights of paper. What I would say, let's grab some other stuff. So we'll go with, this is quite a lightweight paper, almost like a wrapping paper.
Yes, because that's the thing, wrapping paper you can, you know, with a trimmer it's a waste. Yeah,
because what happens is when you, again, like I said, when you send a trimmer blade, which is a moving blade going through a stationary piece of card or paper, it bunches up at the end. But here, I don't have to worry. I just hold it in place. And you see how quick and simple that is. Again, matches to the top. That's what you want to make sure. There's no sort of any edge that's gone wrong. And that is going from something that's 250 GSM to, I couldn't even tell you.
Probably 70 GSM,
70 tops, I think. You know, easy, simple, but then we can also
60, 70, that's
you know, like,
and the thing is, whichever side, I couldn't tell which one you have cut, because it's like a professional cut. It's not a jagged edge of a trimmer, traditional trimmer, that will have those, you know, telltale signs. And this is just...
And then we've got, so this is parchment paper, cut just as well, easy. And effectively, if you see, when I just did the parchment paper, I did it both ways. I went back and forth, which you
Yes.
absolutely can. Whereas sometimes in a trimmer, I mean, I'm not dissing trimmers. If you've got one, fabulous. I'm just saying sometimes you can't go the other way because
Or
again
a
it buffs up.
guillotine. I mean,
obviously you can only go one way with a guillotine. Absolutely.
So it saves you time and effort because
Absolutely.
basically you're just doing both sides.
And also, let's get another piece of card.
Now,
So we've
it
got-
also has a grid, which a measuring grid, which is etched
Absolutely.
into it.
What's wonderful about this is because it's etched, it means that it's not like a sticker or anything like that. It's not ink in any way, so it's never going to rub off. It's always going to be there. This is made from a hardened plastic, again, which is really hard wearing but lightweight, which is important because if you're using something like this trimmer, you may well be moving around your house. I don't know. A little tip though, this bar that holds the gear is not a handle, so don't be using that to carry it around. Just pick it up from the bottom. Like I said, lightweight, really easy. But very durable.
Is that because if you hold it from there, the gear system can get weakened?
Well, and also, I mean, when you pick something up with a handle, you're putting pressure on the handle, and so handles are made to be strong. Whereas this is made to take the gear. It's smooth. It's got gear workings underneath there as well. If you can hear my fingers,
yeah, we can
hear that. That's the gear work. So it's obviously connected from the bottom of the blade up to here. You don't want to be pulling that every time because it's taking the weight of the trimmer then, and eventually, you just don't know what might happen to it. So I always say, this is not a bar to handle. This is a bar to gear along. Okay.
Oh, a bar to handle.
Yeah, not a bar to handle. So we've done some glitter cards.
My mind suddenly went to a bar.
My mind goes to bars all the time. Also, this is some glitter card here. So you can. It's not encapsulated. It's glitter on the top, so you can definitely feel that. And still, look at that. You can still see the light. And this, when you get glitter card, you get the card underneath, you get the colour, and then you get the glitter on top. So that's 3 layers of card, and it's really simple and easy to cut that every time. We also show you, look at this. This is what gets like this. Not even sure what this is. It's quite a thin plastic that you make stencils with.
Right, yeah.
It's not like it's even more sort of plasticky. Like
this
mylar
feels like plasma. I call it plasma.
It's like plastic, but yeah. And so you can see here, just by moving it.
Polypropylene.
You can. I don't know what it is. I know that you make. People make stencils with it, but it was just literally a piece I had in my craft room. You can see I've already used it.
Now,
I just
if
wanted
you
to test
had a trimmer in the pencil, those ones that you drag the blade, if you have tried to cut something like this, it doesn't really work that well. It kind of bends it a little bit too much, indentated.
And as well, something that really winds me up if I have to use a guillotine is if you're trying to cut acetate, it always just bends it over the side of the thing. The guillotine the blade goes over and it literally just bends it over.
And it makes a mark in white as well, that then you cannot get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, something like this is amazing. Like, there it is, so fine.
Yeah.
Really fine piece. Let's go all the way down just to show you.
You know what?
Look at that.
I'm getting jealous.
I'm not 100% sure why you'd want that kind of thinness.
Right, yeah.
But if
maybe,
you do, you
I know
can.
what. Well, I'm going to go with Salvador Dali, a moustache. You know that Salvador.
Moustache?
Yeah, that's kind of.
Actually, that's not a look I want you to get on camera. Let's put that down.
Oh, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. If any director would, that would be
it. Stay. It's even too thin for that. Look at that. I feel like I should be going like this.
It looks like a cat now. It looks like a...
it was over here. So I just show you. Do you want to have a go?
Yes.
Yeah, so you were going to say you were jealous.
I was going to grab the one in the pack shop. But the thing is, I will be honest, I don't own one because I have been saying that for a while.
Start at the top then to practice with it.
Because, but the thing is, the only time that I have used it has been on air. So I have been, because I wanted to say that, anything that you see me doing, you will see that it's a complete beginner using the Caterpillar. And there's so many things about the Caterpillar that I love. And the fact is that the clean cut.
Absolutely,
look
no
at that.
feathering. That's the thing is you don't want to. Maybe you've got some special card stock that you're using, and you absolutely don't want to be going through the card stock, damaging it, and then going, well, that's wasted. But this is a bit like you say, a clean cut every time.
Can we do? So, what sort of materials? Is there any materials that we should wouldn't cut with.
So I spoke to the people at Caterpillar actually, because I had my Caterpillar and I wanted to know whether they recommended not certain things to use. And so I spoke to this lovely lady at Caterpillar, and she said to me that the thing to note is when you are cutting something, if you are standing with your whatever material, and you go like this, and it creates resistance, like the blade almost pushes back at you. That's the trimmer telling you that that is too thick or too dense to cut. Again, that's something really important. People talk about thickness, which is true, but also the density of the material can also make a difference. So you could have a 1 millimetre piece of grey board, but it could be extremely dense, so you might not be able to cut. I'm not saying you won't. I've cut grey board on mine, and I've actually got a piece here which I'll show you in a minute. So I have cut grey board on mine, but if you find resistance, that's when you should stop. Don't try and drag it through, because not only will you get a terrible cut and you'll think, wow, well, that's wonderful, but also you could damage the mechanism inside the holder. So I just say, when you feel a bit of resistance, stop. So I'm not getting any resistance here. You can see I'm kind of just sort of directing it down. I'm hardly touching it, and there's no resistance. Also, they told me, because it's something I like to cut, is I like to cut vinyl. And they said, well, we wouldn't recommend sticky adhesive vinyl, because you don't want to get any sort of the glue or anything in the mechanism. And I said, how about HTV then? Because HTV is what, if you've never seen HTV vinyl, this is what you use to put imagery onto t-shirts or fabric or something like that. And it's notoriously plasticky because it needs to be ironed. So what happens is, when you get the HTV, the adhesive is actually almost cooked into the material. That's a terrible word, but you know what I mean. And they said, actually, Miss Kirkham, we don't know. So why don't you try? And so I said, okay, I'll try. And look at that. It was the same tension, the same feeling as cutting that piece of I think it was 280 GSM, and this is HDV vinyl. So you've got the layer on top, you've got the adhesive built into the material, and then you've got the plasticky part on the back, and it cut it just as it had a piece of card. And I think when you think about that it's cutting both of those things individually, at the same sort of time. I mean, that's amazing. Think about the toy for fabrics. They don't say fabric. They say don't cut fabric, but I have cut foam, and this is quite dense.
Is it the fabric because of
cut it like butter?
The fibres then?
So I think I'm not sure about the fabric. I guess when you've got fabric like cotton, you've got cottons running through it, and that could maybe interfere with the gear itself. But obviously something like foam is solid, so it's not going to interfere with any of the gears. I mean, I just think when you look at something that can cut paper, glitter card, plastic, heat transfer vinyl, card, and foam, among other things, when you realise that a trimmer can cut that and still it's sharp effortlessly, absolutely, and it's still sharpening as it goes, and that is incredible to me.
Well, this is the Caterpillar Pro. I remember 60% of the stock has now gone. It's the monthly mega deal with a saving of £63 and 50p saving. It's a massive saving for such an incredible tool. £76 and 49p. Now, by all means, do your own research online to see whether you can find it. You can find it elsewhere, but not at this price. We have done some intensive research, and the prices kind of go into from £200 or upwards of £200 to £99. We can give it to you for £76 and 49p if you are in the club with that saving as well. Now, what the reasons is that you as a crafter, why do I want a Caterpillar Pro? First of all, because you want to have a trimmer that has that rotary action, which means that the blade is less exposed less exposed to the cut every single time. If it's a V shape, you obviously the cut is always on the same place, so it was going to get blunt eventually. This, because it is a rotary, it wouldn't because of that rotary action. But then it's a self-sharpening. It self-sharpens with that metal base, which also means that if you are some clever viewers who are saying, yeah, I can put some magnets in here over the top and secure my paper as well. The other reason many of you want a Caterpillar, and I kind of am with you, is the fact that it doesn't need pressure. It just needs to hold it down against the blade, no matter, and look at that, it's smooth. beautiful cut that you're going to get every time. The cut that will give it is not just for paper, it's just not for card, it's for all those materials like acetate and parchment that are notoriously difficult to cut with a V-shape, a trimmer or a guillotine. By all means, I'm not going to get rid of my guillotine because it has its uses. But maybe you are somebody who has been scared of the guillotine because there is more of a danger. Because remember, this is protected. Protected, the blade means that it cannot go into your fingers. Nowhere where I can touch can cut me. The other thing, and even if you think that, oh, it kind of dances a little bit, still the blade is protected there. The other thing I love about it is the lights. The lights means that you have got precision trim cutting every single time. That light means that the light comes through so you know exactly where you are cutting. So this is phenomenal when you want to trim a picture or something like that. And you have got the storage for a little bit. But remember, is that price, that's £63.50. You want to grab it now, you want to check out your baskets. And I will be also checking out what is available as well in the website, because we have got great deals, including a light box, and we have got cap, P&P. So check out your baskets, but see what Dan and Nigel are up to.
You get the goodies, I'll get the door.
Okay.
Hello, Create and Craft Delivery.
Wow, this is the biggest order I've ever seen.
Haven't you heard? If you order anything from Create and Craft now, it's a cap P&P of $3.95 per order.
Cap P&P of only $3.95 for all of this?
Yes, it doesn't matter what you order or how many different items you buy.
What, even the really heavy stuff like this?
Yes, sewing machines, die-cutting machines, everything in the van.
Oh, there we go. That's the last of it.
I don't think they're at home. We'll have to come back later. I'll warm up the van.
Oh, hi! Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, yes, that'll be lovely. Chop, chop, Dan. Order 2 or more items from Create and Craft and we'll cap your postage at just £3.95, no matter how many different items you buy. Shopping at Create and Craft just got even better.
Right, we were talking about cornucopia.
We were.
And where it come from, and then I kind of got apparently some mythical Horn of Plenty.
Yeah, because the ghost in the Christmas present in Christmas Carol has one.
Yeah, well,
yeah, as well.
So yeah, I think my theory was correct, but
right.
my insecurities kind of took the best of me. Anyway, but here you have got a Tata Lace cornucopia.
Oh, you say it well as well.
Oh?
Say it again.
Cornucopia.
Cornucopia.
Yeah.
I love that.
But actually, this is the cornucopia, which is slightly different because it's with the corner rather than the corner. Anyway.
That's brilliant.
Cornucopia.
It's a beautiful set of colours, whatever it is. Yeah. They're absolutely stunning colours. I love that sort of deep purple up there as well. I think that's really very royal. Purple.
It is.
And
a beautiful
creativity as well.
Oh, yes.
Creativity.
And you know what? You are so right. And then it has those beautiful shades. So I'm going to put them like this so you
beautiful.
can see, well, until I smash it.
No, lovely.
There it is.
And also, this is sort of not very coated either, so uncoated. So
Nice.
you'd be able to stamp on
Very
that
smooth.
stencil. Yeah, very
and
smooth.
thick.
Absolutely.
Because we're talking about, this is about 300 GSM. It feels like or maybe no, maybe 270.
What does it say?
Oh, 300.
Look at you.
Yeah.
You're right. It is a good weight, actually.
Yeah.
So you could probably create boxes and things with that, too.
Indeed. So construction weight, you can create, of course, your own blank cards and beautifully smooth. And, of course, it will die cut beautifully as well with the larger dies. So if you want to go for the Tata Lace cornucopia, cardstock pack with 48 sheets, the special price, Nicola.
That's brilliant.
It's £8.99. Yes, I can, you don't think that I don't have, to put up my accent, but sometimes I put it a little bit in a stronger volume.
Say cardstock.
Cardstock.
I love it.
738660 is your item number. £8.99. I try very hard not to have an accent, but I know it's important. I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm so sorry.
Never say sorry. It's beautiful.
Hello.
That was fantastic.
There it is.
I mean, say hello to this card. Wow.
I'm saying, right, so let's go. For £1.79.
You see that price?
This is, you know, crazy prices on crates and craft.
Oh wow, £1.79.
Yeah.
How many sheets are in this?
So there are 50 sheets. 50 for £1.79.
Oh,
Tony Larrock is across the street, and she's just like, what?
Wow.
It's 4 pence per sheet, and they are beautiful. Tony is like, Tony Larrock is like. Yeah, she's like, can I have some? Actually, I would say just for this one, which is very unusual. Look at that.
Oh, imagine making like basket.
I need this.
Use a basket die for Easter or something.
This would die cut as well.
It would.
I need to get this one.
Yeah, because it's embossed.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember that you can add it to your baskets, whatever you are getting, and cap PMP means that you are only. And then we have this paper. Now, the weight is definitely paper, but that's beautiful. I mean, wrapping a little, like making little bags as well. So definitely.
I like that.
But I would pay. I mean, £1.79 for 50. I think you are getting 10 of each. There are 5 different finishes. I mean, I would go for a multiple. I would multiply because just these ones. Imagine making an art journal cover with this.
Yes, I love
and
that.
You
like
can
a
attach,
junk journal.
And you can attach it to a thicker card as well. So there is lots to do with this. £1.79, please. If you go for anything else, please put it in your basket. It's flying out. You might add it. I mean, £1.79, even if it's just one single paper that you're going to...
Imagine if you've got a Secret Santa as well.
Oh.
There's no way in a million years the person would think you spent £1.79. For this many sheets, they definitely think you spent more.
No.
So if you're doing like a craft Secret Santa with your friends, that's amazing.
917657 is your item number. £1.79. You're saving £3.20. So remember, do make sure to check out your baskets for that. Now we have got more cards coming up. This one has got a linen, a beautiful linen and glitter. I mean, let's kind of bring the glitter to the fore because look at that. Look at the beautiful glitter. Now, we can cut glitter.
Absolutely. You saw me cut some glitter cards on my Caterpillar. You can absolutely cut this. And actually, I can show you how this one works. This is actually encapsulated glitter, whereas the glitter I had was the unencapsulated.
Yeah, or
non-encapsulated. I don't know. But this is encapsulated, so it's even better. So the thing is that's 100% cuttable on your Caterpillar. But when you have encapsulated glitter, it's also possible to cut this with your dies, with your electronic cutting machines, all feeling comfortable because the glitter is encapsulated. Don't forget that you've got that white and cream linen card, which fold down the middle will make an absolutely stunning card.
Let me put this. This is falling apart, but then I'm going to show you.
Look at the purple again. I'm obsessed with purple. Look at the
Is it your favorite colour?
Oh, purple. Do you know, it's really funny. Purple is 100% my favourite colour, yet I very rarely wear it.
Oh, well,
it's pretty weird.
See, well, the thing is, do you craft with your favorite color, or because, for instance, I don't craft that much with red or black.
I craft with pink and purple all the time. Yeah. I'm always struggling to get nice purple cards because it's always wishy-washy. Whereas this, although pale, is not a wishy-washy colour. It's still very strong. It's got character. Yeah, absolutely.
And then
really, look at that one. That is stunning.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous, and the beautiful green as well.
I mean, it's still an amazing price as well. Look at that. I mean, the glitter card, the linen card. So think about the fact that that's a textured card. You could ink up the corners, would look really nice, and it would bring that linen sort of texture coming through. You're right there. You're making them go back to rainbow colours.
I kind of like rainbow colours, but then you can see that. So we're going to put them
beautiful.
There. I mean, I should have put the purple first, but you know.
No, that's a beautiful job you've done there.
Yeah, but I'm not very good at putting them back into their place so they don't kind of... okay, that's all right. That works. That works. Yeah, that moves gently. 542-650, £8.09. That is your price. £3.90. That is your saving in the club. Remember, even if you're not a club member, you can get all your crafty goodies here on Create and Craft. However, when you are a member of the club, you get an extra discount. Now, we have got next the very essential part of card making.
Absolutely. Do you know, it's funny you say that. Card making is 100% essential. The other day, my brother actually said to me, Helen, do you have any spare cards I could have? I was like, are you joking? Of course I've got cards. Every card maker needs cards. It's like absolutely essential. And so look at the glittery ones. So
now,
what if you're making that special card?
I will say one thing. I don't think the camera captures the... oh, yeah, there it is.
There it is. Oh, look at that.
Oh, well done, Chris. Look at that. Look at that.
They are beautiful.
Oh, they are beautiful. And it's smooth, so you could still stamp, all right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, or you could stamp on it and then colour in. You know, alcohol markers or something work really beautiful over glitter cards. That would look really nice.
Really £3.59 for 4 cards and 4 envelopes. 349153 is your item number. Now, we are both very excited about this one.
The scoreboard.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
I'm hoping that we can demonstrate it because this is a scoreboard different. Can you explain why it's different?
I can indeed explain why this is different. So if you've ever seen a scoreboard before, usually how they work is you have the bone folder, the bone tool. Actually, here we go. Yeah. So we've got our mini here, which is really wonderful, very travel worthy. But what happens is that bone folder comes down and you put your paper along here and you score down into the well of the scoreboard. Now, that is a standard how it sort of slides across, doesn't it? That is standard how a scoreboard works. But what's really unique and special about this one is that instead of having the wells here, you line your card up, you line your card up to the numbers up the top, and you actually use this part here, and it's a raised, it's not a blade, it's not sharp, but it's like a raised area that then you see on this bone folder. You've got that little ridge, so the paper goes over the top and it goes down like that. Now, one might say, well, why do you need that? What's so special about that? Particularly if you're someone like me who's fairly heavy-handed when they score, and if you're scoring something quite light, like parchment or a very low-weight paper, sometimes you can push, and not even necessarily hard, but you can actually cut the paper with the bone folder if you're giving too much pressure. But this cuts that out because you're not pushing the bone folder into the gap. You're actually doing it onto a raised area, so it just bends the card down instead of cutting it, which is super clever. And also, with your extender arm, it's 12 by 12 as well. So you literally just lay your paper up, and this is where you're going to do your score line. It's really easy and simple. And I even love simple things. I'm never going to get this back on. I really love that it's got a little place here for the housing of your score tool, because how many times have I lost those?
Absolutely phenomenal. I have got one that is not, I mean, I bought it maybe about 15 years ago. That is a sort of system, and whenever I have got a tricky material, like you were saying, like a parchment, like an, you know, this is the one that's the sort of the precision scoreboard that I will go for. Also, I remember working into a printers long ago before I came to this country. When they score professionally, they have got exactly that, one that scores inwards and then one that is the recess, because that stretches the fibers in a perfect way, like you were saying.
Yes, because it creases it rather than bends it. Absolutely.
And the fact is, if you know how to use a roller trimmer, this would be a perfect addition. I love as well.
Yeah, it's just like it feels very much like a trimmer.
I think this is how it works. Let's put it. It fits in right inside.
The housing is really secure for it, and it just means it doesn't go.
I think it's the other way around.
But as I said, it is just it's kind of the same action as a score, like a standard scoreboard. So if you've ever used them, but it doesn't take long to get used to.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've just got to remember that where you're wanting to score is where you line it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very, very, very good idea to get it.
I do too.
£25 and for £19 is your prize, and of course you can kind of spread the cost in interest-free payments. In one of the options, of course, is ClearPay. 089444 is your item number. Now, you may want something a little bit smaller, tinier, travel size. Maybe. Do you ever do it? Like last week? Okay.
Are you going to ask?
No. Last week, for instance, I was under the weather, right?
Okay.
And I was like, I got bored, even though I was watching stuff and reading, and I was like, I want to do something. So I started to do the mini books, you know, as a Christmas ornaments. Now, these would have been perfect, because this could be like something that you can be in bed, you can be watching TV, and score still the things, the little things. I don't have a mini one, and I was like, oh, this is exactly what I should have. And it's only £9 and 44 pence.
And what's really amazing, as Paula says, it is travel size. It does have a little housing for your score tool. But what it also has, if I turn it over, is it has an envelope maker on the back. You see here, it's got the full details and instructions of how to use it. So I'll show you. I've done some here. So this is our little mini envelope made on the board.
Yeah, perfect.
And then we go up. Next size.
Wow.
And you can keep going up.
So all these sizes, we have done them.
Absolutely, and I only went 4. There's other sizes as well. This is an 8 by 8 piece of card. and it scored beautifully. And these, which is so clever, these, you get your little embossing, there we go, you get your little embossing ball tool, you lay your paper over the top, and then you can emboss these little decorations onto the paper.
And I love that it tells you in inches and centimeters,
how you work.
the paper size that you need to do, what scale you need to do, and then the card size that you need to do.
Absolutely.
That is
Look at that.
Brilliant. So the finish size that it will go to a 7x5 envelope, which is phenomenal. Wow.
So that's amazing. So again, it's a beautiful scoreboard for travelling and things like that, we said, but also it's a multi-tool. You've got that little embossed feature on the back, and you've got the ability to make the envelopes. Say you've got a really beautiful pattern paper like I've got here. These make absolutely stunning envelopes.
Secret
Really
Santa,
simple.
I think this is a perfect
Brilliant.
Secret
Yeah, I
Santa crafted. 369867 is your item number. Right, now we have got the Pocket Tool. Now this is a magnetic, so you can see there. Now this one is one of those tools that I know so many crafters, we cannot live without it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when we talk about essentials, there's a certain set of essential tools that every crafter has, but a pokey tool, particularly if you die cut, is like an uber essential. It's something you really need, absolutely. And I had never, until I saw this pokey tool, I mean, I'm sure there is others, but I had never seen one with the magnetic bottom, magnetic top. And so what that means is if you've got those teeny tiny little dies and it falls on the floor and you can't pick it up, you're like going like this with your fingers.
I think it's the bottom, but
no, that's the top, because you poke that way, don't you? That's your handle, so it's got to be the top.
Well, it depends. I mean, I took the wand the other day, the magic wand, the wrong way around. So
the magic wand? What do you do with the magic wand?
You know, the Sussex, they had the hot glue gun. And
I didn't see.
That's, so you can. Well, actually, talking about glue guns, coming up next. See,
that was a good.
Lady, £4.49 is your price for the magnetic pocket tool. And remember, with CAP EMP, it makes sense to go for several of these amazing tools. 638473 is your item number. Now, we are talking about the hot glue gun. We have got the kit and caboodle one. I love this one. It's cordless.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's wonderful about this is you are not tethered to the wall. It doesn't mean you have to do your gluing in a certain place where you know you've got a plug. You can absolutely. Oh, look at that. We should do Charlie's Angels.
I mean, is it like this? It's like that. You don't see it. You see this black hair.
But yeah, so you're not tethered to the wall. It also has this little stand, so you don't have to worry about it falling over or anything while it's heating up. You'll see here, I don't know if this is plugged in, but you get a little, the light here. When it's red, it's charging. When it's green, it's fully charged, so that one's fully charged. And when it's blue, it's switched on and it's ready to go. So you get three little lights. Red is it's charging, green is it's charged, and blue is it's turned on. And I worked out that it took me, I charged it up, and it took me about 30 minutes to fully charge it, and then and mine's still going after my first charge. And it's really simple. It takes the standard size glue sticks that you can get. I'm sure there's some on the website, but you get 3 so that you can get started. And it's really easy and simple to use. I mean, again, the younger members of the family, I mean, you know, my teenage nieces, they use my glue gun all the time, and I'm not worried about it. Anything happening, so that's really good. It doesn't drip when it sits there either, which is really important.
It's very solid. I love that it has got a flat bottom.
That's the difference, because normally what you'll find is when you get a glue gun, for the most part, and I never understand why, they put it like here. So when you try and sit it down, it just falls over because the wire's in the way. Absolutely.
And that's dangerous because, you know, like I'm quite clumsy, and then I will always be moving, and then suddenly put things on top, and then, you know, kind of, if it's standing up right, it's more chances of finding it.
Absolutely.
More chances of no accidents. So if you want yours, £8.99, saving £14, which means that in the club is better than half price. Remember, it comes with a charging cable as well. It's USB, so just any of those chargers that will take a USB plug kind of thing.
Yeah, so you get the wire. You don't have to worry about the wire, because if you're anything like me, I lose the wires all the time.
Oh, yes. Do you have a drawer full of wires that you don't know
what they're for? Absolutely. Do you know, it's really funny. My mum, anytime she gets a new product, she gets one of those little sticky labels, and she writes exactly what the plug is. So you can always see which plugs belong to me and which plugs belong to my mum, because hers are all nicely named. Mine just like, what's this for?
Oh, well, I learned my lesson once with a hard drive. I melted.
Oh no! How?
Oh, because I put the charger, the plug. It was a high.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So maybe when you get this home, just put a little sort of GG with a permanent pen. Just write
exactly.
GG.
Yeah, exactly. You can put it. 243124 is your item number. Remember, £14 saving, which makes it better than half price. Now, this item, I'm gonna be honest. After this show, I need to go upstairs and put my order through because this is an amazing price. This is the A3, the magnetic one. £22.99, and wait a second until you see the price for in the club. £19.54.
Wow.
That is better than half price. Now, I know for what I would use it, but why you would go for a light?
So I'm multifaceted when it comes to light boards. Now, the one I have now, which is the Kit and Caboodle, is actually my second light board, and I will tell you why. Because I bought the Kit and Caboodle a while ago, and actually it was stolen from me by one of my nieces.
Oh,
yeah, shocking. No, to be fair, I gave it to her.
Right,
but she used it for graphics. Okay, so don't just think of this as a crafting tool. Think about the kids out there. I always think, so you could be using it if your child is learning to write. You could put some letters on, then put a piece of paper over the top, and they could write over the same, which also works if you're learning, say, brush lettering or calligraphy. It shines through at least 2 or 3 pieces of sort of solid paper, which is amazing. You could also use it. I've got, if I get the chance, I'll show you. I doodled some pattern on the letter H, which is the first letter of my name, and then I was like, oh, I can't be bothered to sit and doodle the rest without trying to match it up. So I literally just moved the H along and put my E over the top and doodled, and then the light comes through perfectly. But also think about other things. You could also, if you are someone who's really into diamond dotting and you struggle to see the numbers, you could place that over the top and the light could shine through. You could also use it for iris folding if you struggle to see the letters. It's also great for working out your applique and things like that. And it has, as you saw a moment ago, it has 3 levels of lights with just a touch. So it's not like you think, well, that would be blinding if I'm trying to do my applique. You can take it down slightly, the light, and sort of work. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. Freaky. Oh,
dark.
Look at the shine
Let's look at like ghosts in there.
All you see is my glasses. But yeah, I just think it's so incredible. So when you say what is this used for, there is so many uses that I'm sure you'll continue to find it. Even if, say, for example, you're working in a craft room and you need a slightly brighter light when you're weeding your vinyl, you can put that over the top as well. So there's lots of ways to use it.
And the other thing that I kind of would use it is if you are die cutting something that has got like recesses, like kind of, you know, those embossed details, and you want to make sure that quickly, instead of putting it a second time through the die cutting machine with the rubber mat and then you get it wrong, put it over there, quickly go around it, there you go.
Absolutely,
so
and this is also wipe clean as well.
Oh, nice.
So
and the fact that it's magnetic.
Magnets, which are really strong magnets, actually, really strong, which is really good. You wouldn't, I never would have thought to have that on a light board until I obviously got the Kit and Caboodle light board, and there they were. I was like, that's clever.
Very clever indeed. If you want yours, well, you know what to do. 054250 is your item number with a £20.45 saving. If you are in the club, it's better than a half price, £19.54. 054250 is your item number. But of course, it is all about the Caterpillar Pro.
Absolutely.
With a phenomenal affordable price when you consider how much the Caterpillar Pro you should be paying. The cheapest price that we have been able to find online is £99.99. Now, if you are in the club, you are paying £76.49. And of course, on top of that, we have got the interest-free payments option that you can spread it into, and that PMP as well at £3.95.
Can you imagine if someone found this under the Christmas tree, a present?
I mean, if I found it, I would be very happy. I would be very, very happy.
And can I also say, it comes in this box here. This is well, obviously you're not going to get this box. You're going to get the one that's with your Caterpillar. It's got a brand new one. But it's got a handle. Nice. And what's really important is I say keep this box, because if you do need to travel anywhere or go to anywhere where you're going to take your Caterpillar, you can absolutely pop it back in the box and use the handle to carry it, which makes it super, super easy. This is made of really good, strong cardboard that's going to protect your Caterpillar.
And if you want yours, remember, check check out your baskets. Don't miss out on these ones. 411 and 341. If you have been ever frustrated about not getting a clean cut, this is the tool that will solve that. A blade that you don't have to change, a blade that self-sharpens, and that kind of cuts all that's multiple materials as well. Not fabric, but all the other papers and chipboards and vellums and acetates and vinyl. So many possibilities. You will find them on the website createandcraft.com. There you will find lots of different options as well for other items you may want to add. Now, if you are a crafter on the go, maybe consider the crop option. It is, but to be honest, it's the same similar price point, so I would definitely go for the Pro if I could, because it is just such a phenomenal. It gives you a better base, so therefore a better, more stability. Also, the precision scoreboard. Now that is really, really cool. If you struggle at scoring because you have got too much force, and that would be another item to add. I know many people are adding the pokey tool as well, because it's good to always have more than one on the go. And then, of course, then there is the magnetic light board, and the deal of the day, which is by Stands By Me, who is coming up, I think, after this show next hour with Martin. This is a bundle of the forest cards, so all shades of green. 30 sheets in total for the deal of the day. Right.
Just to clarify, how much was the crop?
I think it's at the same price.
Oh, okay, so definitely go for this one then. Yeah, I was like, I mean, you're talking about making a choice, but I would definitely go for this one when you think about the same price.
I mean, in the club, I think you get an extra discount. So if you're in the club, it's a little bit cheaper, the crop, but it's only about £5 cheaper.
Yeah, okay, so for that difference, I would definitely go for the Pro.
Yeah.
So I've got some acetate here, so let's just line that up and show you how easy. See, like we were talking about earlier, and I think we both kind of agreed, acetate can be notoriously difficult to cut, particularly, I mean, trimmer, forget about it, but with a guillotine particularly, it bends. But look at that. I mean, you can't actually see it.
I love.
It's clear.
It's clear. Oh, shocker.
Oh, and that's shiny.
The jumper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right next to my snowflake.
Oh, no, actually, I think I'm against the blue. Yeah.
There we go. Look at that.
Yeah.
So, but also now we're talking. So it cuts the acetate beautifully. I think that's one of the things I didn't cut in the previous demo. But I also want to talk to you. What's really amazing. I mean, there's lots of amazing things, but one thing that I really love is, and something that I don't think you see, and I hate using the word trimmer because this is so much more than a trimmer. It's like a rotary cutter, a trimmer, and a guillotine all in one. It's the strength of a guillotine, the precision of a trimmer, and the power of a rotary cutter. But anyway, so we'll continue calling it trimmer because that's what it's called. It comes with a light. Now, I don't know about you, but I've never seen a light on a trimmer before. I mean, they could exist. I personally haven't seen them. Now, they have LED lights, and these LED lights will work up to 50,000 hours. So, I mean, that is a lot of cutting. And it works on let me just turn it round. It works on an off and on switch, and it takes 4 AA batteries. Where is it? There it is. So it works on an on-off switch. It takes 4 AA batteries, which are housed in the bottom of your, there they are, they're housed in the bottom of your trimmer. It also comes with a drawer. That can take up to...
I love the drawers, that you can open it up and then you can have all your bits in.
So it can take up to 12 by 12 paper, so if you're working on a project or something, it can do that. But it also has the ability to house your scissors, your glue, ribbon, bar of chocolate, dairy milk, other chocolates are available, but they would fit perfectly in there. So it has that, and I want to give you a little tip, because this is something that I discovered when I first got my Caterpillar, is these obviously are manufactured and someone is creating them for you, putting them in the box. I found that my drawer had just been pushed in slightly at an angle, and it was slightly tighter. Now, if you find that yours doesn't open like mine is now, just pull the drawer out completely and pop it back on the runners instead of trying to force it, because you don't want to damage it. But, so the lights, we talked about that. How amazing. So I've got this photograph. This is me and my mum and Elsa. And what's amazing about this is it's quite a dark background, so if I tried, I mean, it looks great in the photograph, but if I tried to put this on my trimmer, I might end up slicing my mum's arm off, or Elsa's arm, or Elsa's hair, because she's taller than the rest of us. But if you look here, so we'll go on here, you can see, you know, that's fairly good, but it may be a little bit dark. if I move it down straight away, you see that
can see,
line
yeah.
appear through the photo, and I can go, because you see the dark line here,
Yeah.
that is the blade, and that's where the rotary blade is going to cut. So I can take her fingers right up to the edge and know that I'm not going to cut them off.
You didn't cut Elsa's
I didn't cut her fingers off, and then I can turn it round. I can go right up to my mum's elbow and not cut any of her elbow off. And that's the thing, that can keep happening. Oh, sorry, I apologise, I turned it around. You can keep doing that right up to, like, with a quarter of an inch or something, even less of a cut line, because you have that light. So now think about your scrapbooking, making photo frames. There's never going to be a case where you're going to accidentally move it a little bit and you cut off someone's face or anything like that. Nothing's going to happen. And also, if you're at home and you're thinking, okay, I really like this, but why has it not got a guard? So it doesn't need the guard to hold it down. You're going to be doing that with your hand, and the pressure of the blade is going to hold it in place. But what I think is really clever, when I first got it, I mean, I'm sure there's huge amounts of technical reasons why people, trimmers have them. I don't know what they are. But the one thing that really winds me up when I use a guillotine or a trimmer is if I've stamped out an image and I'm so, like, or I've put some paint on it or something and I'm so quick, I want to get it trimmed, I want to get it on my project, I put it under the guard and it smudges it. Not only does that ruin the project you're working on, you also then get smudged lines and things on the guard, and most guards on guillotines are actually locked in place, so it gets it really difficult to clean it. So you end up getting ink and things on other projects. But you've removed that error because you don't have the guard anymore. And then here, I can go right up to the base of mine and my
No
mum's
toes
shoes.
were harmed in the making of this.
Right up to
page.
Elsa's hair. And
that
now I've
is-
got my perfect little picture cut to exactly how I want it, and nobody has been
lost
chopped
any
off.
limbs.
No one's lost a limb.
That is all that we want.
amazing.
And that's also the truth with this trimmer as well, the Caterpillar, that your fingers will be very safe.
Absolutely.
Also, there is another thing that we don't talk enough about, changing blades, because it's not only the blade that you have to change it's the fact that I have been many times been pricked by the blade.
With the trimmer, yeah. And also, I've also accidentally got my hand in the way when I've used a guillotine before, and it's come
Really?
down on my fingernail. Yeah.
No, that's
and
not
so
pleasant.
you just, no, it's not. It wasn't. But I mean, you know, that's the thing is, the thing is, I always used to use a guillotine because I like this. I'm heavy-handed. I like to cut. You know, and I want that strength within the tool I'm using. I don't want sort of a weakling. And so that's the thing is, the fact that I keep going on about it is this is the strength of a guillotine without any of the safety issues at all that comes with a guillotine. And this is quite a high weight parchment,
which is a pain to cut. Many
Absolutely,
times
'cause it
with
bends,
the guillotine,
it bends, and then you end up getting white parts on
Yeah,
it.
and you
but
don't
that
want the
doesn't
white
happen.
parts.
I just did that. That's not the trimmer doing that. But look, you can really easily cut it.
Absolutely. Now, if you want your Caterpillar Pro, you know what to do. Check out your baskets, grab it now. You won't regret it. It's one of those tools that I have known so many people have been, once that they got a Caterpillar Pro, there's like, it's the best tool. Yes, it is a considered purchase when you consider it's a cutting tool, but how much you would gain, how much confidence, how much, saving money cutting paper. If you're not going to ruin paper, you're not going to waste it. Also, if you want to do, if maybe you are doing, like trimming things to perfectly being perfectly square, you can do it with the Caterpillar Pro. Now, it has an incredible price. Why is that impressive? Well, because it has a £63.50 saving there as well. So remember, you can spread the cost in interest-free payments, which is, of course, you can do it with ClearPay, and other options are available on the website. So have a look at that. Now, I would say one thing, Joe. Please do add the wall card bundle, bundle. It's only £1.99. If you are in the club, £1.79. This too, I would pay £1.79 for 10 sheets of this, or even less than even less than 10 sheets. I would probably, because they are beautiful paper.
And actually, on here it looks quite white, but actually it's a really beautiful sort of basket weave cream.
And then you have got that gorgeous, almost, it's not metallic, but it has like almost like a soft shimmer.
Yeah, I think that the material's making that, like, because it is
just
like,
so
it is
gorgeous.
like fabric paper.
Yeah.
It really is.
It really is. I think it's called Bukrum. When you kind of
What's it called?
Bukrum.
Oh,
Bukrum. Because it's the kind of the cloth that you use for bookbinding. But I don't know. I don't think I pronounce it properly. Right. If you want yours, it's only £1.79, and what I mean is you are getting 10 of each of those 5 finishes, so 50 in total. I would multiply just for those 2, and then of course on top of that you are getting the paper, the metallic paper, which is phenomenal. 914657 is your item number. It's worth adding because remember that cap PMP. Right, now we have
so again, I just want to show you again with that beautiful light, is if you can see here, you know, okay, the line is clear, but you want to be able to get it right up to the money shot. Here we go, look at that.
Right, yeah.
Right up to the line, and be able to cut that perfectly, so that now when you're doing your sentiments, you can easily cut them and you're not wasting any paper.
Perfect.
And you see how easy that was to cut just a tiny bit as well. Another thing, this is an inked background, and again, if you've ever used something like Distress Oxide, which can make your paper quite weighty once you put it in, it becomes quite difficult to cut without feathering because of that extra ink. This is not a problem at all. This has been inked up 3 times, 3 different colours, and then stenciled over the top, and there's absolutely no feathering to it, even though the paper has gone a little bit more damp from using that ink. Really easy, really
simple. We have got seconds to go. Please make sure to check out your baskets. You will be back at 2 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Right, remember, do make sure to get the Caterpillar Pro if you are tired of having to spend money in blades and you're not getting that perfect cut every time. This is a kind of a trimmer that has got that blade that cuts beautifully, that rotary blade, and kind of self-sharpens. So it's a one that everybody who has tried it has decided is the best cutter that they have got in their life. So grab it now, check out your baskets. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. I'll see you in an hour's time, but stay tuned with Martin and Tony with the pick of the week by Stamps by Me. See you. Stamps by Me pick of the week. Next, I was completely out with the fairies. Paul for Christmas baking with Paul Bakes, and then right now live on Craft Extra Jury Box Takeover.
I think one of the things that makes 2 Red Robins so special is the storytelling. Every collection is a standalone range, so you can join the story at any point. Each time you buy a collection, you can revisit the ones that you've already had. Then it always stays on your desk. Somebody once said to me, a crafter said, it's hard to make a bad card with 2 Red Robins.
Well, hello there, everybody. How are we doing? And have I got the most fantastic quick pick? Look at this. It's your cardboard playhouse. George and Freddie are colouring it in right now. Look at them. Hiya, how you doing? I've got a great price on this. The usual price should be $37.99. It is down at a special price of $24.99. And we've actually got 15% club discount down to $21.24. Great colouring, guys. I am loving it. 15% off as a club member. There are 2 different ones for you to choose from. We've got Play, Treats and Eats at the moment, so you can see all the bits and pieces all coloured in beautifully. Or we've got a unicorn one as well. If you would like to go for this, grab it right now, put it in your basket. I think it's the most fun that children of any age can have. It's got fully workable doors and everything. All of the details are on the website. It is a quick pick. Get colouring, guys. Hiya! It's the best way to have lots of fun when you're crafting. Bye.
Quick picks, craft must-haves at top pick prices.
Hi everybody, I just wanted to share a little bit of exciting news with you and tell you a bit about Highlight Crafts. My name's Stephanie Waitman and Highlight Crafts is a family run business. We're based over in Derbyshire where our passion is all about education, innovation and product development. Got a fantastic team over here that do everything from product design, the graphics, illustration, right through to in some cases even the manufacturing. And I'm I'm really looking forward to being able to bring you those shows. Not only being able to share with you all of that, but then supporting it with lots of projects and downloadable content, making the most of what we're really good at. So I hope you'll join me and everybody else from the team here with all of our highlight shows.
Oh dear, very good morning everybody. It's still morning.
Is it? We've been up hours.
It's great to have your company. Thank you very much for being with us. Thanks to Paola and Helen for the last show with the brilliant Caterpillar. Now then, if you did have a lie-in this morning or you were out yesterday, you probably haven't seen the pick of the week, so we are going to take an hour to show you the pick of the week and what I think is going to be your last chance to get the brilliant Eureka bundle.
Yeah, absolutely last chance. I can't give you any more.
No, I know you can't. I know you
not
can't.
that price.
Let's talk about the pick of the week first, though, because if you've already bought it, you'll be looking forward to some demos, I'm sure, or if you haven't seen it yet, let's take you through it. This is from Stamps by Me, of course, that's why Tony's here. It's 843-662, and it's a brilliant collection because, once again, Tony's given you far more than you would expect in these deals. You're getting stamps, you're getting dies, you're getting the layering stencils, and you've got two different choices in this. If you love lilies, obviously lilies is going to be for you, but we also have the Daisy Delight as well. Tony, talk us through the thinking here.
I was just looking at the set there thinking I've got some gaps in set where those samples gone.
I've probably knocked them over somewhere.
Yeah, probably sneezed and they've all gone tumbling down. But basically, it's just an incredible collection that's going to get you crafting. We love to create products that are going to enable you to craft, and all you need to do is add your own colour or your own style. So if you have ink pads at home, you have stamps, you have a die cutting machine, you are really, really good to go with this collection. So basically, A5 stamp set. Let's just show you very quickly. A5 stamp set. Could do with some cards. Just 1 second. Sorry, my apologies. I'm just grabbing a piece of white cardstock. So
I could have lent you mine.
Oh, cheeky. Here we go. A5 stamp set, and they give the most gorgeous sort of mosaic design, cracked glass design, stained glass design. So it's A5. You get two designs: square, rectangle.
We were thinking a little Tiffany lamp-ish.
Yes, absolutely.
Esque.
And then we have our two coordinating dies that give you the most beautiful frames around and cut the flower out, and then all the rest of the back falls through. And then we have our coordinating stencils, which are just under here.
Hiding under there, yeah.
Yeah, I've just grabbed a few here just to show you. So basically you get the layering system as well, which you layer through with your ink pads, and you can create beautiful effects without having to understand light and shade. If you're a bit precious about, I can't colour, well, these are going to shortcut to creativity. These are going to cut that part out and make you get creative from the get-go. So this is the lily, and then the second one.
Yes, it's the daisies.
Daisy.
So don't forget, you also get the larger die with them as well.
Oh, sorry, I
the
forgot
one with
about
the lilies is the one with the sunburst
Yes,
coming out
that's this one
through
here.
the sort of stained glass window.
Yeah.
And then the other one is more of a sort of Gothic-y Celtic style design as well.
And they come with the outline dies, so you can create the most gorgeous shaped cards. So if you're just thinking, do you know what, I love that, you can go and buy just that die if you want to, and think about putting ladies in front of it, or flowers, or because it's just a beautiful, probably go-to dies, that one.
It is, it's beautiful. So there's the daisies for you, and this collection is everything the same except it's daisies. So obviously you've got stamps, you've got different sentiments on there, you've got that larger die as well, and of course the layering stencils in there. So there's a lot of versatility available from these items,
Absolutely.
You're not sort of restricted to doing one thing,
and
are you?
I hate products that restrict, and that's why we are a company that just keeps on giving. You get that fabulous QR code on the back, so I stand here and try and get in as much information and as much inspiration as I can. It's very tight with time, but that QR code extends that inspiration for you, so when you are playing with the products, if you're thinking, do you know what, I did all the things that Tony did on TV, I want to do more. Well, scan that QR code and you'll see me playing with them in all sorts of different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. So 843-662 is your pick of the week. You can choose between lilies or daisies. It's been very popular. And of course, stay tuned because there'll be demonstrations in this hour. The daisies will be the one that sells out first, I'm being told. Now, we have a happy hour in this show as well. Have you got it, Tony?
I can grab it.
And it's from another one of Tony's fantastic brands. It's the collaboration with the effervescent Carly Duff.
It is. Carly's here tomorrow at 5 for the last show.
Oh, she's doing the last show tomorrow.
She's doing the last show for
okay.
me tomorrow to help me out. So this is basically the TikTok, and this is sort of like me and Carly's
done that one live.
inspiration, where we get together and we choose designs that we think will make life easy for craft. Absolutely amazing. It's huge, guys. It's
Look at
absolutely beautiful. Normally a £17.99 stamp. This is a happy hour deal, and what I try and do is I try and bring you happy hour deals from Stamps by Me, Thirsty Brush, Avogo and Dimala, because if you've never seen us before, hopefully you'll be able to see something to dip your toe in, then it's not my fault when you're hooked.
So from the Imala range, the TikTok stamp set, this is your happy hour, unbelievably just £9.89, and there is a use for every one of those timepieces in your card making. I'm 100% sure. I love the cuckoo clock, and I also like the pocket watch as well. That's a good one for weddings, pocket watches,
Just
traditional.
like in black and white. If you're not a colourist and you just want to do a clean and simple card, stamp it in black, sentiment done.
Already 20% gone.
All right, moving on.
There you go. That's your happy hour. Now then, there is one other item on the show that we need to have a chat about.
Absolutely.
Because it's going to be gone very soon, and it will not be coming back. Carly won't be bringing you this tomorrow. It is now limited stock. So, I was lucky enough to be able to do this show right from when the Eureka first came out. I missed the launch show, probably my days off or something like that, and Dan Bancroft, I think, took all the glory, maybe, I can't remember. But I was so looking forward to this because at the time, stamping platforms were quite basic.
They were.
What you got was two pieces of plastic that went together, you put your stamp in and you stamp. A stamping platform, good, yes, but not very expandable. You couldn't do much else with it than just stamp. Tony came along with the Eureka, and it's one of those products that you just think, right, that's the one I've got to have. It's the one that does it all. It's the one that I will not have to replace. It'll do all the jobs for me. You've got the beauty of a stamping platform that you can do red rubber stamps or the clear stamps. You can even stamp onto MDF with this. You can emboss on it. It comes with a scoreboard allowing you to score, make boxes and envelopes. It comes with a scoring tool. There's a paintbrush included. There is palettes around the side, so if you wanted to take this away and paint, you can do, or putting all your mixed media paints in there and things like that. It's always been a hit, this product, from day one. I never get the chance to present it as often as I'd like because it normally sells out.
Yeah.
So when I heard that we had this in the Pick of the Week show, I was really chuffed. Then I saw the deal and I was quite ecstatic because the cheapest that the Eureka system has ever been is £45 and some pence, roughly. Yeah. But in this deal, for $46.74 club price, you also get the Eureka Mini, the Mini Companion. So this is exactly the same, but in smaller form, so you can take it portable with you.
Brilliant.
This is the ultimate Christmas present for anybody who doesn't know what to buy for a crafter.
Yep, because they're going to use it.
It's the ultimate Christmas present for any crafter to buy and tell their husband or partner that's what they bought them for Christmas.
Because they're going to use it.
Exactly. So you can't afford to miss out on this, but it is so limited. My producers just said this is going to sell out in a few minutes, so we haven't got long to enthuse.
Both said it
sold
at the
out.
same time. Oh.
I was just about to ask Tony to tell you why it's so amazing, and it's sold out.
It is amazing and absolutely well done if you've done it. And we did give more stock. I'm sorry, I can't give any more.
No.
I'm really, really sorry.
Now, there's one or two people who are still checking out. If any of them don't complete their transaction for whatever reason, I will let you know, but it will be an absolute bun fight to get the last handful in your basket, I promise you. So if they're in there, check them out now, and you're guaranteed to get hold of them.
Thank you so much, everyone. I mean, we've sold.
I'm just happy that I've managed to do 2 shows and 10 minutes on it with you. You know,
we've just sold so many. It amazes me because we've sold 20,000 plus, at least 20,000 plus, and it's just a tool that keeps on giving. And yes, you may have platforms at home, and I always say this: if you have one that works, don't change it.
No.
Don't mend something that's broken. But if you have something at home that isn't working, doesn't have the extra element of having a scoreboard built in, doesn't do more than just what it says on the product, because sometimes you can get tools where they do one thing well, but everything else they say it does, but it doesn't do it great. This is a tool that's going to cover the whole place of craft and do it well. And it's got longevity. I've had mine since 2017. You've seen the state of it. And it won't get replaced until something happens to it.
Hopefully you got yours, folks. Let's talk pens for a minute now. This is if you love Stamps by Me, you want one of their pens, basically, don't you?
Yeah, if you're a follower of Stamps by Me, you want a posh pen.
Yep.
This is truly a posh pen. It's weighted. It's got a lovely feel in the hand. It's black. It's a rollerball. It writes beautifully.
Refillable.
There will be refillables. I've ordered them for you because a lot of you have asked me. I've been inundated, actually. And it comes in 3 colourways. It's got this beautiful gold effect on the ink, and it's got a clip on there, so if you do your happy planning, your journaling, and you do just like to write, if you like a pen near your phone, if you want a pen just hanging around, then because has anybody got a pen? That's all you wear, isn't it?
Yeah.
So pop it in your handbag. So you get there is a choice between the pink, the blush and the white. This is the blush, this is the pink in the centre, and then we have the white, and I pop white in just in case we had any gentleman crafters.
Yeah, they're brilliant. 909454, lovely little stocking filler this for £7.64. Maybe you and your crafty friends are having a bit of a secret Santa.
Yeah.
This would be a good present, I think. 909454. You choose between blush, white or pink. If you don't want your husband to nick it, get the blush or the pink.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, though, if you do have 3 crafty friends and they've got all the craft in the world, you know, even not just for Christmas, maybe birthday, anything really, or just to say, I bought you this. Do you have to have a reason?
No.
It's inexpensive.
Not really.
No, I'd buy that for a friend.
Right, so Pick of the Week is still available. We also have the pens. We also have some of the foils still available. And we can't really show you the kit, but we can show you the foils. This was a shame. But if you've been watching the last couple of shows, you will have seen the fantastic foiling system, which requires no machine, no hot foiling pens or anything like that. We still have the WOW foils in stock as well. So 432221. The fabulous happy hour is absolutely flying, which is great news. Make sure you get your clocks with the fabulous happy hour, and we're going to be focusing mostly on demos in this show because the Eureka's gone.
Yeah.
It's going to be all Pick of the Week, I'm afraid, Tony. We're going to challenge your creativity here.
Let's not get confused here.
No, we've also got the Deal of the Day to show everybody as well. There's so many things. We've got Deal of the Day, we've got Giftables, we've got Happy Hours, Pick of the Week, Blockbuster, Mega Monthly Deal, One Day Special. It's bonkers.
If you haven't met Stamps by Me, you're going to meet us over these last 2 days because it's been Stamps by Me shows for 2 days.
Can I just I'll take it off
and
there.
It's amazing as well. And
Whoopsie
daisy. And the Brucey bonus as well that you get some great prices too, which is nice.
This is your card.
It's absolutely
so
awesome.
you can tell us about
It's
it.
a good job, isn't it? It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd be very jealous if that was somebody else's right now. So this is the Forest collection. Now this is our all surfaces, so you get sparkle, encapsulated, no mess. You get the mirror, which is beautiful. It's like a minty greeny. Then you get your pearl. Then you get your textured × 3 in 3 different colourways, okay? Absolutely amazing. Across the board green, so you've got a green for everything. We launched this about 5 months ago in all colourways. This is the brand new latest colour, and I've put that on the Deal of the Day for creating.
Oh, I know, £8.09, saving yourself £6.90. That's an absolute steal. I'm going to put it down here because if I put it under the counter, it'll get lost and somebody will ask for it and nobody will find it and I'll be in trouble. So that's your Deal of the Day, everyone. 274825 that is the item number. Don't miss out on your opportunity to get hold of that. So,
do you know what is awesome as well, though? It just shows you that as a company as well, we just love to enable you to, maybe if your price point doesn't quite reach it on launch and things like that when we bring your product, then these are great opportunities to dip your toe into Stamps by Me, because that card pack there is $15.99 normally, so it's a great, and I love, it's sort of like giving back as well, you know, because we have to do that sometimes, but I always feel like it does introduce new crafters to try new products, because we can become stagnant with our craft. So, you know, try new things as well. Right, let's crack on, shall we? So I've done loads of demos in colour. I feel like we need to do one in black on with a white. See what ghost
Why
effect we
not?
sort of like get here. So I'll just clean my brush. So I'm going to do the daisy, and again, so let's talk about the concept. So you get your layering stencils, which you can colour through and create the most amazing sort of designs, these like stained glassy effect designs on here, and just be really creative. But we've done a lot of colour. So
what I should say just quickly is if you've got any questions, you want to say hello, wish Tony a Merry Christmas, will you be back before Christmas?
I might be, I think one more.
All right. But if you'd just like to say hello, studio@creightoncraft.com. We've got plenty of time in this show to hear from you. It would be awesome to hear from you. Had some lovely emails in this morning and questions at 7 a.m. this morning. But if you're up to the bat now and you want to say hi, we're here for you.
Absolutely. So the concept is, for these, you stencil through any colours you want to. Don't be precious about it. Stencil through the layers. Now, you don't have to use all the layers, and this is the great thing about it. If you just want to use your stencils and be done with a card, it's done. If you want to use your stencils with the stamps, you can. If you want to use your stencils with your stamps and your dies, you can, but all will work as independents as well. So you choose what's going to look nice for you. Look, can we see how gorgeous that's coming together? Look at that. This is coming together really nicely. I should have done this demo sooner, but I just absolutely forgot about it. So I'm just going to cover the whole area with the white. Now, the great thing about pigment ink, it's slow drying, which means if you pop it down, you then want to lay a colour on top of as well. So if I wanted to go over now with a nice pink, I'd get a pink hue because I've put that white base down. And pigment ink has sort of an oil texture, so it will sit on top, giving the pink the chance to, the white will sit underneath, giving the pink the chance to come through. Just line that back up. Oh, I'll leave it because I'm making a hash of it. But you can see, look how gorgeous that is. It just looks like a ghost image, doesn't it? So then swap it out for the next one. Make sure you follow the number system in the corner. So it's got a number 2 here. It's got hearts through if you want to go through as well. So let's just pop number 2 on. Now I've stenciled that one the wrong way. Let me show you how I've done that. Where have I got? Where's that stencil gone? Here we go.
Upside down.
No, so look, ladies and gents, and you'll probably make this mistake at home. And I said to Helen earlier, she went, I did that on air once. I went, I haven't done it yet.
We have now.
Anyway, so when you do them, the numbers, you need to look at the numbers. Look, there we go. I've even got ink on it. What a twit. Anyway, do it again.
Should we start again?
What a twit.
Hi everyone, you're watching Crane Craft. I've got Tony Darroch with me, demonstrator extraordinaire.
The thing is though, Martin, I could do it this way if I just turn the stencil over, I guess. I wouldn't be able to use the die though.
No, there's your number, look, number 1. Look.
Oh, thanks for help now.
Yeah.
Do you know what they did as well the other day? I did a demo and I did the biggest fingerprint, and they zoomed in on that.
Did they?
On
How
purpose.
rude.
How rude, yeah. So anyway, I can do it again because I'm not happy with this blob here anyway. So let's just get this colour down. And this is the beauty of craft, and I say it every single time. Let's not be precious about it, even though people get a little bit frustrated thinking it's got to be perfect. I'm not that kind of crafter. So white through all over. So I've just done a little nice glow. There we go. Little nice glow there. Right, let's go back to number 2. So Tony, come on, number 2. How can I get it so wrong? So just line it up there, look, and I think I'll go through with the white, and I'll show you a lovely technique as well. So this time with the white. Super easy.
Good job you didn't do that on the on what you were working on. Flick the ink pad onto it. That would have been awkward, wouldn't it?
You can tell it's last show, can't you?
Yeah. Ah, dear.
I've got 4 demos here in front of me. It's going to be a long show. So now look at that. How cool. Does that not look dimensional?
Looks amazing.
That looks 3D, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now the cool thing about this is now I can go back on top of this, ladies and gents, pop it back in place and grab a pink, and because I've got that white underneath, it will sit on top. Let me just pop that back on. Right, let's get a bit of pink on here, look, and just pounce some pink through this. Now watch what happens. Now remember guys, I'm on black cardstock here, black.
Yeah. Oh.
Now I've got got pink on black.
That's nice.
So if you do the white base underneath, you can put any colour on top, okay? So that's just a little technique that I wanted to show you, because I don't want you to think everything has to be like a stained glass effect. You can absolutely do other effects. So let's just move this out of the way. So you remember earlier in our demonstration, and I do encourage, I didn't even use the last stencil, it shows you, you don't need to use all stencils. So in our last show we did this, I did this with Martin, can you remember? Just the colour through the pink, super easy. And I stamped in that lovely recess with the stamp. Now you can do the stamp in embossing powders, make it sparkly. You could do it with a grayscale, you could do it with your wow foils if you wanted to. There's so many things that you could do. So let's create a pretty card very quickly. So I have my, by chance, my pink foundation card, which is the green that is today's special. There's also pink. So what I feel like would be really nice is if we pop this on here, look, and then we got some pretty vellum and laid it over, we would get another, look at that, we would get another different look to our design. Now I did have, you know, it wasn't carnage before you walked in, Martin. What's happened?
All I've done is just stood here, don't blame me.
You tell fibs. Right. So, I'm going to get my dies here. So you get dies with this set, remember? But I don't want to cover that nice sort of parchment. I don't want to cover this. I think it's too pretty to cover. But I would like the frame. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the frame, which is this beautiful die. So it cuts out the daisy and the frame. Let's just grab some white cardstock here. And let's just cut this one through. Oh, I thought it were there then. Pop that white on there, and then I'm just going to cut this through. But I'm not going to use all of it, because guess what? We don't have to use all of the components. I always push everything, boundaries with our craft, to ensure that, you know, well, can I use it in a different way? That's a bit boring, isn't it? What else can we do to make it, you know, creative, make it three-dimensional rather than just the one-dimensional? So when you pop this out, we have our pretty die. Oopsie daisy. So you can now stencil through that, you can stamp through that, so you just have a framed flower, even without touching a single stencil if you don't want to.
How much are you saying? Daisy Delights, a third? Okay, remember this was only launched yesterday, so it's stocked for a whole week. A third of the Daisy Delights have gone. People are choosing between the two. It's the same item number. You can choose between whichever one you want. We have Daisy Delight and we have the Forever Lilies. No, yes. Were they called Forever Lilies?
Just Forever Lilies, Daisy
No, you're
Delight.
all right. I'm trying to think of the name of them. That was all. Yeah, Forever Lilies and the Daisy Delight. Those are your choices. And just a lovely pick of the week, a lovely collection, and put together so well to make crafting so easy for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love to do that for our fabulous fans at home. So I have that lovely frame, I have my piece of vellum from my Teresa Collins kit, and I have cut away this flower look, just cut it away. I mean, you could stamp on that and pop that all back up. There's just so many different things that you can do, ladies and gents.
It's quite handy having the deal of the day being clocks, because time is ticking.
All right.
Right? Half the stock has gone of this. So there's still 38 minutes left. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time's running out if you want your one... Oh. Happy hour.
Oh my, like it is, because we've got so many good deals, so you can't
There's
be
so
criticised.
many things going on, I can't.
You cannot be criticised. There are lots of deals going on in our fabulous shows. So I'm just going to pop this on here. So this is that lovely vellum, but I have used glue on the exterior, but I'm not precious about it. It will dry clear, but because it's going to be hidden with that frame. Now look how beautiful that script sits on there. And then we have the frame from the die. In fact, we'll put the frame on in a second. So, no. So let's pop it onto our lovely panel here, look. And this is where it all sort of like quickly, so you'll already see now, it don't really, I don't think it looks like a stained glass window with that vellum on top, with that script on it. It looks totally different. It's softened the design.
Chalky, it looks chalky.
It does actually look chalky. And then we've got our lovely Look at this frame. I say, oh, look at this, like, you know, like I'm crafting on my own. Honestly. Like, look at this, guys. Check this out, guys. Look at that. I think that's, oh, I didn't glue it, did I? What a twit. Talking too much. So I just pop some glue around my pretty frame, and this is going to hide any ugly makings if I don't quite like the glued area, and it's just going to sort of like draw your eye into the design because it just finishes it off. It's so beautiful. But again, I cut away the flower. You don't have to. You can do the flower as a design on its own, and because you have this sort of element design to it as well, you can make great shaker cards, really, really pretty shaker cards. So we'll just give that a second to grab, and then I'm just going to pop this flat straight onto a card. You could pad it if you wanted to, but I'm just going to go because I've got a few demos.
Okay.
Pop it on the front of a card, and then just pop a stamped sentiment. Let's have a look underneath. I'm not going to sentiment it, but you can get the idea. So you can already see now. Look how it'd help if it was straight by now.
843-662, that is your pick of the week, everybody, and there's another brilliant example of what you can do with it. Thanks, Tony. Happy hour's going really quickly.
No surprise.
We also have, obviously, a deal of the day, which is Tony Darroch's products as well. You can get the dies. You see the two sort of stained glass window, arch window dies. You can actually get those on their own as well. We can give you the details. People have just been buying those on their own.
Well, they make beautiful shaped cards.
Let's give you the details for them. 838-995. That's the one on the left-hand side. They call that, well, they're frames 1 and 2. So if you want the sunburst one, it's number 1, frame 1, 838-995. If you want the one on the left, which is prestige frame number 2, that's the one that looks a little bit like, I don't know, Celtic. I said it looked like a Viking helmet or something like that yesterday. But 122, no, the numbers are nowhere near, so you can't get it wrong. 122862 for that one. 17.99. Great dies. Right, Tony's getting ready for another demo, so I'm going to remind you. I can't remind you about the. I've had a senior moment. Eureka. Not Eureka, I've remembered. I can't remind you about the Eureka because that's sold out. What I can remind you about is your pick of the week, 843-662. That's the beautiful mixture of stamps, dies and the stencils as well. Now, I want to tell you what sentiments are on here as well, because you might not be able to read them from there. If you were going for the lilies, the sentiments would be friends forever, what a happy day, love and big hugs, and a card to say hello. If you were going for the daisies, your sentiments would be feel better, friend, enjoy your day, hello you, have a perfect birthday, and such happy news. So the type of sentiments that you don't have just sitting around in a drawer, hopefully. So the sentiments will be fresh for you as well. So no happy birthdays and things like that in there. Just really great sentiments. And that's one of the things I've always loved about Tony's brand, is the sentiments are not just the safe middle of the road ones. They are sometimes quite edgy.
Yes.
They are different. They are words that you might want to put on a card but have never thought about doing before. And that's one of the reasons why I like this brand as well. So 843-662, pick of the week, 42.48. You choose between lilies and daisies. Right, now then, here's some other items on the show. The pens are proving popular, okay. Obviously, they have a real chunky sort of quality feel to them. The blush is proving the most popular. Obviously they have Stamps by Me embossed on them. There will be refills available, and they're just really useful pens to have. What we haven't done is written with one, so I think I better do that, don't you? I very rarely write now.
Not on my demo.
No, I'll try not to write enough. Oh, that fits nicely. The top fits on nicely.
Of course it does.
Listen. That I like that. That's a good fit. You can tell it's a good fit, that is, isn't it? That's a sign of quality.
The lid fits.
Sign of quality. Sign of quality. I better write down. I'll write happy hour to remind me that we have a happy hour on the show.
Just tell me how nice that is.
I didn't think that was a rollerball.
Of course it is. My life.
No, it feels like a fibre. It writes that well. It feels like a fibre tip. I feel like I'm writing. I can't write very legibly anyway. A deal with. That was meant to be deal of the day. Yeah, I better deal with it. Yeah,
Deal with it.
Do you know what?
Isn't that just delicious?
That right.
Listen, you won't believe how
I
many
never
pens...
thought on TV I'd have to describe how well a pen writes.
I know,
but I'm doing it right now.
You won't believe how many pens I sampled though before I got to this one. Quite a lot. You won't believe it. You just think a pen's a pen, but absolutely. You know, if people are writing in planners though, and books and journals and that, it's got to be right, hasn't it? It can't scratch.
It just writes beautifully.
I hate a scratchy pen.
Yeah, producer just said she hates a scratchy pen.
I do.
And so did Tony. I love the sound of it.
If he's right.
This is one where I've said this many times. It's not a great joke, but I'm going to do it anyway. There's a couple of things I hate to hear on shopping TV, Tony.
What's that?
First one is trust me. Anybody that starts a sentence with trust me is probably trying to hide something. And the other one is no brainer, because I think that's quite rude, you know?
Right, okay.
However, when it comes to this pen,
what are you going to say?
Trust me, it's a no-brainer.
On this one occasion in your life?
Yes, it is. Honestly, you need to try one. You know, it's one of those ones where if I told you this was a great pen and it wasn't, and you paid £7.64 for it, and you got it home, and you opened it, and you thought, Martin, that's rubbish. Why would you buy anything from me again anyway?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I've tried to do that over the last 20 years. If I really like something and I think you're going to like it, I'll let you know. And you tend to then come back and say, wow, that was I didn't realise it was going to be that good. When you put this pen to paper, I mean, I don't write a lot myself these days, but I can tell you that felt great to write with.
It's a good pen.
It's a good pen. And you can get yours £7.64 in blush, white or pink.
You don't expect so else though, do you?
Well, no, I don't know. But I'm just trying to make everybody realise at home how good they are.
It is just a pen, though. I get that. It is just a pen.
It is a pen.
But it is an awesome pen. Right.
The TikTok, not TikTok, but this TikTok is limited. Dan's a bit of a TikToker, isn't he? He's always on it.
Too much time on his hands.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you a bit of a technique now. So rather than like go to all the shebang of doing all of it, we can absolutely break it right back and just be creative and make the most subtle cards. So I have this piece of white cardstock here, and I have just taped off one corner. Now this isn't my idea, this is from a lovely design team member, and I'll talk about that in a second. So I have the stencil here, but instead of stenciling through it all and creating a frame, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to create like a halo, and I'm going to just do a little bit of pink.
Now those pens are really busy.
Now we've confirmed it's a pen.
I've confirmed it's a pen, and I've put my dubious reputation on the line.
Oh, they're all buying it now. Thanks, Martin.
So I don't expect anybody to say it's not a good pen, though. I wouldn't say it was if it wasn't.
Right, so I'm just going to halo through. Have I got my number the right way before I do a boo-boo again? Right, okay, so a bit of pink, but I'm not going to go and fill the complete frame, okay? I'm just going to do like a wispy effect, if that makes any sense at all. So let's just push that through here. So, and that tape is going to give me sort of like a side panel, which will be lovely. So a little bit of pink. Everybody can hear you. Easily, please.
I love that sound.
It
means the lid's going to stay on.
Take that coffee machine back and get in the pen. My life. So I'm just going to take a little bit of purple as well, just to chop it up a little bit. Let's get a bit of purple on here too. So just take a bit of that colour off. So let's just add some purple in some areas. So I'm not going right to the edge. I'm just going out as if it's sort of like fading.
I've got the pen now. I'm happy.
He's off.
I've just written, this is a great pen.
Nice.
There you go.
So you can see how it's sort of faded off into the distance there. So let's get our second stencil and let's complete it. So just pop this on. Wrong one, number 2. So I'm going to number 2 here. So let's just get some pink on here. In fact, no, let's do a nice subtle purple. Subtle, she says. Right, so I'm just going to go all over with the purple to get the colour lay down.
All right.
Just all over. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it a little bit more intense in the centre. So circle in the centre of each of the flowers, and that'll give us some dimension on this flower, and I'm only using 1 stencil. So when you take it away, can you see I've got that light effect and then the dark? And then we're bringing our third stencil, which is the green. And as you can see, I'm using the same stencil brush. You notice I haven't swapped my stencil brush, and I'm working from pink to purple to green.
I saw that.
These are self-cleaning brushes. Okay?
Self-cleaning? Does that mean you're cleaning yourself?
Absolutely. You. So basically all you need to do is just grab a piece of cardstock, and rather than faff, you can just clean it off, and then eventually it'll clean. There you go. So now it's purple down to clean look. So now I'm ready for my next colour.
Wow.
So let's get some green on here.
We got a new oven in February last year as part of a new kitchen.
Right.
And it's got a self-cleaning function.
Right.
And we thought, oh, this is exciting. You have to turn it on at like 280 degrees. It locks itself and it burns for 3 hours.
Right. We've got a story for you in a second.
Right. And it does clean it, but my word, I won't be doing it more than once a year when I was watching the energy meter going up.
Right,
that was probably our most expensive day of energy ever. Because you can't even open it. You can't turn it off when it's on. That's it. I think it's 3 or 4 hours and it's like absolutely belting out. Yeah.
And I left a baking tray in.
Oh, no.
And it had like this plastic, it had a logo on it which were like, obviously it's perfect for an oven, but it ain't perfect for your cleaning your oven because it goes to Celsius like you're going to get cremated.
Yeah.
Oh my life. Oh, honestly, and I could see it burning it.
You can't open it, it's locked, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my husband's going to kill me, and I was watching it, there was nothing I could do about it. 3 hours later, and then when I opened it, it all just went, new oven.
Oh,
do not leave it in. Once it's done, it's done. Don't leave it in. Don't leave anything in.
Wow.
New oven.
Wow. I mean, it is. It's an aggressive clean. It worked. I mean, it was absolutely spotless afterwards, but I won't be doing it again for a year.
The heat.
Yes, the heat that cleans it. Basically, it's just, it goes so hot, it melts anything that's sitting on the sides of the oven or the bottom.
I get reminded of it often.
Yeah. Yeah. Because our oven tells you, time to self-clean. I'm like, nope, not again. I've done it once.
So,
you can wait a few months.
Yeah. Oh, don't let it take you.
To do a day's overtime to clean the oven.
So this has torn the card a little bit, but I'm not precious about it. But you get the idea, look. So you get like a straight line, and then you get it fading off as a halo. I'm not going to complete this because I've got another one, but let me show you the one that I was aiming for. So this is the lovely one from our fabulous Karen on our design team.
That's stunning.
So she's lined it off and just done what I've done there, used different colours, and then she's stamped the grey, which I need to stamp on here, and then a sentiment. Nice, eh? Different way.
That's lovely.
Isn't it beautiful? And it's, you know what, she hasn't used all of the steps. She's used a grey ink pad, bish, bosh, bash. I'd make a lot of them.
Very nice.
Very
okay,
nice.
so we've still got 20 minutes, folks. So we're going to put Tony to work. We've got 20 minutes. Let me just go back and remind you about. Let's go. Live TV walk. Look at that. Crikey.
It's like Diet Coke, man.
Oh dear. Right. So. A reminder, if you are just tuning in, we are bringing you the pick of the week. This is the 4th live show, 3rd that I've done with Tony, and it's such a pleasure because we rarely get the chance to work, because normally I'm on a later shift, she's sold out, gone home, feet up, you know, so it's nice. So this is your pick of the week. You've got 2 choices for anybody just tuning in. You have the Forever Lilies or the Dainty Daisies. You're looking at the Forever Lilies in that picture. and everything you can see there you get, but it's quite hidden because inside that packet there are the layered stencils. There's normally 8 of them in a...
We don't go traditionally normal than over 4, but in each of these you've got 3 of each, so 6 in total in the packet.
Right, okay, so 6 layered stencils, and then you've got the stamps itself and the dies to cut out in that pack. And you also get that big die that's next to it as well as a bonus. So you get that for £42.48. You're going to save £13.50. And don't forget the sentiments.
So, just one second, I forgot to mention, I'm on my last day here. So the bundle, the envelope itself with all of the goodness in, so you get all of your layering stencils, the A5 stamp, the 2 A5 dies, they're $39.99 each.
Yeah.
So you're getting that die, the window, for £2. For £2.
Yeah, that is really good value.
If you went to my website, you would have to pay £19 for that window.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great value. And don't forget there are sentiments on here as well. So if you go for the Forever Lilies, you'll get love and big hugs, a card to say hello, what a happy day, and friends forever in a nice tall font. I like that one. If you go for the daisies, everything's the same except obviously the images. So you're going to get the layering stencils, you're going to get the dies, you're going to get the stamps, you're going to get a different frame die. That's that big die next to it. There's a look at the daisies. And the sentiments on this one are feel better, friend, enjoy your day, such happy news, have a perfect birthday, and hello you. And you can see them printed on there in that nice tall font. I really like that, nice and readable. So you choose basically whether you want the lilies or the daisies. 843662 is the item number. I need to get the pen because the pens are now flying. I'm really pleased to hear that. I think you'll really enjoy writing with that pen. It feels way better than I expected, and I don't mean that as a slur. And I'm no pen expert, but it just rolls beautifully and just writes lovely. I felt I was writing with a fibre tip pen. It was that smooth. So 909-454. They are a club price of what, $7.89, something like that. It'll come round in a minute. 909-454. You can choose from plus $7.64. There you go. I think it's got 15% off for club members. I'm not sure. I think it's a giftable because 10% off $7.99 is $8.99. Is not $7.64, is it? Or is it? Well, hang on a minute. So, can we just put the? I'm getting myself confused. Put the old price, the full price, back up on the screen. £8.99. 10% off that is 89p. So it's £8.19. £8.09. But they're £7.64 club price. So I reckon that's 15% off because it's a giftable. We have numerous items across the website and in shows that have an extra 5% off for club members because they're called giftables for Christmas. So there you go, £7.64. So you've got that extra bit of discount. You can choose between the blush, the white and the pink. They come beautifully boxed. And a pen you really enjoy writing with. Something we don't do enough these days, writing.
Just pop one in your bag because I don't know how many times I need a pen. And that's one of the reasons why I did it. I go, has anybody got a pen? I think, oh my life, just get a pen, Tony. So I've got a pen. And now because it's mine and it's beautiful and it works, I've got a pen in my bag.
And you want to share it with everybody. So 909-454. Let's remind you of the happy hour. Let's remind you of the happy hour.
I think
which, of course,
everybody's waiting for the lunch now.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Yeah. Let's remind you of the happy hour. This is from the Amala brand, of course, which is another Tony Darroch brand, and that's the A5 stamp set, which is TikTok. So 4 big clocks in that picture, and they are brilliant stamps as well. $9.89 is your price. And then don't forget, we've also got a deal of the day, everyone. We also have a deal of the day, and the deal of the day is another Stamps by Me products. It's the wonderful Forest paper surfaces card, or all surfaces card. So there is glitter card, there's mirror card, there is pearlescent card and textured card in that kit, and it's brilliant for that price. $8.99, $8.09 club price, and that's the deal of the day. Will it last the day? I don't know. I know what is going to happen. I'm going to sneeze.
And bless you. and it won't happen because you're thinking
I
about
looked
it.
at the light, the sneeze has gone, but the migraine's come on.
Oh.
Look at the light, they always said, if you're going to sneeze, that's even worse. Apparently, I think it's if you try and say pineapple, it stops you sneezing. Somebody told me that. I think it's pineapple.
You're listening to too much rubbish, you are.
No, I tried it. I'm sure it was somebody on air said, no, just say pineapple, it'll stop you sneezing. You try next time.
Okay.
Next time you go to sneeze, try pineapple.
You're just doing it to wind me up.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
shouting pineapple as I'm about to sneeze.
It's on the train, shout that, pineapple!
Oh, why? Right, let's show you this lovely oval daisy. Now, look at this daisy here. How incredible is that without? So this one is just the second stencil. I didn't use the first stencil with all the detail in there. That is so pretty. All you need to do is just stamp a sentiment through there in grey, and you've got a beautiful, you know, well done guys, miss you, crafty hug, whatever it might be. So let's just show you how it works. So we've got this lovely stencil number 1, and again, I'm just going to pop a halo through. Let's go.
Talking of funny stories, you just reminded me of something that I want to share with everybody, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Since the Jubilee, we've had a WhatsApp group for our street, and everybody got to know each other a lot better, thanks to a lovely lad called Alex, who's in the RAF, and he sort of arranged the street party and got the road blocked off for the day. So we now have a WhatsApp group.
Right.
And one of the people that live in the street, a gentleman called Wayne, he messaged Alex last night and said, mate, I'm doing Christmas cards. Can you remind me the name of number 27's kids and number 29's kids?
Right. You wound him up and told him.
No, he gave him all the wrong names.
Oh, so they've all gone to wrong address.
So
wrong name.
so he's going to do the cards, and it'll be to like Chris and Helen, and the names, really stupid names like Barnaby and right.
On Christmas Day, they'll all be delivering them to each other. I think
that's
this is for
absolutely
you.
brilliant. So he's going to put cards through their doors, but the kids' names will be wrong. That is so cruel. But so funny.
It's so funny. Let me tell you a quick story. I had a workshop on Saturday, and Sarah from Funky Fossil came. And she said, oh, is it Christmas jumpers or anything like that? I says, yeah, but it's turkey theme. So you've got to come as a turkey or wear a turkey hat. Or...
No.
She didn't, but she's like, I shopped all over looking for something to do with
Oh,
turkey. Could you imagine if she'd have rocked up with a big turkey?
Oh, no. Right,
to
couple of
wind
emails. You don't mind when we're watching, you do? This is from Hester, who says, just bought 2 of your pink pens, one for me and one for my sister. They look great, and I love a rollerball. Great show. Thank you, Hester. I hope you really enjoy them. They are brilliant. And then we've got one from Carol with an E, who said, enjoying the show and Martin and Tony's stories. I've got one for them. I bought a washing machine with a built-in tumble dryer.
Oh no.
I've always been advised against that, because if one of them breaks, you can't do any laundry at all. But anyway, hadn't had it long and decided to wash a few pairs of trainers and my precious, I can't say the brand, but I'm wearing them right now and I've got about 20 pairs. If you were to draw a picture with a pencil, that's the name of the brand. Yeah,
All right.
The dial gave the time as 3 hours, but I guessed it would be a gentle spin, etc. Because of the weight in there, it was going for ages, and I smelled a strange smell.
Oh no.
On checking the dial after nearly 2 hours, I discovered it was on tumble cycle.
So they came out so a dog could wear them.
I ended up with rather expensive, teeny tiny trainers which were banana shaped. Not a mistake I'll ever make again.
Dog could wear it. Get him on dog.
That is funny.
Oh, that is funny.
That is funny. You put it on tumble. Put your best shoes on tumble. Oh my.
So I'm
Do
using.
you wash your shoes?
No. I'm wearing the stamp. Oh, I'm getting like you now. I'm stamping the design in here. Let me show it in black. So, and you know what? Once
we're hearing a story. You carry on.
I can't.
You want to hear the story? Our producer's saying, I did this. I felt such an idiot. Go on.
And I'll stamp this down.
What, with white trainers? No. Right, okay, producer Laura said that I don't know how you did that. She said she decided to wash her daughter's white trainers, saw a red tea towel in the kitchen and thought, I'll chuck that in as well and put it on 60 degrees. That's never going to work, is it?
Oh, you know, Oh, talk about funny stories. I
Oh, here
once
we
washed my son's coat and popped it in tumble dry with a load of socks and things like that. Anyway, went to pick him up from school. He was highly strung, to say the least. I was, what's wrong with you? He's like, you know that coat you popped in tumble dryer. You never told me it had a pair of pants stuck to Velcro on the hood.
No. His or yours?
His.
Oh, sorry.
Thankfully. Oh, I'd have died. He's like stuck to Velcro and somebody obviously
that's
got in
funny.
school and somebody went, like, you know, kids are like,
Yeah,
dirty
yeah.
pants on
Yeah.
your coat. It's like,
He's called Panthead from now on, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, my.
oh, we do these things as mothers. Anyway, so here's one. So you've seen the beautiful how it works. And here is one with the heat embossing we did in the other show. So same concept, I've just matte and layered it onto some black. So let's get this onto a card.
We all have stories like that,
Oh,
don't we?
so funny,
Those little
honestly.
human disasters that are heartwarming when
The
you
thing is,
actually...
I don't get upset or I just laugh. If you fell, I'd laugh.
Oh.
I'd laugh, then I'd pick you up.
Right,
And then
okay,
I'd get a
thanks.
stitch and then,
Right.
even if you said I broke my leg, I'd be like,
Yeah.
are you joking? I'd still be howling.
That's great.
Oh,
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, yeah, I'm sorry about me.
You're such a...
I'm a giggler. You know,
Yeah.
when I'm nervous, I giggle.
Right.
So look at that. I mean, just on black.
That's
So
awesome.
let's just add a quick sentiment. Sorry. I'll add a sentiment very quickly. I mean, on the black, it really pops, doesn't it?
Yes, the lilies actually, without the dye, you know, the pick of the week is to get the dye together, but people are buying just the lilies and the daisies together or separately. It's entirely up to you. There's always an option.
I think it looks so classy on black, don't you? Can I just show you very quickly?
You
because
can, we've got 7
me and
minutes.
Martin were on about this earlier. In sometimes when you see on TV things, you think you're not sure whether is it big, is it small, is it too big, and you know it's too big for the cards I like, or is it too small and I'm going to be hunting around for other things to add to the project. Let me show you the size on this mat because they're big. They're big. So when you basically cut the die, you get the exterior look, which is going to enable you to create that lovely shaped card, and you get the exterior on both. So all you need to do is, I'm going to make a quick shaped card with these. Is that okay? Just to show you, because I think it's really, really cool. So I'm just going to use one of the exteriors, and we're going to make, so if you buy this die, don't forget, you can make shaped cards, put them in a packet and sell them. And the reason you can do that is because you've made something with them. It might only be a card blank. You could make note cards. What about some cards for the church, because they're that shape, if you want to. But they don't have to be for a church. They do not have to be sort of spiritual in any sense. They could be windows. Think about your Christmas cards and popping a car in the back of the window, like a Christmas car with a tree on, or a family stamp in there, or something like that. And because I've got 2 of these dies, you won't get 2. But because I've got 2 to hand, I'm going to quickly cut them together. So, you know, your silhouette stamps you've seen from some of the samples as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
this TikTok happy hour is nearly gone, folks. We're down to a couple of handfuls. If you want it, you've got 7 minutes to get it in your basket and check out. Brilliant Imala stamp with those large timepieces on the back there for you to work with. Different styles as well.
Yeah,
You know,
they work
you've got
with all
the
of
alarm
the other
clock.
Imalas as well. And one of those clocks would look cute in this window. Or in the centre of here, look at this, where you've got this lovely halo here. Can I just borrow that? Sorry.
Yeah.
This is just you know, when I do this, I get great pleasure out of just grabbing something and showing you, because I know when I am designing or putting things together, I know it's going to work with other things. But look here, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
look at the clock in there.
Yeah.
Absolutely adorable.
You'd be cuckoo to miss out on it,
Oh.
really, wouldn't you?
Oh,
Sorry. Apparently there's now so many in baskets that if you tried to order now, you wouldn't get one. Some of those baskets may not get checked out. They might get emptied within that 15-minute period, so you might still have a chance of getting your Imala TikTok set. But it is a really good happy hour at a good price, and just useful stamps as well. Not part of the fancy set that you need, just 4 really useful stamps.
Yeah, I'm just cutting the shaped element now. So I've popped it down the side, and hopefully it'll cut nicely. Let's just move this one for you. So I'm going to show you how to make some gorgeous, so think about making lots of shaped cards and just saving them. And then when you come to make a personalised card, you've got your card blanks in these shapes. or put them in some packets and, you know, do them at your craft group, or cut some for your friends, or, you know, they're just a lovely, lovely design. You can see that stitch detail in there as well. That is so pretty. Think about your gold mirror boards as well, wedding cards, celebratory cards. I love this. I absolutely love this. I have built my Christmas collection to work with this as well in June next year. So you know that, to be able to use it.
More emails coming in. I'm going to have the chance to read one out before we finish. By the way, there is a very interesting and exciting show coming up next with Paula. We're a nation of dog lovers and pet lovers,
yes,
aren't we?
Absolutely.
I think you might not like the next show. How about a baking show for your dogs?
And I thought, oh, we're going to get a nice treat here. They're going to be baking buns, but the hot dog. But apparently you can eat
There
them.
she is, look. There she is.
Biscuits and cupcakes.
Say again, because they just turned your mic on.
So you will be able to bake biscuits or cupcakes.
Biscuits or cupcakes?
Yeah, for dogs.
For your dog?
Yes.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Wow.
All safe for dogs, including chocolate edible for dogs as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I could do the cake. I'm feeling a bit rough myself. Sorry. Stay tuned. Next hour, everyone.
So I just scored the back of one of the pieces, and look, I glued it at the top, can you see there? And then I've got my freestanding card. Absolutely gorgeous.
Right, quick email. You two together are rare, but my favourite duo, as I love Tony's expression when Martin is amusing himself. I also enjoy the sound of a pen top popping.
Oh, are you in the
This is
club?
Mandy. Mandy's one of my favourites. Mandy is the roundabout ranter.
Mandy is a pen top popper.
Yeah, no, she's the roundabout ranter. Do you know why? She's like me. If you come into a major roundabout and there's absolutely nothing on it, why would you stop? You come into...
Well, you wouldn't, would you?
No, but people do. So you're behind somebody, they come in, and there's nothing on it, and they come to a complete stop, and I rant at them, and so does Mandy. That's why we get on. She says, the worst thing is a scratchy pen. I also enjoy the noise of popping the domed dice in a game. I don't know, there's a bit missing there. I love watching Tony, as I'm always learning something new, and her products are excellent quality and good value. There we go.
Thank you so
Mandy.
much.
Nice to hear from you.
So here now, look, you can see how the stained glass element fits in. If you want to put that frame around, I wouldn't put this on because that's too big, but think about the beautiful things that you can put in there. Just enjoy them, guys, because that is what it is.
Actually, Mandy,
about.
since the merger, my route to work's changed, and I go across country now, and there's not a single roundabout all the way
You
here.
don't go round them, it goes over
I'm
'em.
so more relaxed now. There's no more roundabouts. I don't need to shout at anybody for stopping. We're out of time. Thank you very much, everybody. I've really enjoyed this show. It's been a bit of a mad one, but then everything was selling out. Carly's coming tomorrow to do
5
the last show.
last show.
Yeah. Have a safe trip home,
Oh,
Tony.
thank
We'll
you,
see you
guys. Thank
before
so much.
Christmas.
Yes, maybe.
Brilliant. OK, don't go anywhere. As I told you, Paola's coming up next, baking for your dogs, and I'll see you in an hour with the brilliant Rowan Dean. I've just done the whole menu thing, haven't I? Get Gavin in. He'll do it. Because I've just done it all, haven't I? Right, stay tuned, everybody. Rowan Dean in an hour, but right now it's your perfect Christmas baking with Poor Bakes and Paola. Hi everyone, we've got a Stamps by Me one-day special deal. To deal of the day, that's it, isn't it, today? Got so excited, Tony, I forgot what it was.
Yeah, it's exciting though.
Well, you're here, so tell us about it.
So this is your All Surfaces Stamps by Me card. So you get metallic, you get glitter, you get pearl, and you get 3 shades of texture, all in one bundle, so you don't have to hunt around. It's all there for you.
That's awesome. It's brilliant value as well. And of course, you know the value and the quality of Stamps by Me. The All Surfaces card as well. Forest, I love the colours. I love those greens. They're very, very vibrant. But look at the price. Don't tell Tony, but we're saving £6.90 on this one if you're a club member. It's only £8.09. What's the item number again?
274825.
You're very good at this. You could work in TV.
Maybe.
Don't miss out on your deal of the day, everyone. Fantastic value for money from the one and only Stamps by Me, the All Surfaces card. 30 sheets of it for just £8.09, club members.
You get the goodies, I'll get the door.
Okay.
Hello, Create and Craft Delivery.
Wow, this is the biggest order I've ever seen.
Haven't you heard? If you order anything from Create and Craft now, it's a Cat P&P of $3.95 per order.
Cat P&P of only $3.95 for all of this?
Yes, it doesn't matter what you order or how many different items you buy.
What, even the really heavy stuff like this?
Yes, sewing machines, die-cutting machines, everything in the van.
Oh, there we go. That's the last of it.
I don't think they're at home. We'll have to come back later. I'll warm up the van.
Oh, hi! Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, yes, that'll be lovely. Chop, chop, Dan.
Order 2 or more items from Create and Craft and we'll cap your postage at just $3.95, no matter how many different items you buy. Shopping at Create and Craft just got even better.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout. Log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4. Choose ClearPay.
Well, very excited about this hour because, as Martin was saying earlier, well, we are a nation of pet lovers, and when it comes to pets, we want to treat them, and treat them for Christmas. We can do with these incredible products that Jacqueline and Chloe have brought to us. How are you?
We're really good, thank you. How are you?
Very good. Now we have got the incredible Paw Bakes doggy treats that we can actually enjoy making and enjoy giving to our dogs, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they are baking kits for your dogs. So family, children get to enjoy making them, and their dogs get to enjoy eating them at the end.
Now, this is a perfect Christmas gift, isn't it? Because we all have got people in our life that, first of all, they own dogs, and we know them, and we want to treat those dogs. But also there are people in our lives, neighbors, or friends, or colleagues, that the only thing we know is that they have got dogs.
Yeah.
This is the perfect gift for them, right?
Exactly.
And does it require a lot of expertise in terms of baking or anything like that?
No, I can definitely assure you of that. Chloe's quite a good baker.
I'm a baker.
I'm not, and I can bake them. So trust me, they are really simple and fun to do. You don't need to be a master baker.
So this is fabulous. So it doesn't need, you don't need to even need to know if they bake, and also it could be the first step into proper baking as well, right?
Exactly. Introductory.
Something with the dog. It's safe. We will go into more details about that. But how did you start it?
Yeah, so it was a few years back. So we met at university.
Right.
We was both doing a business degree, and one of the modules was to come up with a business idea.
Okay.
And this is where it originated from.
Wow.
So we took the 2 biggest markets.
Yeah.
So we love baking. We found that that's what we enjoy doing. So we took 2 of the biggest markets and we combined them together. So baking and dogs. And yeah, a lot of years in the making, and then Paw Bakes was born.
But this is great. Now, I think many of you at home who are, you may have a dog, or like I said, I'm a cat person, but all my friends, or many of my friends, have got dogs. Leona has got 2 beautiful dogs. I'm like my adoptive children, and of course, if you want something really special, I mean, I could buy it for myself and bake it and make treats, or actually gift it as it is.
Yeah, a lot of people gift them just as, especially if they like crafting and baking things, and for children to get involved in as well. So
because
it's
it
a
will be
perfect
safe
activity
for children as well.
The ingredients, we'll go into all of those, but the ingredients, it is all human grade. So children, they normally lick the bowl when they're baking. That's absolutely safe for them to do.
Fantastic. So for instance, a 7 or 8 year old would be able to do it.
Absolutely.
That was important, wasn't it? When we was developing them, we wanted something good for the dog and something good for the owner and the family. So it was all different things we looked at.
You tick all the boxes.
All the boxes.
Now this is a perfect gift, isn't it? So therefore we have an extra 50, well, it is an extra 5% discount in the club. So it's a 15% discount if you are in the club, which means this bundle, £12.74. That's one-off payment. No, this is not the first of 2. This is one-off payment, and getting the Doggy Cupcake baking kit as well as the biscuit baking kit, which comes in as well with a wooden spoon. So that kind of and also comes in with the tennis ball and the card as well.
Yeah, and they can be personalised, the cards. So everything's got a little option for personalisation. So we've got the to and the from, and you can write the dog's name.
Oh, that's
on the
so
card there
cute.
too.
So therefore you can do that as well. Right, if you want to go for this bundle, remember £12.74 is all you're paying. I mean, this is such a great present as well. Now, the biscuits, is that what you are going to end up making, the biscuits over there?
That is, we're going to give them a go, show you how we're done.
Wow, and the cupcakes. Now, the cupcakes, I can see straight away, they have got chocolate. Right,
Yes.
we know that it's a big no-no chocolate.
Yeah.
So it's special chocolate, right?
Yeah, it is dog-safe choc drops. So we make sure that everything in there is completely safe. It's all been signed off by the trading standards and all the authorities. So everything's safe. So don't use your own chocolate.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that no with chocolates
the chocolate
and
that comes in the kit.
Keep the good get the human chocolate for the human, and then give the animal, the pets, pet-friendly chocolate. 082396 is the first bundle. Now, if you just want to have the gift, the gift back without the tennis ball and the cards as well. So just the kit itself with a wooden spoon, you have got that option as well there. Of course, you pay a little bit less, £9.89 if you are in the club. Now, how many biscuits would we make from one kit?
So in the biscuit kit, so this is what will be inside on one half of the gift pack. You get at least 10. You'll see when we bake them that a lot of people get more than that though. It's a real minimum of 10 at half a centimetre thick, but people are getting up to 15, aren't they?
It all depends on how kind of thick you want to roll them.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we'll show you you can sort of create thicker ones, thinner ones. Some people like to just cut them in half and things if they've got a smaller dog.
Of course,
So
you want to
yeah.
make them a little bit bigger, or at the opposite way, if you wanted a really thick bone, you could do that as well. And how many cupcakes, more or less?
Six iced cupcakes.
So I'm thinking that for just one dog, this would be perfect. But if they have got two dogs, maybe two of them, or how
I mean, they could share them, or if you've got if you make a batch, you can put them in the freezer. So you might want to make sort of some more, but you know you've only got one dog, so you can put them in the freezer and they will last in there.
So if we make like loads, so if we buy say 2 or 3 sets and we do one session, now we have got how long do we? Once they are baked, how long they will last?
So if you store them in an airtight container, about a week. But obviously, if you then want to freeze them, they will last longer.
So we can freeze them, and then deep freeze them, and then that's fantastic. So we can do them ahead of time. Have them then ready. And of course, the cookies won't take long to defrost.
Exactly.
So. And also, the other thing is we know exactly what ingredients they have gone in, right?
Yeah, as Chloe said, that was so important to us because we just wanted owners to be able to pick up the packaging and recognise the ingredients that's on there. So it's completely all natural, human grade. So it's stuff you're going to recognise as you're reading through. That was really important to us.
I love that. So because there is lots of us that when we are giving the pets treats, and I do, every day I do my cats. They kind of go like, oh, you don't know what there is, but look at this. Look at how happy is that dog. Oh, look, Lola. That's my favorite. That's Leon. And of course, you have got Indy there as well. Oh, it's funny. I recognize 2, but oh, that's so cute. And it's they love them.
When you do it, it makes the kitchen smell lovely as well. So the dogs really can smell everything, and they kind of really get involved and excited, and then enjoying this.
So adorable. Look at that.
We love seeing the videos. We get so many in our social media, and they're just brilliant.
Of course, they can find you on social media and tag you, so therefore you can share the joy of baking for your dogs.
And we love seeing what different people do as well, because people send everything in, and we've seen people. We'll show you, but we've seen people use the choc drops to decorate the cakes and things.
Absolutely. Right, if you want to go for the one that comes the gift pack with a wooden spoon, £9.89 is your price. 110470 is your item number. Now, the next one that we have got in here is the twin pack, which is the one that you have got different options. You can go for, say, you want 2 of the cupcakes, you can go that. 2 of the biscuits, you can do that. Or a cupcake and a biscuit. This one is not the gift bag or the gift box, so it doesn't come with the wooden spoon.
No.
But you can choose, for instance, I really love the biscuits. I think that because they are with the shape, because it comes with their own cookie cutter, right?
Yeah, that cutter is included inside.
You can reuse that, so yeah, it's perfect.
So I think that I might go for 2 of the biscuits. But that is why they have given you the option to do whichever one you want to go for. 163961 is your item number for the baking twin pack, £8.99 if you are in the club. And remember, you can go for 2 of the cupcake, 2 of the biscuits, or 1 of each. And this is exactly what we are going to get in there, right? So pre-mixed.
Yep, you've got the premix there, so that's for the biscuits, and you've got the cutter.
Yeah, and then we have got the cases.
And we've got the mix again, the choc drops, which is definitely the dog safe ones, and the cupcake
and with their cases as well. Right, remember their choices are within the same item. Number 163961 is your item number. And the best way to check out your baskets, the website createandcraft.com. That is the best way to do that. Or you can give us a call if you prefer, but you can have a look at everything we have. And also when you check out your baskets, there is other options available, including more cutters there as well. So, and the card as well is available at the end of call when you go to check out your basket. Very busy across the board, especially for the gift box. 20% of the stock are gone for that one. Right, so we get it home, and let's assume that I'm a kind of very amateur baker. So what do I need to put from, that is not included in the box?
So with the biscuits, it's just water. So you're just going to need 5 tablespoons of water. And for the cupcake,
which I have,
which you're going to have, you're going to need water again, and you're going to need 1 egg and a tablespoon of vegetable oil.
So not much. And things that we already have.
Exactly. We wanted to make sure you've already got it. So everything you need is literally in there, apart from water, oil, and an egg.
Perfect. So what are you going to be doing then?
So we're going to start with biscuits. We're going to demonstrate how to do them.
Let's
give it a go.
Right. So first things first is to preheat the oven. So with the biscuits, you'll preheat that to 160 degrees fan. So
and all the instructions anyway, they are in the bag.
All on the bag, really clear and simple.
So obviously in our box will be our pre-mix.
Fantastic. And this is great because like you say, getting the children involved. Our director has a 8-year-old. Oh, she will be 8 years old in 14 days, 9 days. So they say, but they have got 2 dogs as well. So that will be perfect for her.
It gets the whole family involved. A nice activity over Christmas as well to do all together.
And you'll see, obviously, we're going to be using our cutter that comes included, as well as some Christmas ones today. But there's other things that you can do for birthdays. We've seen people sort of do numbers with their 8s. They can cut the 8s out. Everything, like little different things on top of the cupcakes. They're so customisable. It's really good. So we've put the mix in, and we're going to remove 1 heaped teaspoon, and we're just going to set that aside to use later.
Ooh.
We'll show you what we're doing.
So you take it out.
Just put that aside.
You will see why. We just need that to dust away later.
That's what I thought. Immediately.
So you're not that amateur baking, you know.
And then we've got our 5 tablespoons of water, which we will pop in. And we recommend using just slightly warm water because it just pulls it all together a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the water, And then, what sort of flavour would it have?
So this one is honey.
Oh.
Yeah, honey and peanut butter.
Okay, how many humans have actually eaten them?
So many.
I wonder about that.
They are human grade and they taste quite nice.
Obviously, it was so important that because you're going to be baking them in your kitchen, they needed to be human grade and ingredients that sort of if kids stuck their fingers in the bowl and had a taste test.
And adults. I think Yanis, you did a show with Yanis. And I think he had,
exactly. So we've sat in quite a few meetings before, and people are like, "Oh, can we try them?" We're like, "Give them a go." So that will allow that to all combine.
Yeah, and the spoon comes in with both the gift box and the big bundle, right?
That's included.
And you could be using the bowl that you usually may mix your baking. I mean, it doesn't have to be separate.
No, exactly.
Definitely not. That's the good thing about the ingredients we've used, that you can literally use all your
everything.
It's similar to ingredients you would use anyway. So the peanut butter in there is a powder as well, so it's 80% less saturated fat.
Right. So even a healthy healthier.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing, isn't it? That when you're buying treats for dogs or for any animal, you kind of always like, oh yeah, that will do. And sometimes you're thinking, well, is it? I mean, I know lots of dogs that are on diets.
Yeah,
less fat.
It was important.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's less. 80% less saturated fat, so it's a nice ingredient to use, and it smells lovely.
It's tasty. Dogs like it.
I wouldn't know that it's not for humans, like you were saying. It's just, the smell is just fabulous. Yeah.
So you boil that together, and then what you have to do is leave that to rest for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So
not long. I mean, it's the sort of thing that you can do, and then maybe doing something else.
Exactly.
Like that.
So not long at all, and then that is one that we did just before.
There we go. So now we will use what we left.
Ah, teaspoon. Yeah.
There we go.
Pass that
one
over to you.
Thank you. Lovely. Let's put this over here. Now this is the bit that you can decide how thick you want them. So obviously the thinner you do them and the longer you cook them, the harder they are. So if your dog likes a more crunchy kind of biscuit, you can make them sort of hard and crunchy. And then sometimes you want to do them thicker. They're kind of more of a softer texture. So it's all just really depends on, that's like a thinner, harder one. So it just really depends on sort of your dog's preferences, really.
Yeah, and then I guess because I'm sure that people are multi-buying these, because I would imagine that then you can build, like you said, like you know what your dogs will prefer, or maybe if you have got two different ones, so you're going to make them a little bit different each one. So
that's it.
Exactly.
So then,
and we've seen them as well, like doggy parties, or if they're at doggy daycare and they take down. So even if you bake up, say, a couple of boxes and get at least 20 biscuits, they'll sort of put a ribbon around each one to give to the dogs and hand them out as individual, even if it's not the whole thing, if you've got a lot of doggy friends.
Absolutely.
So this is the cutter. This one comes in the kit. So it's plastic and it's reusable, which makes it a nice baking tray.
And again, the baking tray can be any baking tray that we have got in there.
Exactly.
This is just like a greaseproof one, but if it's not, then you can just a layer of greaseproof paper will work perfectly. So let's cut some of these
And this is great because also I was thinking, usually when you do something like this, the fact that you tell us to take a teaspoon or a tablespoon of the mix out of it, so it means that we don't even have to dust the surface with something else. Everything has been thought of.
Exactly, and then you know that product that is on you're dusting it with, sort of that flour is a safe one for dogs. So you don't have to get anything out of your cupboard and worry, is it dog friendly? You can use it. So.
And I suppose that it's a sizable also cookie cutter, so they're not tiny treats.
No.
And so therefore it means that if you know what I'm thinking as well, like making a little Christmas tree with little treats. Every day, kind of like you give one. It's kind of. So I think they probably end up eating. You can tell I don't have one of the cookie cutters like this at the end of course.
So you can sort of pick whatever you might like a customizable cutter.
So we can use any. I suppose that we already
you might have some at
home. Exactly.
But you can do all different types of
gingerbread man.
There we go. We've got that. We've got a Christmas tree.
I mean, this is so, I will say it, I'm sorry, it's so easy. And if you are thinking of, oh yes, I know so-and-so that they have got two cats, two dogs, this would be perfect for them as a present. It's a perfect gift idea, hence why it has got a 15% off if you are in the club. Perfect for the season, and of course, it's something that we can do ahead, like you're saying, and then freeze them and then have them ready. I mean, maybe you are like me, not having dogs, but you have got friends that do and want to make them and then have them always ready. So in the freezer, ready. If I go for a walk with Leon, I can, have got the treats.
Exactly.
But we've had these ones have been frozen actually, so they come out perfectly. So they're ones that are out the freezer. These ones are freshly baked, but there's no difference.
And probably the dogs won't,
they'll just be happy to have the treat.
I mean, if they were cats, they probably say, "How dare you? Frozen treat, mother." But dogs are much more grateful.
Relax. They'll be very grateful.
So I have to ask, do you have dogs?
Yes. yeah. A Westie mixed with Scotty.
Oh,
so,
that's good.
yeah,
That's good.
he's been very happy to be a taste tester over the years.
Well done. I did. She was a major part of the taste testing, Tia, but not anymore. But yeah, she was great to do all their taste testing. But
she was.
It's been quite fun because it's like it's doing like market research with dogs, and we made like little different samples, and we went up and down like where we sort of live and tested it out with all the different dogs, which was nice to do. See which flavours they enjoyed.
They are so cute, aren't they? Yeah, they are so cute. They live in it. Yeah, because for instance, my cats, I had to put the treat on the floor for them to eat it. I cannot hand it to them.
Oh, they won't take it.
It's like with a dog, look at them. Lola, I'm gonna bite your hand off, and then look, Indy there is. They're so cute. Yeah.
Yeah, all of the dogs around us have been very happy anytime we need to taste test with them.
So from one pack, I mean, look how many we are getting. Probably another one, final one. You know, it's kind of. Could you do mini treats as well, like what is left?
Exactly. We've seen some crazy things, haven't we? People have been able to like mould their dogs, like their little like images of their dogs, haven't they? And
I wonder if our Janice, another of our presenters, she does really amazing clay figures. So I wonder if she could do something like that as well. So.
Yeah, we love seeing them. I could never create them. They are just brilliant. The ones that we
Janice is very talented.
Get shown. But also, if you do say like you have a smaller dog that does like smaller treats, obviously you can break these up or use a smaller cutter. And then make the treats smaller for them.
I mean, so far you have made about sorry, I cannot count 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you're going to put that one in there, 11.
So, obviously we've done different shapes. So, some are bigger than others on these, and I've done some thicker.
But you can see how, and there is still probably one. There are 12, so then one more. I cannot even count. I have to. I want to say as a disclaimer: education in Spain is brilliant, but it's just like I came out wrong. So that's the thing with numbers and counting.
And some really nice things as well that people have done. We've seen like customers' photos. Is they've done like initials and stuff. So,
nice.
And then they can even like they're very creative, but like put like little initials in the bones
as well.
And
there's so many possibilities. And I mean, we have been chatting, we have been kind of taking our detours in it. So imagine how quickly and easily it is for you at home to do. If you want to treat your pets, your dogs, or you want to treat your friends to make a sort of their own treats for their dogs, grab it now. There is 3 different options. The most popular one, I believe, that is the one that you can see the details in there. This is the gift box with the 2 kits, so for the biscuits and the cupcakes, £12.74 is your price. A quarter of the stock has gone. Right, so you have got the last one. I can see it here. It's a little bit more of a biscuit. Absolutely fine, right?
Exactly.
Just went for a different shape there. So once they're done, they will then go into your oven for 18 to 20 minutes until they're nice and golden brown.
Perfect. Yep. So let's. Here's the oven, and we put it in the oven, and then out of the oven, and there we have
18 to 20 minutes later. That is what you have there.
So we always recommend just to leave them onto the actual tray for a little while, just to cool, and then we will then say just to pull them completely off.
I mean, they look professional. I mean, if you want something that looks amazing, I mean, I would be tempted to eat one of them because that looks and the thing is that you know what you have put in because the mix is just absolutely, you have to say top quality ingredients.
It really, we really didn't want to compromise on the ingredients list. So there's the flour, the main flour is a spelt flour, which is a nutty kind of flour which adds to the taste. And then we've got the peanut butter flour. We have a honey powder, so the sweetness, should you say, it comes from sort of a natural ingredient, not any sort of sugars. And that is kind of everything.
That is what you want for your dog, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long. It doesn't take expertise. It comes in with the cookie cutter as well. Let me grab. No, I'm not going to eat it. You know that it's like you only have to ask and then we'll be eating it. But you can see there that it looks so fabulously. Right. So if you want to go for the main kit, £12.74 is your price. We will have a look at the cupcakes next. But you see 15% off in the price in the club. £12.74 is your price. 082 396 is your item number. Right, if you want to go, Are you getting ready for the next? Yeah, perfect.
Get ready for the next cup.
The cupcake. Perfect. Right. If you they get ready, Jacqueline and Chloe. Remember that there are other options because one of the options that we have got is the gift box on its own. It comes in with the 2 kits inside it, so you still can make the biscuits and the cupcakes and the wooden spoon, but it doesn't come with the tennis ball or the card. It's just, I mean, £9.89. I mean, you're spending less than £10 for a treat to yourself, to bake, to create something that is going to be healthy for your pet. And you could be making it on Christmas morning and then having nice and fresh. Or, you know, Boxing Day, whichever day. Or I love a Christmas Eve as well. I love Christmas. Right, and now you can make them like a little Santa kind of. If you have got a cookie cutter that is a Santa, you could do that as well. You could do the Santa hat and things like that. It comes in with its own cookie cutter, which is of course the bone, but then you can use whatever you have, because remember, all the ingredients are human grade. So it's not like you have to, I have to be careful to not mix it with something else. No, it's absolutely fine to do that. If you want yours, well, you know what to do. Grab it now. Check out those baskets, £9.89. Such an affordable price for such a joyous gift for the pets and also to your friends that have got the dogs. 110470 is your item number. Moving on, if you want to go for a twin pack, this is where you have got more choices, because you're thinking, I love the doggy cupcakes. You have got the possibility of going for 2 of them, or you're thinking, you know what, I really like the biscuits. So you want to say, I want 2 kits of this one. That's fine, or you can go for one of either. And it doesn't come with a wooden spoon. That is the only difference with the previous one in that time. It's only £8.99. Again, how affordable is that? When you consider that 15% it's off the price, because it's a perfect gift idea. 163961 is your item number. And remember that you have got cap PMP, because if you can put everything that we have got in the, if you wanted to go for all the kids or you wanted to go for extra, you will only pay £3.95 and PMP.
You get the goodies, I'll get the door.
Okay.
Hello, Creative Craft Delivery.
Wow, this is the biggest order I've ever seen.
Haven't you heard? If you order anything from Create & Craft now, it's a cap P&P of £3.95 per order.
Cap P&P of only £3.95 for all of this?
Yes, it doesn't matter what you order or how many different items you buy.
What, even the really heavy stuff like this?
Yes, sewing machines, die-cutting machines, everything in the van.
Oh, there we go. That's the last of it.
I don't think they're at home. We'll have to come back later. I'll warm up the van.
Oh, hi! Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, yes, that'll be lovely. Chop, chop, Dan. Order 2 or more items from Create & Craft and we'll cap your postage at just £3.95, no matter how many different items you buy. Shopping at Create & Craft just got even better.
Can you imagine all that van full of products to make treats for your dogs? I mean, can you imagine? Maybe somebody who runs, I'm thinking, if you are raising money for charity, for pet, dog rescues, that would be amazing. You wouldn't need to, because we could make them as little gifts and things like that, or making them for the animals in the rescue centres as well.
Absolutely, we have supported a couple of those as well, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. They've actually gone down the rescue centres. They've baked on massive batches.
Yeah,
and that's fantastic.
It's been really nice.
So there's so many different reasons you can use the kit. You can have the kit for your own dog.
Yeah.
You can buy the kit for somebody else, or you can bake it for somebody else.
Yeah, that's
so
exactly.
There are so many different reasons to kind of get baking, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So now the cupcakes. So the cupcakes, we need an egg,
water, and some vegetable oil,
which should be in everybody's cupboard, except on certain days I run out of eggs.
Yeah, I think everybody has actually. We did walk to the shops the other day. It was like, oh, there's no eggs, but we found some now.
Right. So how do we start?
Yeah. So in the cupcake one, we're going to obviously have the mix again. We'll have 6 cupcake cases and the dog safe chop drops for the icing. So that will come in the kit. So we'll literally.
And again, just need to preheat your oven first, and then it's going to 180 for the cupcakes. Yeah. just to do that first. It's something I always forget to do when I'm it's pretty
You get
in the oven.
excited. No taking the
No
whites
taking out this time.
No, okay,
What we
perfect.
do need is an egg, which we've already cracked. So we'll just
It needs to be mixed but not beaten.
we'll beat it together.
Yeah. All right.
We'll just we'll prepare and crack the egg already, but then we'll beat it.
Less messy.
Yeah.
Perfect. And also, this is something that at all ages, I suppose this is really good kind of grandparents and grandchildren getting involved together.
Exactly. I've got a niece. She's almost 5 now, and she loves it. It's just because she gets to bake her ones and also the dog ones.
Yeah.
So.
Right, that's in there.
So we've added the egg.
And I suppose as well, if you have kind of like Halloween cookie cutters and things like that, or Easter as well, would be
seasonal.
fantastic.
Yeah. So we've got our tablespoon of veg oil.
And if also for Valentine's, if you don't have another half, that could be like
Yeah.
like a heart to them, you know.
And in here we have 3 tablespoons of water.
Right.
So that all goes in.
And then that's just 3 things to add to the premix that's in the box already. And give that a good mix. And with the cupcakes as well, obviously we'll get to the icing, but also you can make those seasonal and add. We've seen customers and families add their own little treats on top and make little Christmas treats added on the top of them, so you can still customise those and make them.
So very simple, all mixed in together.
Yeah, just like that.
So no, you have to beat that up into a soft bake.
No,
so you have to do this and that.
That's all done. So yeah, at this point, some people, if they don't want to ice them, they pop their choc drops in here and make like a chocolate chip cake. So that is an option.
Yeah.
So it depends. Some people just want to skip that step and actually include them.
And this is very important, the fact that there is chocolates safe for dogs.
Yes.
We usually kind of like, no, chocolate and dogs do not mix, but this has been,
they're safe.
It's dog safe. Yes, completely.
Right.
So just put the cases in there.
So obviously we're using the cases, but again, sometimes people put all the mix together into a small tin and create like a little birthday cake.
Oh, that's so cute. Would the baking then time in the oven would change then because if it's a cake?
Would recommend the same, but just to keep looking. Once it's risen, you can it's like a human cake. Stick something in it, check it's clean,
perfect,
and you're good to go. So let's go. So it's now as simple as literally separating that into those.
There we go.
So we say we'll start off with like a teaspoon in each. That's one.
And this is a bit where if the children, they do get a bit on their hands, and it's absolutely fine.
And then they can lick it.
Exactly.
Because sometimes I kind of have got this nightmare vision of, oh no, you cannot touch it. You shouldn't let it. That's absolutely fine.
Absolutely fine. All safe to do so.
I mean, obviously, adult supervision of the whole time because there's a lot of stuff, in the oven. But the fact and the fact that it's very quickly to make, like we were saying, if you have got like a morning or a Sunday morning, this is a perfect activity, especially now that the days are cold and rainy and you don't want to go, but still can do that. And then it's a kind of even more excuse to go out and for a walk with the dogs and with the treats that you just made.
Exactly.
So it's quite, it sounds quite nice actually. I want that the Sunday.
A nice Sunday. Nice Sunday day.
And it teaches us the children the responsibility of owning a dog. They can get involved in, obviously, dogs have to be fed, and this is this is something that's nice,
and it has to be the right thing, not just anything. And this is fine because it's we know the ingredients. And
exactly. You can just make that bit more of a conscious effort of what you're giving to your dogs.
So literally, we split that all nice and evenly between each case.
There we go.
So yeah, these cases are included in the kit as well, so you don't need to worry about finding your own cases or cases being the right size or anything. There are 6 of those included within the kit. And then
there we go. That's perfect. And then they will go into your preheated oven for about 16 to 18 minutes, but just keep an eye on them until they're risen.
And the oven, indivisible oven, and then wow, they have risen.
There we go.
Yeah. they look a little bit like scones as well.
Yeah, they do a little bit.
Yeah, like kind of same there as well. Right, of course, if you want to go for the Christmas gift box, you will make 6 of the cupcakes and up to, well, you know, they say 10 biscuits?
Minimum
10.
Yeah.
And it comes in also this bundle with the Christmas card and the tennis ball. £12.74 is your price. Remember, it has a 15% off because it's a perfect gift. 082396 is your item number. Now, while the chocolate is being melted, because it's a little bit of, you know, it's not that... it's not that well. It's just a process that needs to be done. I'm going to remind you of the twin pack. Now, the twin pack has been very busy, and you have got 3 different options. You can go for 2 of the biscuits. Oh, sorry, I'm doing the wrong one. Sorry. This one is the cupcakes. No, it's my fault. It's not the director's fault. It's just my fault. I was like the cupcakes here. You could go for 2 of them, or you could go for 2 of the biscuits. Or you could go for the twin pack, 1 of each. Whichever one you're going for is 163961 is your item number, and you have got that 15% as saving if you are in the club, because it's the perfect gift idea. $8.99 is your price in the club. And remember, that is a KPMP. So maybe you are thinking, like I'm thinking, it's like, I want this as a present for somebody, which will be phenomenal to get it. But also I wanted to go for maybe the pick and mix or the options, because then I can go and have them in my cupboard. So if I have to make treats, I have them there for it. So if you want to go for a gift, I think this one would be better, because it's more of a gift box. It comes in with a wooden spoon. It does tell you all the information than the other one, but if it feels more of a gift when it's all both of them, and it still is under £10, which is, I think, it's a brilliant thing. I mean, how many presents that will make so many people happy? Because when you make a dog happy, it's the owner that is happy. It's the friends that are happy. It's everybody that comes into contact with that dog that they just light out our lives, don't they? So why not go to today's one as a present? 100470 is your item number. Or if you want the bigger bundle, the one that comes in with the tennis ball, which of course I love that one, which is like, and then you have got the cards as well. This one is of course the gift bag, gift box bigger, with is the Paul Bakes Doggy Christmas gift box. 082396 is your item number. £12.74 is your price. I mean, look at that. Look at him. Look at Lola, beautiful Lola, and Amy there as well. They are happy dogs. Yeah, this is like my cats. You have to put it on the floor, otherwise they won't.
We're going to have to come back with the cats.
And then look at these ones as well. And look at the tail. That is a very, very happy Lola. And Indy as well. It's like, Indy, yeah, I'll have that. All right, have them. And now make your dog happy, or make yourself happy by giving them this treat. And also it's just the enjoyment of making it. So right, so you have melted the chocolate.
Yeah. So we've took these out of the oven.
Yes.
So we say just leave them in there for a couple of minutes to cool down, and then after that you can transfer them onto your cooling rack to completely cool. And in the meantime, I dropped a crumb in there now. In the meantime, you can melt down your chocolate. So we say, like in a bain-marie sort of style, just to melt the choc drops. So we've put the choc drops that come in the kit in there, some water. It's difficult on set, so we've literally just gone off and quickly melted them down. But then we'll show you.
Yeah.
So just take a small amount, and then we can pop it on, just like so. Now at this point, if you have some sort of small little treats or your dog's favourite treats, we've seen people sort of crumble these biscuits on top to kind of make a little topping. Carrots, dogs love grated carrots. We've seen apple pieces.
Yeah, your dog's favourite, whichever that may be, add it on, whatever you would like to add on or customise.
And if you're really creative, you can use like a little piping bag And we've seen love hearts, names, everything.
Did I like to say cheese?
Cheese? Yeah.
Cheese. Oh,
yeah. Cheese.
Okay. Cheese, yeah. Okay.
Definitely. And then they're all sort of things you can pop in the mix as well. So if your dog does love cheese, you could put a bit of grated cheese in there, carrot. That works really well. People love to put like grated carrot inside
because
the
it
mix.
looks nice as well.
And you can bake it in. We saw a really nice first birthday cake. They put all the mix together. And they grated some carrot and they baked it with the carrot grated in. That was nice.
That's so cute. And this is also a kind of a good, again with the little ones in a family. It's nice to sit down and then do a little bit of chocolate decoration.
Yeah, exactly. Especially maybe if you're doing it with a couple of children, they have a couple each to do their own design, what they would like to put on there.
I know I'm doing this fairly neatly, but they don't have to be at the end of the day. They're for your dog. So the children can get involved and be as creative or
do we need to wait until it's completely cooled down before we feed it to the dogs?
Make sure they're completely cool and before you ice them as well, because if you find they're too hot and the icing's too hot, it will just melt off the side.
So let the cupcakes cool in here, then transfer them onto the wire cooling rack to cool a little bit more.
So keep going, and then the last one.
There we go.
And then if you do have the double pack, sort of the gift kit, then and you have some icing left over, there's no reason that you can't ice the end of your bones.
Do those as well.
You can do a little bit of that. We've seen people dip them.
That's perfect. This is why you're going for the gift one, is because you will have so much extra chocolate that you can do things like that. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I'm not doing this the best.
You're doing a good job. I think you're doing a good job.
Look at that, little heart.
Or sort of write a name, dip them in.
Yeah, there's so many possibilities with this. Now, if you are just joining us, we are not baking just baking. We are baking treats for dogs. They are absolutely safe. This is not just a standard chocolate. This is a dog safe chocolate that everything has been approved to make sure that is dog friendly and safe, and also they are human grade, which means that if you have got the little ones kind of getting involved and they are licking the spoon and the chocolate, that is absolutely fine because it's human grade as well. So it means that everybody in the family is safe.
Exactly.
That you don't have to worry about it. And think about it as well, how easy it is to make. You don't need to be a baker. You don't need to get anything other than water, an egg, and oil. That's all you need to get. And let's be honest, most of us have it in the house already. Comes in with a cookie cutter as well. So if you are on the cupcake basis, so if you are kind of thinking, oh, but that's that's such a good cookie cutter, it does come with it. So don't worry, you don't have to put your own even. So basically, it's a mixing bowl and water.
Rolling pin. A rolling pin. If you're having that sort of the gift pack, your spoon's included, so you don't even need one of those. But just literally water.
That is such and think about it, a present for like I'm thinking as a gift for yourself to your pets, or a gift to somebody so they can bake it. Now I'm sure that there are some viewers that may are joining us right now and wondering, well, that's a great idea, but how did they come about with this idea? So can you tell us that again, the story about it?
Of course. So it came about when we was at university. We was doing a business degree. That's where we met a few years ago. And
she was more than a few.
Quite a few. We've known each other now. And then it was one of the modules was to come up with a business idea and to do a business proposal. And this was the idea of mixing two of the biggest markets at the time, which was baking and pets. And then we done that module, and then the university actually had a business startup competition, which was very similar to like Dragon's Den style. So we had to do a pitch. We had dragons there. So it was really
other programs are available. It could be, I don't know which ones, but
that style.
The Apprentice.
A style of that.
A style of that. Business Angels, I guess. And then there was an awards evening for that, which was a really lovely event. Our family got to come to, and then we found out on that night we'd won the most innovative idea. and we won funding to then set up our business.
That's such an amazing story to get to know that this started as a project for a academic project, and then it came into something that you can now get here on Create and Craft. Now, if you are wanting to spread the cost, well, we have got ClearPay here on Create and Craft.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
And you can use ClearPay for the first bundle as well as every bundle that we have got on the show. Now, this one is a giftable, so it has a 15% discount if you are in the club. It gives you the pop bakes, is the biscuits and the cupcakes, so you can do 6 cupcakes and a minimum of 10 biscuits, and also comes in with the tennis ball, the dog's balls. And then you have got the Christmas card as well, so it makes a lovely contained present where you can personalize the card as well and gift it to as a present. Now, you could, you know, if you are on a budget, saying, well, I'm going to take it out because each of these boxes are inside it, and then these are 2 different presents. That could work as well. It comes in with a wooden spoon, so you can keep that one for yourself. And of course, each of those boxes also comes in, the biscuit box will come in with the cutter here, the bone there, which is such a cool one, isn't it? 082396 is your item number for this bundle. £12.74 is your price in the club. Now, then we have got another option. Now, maybe you're thinking, I do my own cards, I don't need one, I already have got tennis balls for my, or maybe it's because this is your, you know, you are going to gift it as a present, as self-contained to somebody else. This is under £10, again, with a 15% discount in the club, means that this is a fabulous, fabulous way to get a present for those people in your life, for instance, the neighbors, and for people that the only thing you know, literally, is that they have got a dog. So this is, you know, that it's going to be safe, you know that it's going to be enjoyed by the dogs, and also to bake it, it's easy, it doesn't require other difficult ingredients to get, and also the fact that it's human for, you know, it's not for human, you know, human consumption. Yeah, that's the right way. 110470 is your item number for this gift pack. Now, if you prefer to say, you know what, I really want just 2 of the biscuits or 2 of the cupcakes, we have got that option as well. You don't want the wooden spoon, that's fine. You have got many wooden spoons at home, that is absolutely fine. You can do for a different item number, but you have got 3 different options. So you can go for 2 of the cupcakes, 2 of the biscuits, or you can go for 1 of each. The only difference is that with the previous one is, of course, it doesn't come with the box, but it does come with a wooden, it doesn't come with a wooden spoon, but it comes in separately as well, so ready to gift as well, or ready to store at home. 163961 is your item number. And look at the dogs. How do they enjoy the streets? Look at that. Do make sure to check out your baskets. If you want to make your dogs this happy, or you want to make the owners of the dogs that happy this way, get them a treats that you know they are perfectly safe, perfectly the ingredients for high quality, and then look at them. They are happy. I mean, that tail does it every single time. That's all you can see. And then Lola is really, and then Indy's like, I'm going to have it, enjoying that very much, and then look at them. So yeah, it's kind of a fun thing to make and fun thing to then give them to the dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And also this time of year, you know, a lot of people are involved in Secret Santas.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
they have like a budget, maybe £10, under £15, and it fits in with that as well.
Yeah.
Something to
give. Absolutely. I mean, if you want to go, even if it's a £5, if you go for the one that is 2, it's £8 and something. And you're getting 2, so it's under £5 per box as well.
Exactly.
So that's amazing. We have got under 10 minutes, so will we be able to see a bit the biscuit?
Let's recap the biscuits. So here will be your kit that will obviously you can either get on your own or in the gift pack. So let's just show you.
And you've preheated your oven to 160 degrees on this one.
So there'll be your cutter, and there'll be your mix. So,
and then
there we go.
And with the biscuit ones, just recapping, it's only water that you have to add.
Water.
Yeah.
I think I'm very partial to the biscuits. I just love the cookie butter as well, and I love the way that it's such a iconic shape. You know,
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
immediately says dog treat.
Yeah, exactly. So we've put that in, and we have to remove our heat spoon for later. And then here we'll have our 5 tablespoons of warm
water. Is it temperature warm or a little bit warmer?
Just kind of warm. It just helps it kind of come together nicer.
Better,
yeah.
Perfect.
So that's that. I've got a spoon from earlier.
Yes, there we go.
And then we'll bring that all.
And it's great that the spoon comes in the box, gift box as well, because like I only have got one, and I always when I bake most of the times it's in the so it's nice to have an extra one. It's a long-lasting present as well.
Exactly.
Exactly. So you pull it all.
It's always handy to have a few.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you are giving it as a gift and you're not sure
what they have, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Got it all there. So this is the bit where you can use your fingers and get a little bit involved and really combine it. So if the water is warm, it does come together sort of much nicer, and it's not so sticky when you use warm water.
Absolutely.
So no,
I think kids just like getting their hands involved and all sticky.
And people do, we've seen the videos been sent in, haven't we? People have their dogs on the counters with them, sort of really enjoying it and sniffing it and all sorts. Licking the bowls, the dogs, we've seen dogs licking the bowls at the end. So it's really nice to get everybody involved. So we'll pull all that together. And then this is the bit where we'll say just set that aside for 10 minutes just to really go sort of like a nice dough. That's it. Perfect.
And that's it.
And then
we have got the one that we let it rest for 10 minutes.
That's
so
it.
we can go. And if it's a little bit longer, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. That's
So how long could we left it? Like it would be an hour too much, or
it would. Yeah, I mean,
no more than an hour.
No
more than an hour. So definitely not doing it the night before and then trying to do it.
Perfect. Keep it in the same hour.
I mean, I think this is great. I mean, the kind of thing that you can do it basically in under an hour. You will have from opening the pack to actually have the treats ready to give it, because they will be cooled down, especially with these temperatures.
Exactly. And it's long enough, but it's not too long that you lose children's interest. So you keep them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that is the thing. It's a very, very kind of doesn't require time or attention that much.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and the instructions are, I mean, it's all sort of bullet pointed, and they're really, really simple to follow. So we're going to roll it out.
So we've just spread out the mix that we set aside earlier to help with this part.
And then,
are we going for Christmas or bone shape?
I like the bone.
Well, have a go.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm going to go for the bone. I just like it because it's slightly different. So then I can go any...
Yeah, because you can keep rolling it back up, so it doesn't dry out or it doesn't kind of come harder the more you do. So you can...
Yeah, it doesn't require that. And I haven't done this for ages. I never done it, obviously, for cookies, for treats for dogs, but let alone for... But that's kind of... Does it not? That one will not...
I
have it,
There we go.
And it's a minimum of 10 biscuits. We've seen a lot more come out of it.
And again, that's the bit where you can roll it thinner if you want a crispier biscuit, or keep it thicker if you want it more sort of a spongy, soft. I mean, some dogs have problems with their teeth where they need sort of crunchy treats. Some dogs have problems where they need sort of softer treats. So
you can choose what is... there I have more 6. That's cookie. That's amazing. Okay, let's do more.
And then we can put that together.
There we go.
Okay, We have got 5 minutes, so we can.
Yeah.
We are 40% gone of the Christmas gift box gone, which is the one that comes in with the tennis ball, the cards, as well as the spoon, and one of each. 1 pack of the cupcake, 1 pack of the biscuits, and remember, you are getting that doggy, that bone cookie cutter. This is the last show that you have got here this year, right?
Yes.
So this is the perfect Christmas time to get them. If you are thinking, oh, you know, it's good to have, I think, gifts in store, like kind of gifts at the house, and then ready to gift, because you're not, you probably are like me, that, you know, thinking, oh yeah, I have got all Christmas covered, and they say, no, my cousin, my friend, you know, what I can get them, and this is such a great present.
Definitely. It's a bit different, it's thoughtful, it's just a bit different to your regular gift.
And you can't forget the dog. The dog's the most important member of the family.
Exactly.
So
Anyone that has a dog knows that they are just as much part of the family, if not even more so. So it's got to treat them as well.
And what we like is a gift and an experience. So
yeah, absolutely.
You open the gift up, and then you've got something to actually do. It's more than just a
it can be a whole family. So you make it, the children get involved, and then you give it to the dog. So it's everybody benefits. Everybody benefits, you know, it's kind of.
Exactly.
They look good.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Is like you don't need to be an expert to make them look good. Because that's the beautiful thing, isn't it? That sometimes you're thinking, oh no, there is this beautiful cakes things, and then you try to make them and they look. This is not like these. Look at these. I mean, I'm sure they will look always like this good. And then this could be a present in itself, like these. I mean, maybe they're freshly baked, and they said, oh, put them in the freezer as well if you're gonna keep them.
Exactly. If you've got a family event, you'll look like a professional. You're impressed them, pulling those out for the dog.
If I tell that to my family, I'm sure they will all be eating them. And they're like, actually.
And also with this one here, that's exclusive to on here. That's not available.
So the Christmas gift box is not available anywhere else. That's the one that you're getting, the tennis ball as well as the Christmas card. 40% already gone. If you want to go for it, you know what to do. Grab it now by checking out your baskets. And remember, this is the perfect gift to have for those ones who love dogs, or maybe bake them and then send them. And look at them. Look how beautiful that dog, how happy they are. I love that. And of course, again, that is Indy as well. So happy dogs make happy homes. So guard them. And also, it's just to celebrate the pets, to celebrate Christmas, to celebrate that you can give a present that is not just for you for enjoying it, but also to enjoy the pets at home. Right. So you can see that we have got them here as well. So let's put them here so you can see big ball in there. That would be so chewy.
Yeah, like more like a cake, I suppose, like a cakey kind of texture.
And that's 12 plus the ball one, so it really is.
Yeah, you can do a lot in there. Right, if you want yours, you know what to do. Proceed with the checkout process, and of course get them because you're not going to regret it. Making treats is just the best thing for your dogs. Remember, all the ingredients are human for human consumption as well, so it means that if you are going to get these little ones involved, there's no worries about them touching or licking things that they shouldn't. Everything will be fine to be tasted by humans as well as, of course, dogs. I love their cupcakes as well because they look professionally made as well.
I mean, they do always come out nicely, and I suppose we've got all of the right levels of ingredients, so they rise perfectly every time. There's none of that. Oh, have we put enough? Sort of,
exactly.
They come out exactly like that.
And everybody in my ear is saying, "I want one." It's like, you're not a dog, are you, Ross? I mean, you know, maybe secretly is. Anyway, right. But remember, you need to check out those baskets, otherwise you won't get them. Otherwise, you won't be able to say, "I made that treat for the dogs." Also, I was thinking as well how beautiful this would be. You know, I know lots of dog walking, groups and things like that. So that is like a little present that you kind of give for under £10 if you go for the other ones. Or this one that has got the tennis ball and that Christmas card as well thrown in. £12.74. That's all you are paying. And remember, with Cap PMP, it means that you can add other items and only one PMP. And you can use ClearPay to spread the cost in interest-free payments. Well, happy Christmas. Thank you for bringing this in the new year.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody. Check out your baskets. Well, next coming up, we have got Katrina and Martin with Rowan Dean Embroidery. Then Helen is back with Haley with the Caterpillar Mega Monthly Deal. And right now on Craft Extra, Takeover Beads. I'll see you tomorrow. No.
Now this is a real essential in your quick picks. It's your Easy Lift adhesive tape, your double-sided adhesive. Now you have got 7 rolls, so you're getting 3 rolls of the 10mm, and then you're getting 4 rolls of the 5mm, and there's 50 metres on each roll. Now why this is essential, for starters, it's really easy to get off the roll, so you don't need to cut it, it'll tear, so you don't need to glue up your scissors. When you put it onto your project, you'll see, and I'll just tear that bit here, you'll see that you can get your nail under the side of the tape, so it means you're not faffing to actually lift that tape off. It's really quick and really easy. So if you have struggled with your double-sided adhesive in the past, then this is definitely for you. It's a good strong tape, so it's going to give you that perfect hold every single time. Brilliant for all your mat and layering, and of course it's not going to get glue absolutely everywhere. If you do want to get hold of it, 7 rolls, and that's your Easy Lift tape. It's another quick pick. Your item number is 865654, and that's going to give you 7 rolls of your finger lift tape. Now normally you're paying £19.99, but we've got a special price of £9.99 for you. Club members, that price drops to £8.99, and your Flexi Pay today is £4.50, and you've got another Flexi £4.50 a month after for your finger lift tape. Quick picks, craft must-haves at top pick prices.
Have you found Craft Extra? By tuning into Freeview 85 and pressing the red button on your TV remote, you can stream Craft Extra 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Missed a show on Create and Craft? Then watch again through your connected TV via the red button. Craft Extra, for your extra dose of crafting. Shopping online with Create and Craft has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees, no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at Create and Craft.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks to Paola to the last show. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, this next show, one of my personal favourites, because I love what Katrina brings us. They are absolutely... I got the name right, haven't I? I'm having a nightmare today. I called Gavin Collin. I had a mental block for a minute.
You're right.
I think it's age. I think it's definitely age. Katrina, it's lovely to have you here. Rowan Dean Embroidery is the brand that I'm talking about. Now, when you see the samples for this product, you just absolutely adore them. They are some of the finest things. I would have any of these in my home. The images are fantastic, Katrina. But you don't need to be a clever embroiderer to do this, do you?
I think you just want to try this as a craft and just have a go. The designs on the fabric, everything's there for you to play with. You know, you've got the instructions, but these new projects are just they're just so easy to do.
Yes, so today we've got some brand new stuff for you and some of the proper favourites here as well. These are lavender pocket kits. Now you're going to get all 5 of these, right? Now this is can we get them individually? I meant to ask. Yeah, you can get them individually as well. So we've got something for everybody's budget. But look at that introductory price. You're saving 20 quid nearly as a club member. So that brings them down to £60. So it's like you're getting one for free, really, isn't it, if you go for the entire collection. But they are absolutely stunning. And they would make wonderful gifts for people, not just for Christmas. They're not Christmassy, just anybody. Instead of buying them a bunch of flowers, buy them a lavender pocket kit. You even get the lavender with it, don't you?
You do get the lavender as well. Yeah, I mean, I've really enjoyed designing these.
Yeah.
They've been really fun to do. And then you've got the lavender, and I suppose you could make it as a picture. But the fun bit is yeah, put the lavender pocket inside, and it's quite a special gift.
They are. Now, we're going to go through each and every one of them and what they're called. So, to give everybody a good clue, let's start with this one here, which I think is called Raspberry Rock, is it?
Raspberry Rock. So the idea is, you remember the sweets that when you've been to the seaside, there was rock, and you get all those colours of the candy going through it. So this is a way of using a stitch called a spider's web, just to create those almost swirls of colour. And then you've got lots of beads, lots of sparkle. Can't not do a kit without French knots, so there'll be a couple of French knots on there, and the idea is that you'll fill that whole area with texture, whether it's sequins, beads, some wooden beads, everything's there. Then you're going to make your pocket after that, and the pocket really is just a calico backing. With a little, I suppose it's like a tea bag, that's a little bag that you can put the lavender in, and then just stitch that in, and it's something to hang, a bit of organza ribbon there. But you've got lots of sort of beads and colours and metallic threads. Really, really easy to do. And it won't take you long, you know, if it's for somebody who's not stitched before, they're not going to take very long.
So you get absolutely everything you need in the kit, apart from a needle.
You get the needles.
Get the needle as well?
Get needle.
Oh, my
all
word.
the time you get needles.
Absolutely everything then.
Everything's in there.
Now, you can buy that. The details for these kits are on their own at the bottom at $15.95. Obviously, you've got your club discount to come off that. But if you just wanted the Raspberry Rock, maybe you just want to have a go at one of these, the details for them individually will be on the bottom of the screen. I always have to ask, though, what level of sort of skill do I need to be to create something like this, Katrina?
Complete beginner.
Yeah?
You may have never stitched before. Very easy to do.
You can do it as a complete beginner.
Absolutely. It's got an outline on the fabric, so you've got a starting point.
Right.
You don't have to transfer the design or anything. It's just there, ready to stitch, and the instructions will guide you through.
Wonderful. Okay, so that was Raspberry Rock. Let's take a look at this one, which is Pink Sherbet.
I mean, those colours. Look at the colours. That's just the pinks, the purples, the glass beads there that just look like sweets. So you've really got the same idea, easy stitches, a couple of French knots, a few spider's webs and some lazy daisies, and then as much texture as you want to add. So it can be minimal, or you can use every single thing.
And that's a finished version. Obviously the lavender goes inside there in its little tea bag. And just a brilliant idea they are. They're fantastic. $15.95 to create something as beautiful as that. But you get the pleasure of making it. That's the important thing. 156358 is if you want to get all of them together. The next one is called the Rose Tree. And you can pretty much tell which one that one is. It's the one with the tree on, Chris. That's the Rose Tree. And look at that. That's another beauty, isn't it? That might be my favourite so far.
I think it's worked on tweed, so that's our tweed that we have made for us. And I love organza, just getting a little bit of colour on there, and then all the sparkle. I mean, the sequins, the beads, you can really go to town on those, and a little bit of organza in the background there as well, just to give it a little bit texture.
Again, an absolute beauty, that one. And again, if you want it on its own, the details are right there on the bottom of the screen. So that's the Rose Tree. The next one's called Summer Magic. There we go. And this is very much indicative of lots of the other Rowan Dean projects, where you get these wonderful scenes, if you like. Wait till you see some of the others. They're absolutely stunning. Is the back coloured already?
Right, the back this is on a cotton fabric, so the print of the outline will be on the fabric, and then you place the organzas over the top, and then you stitch through the organza, so it's the stitching that holds the organza in place.
Right.
And then you add, the sort of sequins and the beads last.
So I can see. I've just had a look at one of the ones on the counter, so I can see the lines for the stitching, but the. Oh, I see. It's organza. I thought it was actually stained.
No. It's all fabric. So where you overlap the colours, you get new colours, and you can fray it, or you can make it.
Oh yeah, now I see it in close up. Yes, smooth. You can see its material. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, there's one more in the set to show you, and it's that one down there. And I've forgotten what it's called. No, I haven't. It's called Forget Me Not, and it. Forget-me-nots and snowdrops, actually, this one. And again, look at that, absolutely stunning. I go back to, I think back to when and I'm going to give back a long time here. My nan would have a lavender pocket in a knicker drawer.
Yeah.
And they didn't look anything like that.
These are a bit more sophisticated.
Yeah, these are absolutely awesome. And if you'd like to make all 5 of them, you can get them today with a huge discount. You're getting more than 1 for free. £60, 14 club members, 156358 the item number, or they are all available individually and all very, very easy to do as well. So we'll be focusing on those during the hour. Now, we've got a new bundle for you as well. This is 2 that have been on before, but they've been put together now, am I right?
That's right. So this is red campion and daisies. It's just a fabulous collection of plants. They're not botanical studies, but they're using different wools, different textures, but really, really easy stitches. And the 2 together, I think, go really, really well.
Yes, indeed they do. They are absolutely stunning. And this really is what Rowan Dean's all about, this incredible embroidery and making embroidered scenes, if you like, of things. Obviously, this is bunches of beautiful flowers or a field of flowers, but there is also some other great ones coming up. But these are 2 of the larger hoops as well, aren't they? What size are they?
Well, this, once you've stitched it, fits into a 7-inch display hoop, or you can work it in the 7-inch spring hoop.
Right.
I mean, the fabric is bigger than that, so if you wanted to make it square, you know, some people like to frame it in a
Look at that.
square
The
shape,
detail is
texture.
absolutely fabulous, but like you say, no huge skill in embroidery needed.
It's not. I mean, underneath, you'll see in the demo in a minute, we've got a print to get the size, because that's what people worry about. How do I know what size stitch to do? And it's printed on the fabric, and there is a plan. You know, and you've got all the colours on there.
And all your instructions.
And all your instructions,
and
the sort of, there is, a little bit of a plan to follow.
And this is lovely material as well.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's made for us in the UK. It's tweed, it's woven here, and it's just fabulous. It seems to lend itself to lots and lots of colours and lots of designs, which just especially brings out these natural colours.
So all of the thread, all of the beads, the needle, everything is included. Do you get the hoops with this one?
You don't get the hoops, you buy those separately.
Right, the hoops are a separate item. The details are on the bottom of the screen. Of course, the brilliant hardwood hoops. There's a set of 3 7-inch ones for, £15.29, something like that. Club price, 169,138, the item number if you want to get hold of this kit, though, but you will need to buy the hoops if you're going to put them in hoops. You don't have to put them in hoops, do you?
We didn't put them together because I think everybody decides how they want to display.
Yeah, no, I agree. OK, 169,138. Right, let's take you through some of the other products that we've got on the show, and then we can get to some of these fab demos. Now, these work just as well on a card, and these are cards that you would who wouldn't pay a fortune for these, but you'd give them to people that you truly care about, and they'd never end up in the bin. These would be works of art that would stay. I wouldn't even put anything else on the front personally, like happy birthday or happy 30th or something. You know, you'd just give them like that, wouldn't you?
I think that's the beauty of the fabric and the sort of design. These are all little elements, you know, you'd see at the coastline, a bit of seaweed, the pebbles with the water, the reflections, and maybe, you know, the starfish there as well, you know, lots of beads to enhance that design. A little bit again, there's a spider's web but done as a shell. So you've got lots of different elements to work with, and I think all 6, so you work all 6, and then you cut them out and put them in your card.
Yeah, and there is 6 in this kit at £25.19 club price. That works out at just over £4.19 per card. But I don't think you can put a price on what they look like when they're finished. They are just incredibly beautiful, and they're sort of things that would, I mean, you could decorate your home. These would be in the lounge, you know, even in their card form, not even framed, just like that. Absolutely beautiful. And they're always a talking point as well. You can tell I like these, can't you?
Yeah. Well,
but I just think they're amazing images, and it doesn't matter whether, to be honest, I mean this is not whether they were painted, sewn, or using some other type of media. Just the way that they look when they're finished is so brilliant.
It's the colours. I mean, I like, for me, stitching is the texture.
Yes,
I just
of course.
love the texture, and I like the way of using beads on sequins and organza and different textures, because sometimes when you think of embroidery, you think of it in one thread. Well, to me, I want to use knitting yarns, I want to use metallic thread, so it makes it really, the stitches aren't any different, but it's just a different way of using them. And a little bit of organza there for the
and remember, everything is included with the kit. The beads, the thread, the backing, absolutely everything. And the patterns are drawn onto the backing as well. Remember that as a guide. So 626564, 2516 gets you all 6 of them. But we'll move on. We start getting into the realms of these. There's one coming up in a minute. All right, it's on the other counter, which is my absolute favourite. But let's go through these first. So, these are in sets of 2. Okay, so this one is the Garden Gate, I think you can tell, and the Herbaceous border kit, or the Herbaceous border kit for our USA viewers. It's $28.82 for these two. Now, these are 5 inch?
5 inch.
5 inch hoops. Not included again, but we do have the hoops in the show, if that's one. These are a riot of colour, aren't they?
These are just, if you were walking through a park, you would see those colours, you know, the gates, and then there's easy stitches to create, you know, a wall or the direction of the foliage. It's sort of 2 or 3 stitches really, and that it's the colours that really give that.
I guess unlike making a painting, if you're doing this and you feel like you've got a stitch wrong, you can just back it out, can't you?
Yeah, it's never wrong.
No.
No, you know, and I think you just work through each part of the design and then stand back and have a look at it and just see how it looks to you, or add more. There's always loads and loads of thread there, as well as sort of the final thing is adding the beads there.
They're like impressionist paintings with thread. The further away you are from them, the sharper the images become, and the more like a photograph they look. They are stunning, they really are. So 567150, that's the Garden Gate and the Herbaceous border. $28.82 is your club price, but we've got more to show you. Let's have a look at these next two. Now, these obviously have got a bit more of a nautical theme to them, these two. We have a rock pool and the sea urchin bundle, and again, amazing price, and again, that is material, it's not coloured, the background's not been coloured. 896947, so that one's got to be the rock pool, surely.
Yeah, that's the rock pool. I mean, I love the glass beach, you know, that sometimes you find glass in the sand, don't you?
Yeah, well-worn bits of glass,
and some great limpets there, and a little bit of a textured thread just for some seaweed.
And next to that we've got the sea urchin as well, and you can see him in there. Fabulous sea urchin kit. Have a look at that. It's absolutely beautiful. And again, you know, when you see it in close up, you can see all the threads, but when you start to sort of pull away from it, and probably from where your eyes would normally look at it, you see it in all its glory. It's only when you get really close do you start to see the threads. But anybody would think you've put hours and hours of work into something like this.
I know this way of stitching is much quicker than a counted method, and I think people, when you've done one or two, then you can see it's so easy and so quick. You can do them in an evening. You know, the pockets, you could sit in an evening and make one of those.
I do know that many people who buy your products come back and buy more, don't they?
Do.
Yeah, which is a great testament to the how good these kits are. Now, the next two, poppies are obviously very topical in October, November time, but poppies are with us all year. And look at these two. These are, again, stunning. I love the white background on these as well.
Yeah, I think it's good to work with different colour combinations, and I think the white and the sunflowers and the poppies there are
my word, hang on a minute, look at that price.
Just so easy to do. A little bit of organza in the background there, but again, you've got the designs on the fabric. That's not going to take, you know, an evening or so to do. And then how you frame them, I mean, that's in the 5-inch display hoops, but it could be displayed in a square frame as well, you know.
Yeah, so $16.49 gets you both sunflowers and poppies and daisies. Obviously no hoops, remember, because it is entirely up to you how you display them. We do have the hoops available separately, but that's just $16.49 for those two. Listen, if you've not done this before, and every single one of these is an amazing Christmas present for somebody you know that has ever done shown any interest in using a sewing needle and thread. You know, this is the sort of thing that, you know, we'd get for Sarah Payne as a Christmas present. You know, no, something that she could do with her eyes closed, but would have great fun doing it and having a brilliant finished product to show at the end of it as well.
I think that's it. It's when you've worked at a design like this, it's not going to take very long, and then you see the results and you think, wow, I've done that. And that's the magic of the stitching, is you're creating with thread. Almost painting with thread, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so.
Really, and it's so easy for a few stitches, and you can create a landscape.
So this is another beautiful pair for you. Club price $16.49. Now, I've got to say, these two are my favourite. Although the poppies are really up there for me, but these two I think are fantastic because we get into more sort of like realistic scenes, if you see what I mean. I reckon we've gone to Provence with these, don't you?
I think it's the colour combination, and we picked them because the two together, even though they're on different backgrounds, the colours work together as a combination. So whether it's the hayfield and you've got the lines for the cornflower, you've got a little bit of organza, you've got the distance there, you've got, you know, trees in the distance, and then the foreground there you've got just a few French knots and a few beads, and then the other one, the cottage on the hill, same idea. You've got, like, you know, you can almost, you've seen that cottage, you know.
Yeah.
And then a little bit in the foreground again, a few beads, a bit of cow parsley there. Just that suggestion of a little bit of organza.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. And again, you get the pair of these, everything you need to go with them. 21.17 these two, the hayfield and the cottage on a hill. Treble 2 786 the item number. Now then, you might want to see some of these things and get all the best tips that you can, and we've got a fabulous book for you. Now this is the very last of the stock, folks, for this year, and these are going to come out directly from Katrina. So she said before the show she will sign any that are bought today for you as well. I offered to sign them as well, but then they'd become absolutely worthless. So we decided against it. So this is a great coffee table book and brilliant reading for anybody who wants to start this. You might be looking at this and thinking, okay, this could be a good Christmas present, this embroidery from Rowan Dean. Well, if you're going to get that person a Christmas present, get them the book to go with it, because all of the techniques are in there, all of the knots and everything you need to know. So if they're going to be completely new to it, this is going to be a big help. All of the techniques on how to do the flowers, butterfly wings, and so much more. Great book, Katrina, great book.
Yeah, I mean, I really, it was hard work writing a book, but actually the response from people has been absolutely fabulous. So,
yeah, the response has been absolutely brilliant. Now, you might be thinking, well, I want to have a go. I'm thinking of getting the book, and I'd like to just have a play. Well, guess what? We've got a play around pack for you. It's right down there at the front, and this will get you all these threads and needles and organza and everything without a pattern.
Yeah,
you can just do what you like.
Play around with the stitches, and originally that's what we did to go with the book. If you haven't got a collection of different textured threads and you don't know whether you're going to like this craft, it's a nice way to start. And so all those autumnal colours are great.
Completely agree with you. Yeah, that's 098476 the play around pack. So you've got all of that you can see there. And if you go for that and the book together, you really have got the start of something fabulous. And we also have some organza on the show as well that you can play around with if you want to, or you're just doing your own patterns, you know, whatever it might be. Here's the Autumn Colours organza pack, and that is 964354, and you can see how delicate it is, because even our air conditioning is catching it there. Very delicate. Right, we'll take you to the website. There is lots more to see, but there's also lots of demos to do as well. Thank you for now, Katrina. She's going to sit down and get ready. Now, we've got some great accessories in the show. The haberdashery pack, which is very useful. That's got like a temporary hoop in it, which works really well. We've also got the accessory pack, with the chenille needles. We've got the hoops, so you can get 3 5-inch hoops. You've got your working hoops, so that, you know, you can work on this hooped, but it doesn't have to end up being in a hoop. Or we've got the 7, 8 and 9-inch wood hoops, which are really display hoops, those are. And then we've also got the 7-inch display as well. So there's loads to choose from, as you can see. We have it all for you, folks, when it comes to Rowan Dean as well. Didn't know Tom Daly did Rowan Dean as well, but there you go. Perhaps he does, I don't know. That's the book of the month, I believe, and I've got the new knitted menagerie as well. That's in there. So there's loads on the show. We've even got the deal of the day on there. But you can see all the products there, all the wonderful images. Which one is it going to be? It's not a case of if, it's going to be which. Which one are you going to do first? Now, I'd also love to see pictures if anybody's done these already at home. I know Katrina would as well. If you've done these, whatever standard you are, we'd love to see your pictures. Send them in, please. studio@createandcraft.com, and any pictures we get in this hour we will show live on air. Right then, Katrina, let's hand it over to you and see how we go.
We're going to have a look at some of the pockets here. So I'm starting off with the sherbet, pink sherbet pocket, just to show you how, and I've done I quite like to show different stitch techniques. So sometimes I might be showing you how to do the spider's web, which I'm going to do, and then some beads and maybe a few French knots, and so that you'll see the same stitches on different kits. So first of all, I'm just going to take my piece of fabric. I'm just going to place that onto a table. It's better on a flat surface, and then just hold the spring, and when you release that, that's going to keep your work taut. So as you start to stitch, you know if you're going to frame it or you're going to stretch it, it's going to be really nice and taut. So you can see the print on there. So I'm starting with the print. I'm just going to take my thread. So you'll always get a Rowan Dean, apart from the play around packs, you'll get all the threads on an organiser. Some will be variegated threads, some will be the beading thread and metallic thread. So in your instructions it will tell you exactly which thread to use and how many strands. But really you just start and actually have to have fun with the stitching. So you'll get all those in your kit, and you also get a little collection of beads, sequins, so you can use as many or as few as you want. I tend to put quite a lot in. Ted thinks I put too much in, but you know, you've got to have enough to work with. So to start with, I'm just going to show you how you make and create this first thing. So I've got a bead that's I've placed over the print, and I'm just going to take the thread through the bead, and I'm just going to go all the way around, and I'm going slightly beyond the circle. I don't want to see that print when I've completed the design. So you're just going to go all the way around, and you can have uneven stitches, you can be very precise, but the frame really helps you to actually complete your design. So you just go all the way through. So I'm using a needle that's called a chenille needle. So that means it's got a sharp point and a large eye. So there's, always, if you're finding it difficult to thread, just get a bigger needle. So we're just going to fasten that thread off. Take the thread. And then once you've got your thread, then you're going to bring the thread up through the middle of the bead, and we're just going to take the thread and we're just going to use the eye of the needle. So I'm going to turn it round, and you're just going to wrap it all the way around, and you're just going to go back and under the thread. So as you go round, you're just going to keep going round, and eventually you'll fill all the space. Gradually turn your work so that you can see where you're working, and then you're just going to keep going round and round. Then when you want to change colour, you just change colour, and it'll build the colours up there. So you're going over it, and where you're going over that thread, you'll get a slight ridge appearing, and that's I suppose why it's called a spider's web. So you keep going until you want to change colour. Then when you want to change colour, you just take the thread to the back, and then you can re-thread with the next colour. and you just go completely all the way around until you've filled that whole space. So at the end you won't see the bead at all. You'll just see the shape of the colours appearing. So the next thing I think I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you a French knot. So a French knot, once you've done all those almost like the sweets, you're then going to take a colour and we're going to do some French knots. Okay, so this is the stitch that I think I just love French knots. I think it's a really, really lovely stitch to do, and I think really can't not do it. Okay, so I'm just going to take that thread through the eye of the needle, and I'm going to put a knot in the back. So it's up to you whether you want to start with a knot or not, and really from this kind of stitching it's not always very neat on the back, so nobody cares what the back looks like. Just think about the front and enjoy that. Don't try and make the back of the work as neat as the front, because it's not going to work. Just enjoy the stitching. I think when I was at school, the back had to be absolutely so neat, it put you off doing it. So forget all that, just concentrate on having fun with the stitches. And so I'm just going to take the thread about a couple of centimetres away, and then I'm just going to go around once, twice, and as I turn the thread, the point down, I'm just going to place the needle into the fabric, and then I'm just going to tighten the thread, and that's just going to keep it tight and almost twizzled round the needle. And then as soon as you've pulled the thread through, just let it travel in on its own. Don't be tempted to guide it, and there you've got your French knot. So you're just going to go and repeat that and fill all this little bit of a space in here with a couple of French knots and a few beads. So you're just going to go around once, twice, and then straight down. Pull that through the fabric, and you've got your French knots. Really, really easy. So Martin, have you got the pink sherbet one that I could just have a look at, just to show the pink sherbet complete one, the pinky one?
Yes. This is going to be the finished article, folks. This one's called Pink Sherbet. There's 5 in this kit. You can buy them individually, but there's 5 in the kit if you want to get the main kit. The main kit basically means you're going to get 1 and a bit free because of the value for money here. They're all different. They're all something that you will learn as you go along. Let's take you through them. That obviously is the sherbet one, Pink Sherbet. This one is Raspberry Rock. Okay, so you've got all of those fantastic sort of reds and oranges in there. If we go straight down underneath it, they've got the Rose Tree, so you'll learn to do that one as well. And remember, you'll have learnt to do this, which means you can start replicating this skill everywhere. The next one to that is called Summer Magic. And the last one to show you is called Forget Me Not and Snowdrops. And look at them, aren't they just brilliant? You've got 5 fabulous gifts there for people. If you were to give that to somebody, if they didn't know that you'd made it, they'd think you'd have bought that in some of one of these arty-farty sort of shops that you get in the town centre that does all the arts and crafts, you know, and that would probably cost £20 or something like that, and then you'd have to pay extra for the lavender. Absolutely brilliant projects they are, and no skill required when you get started. If you want to learn more about the skills and the tips and the tricks and the techniques, you've got to go for Katrina's book, because this is just brilliant. It covers all your equipment, embellishments, the different types of stitches, all the different stitches. And you know, look at some of these scenes, they are just superb. All the techniques, how to do sheep, how to do flowers, hedgerows, it's all in here, folks. And a great book and worth every penny. Now, we have the last of the year's stock. Katrina will sign any of them that you order today. Only buying them today, and the thing is that this is probably going to sell out pretty quickly now. We're down to the last few available for this year. even if you're not buying any of the embroidery kits, this is still a brilliant present or a great read, and it will give you the essential knowledge that you need to start this up. But you might as well add an embroidery kit to it as well, because we have some fabulous ones. You can buy just one of the lavender pockets if you want. They're all available individually, or you can buy them all in a collection. We've got great bundles for you, a new bundle. We've got sets of 2. They are superb. Just stay there for 1 second, because I don't want you to think hoops all the time, right? This is a book cover. How extraordinary is that as a book cover? Yeah, both sides. So don't think this has to be hoops all the time. You can think about creating your embroidery on the little patches like this and doing everything with them, putting them on cards, putting them in journals, putting them on book covers, but just making them, that's the joy of it. So I wanted to show you that. Don't forget the book. We're going to go back over to Katrina and see what we've got next to show you.
Right, well, I've moved on to Summer Magic, just to show you a couple of other stitches and how to place the organza. So this time you'll be able to see the prints on the fabric. I've placed all the organza over the top, and you get a couple of colours in your kit, and you'll get a collection of sparkly beads and sequins as well. So you'll get everything that you're going to need. But I just wanted to show you this stitch. So we've done 2 already. We've done some spider's webs, and I'm going to show you some lazy daisy. So sometimes it's called lazy daisy and sometimes it's called detached chain. So whichever, my mum would have called it detached chain, I think. So you bring the thread from the back of the fabric, and then you're just going to hold the thread in place, and this time you're going to push the needle into the same place, and then you're going to tilt the needle back, and you're going to bring it back onto the surface and tuck the other thread underneath. So as you pull the thread, you've almost got a loop, and it's that loop that forms the link to the chain, and then you just hold that in place with a little straight stitch, and then you just rotate the stitch all the way around till you've got your daisy. And the same thing when you start the foliage, that's a tiny detached chain or lazy daisy, and you're going to work those over the print mixed with French knots, and that's going to create the flowers. And then in the foreground, it's an array of lazy daisy in all the colours that you get in the kit. So you'll be working with the brights, the lilacs. Some of them are great because they're shaded threads, and all that magic, you don't have to think about it. The magic happens with those threads. So very, very easy to do.
Can you just do me a favour? Talk about that red or pink plastic hoop that you're using right now. What is that?
Well, this is the spring tension hoop. All right, so it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I would definitely recommend working with one of these. So you just put the ring on the table. You place your work on the table, and then you're just going to hold that spring and then release it.
Oh, that's nice and easy.
And that's just going to not get my thread out the way. That's it. And that's really easy. So if the tension changes, all that you do is you adjust it a little bit and change the tension. It'll bring it back to the fabric being taut. And then, of course, you don't want the ring in the way, so you can move it to where you're stitching. So if it's going to be working at this side, turn the hoop and move it out of the way. So it's really, really good. So I think it's definitely worth having one of those.
Yeah.
And then when I show you the next one, we're going to go on to the red campion, and I'll show you how to work with the 7-inch hoop, because that's a really, really interesting way of working.
We are just trying to source some more of those because they've been selling so quickly. Hopefully we'll have some more added to the show in the next few minutes. I'll let you know. But yes, an absolute vital piece of kit. That's the pocket kit. So let's go back to the main item, these pockets. These are the new ones today. They're 156358. Now remember, you can get all 5 of them at a special price of £60 and a few pence, or you can buy them individually. So you're saving 20 quid nearly. So it's like you're getting one and a bit of these pockets for free if you buy 156358. The good news is we've tracked Ted down. and we've got more stock of the accessory pack being added right now for you. So if you want to get, and I've got it here, if you want to get the lovely, delicate, tiny little embroidery scissors, okay, and you want to get 2 of the spring hoops, a 5 and a 7-inch, you should be able to order the item number for you. And it will come up on the screen. And like Katrina says, I think these are a must-have. Even if you end up not showing your work in hoops, this is going to be the easiest way to work with the product. Remember, there are no hoops included with the kits because Katrina's not going to dictate to you how you display. And they are, in essence, display hoops. They're not hoops for... I mean, you probably could embroider with your material in there, but they're not really designed for that, are they?
Well, no, because you can't alter the tension. So
Right.
it's just whenever you've completed yours, you press the 2 wooden hoops together, and that keeps it together.
That's it.
But that's it.
So they are display hoops. So if you're going to be working with this, I can only tell you that Katrina can't recommend enough that you get these 2 with the scissors as well. $15.29. Remember your capped postage. Also great gifts, and that's why they'd sold out, and we've had to source a few more for you. Oh dear, the book is down to a couple of handfuls. Okay, so popular book, probably because I said I wasn't signing it, that's why you're all wanting it. But Katrina will sign it for you. And like I say, this is a brilliant... I'm going to read what it says on the back. How about that? It says, it's a beautiful exploration of the natural world through embroidery. Katrina Whitten uses simply 6 stitches in each embroidery, along with delicate embellishments and an array of techniques and fabrics to portray pastoral scenes of fields and flowers with eye-catching detail. There are 10 embroidery projects to try, depicting, among others, a hedgerow, a bluebell in blazoned woodland, sunflowers, a poppy field, and a summer scene of buddleia, bees and butterflies, each with a template to trace. Okay, so that means you can trace the template, and here they are, and work with them as well. So you've got templates on there that you can trace, which is absolutely brilliant. If you want to get hold of the book, it is perfectly easy to do that. 748-119, $17.99, club price $16.19. It'll be signed as well, so it's got to be worth having, hasn't it? It's got to be worth having. So, hopefully you can still hear me, but we seem to have a bit of a technical issue with the cameras at the moment. So. I think what we can do is go over to Katrina and we'll carry on with our demonstrations while somebody hits the computer with a big hammer.
Well, I'm going to be looking at the red campion. So I'm using the 7-inch hoop to start stitching here. So I've just placed the hoop on the table there. And then, so same as the smaller hoop, you just release the spring, and that's going to keep your work really, really taut, and you can work with the hoop out of the way. It's great to work the stitching. You've got that on the print of this design. You've got how you actually do a straight stitch. So it might be that you start looking at the colours. I mean, there's a fabulous collection of colours here. I quite like working with different textures. These ones are from a company called Jameson in the Shetlands, so they're knitting yarns. They just got fabulous array, a mix of yarns. Some of these are made by a company called Appleton, and their colours are superb, as are this shaded thread. So you'll get a mixture there in this kit. Obviously 2 needles. If it's got beads, you get a different needle ready to work with, and obviously. I'm working with a chenille needle, so all the chenille needle is really a needle that's got a large eye, and it's easier to thread. So I'm just going to do a couple of stitches on here. So when you're ready to start and stitch, the instructions take you through each part, but basically you do the daisies first, and then you work from the horizon down. So you're just going to take each bit at a time. But really, when you're doing this stitch, all you're going to do is you're just going to do a straight stitch, the full length of the print, and that's going to give you the right size of stitch. So they're quite big stitches, and it will grow quite quickly. So you know that, you know, an evening or an afternoon, you're going to be well on the way to finishing the design. So you stitch over the lines, and then in the instructions it would say, you know, stitch in between just to add a few more. So really you're just doing really giant stitches all the way over, just to give a little bit of texture. And that's the same for the ones that are, whether they're knitting yarns or whether they're metallic threads. And I think the combination of the two together, so I'm working with one of the stranded threads. So here we've got a little bit of a metallic thread, and we've got some woolen ones as well. So those will blend together, and basically you're going to blend the whole area in the foreground with really sort of bright greens and bluey greens, and it really grows really quickly. Really effective, and obviously a few French knots scattered in the distance there. And then we've just done lazy daisies on the other design, so again just a couple of lazy daisies, but this time we're going to just add a little bit of organza. So the organza that you get in the kit, I'm just going to cut a square or a little bit of a rectangle, about 1 centimetre square, and then I'm just going to fold it into 4, and then I'm going to fold it again into like a cone shape. I might distort the organza a little bit, and then you're going to just take some of the pins, and these are the flower head pins in the other accessory kit, and they're great. That's just going to hold that in place when you start to stitch. So you can add as few or as many of the flowers as you wish. So I'm just going to secure that with 1 strand of a colour, and you're just going to take the colour and you're just going to add a couple of straight stitches just to hold that in place, and then that's just going to be enough to secure that 2 or 3 times, and again just a couple of stitches on the back, and that's enough to hold that in place. So it's easier just to do a couple of stitches on top of each other. Doesn't matter what the back looks like, it's the front of the design that we're interested in. And again, you can see we've got a couple of little bits of fabric, and then there are some gorgeous little sequins there that you can add, or you don't have to, it depends. You can add more flowers on there, and of course we've got bees as well as the texture in the foreground as well. So that one I think is lovely. And then the other one is the loose stripe. So this is the loose stripe one.
Now they are available individually, remember, by the way. The details of them are on the bottom of the screen. But $25.70 each. You're only paying under £40 for both of them if you're a club member as well. And just before you start on that one, I've got an email to read out. It's from Anne in Harpenden. Hello, Anne. Long time no speak. I never forget a name if people email in. And Anne, you are one of them I remember. And I remember specifically because your surname is the same surname as... How about this for the mists of time? The neighbours of my parents in the house where I was born. So that was 60 years ago, and I left there when I was 5. But I remember those neighbours, and I remember that surname. So there you go, Anne. She says she's just taken a lunch break to watch the show. I love to embroider, but my style has generally been using more precise counted thread methods. I got this kit from Katrina. Let's see it, shall we? Look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous.
I got this kit from Katrina to try something more freestyle. It was so relaxing and liberating to work in this style. I loved it. I can highly recommend these kits, even for complete beginners. Look at that. That's stunning, Anne. Absolutely stunning. I'm just going to leave it on the screen because I need to go closer to the TV and have a look at that. That detail is phenomenal. Well done. You like that one, Katrina?
I just think it's lovely, and it's just so lovely. You know, the bees, putting the bees on there, and you see red camping in the hedgerows, and it's just like that. It's a really vibrant colour, and I love the combination of using the mix of yarns there. It's lovely, really lovely.
Well done, Anne. Well done indeed. Right, OK, let's get back to where we were with Katrina, shall we? We've got 10 minutes left, plenty of time.
OK, so we're just going to look at the other design here. So this is purple loose stripe. So this is in the same style. It's worked on the tweed. And I've started with this design is to take a little bit of organza and just be a bit mean to it and just distort it. So I'm working with the organza on the straight, on the bias, so it's not going to distort. I want it to really fray, so you do it on the bias, and I'm going to cut a slither of the organza. And then I'm going to distort it and just really be a bit mean to it, really pull those fabrics apart and just create texture. And then these textured pieces are going to be placed in the distance to create sort of a misty area in the distance. And those are going to get pinned on. You'll have a yellow and a green in there, and actually that's going to, a little bit will remain seen just to create a sort of mistiness to the whole garden. And then in this particular design, we've got, again, fabulous colours, favourites from the Shetlands, some knitting yarns, sparkly colours, and bees, colours for bees as well. But we've also got some torn organza here. Now, it's been torn already into strips, so you're going to use it as a thread, just to stitch. And then sort of one little tip when you're starting off the thread, it's just to cut the fabric into a pointed shape so that when you thread the needle it's easier to thread, and then you're just going to treat it like a thread, and you're just going to stitch with it. And so in this design there are lines where to stitch, and you're going to take that whole area and stitch with the fabric. But I'm just going to go, as that's nearly complete, I'm just going to move this over a little bit.
Now, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Katrina, if that's OK with you and everybody at home. So we don't run out of time, I need to give you a reminder of the products in the show, and then we can finish off the show with Katrina and a demonstration. I need to just remind you of the book, because these are so limited. If you're quick now, you might get one. It will be signed. An amazing coffee table book, amazing book of learning and projects and everything you need to know about this wonderful organic hobby, which I think is just absolutely brilliant. 748119, your item number. So let's quickly run you through, and I'm going to make it as quick as I can because you don't want to listen to me, you want to see embroidery, but I have to remind you. So the first one is this particular duo. Okay, here comes the details for them. It's the Red Campions and the Carnations kit bundle. Now you can get both of these, or you can get them individually. 169138 is the item number for both of them. 3944, remembering that you get absolutely everything. And I sort of learnt a little bit more in this show. The hoops really are for display. When you look around us, there's a lot of things that are on book covers. The hoops are great for display, but if you are going to actually do the work, you want to think about investing in those sprung or spring hoops where you can keep changing the tension. So that's that one. Then we've got the cards, okay? So make some cards with this wonderful technique. They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? And you'll make all 6 of them, 626564, £25.16. Great value. That's the Coastal Delight kit. Then we've got 4 sets of 2 for you. The first one is the Garden Gates and the Herbaceous Border kit. Beautiful colours. Again, everything you could possibly need, including your written instructions and everything that you need to know on there as well. Let's show you that properly. Written instructions, pictures to work from as well. And that's with every product that you get. Everything you need there. Those 2 are 567150 at 2832. Then we go a little bit more ocean bound, and this is rock pool and a sea urchin. This is 896947, 2882 for those 2. Then we go to the poppies, and there's 2 poppy designs here. There's poppy and sunflowers and the poppy and daisies, and they're 104614, 1649 for those 2. That's an outstanding price. outstanding price. 104,614. It's like you're almost getting one for free, I think, there, based on what the other prices were. And then this the last one I wanted to show you, without knocking it over, is they're quite sturdy, these, though. You're not going to damage them by knocking them over. I'm more likely to break the counter than the product, to be honest. But there they are. This is 222786, which is the Hayfield and the Cottage on a Hill, 2117. And then we have the lavender packs. These are the brand new ones, the lavender packs, and you're going to make 5 of these with this kit, and they are just superb. 70.75 is going to £60.14 club price. 156358, the item number. So that was a quick look at everything. Oh, and if there's any left, don't forget to put those in your basket as well. The sprung hoops as well. These are very, very useful things, aren't they?
I think they're an essential, really. And
you only have to buy them once.
Yeah.
The book's sold out, I'm afraid. Everybody's taking advantage of that. Well done. If you've got the book, if it's in your basket, check out, or else your basket might get emptied and you might lose it. We have 3-4 minutes, so over to you.
Okay, so I'm just going to show, I don't often stitch with organza, but it's something that's, just treat it as a thread. So if you've got one of the organza fabric packs, then you just tear it, you just cut the organza into strips. But this kit, it's already done for you. And really, you're just going to pull its fabric through the fabric, and then on the back, just leave about a couple of centimetres showing, and then you're just going to stitch. And you just, as it goes back through the it'll roll a little bit, and you'll get really, really a nice area of texture. And so you see that little bit, and you're just going to work across your design. It's probably easy not to go through the organza, just go beside the organza, so that you haven't got to pull the organza through itself, just through the background of the fabric. And that's enough to complete a whole area of stitching. Take that through, and then at the end of your stitching, you can either leave those, you can just cut the fabric and then stitch it down, or just push it underneath some of the fabric to hold it in place. And then that's going to give you a little bit of texture. Just put my work back into the hoop. And then you're going to add the lazy daisies. You're going to add the French knots in the foreground and the French knots here. Fabulous design. Really, really good.
We've got about 3 minutes left. So is there anything you want to show? Techniques? Anything? Let's fill that time in.
I just want to show, when we're thinking of a card kit, because we've got a whole range of these. This is Coastal Delights. So we've seen the finished ones, but they're on one piece of fabric, and then you stitch each one. So you'll recognise the stitches, the French knots, the stem stitch, the spider's web that we've just done on the pockets, and French knots. Fraying the fabric is exactly the same, but you have the fun of doing all 6 designs. And you'll find all the colours on the card, multicolours, textures, metallic threads, as well as the cards in the kit. So really, I think that's a lovely one to do. Really, really good.
Definitely.
Good.
And I guess with the letters or the cards, you could just work on them all 6 on one piece of material, yeah?
Yeah, and I've seen people who have framed them as one picture, and they've blended the stitching together. So it can look, it's all individual. Although I write the instructions, you can interpret the work how you wish.
Come and join me, Katrina, because we're nearly out of time. Are you back again before Christmas?
Not before Christmas, but New Year's Eve. We are
back.
New Year's Eve.
I'll be in New Year's Eve, I think.
At 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock in the
afternoon.
Don't wander off and leave me. 3 o'clock on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Will you be home in time to see the new year in?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
I don't do that anymore. It's too. I'm usually in bed by 10 on New Year's Eve. It's like, you don't really want to welcome in another year, to be honest, do you? In New Year's Eve, we might be doing that show. Right, let's talk about the lavender kits before we say goodbye. We've got a minute left. They're brand new today. These are a great idea. Remember, these are a fully functioning lavender kit. You'll even get the lavender to go with them, so you can have these little lavender pockets. They'd make lovely gifts, wouldn't they?
I think they make perfect gifts, and whether you stitch it or you give the kit as the gift. And I think if you stitch it and then give it away, that's special as well, because the person you're giving it to it really appreciates that. But
Wonderful.
The fact that they're not going to take very long to do, so you can give them away.
Indeed. Right, now you can watch this show on Catch Up if you want to take another look at all the wonderful things that Katrina's brought. Give one of these a try, that's what I would say. They look outstanding when they're done, and you don't need that huge amount of skill to be able to do it. If you got the book, well done. Like I said, shop after the hour. Let me finish by wishing you, from all of us here, everybody at home, a very happy Christmas. And we'll look forward to seeing you on New Year's Eve, believe it or not. Hayley's up next. I'll let you know what with. Right, the Happy Puzzle's back in an hour with Dan. He loves a puzzle, does Dan, I can tell you. That's coming up with Gavin. But right now, Hayley's here with Helen. It's your Caterpillar Mega Monthly Deal.
Here we go. Are we ready for one of our quick picks? We are here with Lisa Horton. Lisa, good to see you.
Thank you, Charlie. Hello.
Hello. Shall we go straight in? Because this is the ultimate mat. It's a non-slip mat.
Non-stick, non-slip. So literally, you've got the adhesive surface on the back. It doesn't move on your desk, but it takes lots of mediums.
So it's easy to remove dried on paint, dried on glue?
Absolutely. Dried. You can use your heat on it, you can do your inking, you can do your blending, you can do all sorts on it. You can roll it up, you can wash it under the tap, it will re-stick. So literally under the tap, leave it to dry naturally, pop it back down. My mum uses them for her tea and coffee. My cat has one underneath her food.
Prudence has one?
Absolutely.
Well, Prudence has got one. It's good enough for us.
I know, that's a good advert, isn't
it? Well,
it?
it is. Well, Lisa, if you're into your mixed media, your general paper crafting, help protect the table. We need to do that anyway. Let's have a non-slip surface. 185 716 is your item number. Whilst it's in stock, it's just £14.99.
Quick picks. Craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best product and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, for ideas and inspiration.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what would usually be a one-day special hour. But last night at 6 o'clock I explained, rather than a one-day special, we were launching a monthly mega deal. But, and this is a big but, I was saying it's a deal that's too big as a one-day special. We wanted to last as long as possible, up to the month. But to be honest, I can't see it lasting beyond 24 hours, so it will be just like a one-day special.
So
And
it's
this is the
worked,
thing.
kind of, with the hours.
So we are rapidly approaching limited stock. I suppose the top and the bottom of it is, I'm trying to say to you, do not leave it to the end of the month to get hold of this, because this will be history at that stage. If you're leaving it to the end of the day, potentially you are going to miss out on this one. But even more so, it could be that if you leave it to the end of the hour, you miss out on this one. So really, it is a case of that you need to be quick to get hold of this deal. It's a phenomenal saving. We did our research before the launch yesterday, and we believe that we have got the lowest price for you. We're looking at the Caterpillar Pro paper trimmer. Now, the deal on your screen is for your club members. Now, normally you would get a 10% discount on your deal price, but not at the moment, because we are classing this as a giftable, so you're getting that extra 5%, which is why you're only paying £74.49. Helen, it's an amazing deal.
It is incredible. I mean, the thing about this, a trimmer, and I said in my last show, I hate calling it a trimmer because it's so much more. I mean, it's the precision cutting of a trimmer, it's the hardened steel of a guillotine, all mixed into one. So it is one of those things where, you know, I think that sometimes we get our basic tools, if you will, and we've got our hands on them all the time. Our glue guns, our pokey tool, our trimmers, we have our hands on them all the time. We don't really think about it. And I always say, when it comes to tools, buy the the best tool you can get for the best price, and that's what we've got here. This is an amazing price for this trimmer, and I'm going to show you the amount of things that you're going to be able to cut with, and how they cut precise every time. And with that rotary blade, it's so much easier to use in terms of pressure. It's also going to give you a better cut than a trimmer corner blade will, but also with that hardened blade on the side, it's also going to keep resharpening that blade as it goes.
We had lots of emails yesterday from people, like-minded crafters, just like you guys watching, saying how this has literally changed their lives. We had details from a lady who bought one of these for her mum, who was in her 80s.
Oh, wow.
She'd had to give up card making because she hadn't got the upper body strength to
Put the
use
pressure,
her.
yes.
I don't know whether it was a trimmer or a guillotine she was using.
Yeah.
But this kind of got her going again. And this is the key thing. It's this clever little device that you've got here. And I was absolutely blown away by the engineering here.
Yeah.
Designed by a crafter's husband.
Absolutely. I think it was something to do with the fact that they had like 12 or 20 something trimmers in their household. Absolutely. I love the fact that it's a rotary blade, so you're getting 360 degrees of cutting instead of just the same point going into the paper again and again and again. That is a beautiful shot there. Look at that, guys.
What you call teamwork.
That is beautiful.
And it's the gear mechanism that is different with this, isn't it?
Really, really clever. You've got like a little track on that bar at the top that the cogs or gears work on to make the rotary blade cut. And I love the fact that you're barely touching it.
It's literally
and yet
your fingers,
it's moving.
isn't it? Yeah.
It almost looked like it was moving on its own. That's super clever. It doesn't. It's not automated. But wow.
Obviously, you've got lots of features with this one. It's kind of the mechanism that is the key thing with this, but the fact you've also got a light in here. And I have to say, like lots of crafters out there, you'll be thinking, a light? Why do I need a light?
That's exactly what I thought. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I don't think I've seen any other trimmer with a light in, and I kind of thought, well, yeah, that makes sense. Then as soon as you start using a light, you think, oh, actually, why do they not all have a light on them?
Yeah,
absolutely.
This is the key thing. And I think the thing is, I was chatting to Carla yesterday and I said it's not necessarily about the deal, it's about when you get it, and you may well have paid full price for yours, would you give it back, regardless of the price that you paid for it?
Good point.
And I think this is the thing that Carla was saying, no, she would not give it back. No. She wouldn't lend it to anybody, let alone give it back to anybody. So this is going to take pride of place, and there are so many features that you will take advantage of. Features you didn't even realise that you needed.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the thing. Now, the details are on your screen if you're wanting to get involved with this one. 411341. As you can see, you've got that mechanism that's going to help you with your precision cutting over and over again. You've also got that large body which has got the embossed detail for all of your grid lines, whether it's centimetres, whether you're working with your inches, so that is going to help and support. And then you've got the added bonus of not only the light but also that drawer storage for your bits and bobs, and we all need a bits and bobs drawer, don't we?
We've all got one, and it's nice to have one in a trimmer as well.
I love it. Now, if you wanted to get involved, can I suggest you do it sooner rather than later? When we're down to the situation that we're very rapidly looking at limited stock, then you could potentially miss out on this deal, and it is a phenomenal deal. Now, of course, when you're shopping for this, you may well shop via our call centre, or you might jump onto the website, because this is where you will find not only your Caterpillar Pro, you will also find all the other goodies and deals that we've got for you. Check out that cardstock, incidentally, $1.99 for 50 sheets of paper. Absolutely beautiful. Got some gorgeous kind of fabric style paper in there as well. We've got some brilliant deals with regard to We Are Memory Keepers as well. And that little kit and caboodle magnetic pokey tool, that could be the best fiver you have ever spent. It is ingenious. Also got kit and caboodle cordless glue gun, as well as the magnetic light board, which is ingenious as well. Loads of fabulous goodies. And it's just as well that we've got Cap P&P, because you're going to be adding lots of those to your baskets. Shall I show you that paper to start with? Because this is brilliant.
Yeah, it's
Love
amazing.
this idea.
I mean, the thing is, this paper is gorgeous. It's got that beautiful texture. It's got that embossed detail. It all kind of looks like a basket weave. But then also, more than anything, it's an amazing price. So you're like, yeah, it's incredible. It's great. Oh, there's the price. Okay, I get it.
It's brilliant. You've almost got like fabric
Yes,
feature in
absolutely.
here as well. I think you could actually sew with that if you wanted to.
I love that. I love if you had got some ink as well and inked up the edges. It would give it a real sort of, I don't know, antique-y vibe.
Very
really
much
nice.
so. Some of these papers are double-sided as well, so when you're looking at things like this, kind of like a coffee tone, really pretty tone, then that is absolutely perfect. And again, with the others as well, you will see some of these are double-sided too. And these are nice as well, especially if you've got a project you can see both sides of. And Carla yesterday, she was talking about quilling, then something like quilling, then this is perfect, isn't it?
And if something that I really love to do, and this paperweight is perfect for it, is iris folding.
Yes.
And it's you know, having it yeah, absolutely, having it double-sided means that you get that beautiful fold without worrying about seeing any of the
Really
white.
good point. Yeah. It's not limited to one per customer, so if you fancy stocking up on these, then be our guest. Well, we've got stock available, why not? 914657 being your item number, you're saving £3 at least. If you're a club member, you've still got it discounted down. Can't believe that you're still getting a discount. It's only £2.
Wow.
That means £1.79 is all that you're going to be paying as a club member. And if you're already shopping with us, there's no additional post and packing. This is where I like our Cap P&P, because if I was shopping for this and paying £1.79, I would not want to pay £3.95 post and packing.
Absolutely, I
Definitely
completely
not.
agree. That's where you kind of think, oh, okay, I really love it, but I've got to think about that. But
put
now
it
you
back.
don't. You
Yeah.
know, absolutely.
So if you want yours, get it into your basket. Now, can I ask a favour of you? If you've got your Caterpillar Pro and it's changed the way you're crafting, I mentioned earlier on, I would love to hear from you. Love to find out what you use it for, what type of crafting. Also love to know any questions that you had. I had lots of questions for Carla last night, because I'd never ever done a Caterpillar Pro show, which is, it seems amazing, but it was the situation. So I will try and ask questions that I think that you will want me to ask. But obviously, if there's questions that you definitely want, then get in touch, studio@createcraft.com.
Perfect.
So, Helen, what do we need to know?
So let's just have a little talk about the trimmer. As again, I hate using that word. The Caterpillar. Let's use Caterpillar, because trimmer is not a big enough word for this amazing machine. So let's just talk to you a little bit about the sort of thing itself. So we've got you've got imperial and metric measurements here. So whether you work in inches or centimetres, you've got your measurements. And what's really important here is this is not a sticker or printed on here, so it's never going to rub off. You know, see how like, I'm rubbing it, and because it's actually embedded within the material, that's never going to rub off for you, which is a really important thing, because it's more than annoying when you want to do a half cut and the ½ inch has disappeared. It's also an inch longer than 12 inches, which means you can get a full sheet of 12 by 12 card on here and still have extra if you need it, if you want to, and so you can cut the whole of your 12 by 12. So if you're cutting that down or you're using it for scrapbooking or whatever, you can see that completely. It also has the lines going all the way down and all the way across, which makes it really easy to line up any work and make sure that you're popping your paper where you want it and cutting it where you want it. It's also got, oh sorry, I just hit you with the paper. It's also got a drawer here that, as Hayley was saying, will hold your 12 by 12 card stock, but also you get this little lip down here for your scissors, your glue, or a little bar of chocolate, you know, whatever works for you and what you need to get through.
Snacks.
I want to let you know as well, when I got my Caterpillar Pro, obviously these are all manufactured and put together and then put in the box for you, but mine had actually come off the runners. So I just want to say, if it's hard to open, you see how mine is lovely and easy to open. If you get any tension, take it off the runners and put it back on, because what I don't want you to do is go, come on, come out, and then break it. If there's tension, that means that it needs to be popped back on the runners. Really simple, really easy. You then have your blade here. Now, as we were saying, we kind of talked on it before, that this is a 360 rotary blade. Now, what that means for you is when you have a trimmer, the blade is usually sort of about this long in size. Your trimmer's about that long and usually about that wide. But what you're using is just the tip. So you are sending that tip of the trimmer, a movable blade, through a stationary piece of card every single time it's hitting the same part of the blade. And so ultimately what's going to happen is it's going to dull it, because that's that's naturally what happens to a blade when it hits paper. It's a consumable. So what I want you to think about is when you get your trimmer, and say, you know, conservatively, I say you might have to change your blade 4 times a year. Think about the idea that what happens on the rotary blade is this is a steel blade, and it goes along a hardened steel blade along here. And so every time you push it, that blade is hitting the steel blade, and it's sharpening because of the edge. But what's really important is really simple to use, but if you are, you know, someone who uses a guillotine, I used to use a guillotine a lot. A guillotine is one of the things I go to before I went to a trimmer. And what you'll find is obviously you're opening it up and you're shutting the guillotine blade onto the material. And so many a time I caught my fingernail in the guillotine blade. It just can happen when you're not paying attention. It's nothing to do with the guillotine itself. I just wasn't paying attention and I put the guillotine down. But what you don't have to worry about, that's not going to happen here, because it's got this housing. If I pop my little finger in there, which is the size of a finger of a child as well, I've got quite little fingers, you can see here that no matter what I do, I'm never touching that blade. So I never let my nieces, who craft with me a lot, I never let them near the guillotine, because I don't want them to not be paying attention and do something to their hand. Whereas this, I happily allow them to use it, because that is protected. And you can see I've touched this a few times. And obviously I'm not talking about scraping your hands down the blade, but I'm touching it and I'm perfectly comfortable. So I'm happy for the younger members of my family to use this. So let's show you the cutting process. So I'm going to pop my card in, and what you'll see is the edge of the blade is the last inch, so that's the 1 to the 0 inch. So you move it along, you're going to measure how much you want to cut off by how much paper you move along, and you literally just go like that. You do not need to put a lot of pressure, and it cuts it without feathering or anything like that. Really simple, really easy, no feathering when it comes to this. And also, which is really important when you cut, is it's end to end the same measurement. That's really important, because you don't want it to be half cut on the side. Half cut. Me on the weekends. And so it's really simple. And you can see here that I barely put any pressure on it. And you can also go up and down. So you just use your side part of your hand to kind of direct it, and your top just to sort of level yourself. And it's really easy and really simple to keep going. And you can cut things like that.
Millimetres wide.
How amazing is that? I don't think you're going to... Let's get it behind a... There we go. Look at that. I mean, okay, I'm not 100% sure what you'd use that for, but if you've got something you'd use a piece of card that thin, you have the possibility.
Yeah, and Carla was talking about quilling yesterday and
absolutely.
saying some of the papers are 3 millimetre wide, so that gives you that precision. And it's all the way down. It's not a case that you're quilling and you suddenly find it tapering off to 1 millimetre because you've kind of gone in at an angle. And that's something that I often find when I'm working with a traditional guillotine, that I find that I almost swivel my left hand as I'm cutting, and then it's not straight. So,
absolutely. Yeah. And what's really wonderful, actually, when you have a guillotine or you have a trimmer, you've got a guard. Now, I can't tell you necessarily what the guard's for. I don't know technically, but what I do know is when I use a trimmer or a guillotine, if you're anything like me and you do a stamped image and then you get super excited, I want to cut it down, I want to stick it on my card now. I do this all the time. I'll put it under the guard and I smudge the ink. And not only does that mean that I've ruined the thing I've worked on, but also, particularly if you've got a guillotine, the guard is usually stuck in. It's very difficult to clean the ink off. Well, with this, you absolutely don't have to, because that is holding it in place without any problems. Now, I'm going to show you as well, this is some plastic that I've got here. I don't know what it was from. I had it in my stash. I just went through all my stash and picked a load of different materials.
Like Mylar.
Yeah, it's sort of like that, but a little bit more flexible. So yeah, absolutely. So probably for stencils or something like that. And it cuts that just as beautifully. Now, as I said, you can cut both ways. Something really important though is, here we go, let's do some embossed cards. Something really important when you're using it is if you get any resistance from the blade itself, so this is I think like 280 GSM, if I had got any resistance, I'd stop. So what the trimmer is telling you is when you hit resistance, that's when it doesn't want you to cut anymore. For some reason it can't cut that. Now it's not just the thickness of the card, because I do have some thick grey board that it cut, it's also the denseness of what you're cutting. So you could have a very low thick card, but it's very dense, so it doesn't cut. So if you feel any resistance, just don't use that. But also what's really wonderful is, here we go, I've got some foam here. And look at that, it's like it's gone through butter. So there's the pieces that I cut of the card, and there's the foam. 2 completely different thicknesses, different densities, but cut just as beautifully both times. I just think it's so incredible. Now, I want to say to you as well, I spoke to Caterpillar because I kind of wanted to know what they recommended in terms of cutting. What would they say? And again, they said the same sort of thing as I said to you. If you feel any resistance, then maybe don't cut that. And I said, well, okay, what about sticky vinyl? And they said, we don't recommend anything with an adhesive in because you might get it in the gears and you don't want that. But I said, okay, well, what about heat transfer vinyl? And they were like, oh, I don't know. And so this is some heat transfer vinyl. And if you've never seen this before, this is for putting vinyl onto t-shirts, bags, things like that. So it has the top film, it has the vinyl underneath, and in between the two it has the the adhesive on the back, the seal on the top, and the vinyl in the middle. So this is an adhesive. So what this means is it's quite a thick material. It's quite a dense and thick material. And yeah, look, you see again, did you see that? Really easy to just cut. Now, I personally like to, when I'm cutting something like this, the vinyl or the foam, I like to come from the top because I feel I've just got a little bit more control. But it's, you know, as I said, you can cut from both ways. I just personally feel that I get a little bit of resistance that side, so I just pop it up to the top. I mean, you think about, I've got so much more that we can cut, but we haven't even talked about glitter cards. Now, this is not an encapsulated glitter. This is glitter on top. So we've got the paper on the back, the colour in the middle, and then that glitter on top as well. See that? Really easy. Now you'll see that we've talked about the light. Now I don't necessarily need it on for this, so I don't switch it on all the time, but I want to let you know that these are LED lights which work up to 50,000 hours of being turned on. So 50,000 hours of turning this on. But you don't always need to use it, but I'll show you in a bit what else we can use that beautiful light for.
So there you go. Those are a comprehensive demonstration, I'm sure you'll agree, of the ways that you can actually work with your Caterpillar Pro. But I need to let you know that it is now a deal that is limited in stock. So we knew the point would come. Didn't realise it'd be so early on within the hour, but saying that, you can still get it. You can still get it, certainly during this hour, at this moment. Whether we'll be having this conversation in half an hour's time, I don't know. It is a considered purchase, we appreciate that, but we've got an amazing deal with regards to this, which we think is one of the most competitive prices you will find out there. Of course, you can do your own research, but don't take too long. Deals like this do not hang about, and when we are down to a limited stock situation, it's not going to be here forever. It's a monthly mega deal, but it's not going to last the month. We'll be fortunate if it lasts 24 hours. If you want yours, then 411341. Of course, it opens up your basket that allows you to add other goodies into your basket without any additional post and packing. Your $3.95 post and packing is capped, and this gives you a perfect opportunity for you to bag other bargains, just like the deal of the day.
Hi everyone, we've got a Stamps by Me one-day special deal. To deal of the day, that's it, isn't it, today? Got so excited, Tony, I forgot what it was.
Yeah, it's exciting though.
Oh, well, you're here, so tell us about it.
So this is your All Surfaces Stamps by Me card. So you get metallic, you get glitter, you get pearl, and you get 3 shades of texture, all in one bundle, so you don't have to hunt around. It's all there for you.
That's awesome. It's brilliant value as well. And of course, you know the value and the quality of Stamps by Me. The All Surfaces card as well. Forest, I love the colours. I love those greens. They're very, very vibrant. But look at the price. Don't tell Tony, but we're saving £6.90 on this one if you're a club member. It's only £8.09. What's the item number again?
274825.
You're very good at this. You could work in TV.
Maybe.
Don't miss out on your deal of the day, everyone. Fantastic value for money from the one and only Stamps by Me, the All Surfaces card. 30 sheets of it for just £8.09, club members.
Now, that is a deal that only lasts for 24 hours. So just before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a brand new one will be launching. So if you want to bag that particular deal, you need to be quick as well. Limited stock situation with the Caterpillar Pro. And we're going to move on to more demonstrations. Obviously, we've seen all the different cardstock that it's worked with. But what about those precision cut situations? Things like photographs.
Absolutely. So I said to you I've cut those different, as Hayley said, we've cut some foam, we've cut some glitter cards, we've cut some weird stencil-y plastic that I found in my craft room. We've cut lots of different things, but I want to show you now what's amazing. So I talked to you a little bit about the LED lights that you get in here. So we're going to switch that on, but in a moment, so this is a picture of me and my mum, and if you saw the previous hour I was on, I cut a photo with me, my mum and Elsa, so it only seemed fair to now do one with me, my mum and Anna. So what I want to show you is here, I could cut this on a trimmer, and okay, I'd probably be able to kind of get it in the right place, but if I slipped or anything, I could be cutting off, you know, the rest of my mum's dress, I could be cutting off my arm, although I've got quite big arms, so that might be a good thing. But with the light, so you'll see here, if I just put it here, there's no, it's dark, but then, you ready? Okay, so then what we do is, look at that! That is incredible.
So where we see that solid line, that is the cut line.
Absolutely. So where you want to cut is where you're going to place it up against that line. Just like Hayley says, that's your cutting line. That's that sort of strong steel that our rotary blade is going up against. So let's just go, and I'm going to get it as far as I can at the edge of my mum's skirt there.
And this is where usually, if I'd be using a traditional trimmer or something like a guillotine, I'd be thinking, well, I better add an extra millimetre or two on just in case.
Absolutely. Just in case is a word we use a lot when we're cutting photos. What you don't want to do is cut off a bit of the skirt and make the photo look weird, maybe slice off everybody's head. But then we can easily turn it around and do the same up to, oh, actually my skirt is the furthest part along, so we'll go up to my skirt. There we go. Look at that.
That is
still up to the skirt. We can even go down to our feet, and then we can also go to our head without worrying that we're going to just give ourselves a slightly flat head or anything. And there we go.
Perfect. Every single time.
Look at that.
It's no guesswork, no
Absolutely
holding
not.
your breath. You know it's going to do what it needs to do when it needs to do it.
It's incredible. I just can't get over the fact that that takes away any of that fear. How many people have thought, actually, I'm not going to cut this photo, I'm just going to stick it on my scrapbook page as it is because I'm worried about cutting anything off. That's completely gone now with that beautiful light that you have on the trimmer. But it
Now,
also,
the light,
sorry,
is it
go on.
illuminated by a power cable?
So how it works is this is 4 AA batteries in the back of your Caterpillar here. Just
Okay.
there, so a little housing for
Very
your
easy
4.
enough to get a hold of, aren't they,
Absolutely,
those? Yeah.
and how it works, if I can just turn it, this, oh, yep, no, I was going the right way. There, we have our on and off switch.
Oh, okay, right.
So, really simple. What I just recommend is just switch that off when you're finished using it. Don't leave it on. But as I said, those LED lights will work for up to 50,000 hours. Now, I can't impossibly work out how many that is in days, but I'm guessing that's
24 hours.
a long
So,
time.
yeah.
And then obviously you've got the life of your batteries as well, but you could always get yourself some rechargeable batteries or something like that that works.
And it doesn't come with the batteries, just in
It
case.
doesn't come with
so
the
if you're giving it
batteries.
as gifts, you know the rule. If it needs batteries, you buy the batteries as well.
Absolutely. And something to also say, I don't know if you noticed, but I lifted it up by the base of the Caterpillar. I want to let you know that this here, if you can you hear? Can you hear that? That's my finger going along the rotary sort of housing.
Okay.
That's my fingers going along the rotary housing where that piece moves up. Oh, so there.
That's it.
So
You
that's
might
where
need
the
to turn-
blade
if you
goes
turn
along.
the light off, you might be able to see it because it's a bit glary, but there's a little kind of
There.
line. There you go.
Right, so that is where the rotary housing moves along, and obviously it goes along those grids, and that makes each of the gears move, and then eventually the rotary blade move. But what's really important to tell you is, even though it looks a bit like it, this isn't a handle. So don't use this as a handle. Don't be picking it up. Not that I'm saying it's necessarily going to break, but when you have a handle on a tool, it's sort of reinforced to be a handle. This is made purely for the housing of that blade, so keep it like that. It's made of a really good composite material, really, really hard wearing, but it's very light, okay? And also, can I say, I've got mine here. Let's hope I can move it out. As I said, you get your box when you get it home. You won't get this box because it's mine. You'll get your own, and it comes with a handle here. What I would recommend is don't open this up, chuck that to the side and forget about the box. Keep this if you like to move around with the box, the trimmer, if you like to go different places with it. Keep that box because it's going to keep it safe, and also it's going to be easier for you to carry around than trying to do it by holding a 12 by 12 inch trimmer.
When you've got the box, I mean, you can take it on its travels with regards to this one, and if you are looking at getting this one before the end of the year, this is potentially the last opportunity you are going to have. Don't forget, we have got the crop available as well, so if you do want the specifics of taking your Caterpillar kind of on a trip with you, then obviously you have kind of got the, I don't like to say scaled down version because it's not scaled down. It's still got the light, it's still got the rotary cutter with the gear action in there. But this is the one that you may potentially take off to your crops. Hence the name. That's where it came from. And as you can see, it is available to you. But can I suggest, if you've never invested in Caterpillar products before, that you go for the Pro, because you're only paying about an extra £4 or £5 more. And as a first introduction to the Caterpillar range, this is definitely the way to go. Obviously, do your research. If you'd rather go for the crop, then you can do. But I like the fact that you've got the supportive block area, that big work area, that is going to help you when you're crafting with this one. And I know a lot of you do go on to buy the crop afterwards, but this one is the one where we've got the deal, so that's why I'd suggest you get hold of this one while you can, and that is a key thing, while you can.
So what I've got here is a sort of tartan card, and it's quite a dense card. I'm not sure exactly the weight of it, but what you can see if you look over the top, obviously that's the light shining through, so turn that off. You can see that if I went over here, I wouldn't necessarily be able to see where I needed to cut with the lines. But again, if I switch the light on, look at that. I mean, it's amazing. And so I can actually go, I want to cut to about there, and I can get my piece of tartan or whatever it is, cut really simply. And again, like I say, you line it up. It's the same on either end, which is what you want. You're not getting any sort of bits where it's coming out of time. I've also got, which if we've got time to show you this, I want to show you something that is notoriously difficult. On a trimmer, it bunches up. On a guillotine, it just goes and folds down the side of the guillotine. Acetate is particularly notorious for being really difficult to cut, but not with your Caterpillar. Again, just as simple, you can't see that obviously because it's clear, but just as simple and easy as it was to cut paper, I've cut acetate, which is plastic. So what a sort of guillotine would do would bend the plastic, and what a trimmer would do is it would try to cut into it, but you've got to remember that you are putting a blade, a moving blade, into a stationary piece of something, and so it would find it quite difficult. But absolutely not when it comes to the Caterpillar, because this cuts so many different weights, so many different densities, and you've got that beautiful accuracy with the light. And remember, this is a plus 12-inch board, so you can be using your 12-inch papers without any worry, and you've got lines all the way down, so you know even the smallest bit of card you can be lining up where you need to from top to bottom without having to worry because of all of those grooves. Easy, simple.
Absolutely. It's a brilliant value deal. We know that, we've spoken about that, but it's not all about the deal. It's about the kind of the features and the benefits,
the stuff that you can cut, which is all sitting here next to me, all the things that I've cut. Don't chuck all this away, Helen.
Now, as I said, we're in a limited stock situation. We can't bring any more to you at this deal. This is potentially the last time that you will see it before the new year anyway, regardless of price that we're looking at. So I would certainly say if you are going for this one or thinking about going for it, now is the time to make your decision. Now, of course, if you need to spread the cost, that's okay. We're all working on a budget at the moment. But we do have the advantage that you can spread the cost if you so choose. We're calling it ClearPay, and this is a little bit more about it.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
There we go. So that's how you can spread the cost if you so choose. Very, very busy. Not only for our monthly mega deal, that isn't going to be a monthly mega deal. It's going to be a less than 24 hours mega deal.
It's amazing. But I think that you can really see the benefits when you see what we've been cutting today. It's incredible.
I love it. Talking about having things to cut, I am sure you've got plenty in your stash, but we have got some amazing deals to share with you. And I have to say, these are definitely worth going into your basket. Now, when we're actually looking at the cardstock that we've got some fabulous cardstock, as you can see here, a cornucopia of cardstock. Oh, actually, sorry, no, we're looking at this one. Sorry, I thought we were working our way along. So, yes, this is the one that we're talking about, because the deal that we've got on this one is phenomenal. Yeah. £1.79 for 50 sheets, 10 repeats of each of those 5.
It's incredible. I can't believe that price. I think as well, imagine if you've got a crafty group that does a Secret Santa or something. They don't need to know that you spent £1.79 on it. That's definitely way worth sort of that amount of money that you're going to be paying. So I just think this is a great Secret Santa gift. Or if you're just wanting to stock up on interesting textured papers, it's a really great idea. And like I said to Hayley earlier, that paper, particularly the gold, would work so beautifully for iris folding, or you were saying as well for oh gosh, what's it called? Quilling as well, really beautiful for that. So yeah, there's really a lot of use here going on with these beautiful papers.
I love it. And of course the texture, take advantage of the texture if you've got dies that are going to allow you to cut out baskets and things
That's
like
what I said in the earlier shows.
Maybe you're going to be using it with the electronic die cutting machines, which of course you can do. And of course the beauty is it's not limited to one per customer. So 10 sheets of each of these fabulous papers coming to you for just £1.79. If you are a club member, take advantage while you've got the chance. It's a bumper bundle, comes neatly packaged as you can see. So if you are going to be giving it as a gift or maybe in addition to a gift, what about a fabulous idea of giving your fabulous Caterpillar Pro and a pack of paper to get started with? Well, there you go. That's an easy way for you to do so. 914657 if you're wanting to add that into your basket. As I mentioned at the top of the hour, we've got some amazing deals, some fabulous prices for you. And if you have been considering a light panel, well, we have got the deal for you, and this is a brilliant deal.
Absolutely. So I was saying in the previous show as well, I've actually had 2 of these light boards, and the reason being is the first one was actually stolen off me. So my niece was doing graphics and was like, I need a light board, so she took mine and I never seemed to receive it back, so I actually got another one. So don't just think about this for crafting, although it's brilliant for that. Think about other uses within the home. You know, if you are someone who likes to take photographs of their makes and stuff, you could actually have this as one of those sort of lights that shine onto your cards. But in terms of craft, it works beautifully so I did a doodle on the letter H, and I wanted to then put it into the E, L, E, and N of my name, and I couldn't be bothered to sit there and try and copy it, you know, just from freehand. So I was able to just lay the paper over the top of the H I'd done and move it into the E. But also think about the things if you are into sort of quilt blocking, you're putting things together like that, the light works really well. It also works well if you do diamond painting. If you can't really see the letters, that's beautiful. It's also great if you're drawing around certain images, so say you've done an image and you have to repeat that. I also think if you've got family members that are learning to write, you could write the alphabet letters and they could copy those, which would also work beautifully for brush lettering if you're learning that. I want to show you, since we're looking at it as well, it's just a touch system to bring those lights up. So we've got the first level is sort of the palest one. So if you don't need anything too bright, then we go to the second one and finally the third, which is really bright. And I think the thing, again, is say, like, that's quite bright, but it works beautifully, particularly if you're covering the whole thing or you're working with quite a dense material. But again, we can go to that individual one there as well if you're using something where you just need a little bit of extra light. Maybe you're doing I don't know, some sewing on fabric and you just need that help with a little extra light. The light boards are so amazing, and actually until I saw the Kit and Caboodle light board, I'd never seen one with magnets either, which is really super clever. This is A3, so there's a lot of workspace, and it's also wipe clean. So if you get a bit of pen on it or something like that, you can wipe clean. Really useful for lots of different crafts. If you're doing parchment work, it works for that too. If you are drawing a stamp onto fabric, you can use it for that as well. So if you're doing embroidery or anything, it works. So this is kind of one of those things that not only goes over lots of crafts, goes over lots of uses in the house as well.
Okie dokie, so if you want to get hold of yours, you can see you've got a fabulous price on this one, saving £20.45 if you're a club member. 054250. Again, it's one of those situations, maybe you've been thinking about getting an A3 magnetic light board and thinking to yourself, well, even magnetic, you probably wouldn't even think you could get a magnetic one, to be fair, but just an A3 light board, and you've been looking at these and thinking, well, they're a little bit out of my reach. At less than £20, I imagine that you would love to take advantage of this deal, as I know many of you have done already. 054250 if you're wanting this particular deal, but lots of other things to share with you as well. Now, the Pro that we've been chatting about, we knew the situation would come, so it has now sold out. So thank you to everybody. Now, if it's in your basket at this moment in time, you may be fortunate, you may be able to complete your purchase, and you may well get hold of this deal. Now, obviously, if anybody doesn't check out their baskets, I will let you know about it so as you can take advantage of the deal. But for the time being, we have to say sold out. Newton lasted a whole month.
No, amazing. I think it was the deal. Come on,
a monthly mega deal with a laughing emoji at the end of it, really, shouldn't it?
I love that.
As if to say, really?
No, don't think so.
Now, of course, we do still have the crop available, and we have got a 20% discount on this one if you're a club member. So if you're wanting to get hold of the crop, we're going to turn our attention to this one now. And this might be that you've already got the Pro, so you might not want to go for a second one, but you might like to go on your travels. Maybe it's a case that you're going to be going to things like your caravan, you maybe have a motorhome, you may have, well, the portability of this one is the key thing, because that's exactly what it was designed for, is to craft on the go.
Absolutely. So you're just by going from the 12x12 to this one, you're not losing any of the strength of that rotary blade, you're not losing any of the resharpening of the blade. It's also made with the same strong material but lightweight. So you're getting, I didn't realise you were over there, sorry. Hey guys. So what I'm saying is that what's happening is it's just getting smaller. So as Hayley said, it's more about that sort of portability. Maybe the 12x12 was too much for you in terms of size, and actually you think, well, the space that I've got to put it, this one's going to work better for me. But you still get that extender arm, so it will be bigger for your sort of 12x12 papers and things. You also get the light on board, just like you did with the Pro. And again, something I love, you get the little, in fact, this is really cute, this little this little box. You get the little box to be able to carry it around if you need to. And again, at a great price as well.
Definitely, and I love the signage on this one. The actual signage showing that gear system, which is key. And you don't lose that gear system when you are going for the crop. As you can see, the details are on your screen. We'll have a closer look at this one in just a few moments. But as Helen said, all of the benefits that we've seen for the Pro are included within here. That fabulous cutting system, the wonderful light is in there as well. And of course, you can open up the cutting area if you so choose with that arm. Now, of course, we've got loads of reviews on both of those cutters, including the crop, and you can see it's a brilliant product. Cuts like a dream, and the landed light is a bonus as well, so absolutely perfect if you're wanting to go on the move with it. Love this. Please do leave your reviews as well. I know that sometimes we don't kind of leave those, but they are very useful for crafters when they're thinking about getting hold of things. It's nice to know that you have enjoyed using those, and yeah, your experiences, so thank you for that. Some lovely reviews there, going right the way through. 4.6 out of 5, that's not bad going at all, is it? So if you fancy getting a hold of your crop, then you can do. And of course, popping it into your basket, as I've mentioned previously, you're paying that 1p&p of £3.95, which is why it's worth taking advantage of little deals that come along that are phenomenal value for money, like this one.
Do you know, it's funny that you say about the reviews. I am notorious for reading reviews. I think we all do that. I like to read what people have actually said about their, but yeah, I never leave one. It's terrible.
I think we're all guilty
I never do that. I know. It's
people
funny.
Are too quick to kind of put a negative review on something, and sometimes it can be. What irritates me, sometimes people can put a negative review, and it's down to the fact that, I don't know, it didn't arrive on time or something. And that's not down to the quality of the product, so it's a bit kind of confusing.
Exactly. It's a funny one.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got the glue gun here. Now, what's really lovely about this glue gun is that it's not it's rechargeable, so it's not, you're not tethered to the wall.
Just explain, we've got two here because one of them is plugged in and charging up.
Absolutely.
So you only get one within this one.
Perfect. Thanks. So what I want to show you is, you can see here, this is the glue gun here, and it's got a green light on it, and that means it's fully charged.
Okay.
If it were,
it's all right. I was just mentioning on the screen. On the screen, we've got a price of £20.69p. I don't believe that is the correct price. I think the gremlins have got into our system, because if you've watched the shows previously, you'll know that the price is lower than that one. It's around a tenner. So we'll continue to tell you about the benefits of it, but details, the item number is the same for this one. If you jump onto the website, I don't know whether you will get the same price that we've just had up on the screen, but it is definitely, is it £9? And what was the price on it? Sorry, Laura, £9.99. So that's what you're paying for this one. Sorry, Helen,
That's
carry on.
So as I was saying, I mean, it looks a little bit blue on the screen, but you're getting a green light, and that's telling you that it's fully charged. You charge it switched off. If it's red, it means it needs more charge, and you get this wire, and it just plugs into a USB plug, which a lot of you probably got
for your mobile phone.
Absolutely, quite a lot of people have got one at home, I'm sure. But then if we take this one, which is obviously not being charged now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch it on here at the side, and what you get now, that's a much bluer light, so you're going to get a blue light, and that tells you that it's charged and it's working and it's heating it up. It took me about sort of 40 minutes, I'd say, to charge it up first time use. And what's really wonderful about this is you get your little stand here. Now, I was saying in the previous show as well, it stands up beautifully because you've got a flat bottom. Because I don't know if you've noticed, when you get glue guns at home that are wired, they always seem to put the wire in the most like awkward place, and so it's always falling over. But this one's got that flat bottom, and it's got the little sort of retractable stand as well. It's non-drip. It takes your standard glue sticks. You get 3 in the pack, but obviously you can get more. I'm sure there's lots on the website.
Size those,
absolutely standard size. Now, and what's wonderful about this not being tethered to the wall is sometimes, you know, where you're crafting, you don't have a plug. You can't plug it in, so then you're having to move to go to where the plug is. But with this, you can sit and let it charge up, unplug it, and then you can start using it as soon as it's heated up. It will just take a few moments to heat up, and you can do it wherever you want to, which is really great.
There we go. Now, another product that's proven to be incredibly popular is the pokey tool that we've got on the show. And this is brilliant. I mean, you wouldn't think that a pokey tool could make such a difference, but this is phenomenal because it's a magnetic one.
I know, I love your excitement about this pokey tool. It's really cool. It's infectious.
I don't have a die to show you, but one of the situations is if you've got what I call TV nails, and I want one of these to go in my purse for when I drop £1 in the supermarket, because I can be down there 10 minutes trying to catch it.
Pick it up. Yeah, exactly. Especially the teeny tiny little dies you get. And it slips somewhere and you're thinking, oh.
You can literally be sitting in your chair and just lean down and use that magnet to pick up those dies. And also as well, if you've got a whole pile of kind of little scraps of paper and you know that somewhere in there is a tiny die, using that magnet will help you retrieve it rather than throwing it out with your scraps.
Now, obviously, we've got that beautiful magnet that Hayley's talking about, but the pokey tool, if you've never seen one of these before and you're thinking, okay, well, what's that used for? The sort of basic level of use is when you get your dies, you get little holes at the back and they just help you poke out, exactly as it says, pokey tool. It just pokes out those little bits of paper, so it works beautifully. And I always say a pokey tool is something that every crafter should have, absolutely, because I even sometimes use it to make perforated holes into, if I'm putting like a brad in or something, and I just use that to poke a hole in because I don't want to go and get my hole punch or anything. So it is really multiple, and because you've got the wooden top as well, it's strong, which is really good. And can I just say, when you get the packaging home, it does have that little housing over the sharp edge. So keep that, and you can keep putting it on, because what you don't want to do is pop it in your tool bag and it's got it upside down and you put your hand on it. So keep that little bit.
Brilliant idea. Perfect for paper crafting. I'd certainly be using it as a sewer as well, because I'd use it like a stiletto. So when you're trying to get your fabrics through, sometimes you can struggle. Some machines don't like to take the edge of the fabric. Then that is a perfect way for you to feed it through, keeping your fingers out the way.
Nice.
So nice as a gift for anybody, to be honest. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, at 638 473, if you fancy getting hold of those, if you're wanting to. We're going to head over to the demo area to have a little look at the crop in closer detail, but I will leave the details with you for your magnetic tool, as well as the deal that we've got on your Caterpillar crop. Now, if you've joined us thinking we were going to share the monthly mega deal with you, well, you're probably about 10 minutes too late, because it's sold out, and we knew it would do. We didn't expect it to last the full month, so I hope you managed to take advantage of it. But the good news is, if you did miss out on that and you are looking at that Caterpillar technology, you still have the ability to get hold of it with a 20% discount if you're a club member.
Okay, so this is your crop. Obviously, you can see that it's a slightly thinner, what's the word, sort of space than you...
Footprint.
Footprint, that's the word. See, I knew you'd know. A footprint here. So again, if you're someone who maybe doesn't have a craft room, you've got less space, things like that, this is a great one for that, because it's not going to take up much footprint. But you do also get the extender arm that is just held in by a little sort of click here that you can be cutting. So you can be going up to 17 inches with this, but you also get the inches and you get the centimetres. And just like we were saying, you get your line. Let's get me something here. You get your line that works all the way down. So from the top here, you can line up, sort of, here we go with the 10 centimetres, you can line it up all the way down to make sure that you are getting a straight line. And again, just, oh look, there's my fingerprints. Just like before, you're going to put a little bit of pressure on, not too much. If you feel any, like when you're pushing down, if you feel any restraint at all, you can tell that that material is too thick for the Caterpillar. But as you can see, cut beautifully both sides. Now this is a mirror card, so obviously it's layered card. That's at least 3 layers of card here, and you can see there's not any feathering at all, which is really important.
It's a good area as well.
Absolutely.
Sometimes when you're working with a tool, that it looks smaller.
Yes.
But it's still got that large area.
Absolutely.
That is the key thing with this one. Still got all those features we spoke of. So of course that gear mechanism that we've been talking about, that is still there. You use it in exactly the same way. So place your fingers on there, use your fingers just to push it against the side and then roll it along. And you can see there that gear mechanism, that is the key thing. So whichever the machines you go for, whether it is the crop or obviously if you went for the pro, you will still get that technology running through this one.
Absolutely, which is really important, like Hayley was saying. So you're going to get that beautiful rotary blade here, and it's going to literally, every time it goes down, it works against the sharp edge of that steel blade here, and it's going to sharpen that. So every time you're using it, you're actually sharpening your blade, and it's really simple and easy to use. Again, you just pop your hand in, slide it down really simply. You can work both ways, again, with this one as well, but sometimes I prefer to just do it this way. I don't know, naturally, I just think it's something to do with my brain that makes me think about putting it down instead of up. But again, you can keep doing that, just using your hand to hold that paper in place. But as long as you're butting up against the top there, where you've got that little rim, you know that that paper is going to be in place and it's going to be straight for you, really simply every time. I love the fact that although you've got 17 inches here, which is a big space, so if you are, you know, you're doing something really large in a project, you can see the whole thing, that's wonderful, but you still have that ridge. See, that's the thing, it's not like the ridge has suddenly disappeared because of the extender arm. You can. And also, as we said, when it comes to the Caterpillar, whether it's the Pro that you've got or you're going for the crop here, your measurements are not like painted on with any kind of thing like that, or stuck on with stickers, so that you eventually start to rub them off and then you can never see where the ½ inch is. It's also got measurements all the way along.
I love the way that it actually breaks down the inches there. If you're not familiar with inches, sometimes it's difficult to figure out what ¼ inch is,
Absolutely.
3/8, all those different kind of measurements. They're all there for you.
And what's wonderful is I use I work with inches. That's, I don't know why, I just do.
Card bases are
yeah,
inches,
exactly.
aren't
And I just that's just the way I work. And what I love about it is, like you're saying, because I can actually see the ½ inch, the 3/4 inch, I can do my mats and layers by just taking off an inch every time. And I know because I'm using this, it's going to be precision every single time. But like I said, you've got the 17 inches, but by just closing this, you then have the ability to butt up against this end, because that ridge is still there. So if it helps you at all, you know, that's there. You don't always have to open it up if you're working on smaller projects. See, again, like I say, I just naturally lift that up and go down. I don't know why. It's so wonderful. It's amazing.
Now, when you shop for yours, of course, you're going to get the box that it's in. I mean, let's have a little look at what you're going to actually get with regards to this one, because obviously you're going to get your Caterpillar that we've spoken of, which is the crop version, so perfect for when you're going on your travels. And of course, when you do shop for it, you're going to get the box that it comes with as well, and that is key with this one, because if you're wanting to take it on your travels, then you can do. So I've actually got the crop here, but the box that you're actually getting is the key thing, because it's the light, isn't it, with this one that is the key thing. So that's why I know you've took the batteries out of yours to pop over in your other one.
I was like, oh, we're crafting together. Oh no, it's just because I've taken the batteries out. No, that was really clever, and then I've just told on you.
That's okay. You're swapping them over. I thought, I don't want to drop you in it, but there you go, you did it yourself.
Honesty is always the best policy. We were swapping because there's no batteries in that one. The light is not going to work without batteries, and that's why I was doing it, just to show you.
No problem. Well, we're taking ourselves into a hole now, so let's get ourselves out of it.
I also want to tell you that you get the little foam, you get little rubber soles as well. Soles, that's the right, yeah, little rubber feet here. So it's soft on any work surface that you're working on. And as you can see, I always use the base of the Caterpillar to move it. I don't use the bar. This is not a handle. This is the way that the rotary cutter, it's got a little sort of system up here that moves the gears.
That's exactly the same as we saw with the Pro then. So there's no scrimping on that cutting area.
No, and I think that's really important to say. The difference between the two is the size. It's, you know, you're not losing, I mean, obviously you don't get the drawer in this one either, but that's understandable because it's got a smaller footprint. But you're not losing any of that good gear system. You're not losing any of the strength of the blade underneath. You've got the great composite material that this is made of that's hard wearing but also lightweight, which is really, really important. And also it's important to say that you can still cut the same materials, and I can still, let me just hang on a second.
Which one came first? Was it the crop or the Pro? Do you know?
Oh, I believe please don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure that the Pro came first.
Okay.
I think
Which would
so.
make sense,
Yeah.
because you've got all that technology that you're using at home, but then you want to take it with you when you go somewhere.
I think it came out around 2015, something like that, I believe. And then obviously they realised how wonderful that is. And I'm guessing crafters out there were like, I really want the strength and the power of my Pro, but in a more manageable size.
And do you know
that's
what? When
you
you
get.
saying that, 2015, when you consider they've not changed the style of it, they've not modified it, they've not needed to change it.
Absolutely.
Why fix it if it ain't broke? That's the key thing, isn't it?
Totally right. I completely agree with you. I think that when it comes to something like this, when you know you've got it right, you can just keep producing it the same way. So what I've got here is I've got another picture, and I just want to show you just the same.
Where have you been? Oh, look at this. Sightseeing. Sightseeing.
So
I love it.
The photographer I don't know what the photographer was telling us to do, because clearly we don't look like we're doing the same thing. But yeah, so there's my mum, I don't know, being Hulk Hogan or something, and there I am being a pirate looking for land. I don't know. So again, let me just show you. So we've got our photo here. Now I could cut that, but I would be concerned because the darkness of here definitely melds in with the darkness of my jumper.
And also, so I'm just thinking how I would do this at home, because I don't have either of the Caterpillars.
Oh, okay.
But what I would do is I'd probably find with my cutter, I'd cut a little cut.
And look.
A little bit, probably just, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a centimetre or something like that, just a tiny bit, so as I could see if I'm in the right place.
Absolutely.
And then I would try and line that up with the edge of my guillotine or my cutter, and then continue the line if it was in the right place.
And how
you don't need
sort of
to.
faffy is that? Do you know what I mean? Because it's that fear. It's that fear. But as you can see, I can then put it on, and I can straight away see that that is the corner of my elbow. And cut it down and not have lost. So you can see just there, that's just the corner.
Perfect.
Look at that, that is the corner of my elbow. Literally not even a quarter of an inch difference between the end of the photo and my elbow. And the same can be said for the weird thing my mum's doing. We can keep that in the picture too. Easy, simple, again, like not even a quarter of an inch difference, and it's just amazing.
It's like fine tuning. It's like cutting in HD.
Absolutely, it just makes it so much easier. We can keep going right up to the top of my head, not worrying that I'm going to slice even the top of my hand off.
That is brilliant.
Amazing.
Shows
really
that
easy.
precision. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of yours, of course you can do. We've fixed the details about the glue gun.
Yeah.
Woohoo! So here you go. Just to prove what we were saying to you, it's a phenomenal deal, and it's not the price that was popping up on your screen. We thought there was something had gone wrong, and that's because that £13 discount wasn't showing. So that means that everybody is paying less than a tenner for this one. Now, if you're a club member, of course you've got your discount in addition to this, meaning you are only paying £8.99. That is an amazing price. Definitely worth getting hold of. I'd be going for a couple of those, to be honest. One for your craft bag and one to kind of leave in your craft room.
Nice.
So, yeah, if you want yours, 243124. What are you up to?
So I just wanted to show you, if you're like me and just naturally you feel like I say, you can do it both ways, but if you're like me and naturally you just want to do it from the top, you don't have to go, you can just lift that up and it will go over the material. It just comes out ever so slightly, but don't worry, you're still not getting to the blade. That holder is still holding it in place. But I just wanted to show you then that you can move it where you want to, which also means, let me get a slightly larger piece of card. If you wanted to just do a slit,
oh, I see. So
you can lift it out.
Knocking it out.
Absolutely.
Then, oh, okay, right. That's
so
fair
a
enough
slit
then.
in the paper, and it's not gone all the way to the end, which that also means.
Oh, so it's like making pockets.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go up here because I think it's a bit easier. You can always go halfway up as well.
Okay, right.
So if you wanted to make some sort of, I don't know,
like a fringe look, isn't it? Yeah.
Like that. Easy, simple. So because you have the ability to move that blade as well, you can get it out of the way and cut on certain areas, absolutely. So if you wanted to, I don't know, gut the material and paper or something, you could do that because you can stop cutting.
Crafters will always find a way, won't they?
Absolutely.
I have to say, it's phenomenal value for money. Obviously, as a club member, you are saving more than you would usually be saving with this one. As I mentioned before, if you've already got hold of the Pro, then this is a perfect way for you to take your cutting crafting tools on the move with you. And of course, if you have tuned in thinking, right, I'm going to get that monthly mega deal, I think you're a little bit too late. You could try it, you could give it a go, just in case any of those didn't check out earlier on. You may be in with a chance. But if you want to take advantage of the crop, then the details are on your screen. Still got that cutting technology, still got that gear system that we love with regards to this one. And of course, you've got those LED lights. All you need to do is add in your batteries, which you can do so very, very easy, and away you go. And you're cutting little
Absolutely. So I've got some little sentiments from Paper Boutique.
Okay.
And so they always give you little square sentiments, and it's so easy to line that up with the line.
Look at that. You
So
haven't
you've
got any of the opposite
you haven't got
one
any of the
coming
opposite colour going on, and you can also do it smaller. Again, it's so, I don't know why I do that. Just naturally, I want to cut from the top.
I think it's whatever feels comfortable.
Yeah,
And that's not a
absolutely.
problem at all.
So you can easily, as well, what's nice about this, if you get the whole set home, so I think they get about, I don't know, 16 or something like that sentiments, you could easily sit and cut all of those.
The guesswork
Absolutely.
that takes it away, doesn't it? That's the key thing, so you get that precision cut. Love it.
Look at that, and even just to the last part.
The last
And what I love
smidgen.
about that, you've got all those sentiments, and you've got a little, what's fun is you've got a little lip here as well, so they sit just there before they kind of come off.
I
And
see.
so if you accidentally cut a really small one, it's not going to drift off. It's going to sit right there because there's a little lip between
it.
the blade and the light.
Helen, thank you for sharing your passion with
you.
us with regards to your caterpillar. And this is the key thing. It's the passion that is the key thing with this one. Crafters just like you that maybe were a bit dubious to start with. Why do I need a light within a trimmer? Well, you've seen exactly why you need it in that last demonstration there. And of course, the fabulous photos trimming down
Amazing.
as well. If you're wanting to get hold of the crop, then the details are on your screen. I do hope we can count on your company for the next time, because you're going to have a whale of a time. I'm going to grab a cuppa and I'm going to settle down myself. And Helen, we will see you again soon, I hope.
Hopefully, yes.
Lovely, there you go. So if you're wanting to check out your basket now would be a good time, to be honest. Take advantage of those savings we've been speaking of, and of course get that pro, nearly said the pro, it's not there, the crop. If you want to get hold of it, now is the time to do so. And I will see you a bit later. Oh, we're going to get so happy. Gavin is in the building. I'm very much looking forward to Happy Puzzle Company after the break. Then we are back with a new and exclusive from Alta New and Leonie.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I've got a quick minute to tell you all about our super soft batting. So it's 1.5 meters wide by 1.5 meters long, so it's a huge piece, brilliant for loads of different projects, full quilts down to bags and cushions. The item number that you'll need is 838939, and it's $12.99 for this absolutely huge piece. So to put that in perspective, it'll probably do about 9 cushion fronts, or one really big quilt that's almost the size of a double bed. Now, it's 100% polyester, which means it's brilliant for people with allergies. It's also super soft with that almost kind of cotton-like feel to it. And one of the other great things is, because we cut everything at Craft Yourself Silly headquarters, if you wanted a double piece, so say a 3 meter piece, we would cut that to order for you. So if you've got a flexi basket, why not pop them in today? So if you want to grab a bargain that's perfect for all of your quilting projects, then our Craft Yourself Silly Super Soft Batting is 838939, perfect at $12.99.
Quick Picks, craft must-haves at top pick prices.
Have you found Craft Extra? By tuning into Freeview 85 and pressing the red button on your TV remote, you can stream Craft Extra 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Missed a show on Create and Craft? Then watch again through your connected TV via the red button. Craft Extra, for your extra dose of crafting.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Create and Craft. My name's Dan. Gavin, how are you?
I'm all right, Dan. How are you doing?
Now then, since I have been popped on this show, every single presenter, producer, floor manager, director is like, you're going to have the best time. Everyone loves you. Everyone loves your games. And this is your last show before Christmas.
It is. So this really is an important show for everybody who wants to get their special offer gifts in for Christmas as well.
Very good point. So we're talking about getting it before Christmas Day. Not a problem at all. I know it's dispatched from 7 days, but that is well within time still. And here's the secret of the show, right? Because I know you're back at the start of next year.
Yep.
It's a giftable event we're in right now, so
Yep.
even all of these have an extra 15% off, not 10% off. So with Cat P&P, let's go, let's get them ready for Christmas presents for the whole family, right?
Absolutely, 100%. And this is, as you mentioned, the last time before Christmas that you're going to get a chance to get these offers. That's it today, and after that, that's it. And there are some serious, serious savings, like properly mad savings on this as well.
I cannot wait. I am thrilled I'm on this show. I'm thrilled you've got time before Christmas. The trio on your screens, by the way, the best-selling trio, starting with that Genius Square, the Star and the Gems, 60% of that stock is already gone. If you just want to go for the Genius Square, it's on the bottom part of the screen. We've got loads on the show, haven't we, Gavin? So shop ahead of us on the website, createandcraft.com. But introduce me. I was told the best advice Martin Parker has ever given me, and he says it most days, he's like, don't prep. Don't learn, don't look at the show ahead of time, just enjoy the game.
So this has been a really special day for me because there's only two presenters that I've never worked with over the last nearly 4 years. And I know that you've only relatively recently come back, but it was you and Martin, and I've got to complete my set today.
There you go. Do you get a gold watch or something,
No,
maybe?
it feels like when you're collecting World Cup stickers and you get the last two
Am I
that
shiny?
you need.
I'm going to class myself as that.
You can be shiny.
Thank you.
You can be shiny.
Okay.
With your penguin. That's good. So,
no pants penguin. It's quite risque.
It is clearly risque. Oh my goodness me.
Oh, I know.
I didn't see that coming at all.
No, they don't.
There you go. Now, let's start off with the Genius Square.
Introduce me, please.
Now, first of all, I just want to say that it's clear that Dan and Martin this morning have just arrived on planet Earth because they've never seen the Genius Square before. So if there is anybody else here in the Create and Craft world that has not seen the Genius Square before, let me explain it to you, because I kid you not, this is genuinely the best game in the entire history of the world, bar none. And I've played an awful lot of games in my time. So if you buy one game in the whole of the rest of your life, this is the one that we need to buy. Now, the first thing I need to let you know is that the version that we are using here is a specially put together giant version for Create and Craft. What you would actually get is the version that Dan is holding now.
Is that one there?
Which is also made of the same materials. It's beautiful, shiny wood. It'll last you forever, and you get two of everything inside your set.
So that's just for us to be able to see better on screen, but you've got this like travel edition, lap edition, whatever you want to call it.
Correct.
Okie dokie.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the history of the Genius Square, where this game came from. Now, about 3.5 years ago, I got contacted by an Algerian mathematician called Salim Bergish, and he'd created a game called Zaki, which he'd sent to all of the big toy companies across the world to tell them that he created something remarkable, and they all rejected him. And the reason they rejected him was because what he claimed he'd actually invented, he hadn't invented. It didn't actually work. But instead of rejecting it, what we decided to do was to actually make it work, and that's what we did. And you will see now, when I explain to you how to play the game, that the genius does not refer to the person who's actually trying to solve it, needing to be a genius. It actually refers to the genius in the game itself. So, let's have a look at what we've got. We've got here 9 Pentomino style pieces, which we're going to remove from the board.
Shall I follow along what you're doing?
Absolutely. Just don't get your pieces muddled up with mine.
Okay, good point.
And that will leave us with what we call the 7 blocker pieces. These are the round pieces that are here. And what we're going to do is we're going to roll the 7 dice. Now, when the dice fall, they can fall into one of a possible 62,208 combinations.
Right.
Okay, and so the chance of us ever playing the same game twice on one show is really a little bit remote. But I do know there will be a lot of people at home who will be playing alongside us.
Email in, let us know, recommend it to me, studio@creatingcraft.com. I would love to hear you. Okay, so we've just rolled 7 dice.
What we're going to do is we roll the 7 dice. I'm going to arrange these so that people at home can see them. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take our blockers. Gosh, this is a really unusual one that we throw. There's a lot of F pieces here.
Okay.
And we're going to block out these coordinates. So we are going to block out F3, D3, F4.
Yep.
Wow, F2.
F2.
C2.
C2.
F1.
F1. That's, well,
wow, look at
no
this.
idea, but there's a lot of Fs.
And F6. That is quite something.
Ooh.
Now, what we're going to do
is that the game?
That's the game. We're going to race against each other to complete the grid.
Okay.
And it is always possible. And in most cases, there will be more than one possible solution. So we're going to race against each other. You ready?
Ready.
Okay, here we go. Let's begin. So now you're doing this for the first time. I have to say that Martin beat me on his first ever go, which was absolutely phenomenal. The master puzzler.
Oh,
he has
that was
indeed
close,
beaten
wasn't
the
it?
master puzzler. Absolutely.
No.
I was very impressed.
Does that one go in there?
I was very impressed. No.
Does that one go in there?
No,
Maybe it
see, and
does.
this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky here.
Oh, that's so
Let's put that
close.
in there like that. Put this in here like so. That doesn't help me there.
No.
I know. You see, this is not easy. It's not as easy as it looks. And actually, because we've got so many pieces so close to each other, that actually makes it a lot more difficult.
Is there like an age recommendation on this?
So this is ages 6 to adults.
Okay.
And when we say 6 to adult, it's a real leveller because there's no advantage from an age point of view. So quite simply, if you are 6 or 106, you can solve it like me.
Oh.
And it took us, well, that was roughly around about 25 seconds.
Was that a long game?
No, that was a fairly average game.
Yeah.
And the more you go on,
Can we go again?
the more
Can we go again, please?
The more we go on, the quicker you're going to get at it, because you're going to get used to the position of the pieces as well, and you'll start to see things on the board that you're going to see as patterns straight away. So let's take these off again.
By the way, your trio you just saw there, you can just get the Genius Square on its own, the original 1439. With the trio, you're basically getting one of them for free,
So
right?
you are
And then
getting,
some.
now let's just mention this trio of games. Okay, if you were to go and buy those at the normal recommended retail price, you would be paying just under £58 for them. So you are saving nearly £20.
So there's the equivalent of one and
Absolutely.
the PMP,
Effectively
basically.
Absolutely. You are really seriously getting a good deal. And this is, just to stress, this is now the only day that this offer will be available now in 2022. If you want to buy these for Christmas, for the whole of your family, for all of your friends, for everybody in the entire universe that you know, school teachers as well, we need to give them a present, got to give one to the postman, the delivery lady or gentleman who comes to your door and
New
throws
neighbours,
things over
maybe
the garden fence and smashes them, etc., etc. This is everybody's present sorted out at a ridiculous price as well.
I know we're meant to be playing a BT and moving on, but let's play the game.
Yeah, we can also be playing on the game, definitely.
Okay,
right, let's have a look and see. Hopefully we've got a few less Fs here now. Well, we have. We've already got 2 here now. Right, just rearranging these so that people can can see. So we've got D6
C4.
and F4 and C4. And E2 and F2, A6,
C2
and C2.
Right.
Okay. Again, there's always a solution. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Off we go. Here.
Hit
Now,
the music.
what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to let you win. But
No, I don't want you to do that.
I'm hoping that you will win because it would be very good for your confidence.
Oh,
now,
no, my confidence.
can I just say one of the really good things about this is that you can play this over Zoom. You can combine sets. So you can have lots of different people playing together. I've made a complete mess of this. Oh, wow, look at that.
Oh.
Well done, you.
The proudest moment. Thank you. Cheers,
well
team. I'd
done,
like to
you.
thank-
That's good. Can we do a decider?
Do you want it straight away?
Yes,
now?
let's do a
Let's
decider.
go. I was going to start with my thank yous there. I was going to thank Leonie. I was going to thank Dave Bradford. I was going to
Well,
thank Ben
Leonie
over
is
there.
definitely here supporting us here today.
Thank you, Ben. Not that I'm competitive in any way, shape or form.
No, but now it's all or nothing here because now, our best of 3.
So if you play it on your own, it's just the satisfaction of maybe it's a timed thing, maybe
Absolutely.
it's just a completion thing. I completely get it.
As I said to you, I've done one in 9 seconds, but that was.
All right, then
but
fine.
you've got
Let's see
all
what
the
happens.
pieces have got to fall in place if you'll pardon the pun for that. Let's just lay these
That long,
out this
huh?
time.
Okay.
Well, let's see how we go now because this is the decider here. Okay, F4.
F4.
C4.
C4.
A6.
A6.
C5.
C5.
B6.
B6.
C2.
C2.
And
What's the
E2.
C's? E2.
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Sure.
Go.
Action.
Right, now, action. Absolute action. Could be a tricky one here as well.
Oh, this is a
so
tricky
you
one.
can combine sets, as I was saying before.
Yes.
So you could have lots of people playing all across the world. In fact, I can tell you that Paula has sent me videos of her playing
Yes,
in Spain with her
Paula's
parents
playing
as
right
well.
now. She just emailed in.
Yay!
Oh,
we love Paula.
Yeah.
Paula is one of my favourite people in the entire
I bet she's
universe.
screaming at the telly right now, being like, put that one there, I'd put this one here. Paula, I'm going to start again. I've completely
Hang on,
messed it.
I'm making a complete mess of this over here. Hang on, we're doing
in
here,
there.
in there, and yeah, done it.
Oh!
There you go.
2-1, we'll come back to it.
So we did that. So,
wow.
So this is the Genius Square. We're going to have a look at the other Genius games in a moment. We're going to have a look at a VT of the Genius Square before we move on to the Genius Star. But for goodness sake, because 60% of the stock had already gone before the start of this show, if you want that bundle of 3 games of the Genius Square, the Genius Star, and the Genius Gems, you're going to have to be quick, and you're going to be saving almost £20.
Roll VT. Great emails coming in, by the way, here. This one from Billy in Kent, who sent an email this morning, actually, with Martin, Gavin and the team. Had to email in to say how wonderful the Happy Puzzle products are. I struggle with dexterity issues and anxiety and brought the Genius Square first. It's brilliant, really helps me manage my low mood too. I love all of the pieces. They are wooden, they are light and warm to hold, which is what is great for having dexterity issues. It's also something you can play in bed with when pain levels are high. I roll the dice in the lid, and when I can't pick up the circular wooden blockers, I use the dice as it stops instead. This is a lovely email, Billy. Thank you so much. It's great diversion and really lifts my mood. Easy to play solo, and the yes you get when you figure out is great. That's basically what I shouted, wasn't it? When
Absolutely.
I've ended up getting lots more in the range and highly recommend these games. After getting on so well with Genius Square, I've since bought lots more in the range. Thank you, Gavin, and all of your team for creating such fantastic games. All the best and happy holidays. Billy, thank you so much for sharing that. I guess that's where the trio comes in to be so handy.
Absolutely, and if you go onto the Create and Craft website and look at some of the reviews, particularly the reviews of the Genius Square, are absolutely extraordinary. It is just a sea of 5-star reviews. Everybody loves this game. If you never buy another game other than this one, you will be happy for the rest of your existence.
Indeed,
so,
Will.
let us now move
Right,
on.
so also in that tree, you know, these could be 3 individual presents, couldn't they? I appreciate you're going to keep them all or play with the family, but it could be for multiple grandchildren.
But that's
for
why you're
example.
going to buy 2 sets.
Good point.
2 sets of 3.
Good point. Right, so the Genius Square.
One to keep and one to
sorry.
gift. Now, the Genius Star. Now, the Genius Star is 8 to adult. There's over 166,000 possible combinations, and the maths of that is based on the fact that we've got dice that are octagonal as well. So there's more possible combinations. There is also a lovely, delicious twist in this, and that is with these 2 half hexagons here, which can go together to make what we call the Golden Star. Now, they can be split up. You can turn them upside down so they don't show the Golden Star, but on roughly 57% of the throws that you will have, it will be possible to complete the puzzle with the Golden Star intact. So, when you're playing this against somebody else, you have a decision to make. Do you want to play it safe and go for a regular win without the Golden Star, or do you want to take a risk and see if you can do it with the Golden Star and
I think
score
you always
a
open the
double
box,
win?
right? You always take the risk.
Of course you take the risk. Of course, yeah. But what we've got here is we've also got a web page, which is at www.thegeniusstar.com. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to put our coordinates into that little machine on there, and it's going to tell us whether or not it is possible for us to do it with the star intact. So you can always check it. Clever little tool. So let's roll our
we'll
dice
do that.
here.
We'll put it in the computer and we'll see what it says.
Roll our dice here, like so. Let's just line these up again so that people at home can see what we're doing.
39, 40, 13, 31.
And the bonus ball?
28.
28. Okay, so let's block these out now with our blockers. These are the white pieces with the star in the middle. So we've got number 2, number 5, 39, which is there, and 40. And 13.
Yeah.
And 31.
31.
And 28.
Now,
there you go.
We've put it into the supercomputer.
Yep. And push the submit button there.
And it says.
And that tells us
combination
that it
has no possible
Now, what
solution.
that means is, it means that we cannot do it with the golden star intact.
Okay.
So it's always possible with the combinations.
Right.
But we can't do it.
So we turn those over.
So we turn these over like that.
That would have been some time, wouldn't it,
Okay,
then?
there you are. See, so you've done it. You would have been here for ages. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to race each other. There are 11 pieces on this one. It is harder. So we're not going to finish this one inside 30 seconds, but we're going to do our very best. You ready?
Ready, mate.
Okay, here we go.
And we're off.
Okay, so because of the different types of shapes that you've got here, this is a significantly harder challenge.
Oh, is it?
And so for somebody who really loves taxing themselves on really tricky puzzles, this is something to really go for, particularly for a super duper Christmas present as well. Put that one in there, put that one in there.
Oh, there are
I've
some
moved that one already
brilliant
in there.
shapes in here.
There really are, aren't there?
Gosh, love them.
Oh, I've just pulled that out at number 28. Oops, there you go. I'm going to put that one in here like so.
thank you.
Oh, I didn't want that to go in there like that. Okay. Oh, I make it this. So this looks like this is a particularly difficult one for us to do.
Well, where did that go?
How are you doing there? That's going to go across in there like so.
Oh,
and then if we put this one here across here like so, and then going to move this over to here.
No, I
and
think-
again, in the same vein as the other one, there's going to be the majority of these are going to have more than one solution.
flying
But
there.
there is a really, really large different set of range of difficulty. Oops, I put that back in, and
done
there
it?
we go, and I've done it. And that is
that
that
was
one
quick.
but slower. Quick but
Yeah,
slower.
but I get it, because you sort of, I feel like you almost start to visualise what you're doing. It's really quick to pick up on, isn't it?
So this is the next stage up. So if you've become really adept at doing the Genius Square, and you want to stretch yourself that little bit further, the Genius Star follows exactly the same principles, but it is deliciously tricky in comparison.
We're going to continue on. That was the start. Gem's next. Just kind of emphasise the point. This really is Next Come Next Serve, because this is your last show this year.
Yep.
It all in time for Christmas. 75% of the stock is gone, and when you come back next year, we won't be in a giftables event that we're calling it. Therefore, you'll have a discount, and you have 10% off being a club member. You're getting 15% off, even individuals, on this show, unique for this hour alone. So make sure you're checking out your baskets. All in one transaction, Cat P&P. We've done a square, we've done the star. Gavin, talk to me about gems.
Okay, so this is the third in the series. Okay. This is also an 8 to adult. This one has more than 10,000
Wait a minute.
possible things, yes. They're double-sided.
But they're different.
They are, because what you've got on one side is reversed on the other side. So if
Yeah.
you've got here, for example, you've got 2 pink and 1 blue gem. If you flip them over, that will reverse itself to 2 blue and 1 pink. Here, you've got 2 green and 1 yellow. Flip it over, 2 yellow and 1 green.
Does that make it
They're like
harder
that.
or easier?
Well, you'll see, won't you? Now,
Yeah,
how
okay.
do we work out the level of difficulty on this? Well, there are different dice that we're going to use. Now, I'm going to explain to you. This is very straightforward. The white dice are all the same. They've got 6 different patterns, different pattern on each side. And what you notice is that you've got these coloured wells. So we're going to put the lid on here. We're going to give it a really thorough shape and let them all land inside their wells, and you'll see how they've landed. Now, what we've got to do is we've got to race against each other to simultaneously recreate all of these patterns in the correct colours on the grid. Okay?
What?
You ready to try this?
Blow my mind.
Okay,
Howard's
well, let's
ready.
try it.
You guys ready at home?
Yeah.
All right then.
Off we go.
Let's
Okay.
go.
So let's have a look and see. Now, I warn you, this is definitely not as easy as it looks. But what I will tell you is that you can do them on any angle. They don't have
I
to
was
be
going to
in-
say, right, so
Yeah,
that's my
you
oranges
can.
on the diagonal.
So there's my green one in there already.
Okay.
And my purple, my pink one there. You can see I've put that in there already. And the orange one, I'm going to do like so
go
in
there.
here, like this. There's the orange one
Blue
in
is
there.
like that.
Blue one is going to go in there like that. So there's the blue one going in there. What have I not done yet? I've done that one. I haven't done the yellow one. So we're going to do the yellow one now. So I'll put the yellow one in there like that, and put this in here like so.
Have I done them all?
In there. And well, you've got to just finish off by blocking off the rest of these. Put these last ones in here
And say
like
stop the clock.
so. And there you go. Now let's have a look and see.
Oh,
what
I
we've
haven't
done
got the
here.
pink.
You haven't got the pink?
No.
So look here. There's the pink in a line there.
Yeah.
There's the orange in a line there. There is the diamond shape with the yellow there. There is the blue going around there like that.
So you've got the diamond
and
green
then
as
we've
well.
got the diamond green in there like that.
Oh, I
So
thought I had
another quick
it.
one, but double-sided as well. Now, here comes the twist. So we have 3 additional black dice here, and they are called the devilish dice, and they have harder patterns on them. And there is also a red die there, which is called the dastardly die, and that is evil, quite frankly.
Ooh,
It is absolutely evil. What you can do is you can literally take any combination of them. So you could, for example, have 4 of the easier white ones and put a black one in, or a dastardly one in, or you can have, obviously the hardest way of doing this would be to have 1, 2, 3 of those in there and have one in there like that, and the patterns become much harder. So you can choose the level of difficulty that you're doing this with, and of course that can also depend on the age of the person that's doing this as well. So this is the most recent of the Genius adult games. Absolutely superb. That is the Genius Gems, 8 to adult, more than 10,000 possible puzzles. But on screen now what you can see is this glorious set of 3 in which you are going to be saving on the RRP almost £20 today. But when the stock is gone, it's gone. And I am not back here until the 3rd of January. So this is your last chance to get these at this price over for Christmas.
I'm really excited, mate.
We need to mention, by the way, we've got a 7-day delay on these. They are guaranteed for Christmas. They will come to you in time for Christmas, but they're going to be dispatched for you at the latest on the 13th of December.
Indeed, so whether you're going for individuals or multiplying everything, away you go, but more importantly, you're saving and you're getting it in time for Christmas. It's 923 941. jaunty piano tunes as well. Now then, a brand new game for us, Gavin. Thank you ever so much.
Product. We did a product launch this morning. We are doing a product launch now. This is Fluzzle. Fluzzle is an abbreviation for flower puzzle. I love the story behind this game. This game was invented by a gentleman called Pedro Ameto, who's one of the nicest people I've ever met, and he is a professional Brazilian opera singer.
Oh, wow.
So when he's not opera singing, he is inventing games like Fluzzle, and I just love this, and I know that everybody on Create and Craft is going to absolutely love this as well.
Oh, I'll give you the details. You'll save you £6 at launch, $16.99. You can still divide the cost of everything, by the way. ClearPay's on the screen. 549705. Maybe like Billy on the email saying it collects all of the Happy Puzzle companies. Maybe this is the one you're going to go for today, Billy. That's what you're getting home, but what is it? How do you play?
Okay, so firstly I'm going to show you all of the flowers that we've got inside here. So just to show you, we've got 3 different types of flowers. We've got tulips, we've got roses, and we've got daisies as well, and they each come in 3 different colours.
Okay.
There's a nice purple rose there. We need to look for an orange. There's a red daisy there as well, and there is our yellow rose there. So there is our purple daisy there, and we just need a yellow daisy. There's absolutely loads of each of these inside there, but of course I'm going to have to go back into the bag, aren't I, in order to find
a yellow daisy?
There we are, there's a yellow daisy.
Okay.
I've got it there. So those are our 9 different types of tiles. Now, this is how we are going to play, okay? Let's put all of these in the bag, and now you've all seen these, I'm going to put these back into the bag as well, because we're going to take our random hand of these in a moment. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to choose a flower garden. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to roll the die here, and it's going to give us a number of a garden. Would you like to roll?
Oh, yes, please. Lucky number 7.
And you've got 11.
By that I mean 11.
By that you mean 11. So let's go and find number 11, which is here.
A 10.
I think you've got it there.
Okay.
And we're going to clip it into the back here, like so, upside down, so that it locks into place in the back there.
Upside down, okay.
Yeah. And then we can turn it back, and there is our garden that we're going to build here. Now, what you might notice about this is that we've got different flower beds in here. They're all different colours. We're not going to be able to do anything with the green patches of grass because we're not going to grow flowers in there. But in all of the other flower beds, we are going to be able to. Now, this is a really clever game because what we're going to do is to race against each other.
Okay.
To complete as many flower beds as we can.
Right.
But there are different ways of completing them.
Of course there are.
Of course there are. So, if you can complete any one of the flower beds with exactly the same type of flower in exactly the same colour, then you will get the maximum number of points, which is 3. If you manage to have a flower bed full of all of the same flowers but in different colours, or all of the same colour but in different flowers,
I get you.
You get 2 points.
Yes.
And if you manage just to fill it with random flowers, as long as it's filled, you then get 1 point.
Okay.
There are other more complicated rules that you can add in about having continuous colours and things like that going on. We just dropped something, but we've got no idea what we dropped.
I'm going to die, so I'm not going to be sure.
And we are going to have a hand of 8 each. So you want you to take 8 random tiles out of the bag.
Take 8 random tiles out of the bag?
Take 8 random tiles out of the bag. This is
5,
such a lovely
6,
game.
7, 8.
If you know any gardeners, they will love this.
I do indeed.
Anybody that loves gardening here. Now, let's see. I need another one. Oh gosh, I've
got a lot of red.
Yeah, I've got a lot of red as well. It's all
we didn't shake the bag up very well, did we?
Well, I thought I did, but anyway, that's fine. That can be an advantage. Now, we're going to roll the die, and you'll see why it's like one of the Genius games in many respects. So, when you roll the die, there are different patterns that come up here.
Yes.
And when you roll it, that is going to tell you what shape you have to build using your flowers. Now, you can cross multiple flower beds, but what you've got to do is you've got to do it strategically to make sure. So, for example, let's just see here. Can you see this flower bed here that's going across in that shape there? So, if I create this shape by going like that and like that and like that with my red tulips, and then put another one in there like that, I need 2 red tulips to go into there, and that will make a perfect garden.
Okay.
Then I'll replenish my hand straight away. I take another 1, 2, 3, 4.
So take out as many as you put down.
Exactly. So you've always got a hand of 8 there. And then when I go on to my next video, now at the same time, you're doing this. And you keep on doing it until somebody gets stuck. So you're not just having to think about what you're putting and where, but you're also having to make sure that you don't block yourself out of corners.
So I've got to make that shape, right?
You've got to make that shape, but you can do it on that angle, you can do it on that angle, however you want to do it. That's fine. And on all of these different sides, there is one pattern to choose from, with the one exception of this side here, which has got a choice of two. So you can either do it in that L shape or you can do it in the straight shape. You can choose one or the other. And so you're racing against each other to complete as many of the flower beds as you can do.
So you've made the shape, but out using 2 flower beds?
Yes.
I've made the shape using 1 flower bed, but you've got 2 different flowers and I've got 2 different colours.
Absolutely. So I'm at the moment, because I'm aiming to complete that there, to complete that flower bed, if I can complete that with 2 red tulips, that's going to give me a perfect flower bed.
I'm with you,
So at the moment, you've got all of these in the same flower bed?
Yeah, but I've still got one to go, but I've already crossed colours, haven't I?
So, but you've crossed colours, but that's fine, because you're never going to be able to get everything going in there
really,
in the same
clever.
way. So let's roll the die. You roll, your roll.
Dice. Oh, straight up square.
A square. So we can put that square anywhere. But again, if I look here, I don't know whether you can see here, I've got this shape that goes across here. Can you see that there?
Yes, I do.
So I can't build that onto there because we can't build onto the grass. But what I can do is if I put this on here like so, this one here like that, and this one here like that, then I've got 3/5 of that all with yellow daisies. And then my 4th one, which I'll put in, I'll simply start with something different as well. So again, I just want the yellow daisies to go in there, and then I shall replenish with another 4. Now, another little thing that happens in the game is because, as with all of these types of games, there might be times where you think to yourself, actually, I need to switch my hand. So what you can do is you have 3 opportunities. You have 3 tokens that you can use, which will allow you to switch 4 of your tiles. You can put 4 back in the bag, give it a mishmash around, and then you'll be able to complete it.
I'm sticking my hand at the mo.
You're sticking your hand?
I'm
Absolutely.
sticking, I'm not twisting, I'm sticking.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to wait and see. I need to get 2 more yellow daisies from there. I'm waiting. Now what I can do here, so if we roll again here, okay,
Ooh, nice.
so that shape there, now that is going to help me, because what I can do here is I could decide to put that one in there and this one in here. That is going to complete that for me. However, I can't actually do that because I've got a patch of grass there, and I can't put that one in there like that. So that's going to have to wait for another time. So what I might want to do...
This is really clever getting your head around. It's preempting. Like, I've just completed my 2 flower beds I was working on with my 3rd go. But I've now brought in a foreign flower, if you like. I was keeping to the same species, but now I've gone into a tulip.
But look here, you see, here I've got this one in this flower bed already is a rose, and I've got 3 more left there, and I can I?
Can you?
No, I can't.
No.
I can't. You're right, I can't. So, what we can do anyway here is I can certainly put 1 in there like that, and go up there and put something else in there like that, and then put another rose in there like that.
Isn't it interesting? You've gone like colour coordinating. You've got to try to go all one colour, it looks like, whereas I went all one type of flower. Isn't it funny how you...
Because I think people perceive this in different ways.
Yeah,
and I think people
really
have different strategies. And one of the things you have to be very careful of is, and I'm just going to mess the game up here now. So let's say you get to your position where you've put things in like that. You're snookered here because there's no shape that's like that. So you've got to be careful because the game ends when somebody is stuck. You've messed that up now. You are stuck on that now. So... So what we get here, sorry about my cold again, I know I'm driving everybody crazy,
I apologise. Well, I'm stuck, so we've got to move on, because I'm stuck.
So what we have here is there are 12 different gardens that you can do, and that is Fuzzle. It is a really super game. My kids love it as well. It's really, really nice.
Listen, all of them, for like a bit of brain training, if you like, something that's not in front of the screen, etc. Absolutely divine. The Fuzzle brand new puzzle is $16.99 in the club. Details on the screen, item number 549705. Loving hearing that you're playing along at home. For example, Miss P. Paola. She's using the star right now.
Oh, of course she is.
And the cats. Hey, cats.
And can I tell you something else as well?
Yeah.
So Paola took home with her this morning the other game which we launched, which was Beat the Sequence.
Beat the Sequence.
Absolutely awesome game. So we launched it this morning.
Should we play
I'm
that
gonna show
next?
you. Let's play this next. Now you need to get your set over
I will.
under Billy's email there.
Oh, it is. Well, I'll just let you know then. Everything is on the website, creatingcraft.com. That's where you can find everything on the show. Last chance this year. As you heard, guaranteed before Christmas. It's going to be dispatched from the 13th, but no problem, it will be with you before Christmas. And an extra 15% off as a club discount rather than 10%. And when it comes back, 3rd of January, it'll be 10% off. Beat the Sequence is on the screens for you right now, 615-544. I love this. This doesn't look like the other games.
No,
Gavin,
but it's
really
still
impressive.
a Genius style game.
Yep.
Okay, now, this is brand spanking new. This has been created by a wonderful inventor, a lovely gentleman called Andrew Smith, who is a proper genius. And I also know that he's watching this afternoon, and he'll be really chuffed. Say hello to Andy. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Andy.
Really nice to see you. So, we're going to pick, there's 400 different puzzles here. And what we've got here is we've got all of our tiles here. Now, mine have got purple tops and yours have got green tops.
Yes, we have.
And normally what we would do is we would normally display them in the stand, but we're not going to do that here because it makes it quite difficult for people to see. If we display it like this, it's easier for people at home to see.
So don't use the stand necessarily.
So what we're going to do is, for every puzzle, we're going to choose 12 of the segments. So I've picked just randomly here number 209 because it's on the top of the list. So we need to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17 and 20. Let's go through that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So let's do this here. 1, 2, there's 3, 4, 5.
Hang on.
And where is number 7? That's there.
I can't even find number 2. Oh, there it is.
And then 11, 12, 15.
1, 2.
So there is 15, 11, 12 and 15. And then 16, 17 and 20. So 16, 17, 16 is there.
7, 11.
There's 20 and there is 17, and we're not going to use the rest of these in this particular puzzle. Now what we're going to do is we are going to race against each other
11, 12, 15. Okay.
So that we position all of the segments with all of the colours equally spaced at the same time. Okay? Now you can't do that the way you're doing it there. Doesn't mean making it symmetrical.
Oh, should I not put them on there?
No, you're going to arrange them. No, you're going to arrange
my numbers.
Well, let's have a look here.
Sorry.
See, what you can see here is we've
barely looked up.
We've got 6 green pieces here, and that means they're going to go on every other segment. You've got 3 reds, which are going to go on every 4th segment, 3 yellows, so they'll go on every 4th, and 4 blues.
I found them. They were very much out of order, but I'm on it.
That's fine. So let's just see if we can do this here first of all, like this. So we've got our. We start with our red one there.
Okay.
Let's see if we can. So we go on every 4th one here. We said. So let's try putting that in here, and let's try putting that one in here.
Okay.
And then let's sort out
we can't have the same thing next to each other, that kind of thing. That's what you're saying.
You can't have the same thing next to each other. Let's do. We've got to do some green ones now. Let's put number 7 in there. Number 11 in there.
You can go there. You can go there.
Number 4 in here. Number 15 is going to go in here, like so. And number 3 in here.
Okay.
Oops, in there like that. And then what have we got left? Right, so we've got to just do this one blue. The blue's going to go in there.
Oh, this mean greenie's really having me on.
And then you've got the yellow one going in there.
Yeah.
And look, I've done it. So look here now. So all of the colours individually are equally spaced out. So you can see we've got one. We've got a red every 4th one. An orange every 4th one.
Yep.
Every other one has got a green. Do you see what we've done now?
I do.
So should we play again?
Yes.
Okay, let's take. Let's go for another one.
That's devastating. I was so close.
Let's go for this one here. Let's go
there must be a name for it when you think you've done it and you get to the last one and then. like Jeopardy or something, where then you haven't done it. You just spy.
I think that's called frustration.
Frustration. Okay, that's the one.
Yes, definitely. Right, let's do this one at the top
Yeah,
here,
let's do
so
it.
hopefully people can see. So 1, 2, 5, and 6. That's 1, 2, 5, and 6. Where is number 6? Where are you, number 6?
Oh, there we are for number 6.
Yeah,
go.
there's 1, 2, 5, and 6. 7, 9, 10, and 16. 7, 9, 10, and 16.
10 and
7, 9, 10,
16.
16. Where's 9 and where is 10? There's number 9.
16, there
And
we
where is
go.
number 10? Can we see number 10 anywhere? Why can't
Was
come
it
in number 10?
22, 23? Is that
There's
next
number
one?
10
Oh,
there.
right, yeah. 22, 23.
And 22, 23, 27, and 31.
27.
22, 23, 27.
I can see you guys at home doing, I'm about to say Christmas Day, of course,
22,
but actually
23.
all those times in the evenings, not turn the telly on, maybe it's like for the younger members of the family, so I just think it's such a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Sorry, why
31.
can't I find any? Oh, there's 31.
There's 31. I'm on
What
it.
was it? 22 and 23. Well, there is
Yes.
22. Where is 23? Where is my 23?
It's got red at the top and orange underneath it.
Hilarious. There you go.
There we are.
Right, we've got those there. Let's move these ones out of the way. Let's have a look and see what we've got. Right, you're racing against me now.
Yep.
So we've
Where do
got
we go?
4 of the... Oh, we can see 4 oranges. We can see 4 yellows.
I'm starting.
And we've got 3... Okay, wow, this is going to be a fairly tricky one to do. Let's just
No way,
see
Jose, we're on it.
how we do. You're on it straight away.
Well, I don't know.
Let's
Maybe.
try putting this one in there.
You can go there.
And let's put this one in here. And let's see how that starts us off there like
So
that.
white doesn't count, does it? White can be next to each other.
The white can go anywhere.
Yeah.
The white can go anywhere, but obviously it's got to be in the right place.
Yes.
Let's try that there. So that means that the last one of these is going to go over here with the red one, like that.
Oh no, I think I'm one number down. No, I'm not.
No, you shouldn't be.
Have I finished it?
Have you done it?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
Have I? What do you see?
No, you
Where?
haven't, because look at the greens.
Green?
The green. Can you see you've got the 2 greens there, but they're not actually spaced out there. The blues, you haven't got them equally spaced. You've got them all over the place.
No.
Your oranges look good.
Yes.
And your yellows look good. But your blues are not good.
Blues.
Let's see how I am doing here. 1 second. Put that one in there like so. That's going to go in there like that. And then if I put this one in here, now that is how it should be.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay, that's how it should be. Can you see what I've got there? Unlike the way you did it, that's going to go in there like that. And there we go. We've got the 2 greens opposite each other. Everything there is perfectly spaced. This game is going to be an absolute sensation.
Oh, and this was new this morning?
It's being launched internationally in February.
Right.
And it's, we launched it this morning. And it's an absolutely brilliant game. It's
Right.
a real Genius-esque type of game as well.
Well, it's in the right place.
400 puzzles. So if you've got people who've already bought the Genius Square for and you wanted to decide where to go next, you've got 2 brand new games today. You've got Beat the Sequence and you've got Fluzzle, and you've got them on special offers, and you should put them in your basket.
I'm just glancing at the clock. We've got just over 10 minutes left. Last show in time. Well, last show this year. Extra 15% off. Cap P&P. You can still divide the cost with ClearPay if you wish. Right, beat the puzzle if you haven't got this one yet. It's 615544. By the way, stay there.
What's he doing? Oh, all right.
I saw this.
Yes.
I want to see it. We haven't got the room right here, but this is you before playing this. Check it out.
If I can get it to go. Of course, it went completely the wrong direction. So, I ought to have tried to work out... I'm off camera now as well, there you go. I did try to work out exactly where the weighting was. I'm going to actually come round here this time and see if I can get it to go round here. So I've turned the weighting around this time, so hopefully this time it will curve all the way around. So let's try now. Oh, I just missed it! That was pretty impressive, though, and as if by magic... If you're watching, it'll be all right on the night. This is the craft store. Right, let's just get that back over here. Come up. Oh, right, just about. I'm going to try one more time now. And what you get with this is a whole load of challenges. So you can either play yourself or you can play with someone else. This is enormous fun, and you can do it on more or less any surface, outdoors or indoors. Probably not on the grass, because that will send it even more wayward. But let's try one more time. I want that's it. Put it on this side, I think. And it should curve the way I want it to go. Oh! That was, it's almost coming back to me like a boomerang.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine?
That was so close. But there you are, that is Curveball, and it's a lovely game.
That's a bonkers game, that's what that is.
Yes, it is.
It's a lovely game. There's if you haven't got yours yet, maybe thinking grandchildren yet, my grandson, my granddaughter would love that. It's only $11.69. There's the affordable game we've brought you. 746-181. I know so many are asking, is the Genius Square in stock, the trio? Yes, it is. We'll come back to it, but you can get ahead of us if you wish. But before then, Tillions.
Tillions. I love Tillions. Tillions is an abbreviation for tiles of millions because there are literally millions of possible combinations. Now, with your Tillions set, you get a magnetic board which can either be opened up so it's a much larger board, or you can use it in a travel size like this, and you get 144 of these Tillions. Now, the Tillions are pattern pieces and they are magnetic. And what you can do with these is you can build the most extraordinary, amazing patterns with them. I'm just trying to see what on earth I did with my pattern book, which I had before to show everybody.
Under there, is it somewhere?
Can we see where the pattern book's gone?
Oh, it could be anywhere.
It could be absolutely anywhere. We can always open the other game and take it out. But basically what you're doing here, is it under there? No, it's not. Never mind. Right.
Is it this?
Is it, no, that's not the Tillions. But 1 second, you stay there, everybody. Let's see if it's over there. Has it moved over there? No, it hasn't moved over there.
You stay
but
there.
never mind, we'll cope without it, because what we're going to have here is 18 different types of Tillions here, and we're going to build patterns however we want to build them. So we can build all different types of shapes. We can make them symmetrical. We can make them non-symmetrical. We can have bits running on the outside. We can have bits running on the inside. And the sky's the limit in terms of what you can actually do these.
Love this.
Absolutely.
Great,
Let's try and get this one here.
Stencils,
so you get 8 of everything here, and let's just put this across here like this. I'm going to do something actually quite intricate here. Put that across the top there like so, and let's do something a little bit different under here. Let's put this here. So I'm just going to sort of give you an idea of some of the patterns. And by the way, if any of your viewers have a fridge at home, which I'm guessing there will be some that do, you can do these on a magnetic surface fridge as well.
How cool would that be?
So absolutely. So let's put this on the side here like so. There are literally millions of patterns that you can do here. So if I put this going down there like that, I can now have this going across here like so, going down here like so, do the same thing again, going down here like so, and then we can actually end the pattern with what we call a finial, which is an individual end piece like that. And there is the pattern which I've built there like that. And there are absolutely endless patterns that you can build with these.
And they just keep getting bigger and bigger. I know you sort of limited your size there, but actually keep going on.
Well, yes, because I've got double the size of thingy, what's it, doodah, of board. Yes, exactly, as we go across there. And if we look at the back of the box, actually, you can see as well. There you are. These are the different types of patterns that you've got. There are so many things that you can do with these, either using the magnetic board or doing them on a magnet receptive surface, such as a refrigeration unit.
That'll do.
Other methods of keeping your food cold are available.
The outside.
Definitely the outside today.
I tell you what, Gavin, the pricing is fabulous. It's almost like Secret Santa pricing, isn't it? $14.39 for Tillion. Millions of different patterns for you. 693-889. Right, we're going to go back to all things Genius, where it all started, where there are 100,000 of you out there playing that exact game for you to get it today. Lowest price with your extra 15% off. Here's a look at Tillions. Then we're back to the Genius Square next. We were just talking about how the advantage of like play it on your own or with loads of people. Billy's email back in. Billy was saying these games are so good for lifting the mood and confidence and such fun to play on your own or against others. With energy prices as they are, get these and have hours of fun for years and no need to plug them in. That's a very good point, Billy. Get one soon, Gavin, she says. And thank you all at Crate and Craft. Yeah, I think, because maybe you're going to have a really busy Christmas and lots of family around and that kind of thing. Or not everyone's that lucky. Some people are a bit, or maybe you prefer being on your own, a bit of quiet
So let
time.
me say something, because by profession I'm a psychologist of education. And one of the biggest issues that you've got these days is the fact that people are losing the ability to have proper face-to-face contact when they're playing games. Everything's computerised. Unfortunately, far too much communication is done by things like WhatsApp and Facebook. Of course, these things have a place. But it's equally important that as families we sit down and we do hands-on things together, and this is an opportunity to do that, and everybody will love doing that. If you go onto the Create and Craft website, you will see astonishing numbers of reviews of this. I promise you, this is the greatest game ever invented. Let's just look at some of these. So we've got here, these are from last Christmas, people that bought these for last Christmas. I'm very pleased with the purchase. However, as it was a gift for someone, I cannot give a reasonable verdict. Oh, fair enough. There you go. Great fun, bought for the husband who loves it.
Oh, he has finally found a game he can win.
Brilliant.
I love that one.
I've purchased this game 6 times. It is an awesome gift. And during lockdown, it was the best game to play virtually. Great game. My granddaughter of 10 loves it. And she said it was her favourite thing this Christmas and has not stopped playing, and no one has escaped.
Michelle, thank you, Sandra, just a customer, etc. I love it. This is the trio. This is the most popular item on our website at the Mo, and it is the equivalent compared to the RRP of one of those 3 and your P&P for free.
You are saving nearly £20. This is the only opportunity you're going to have to get this at this price this year. It is an absolute steal of an offer, and it's going to give you either 3 fabulous games to have at home or 3 Christmas presents to give to the grandchildren, the children, the uncles, the aunts, the nephews, the nieces, the school teachers, because we've all got to give something to our school teachers, the postman, because they never get forgotten, the paper boy, who'd far rather have a £5 note, but he'll be happy with the Genius Square as well, and even the delivery lady or delivery gentleman who works so hard at throwing things over your garden fence.
Oh, I love it. And they are working hard right now, aren't they?
So
let's play it, though. Let's talk.
Let's play
Genius Square.
So we're going back to the Genius Square. Remember, 62,208 possible combinations. And let us remember that there is always a solution. And we know that people at home are playing along as well.
Right.
If you haven't already got this game, you really do seriously need to get it.
So
and
we're
you
blocking out
do
these, right?
We're
A4.
blocking out. Hang on, let's have. I did this the wrong way. It's okay, that's fine. F4 and A5. C5 and C1 and A3, F1 and C4. Last few sets of 3 available. You need to hurry and check out your baskets. Are you ready?
Yep.
Let's go.
Rumble.
Okay, let's try and do this. Let's get ready to rumble.
Right.
We could be the new Anton Deck of...
finally, someone's going to give us that big break.
Yes,
absolutely.
can you imagine?
Which one would you be?
Oh, no, I would be Deck.
Okay.
I don't know why I would be Deck,
okay.
but
You can be Deck if you want.
I've got absolutely no idea why I said that, but yes, I probably would be Deck.
Straight away.
What am I doing here?
Finally, someone's asked me. This is what I've asked.
I'm making a complete hash of this. It's
Oh,
all
that's
over
why
the
I had
place.
it.
Never mind.
The frustration in my ear from my colleagues being like, "No, Dad, that one
Oh
up
my
there."
goodness me!
They're
This
in-
one is
they're into
a
it.
little bit. Yeah, this is a little bit.
Can you go up there somehow?
Wow!
Where are you
No,
gonna
I'm
go?
really making a huge mess of this here. I'm going to pull that one up. No, that doesn't
Okay, you
help
can go
either.
there. You can go.
That
Oh no, that's
in
not.
there.
That
That's
way
not going to help
around.
if I put that there. It's not going to help if I put that. Wow, we've got a really hard one here. This is a properly difficult one here. I'm going to move this across to there.
Boom!
Well done. I was totally stranded.
Thanks, Ben.
Right, we've got time for one more?
Of course we have.
We've
We've
got
got 5
time
minutes.
for another one.
Just warmed up.
Oh, can I just say, the miracle cure for my cold when I get home, Manuka honey.
Is that right?
Manuka
Just take that.
honey,
Just take it
Manuka
straight.
honey and lemon.
Straight into your veins.
And what's this as well? Put some whiskey in.
Oh, I see. But
hot
hold the
toddy.
Manuka. I see. By the way, the one you're getting home, this is a big expanded version, so you can see it easier on the telly box. This is the one that you are getting. Just ping it over here. So very, very portable, isn't it? On your lap, in bed, in the tray, as Billy was saying as well. So
and you get 2 of everything
and you
as well.
get 2 of everything. Good point.
Okay,
Good
let's
point.
roll these dice.
Okay.
I might have rolled them twice as well. Can I also say hello to one of your viewers, Beryl Oram, who always tunes in and always checks in with me to see when I'm going to be on. And she's the nicest lady. She's my friend.
Crafters are the nicest.
So there you go.
Beryl.
So hello, Beryl. Okay.
F4.
F4 and D1 and A5.
B5.
And B5.
Have you ever called
C3? Yes.
I think you'd be great at calling bingo.
I've done bingo.
Of course you have. That's what I thought.
I've done bingo.
You got it in your voice. It's in your voice.
This is the problem. Is I love the sound of my own voice far too much.
No, well,
Are you ready?
I like the sound of your voice. Yeah, ready?
Go.
Action.
Yeah, there is such a thing of liking the sound of your voice too much.
I know.
What they generally call people that don't shut up, and that's
welcome to Great
that would be
Craft.
me. Well, exactly.
There we go.
I'm in my happy place here.
Right, where are you going to go? Right, you can go there.
I see. I'm up against it now. I'm going to do. I've done it. Yeah.
Oh, Joe, I finished as well.
We got time for
one more.
one more.
Yeah, that was like a 90-second. Well, no, it wasn't even a minute, was it?
No, that was really good. So
here we go.
1-1.
1-1. Yes,
It's
good
1-1.
points.
1-1. So we got another decider again. Are there any of these left? By the way, are there any of the
How are we
sets
doing,
of 3
Katie?
left?
80%'s gone. 80% of the
80%
trio.
gone.
You can get them individually if you just want to go for the square, the star, the gem. If you've ordered individually, but as you say, someone on the website there, order for a 10-year-old. I've bought 6. Perfect giftables, extra 15% off. We've got time for the decider, Gavin.
Right, okay, F4.
Have you shaken these up? F4
Yes.
off every time, are you sure?
Well, okay, just to make you happy.
No.
We'll do it.
That's me playing. I'm playing mind games
There
now,
you
Gavin.
go. There you go. There
Making
you
you
go.
doubt yourself. I need some
There you go,
advantage.
put those in there.
E5.
Right, there you go. Right, okay, E5.
D1.
D1.
E1.
E1. I've got an echo. Hello.
Hello.
F1.
F1.
B2.
B2.
B5.
B5.
And C3.
C3.
Okay, this is the decider. Are you ready?
Always.
Okay, go.
Let's
Right.
play.
Oh, hello. I thought I was going to do something rather clever there.
Oh, were you
but
flying there
clearly
for a
not.
second?
Oh, hello. I think this is actually a lot harder than this one's going to. Was I expecting it to be? Wow.
Thank you, Ben.
Why? What did he? What?
Thank you.
What's he going on about?
I don't know. Ah!
Oh, I see. There's
What's
a fan
what's my
club.
mum doing here?
There's a fan club here.
Here we go. Oh, this is hard. I can't.
Oh, this is a hard one as well. Oh, we don't want to run. No, we've got time still. It's
Yeah?
fine. We
Oh,
have,
with a
we've
two,
got
with a
time.
little
We're
two
going
in
to start
there,
this
little
game
twofer.
as well. Put that in there. Can someone support me?
No! Absolutely not.
Come on, guys, check out your baskets. The last
There we
few
go.
sets
It's
of
going
these.
in there. How long we got? We'll crash into the next show. No probs. Maybe that'll go around that way. Oh!
Yes!
Oh!
Done it.
Fair play.
Awesome. Well
Fair
done, sir.
play.
That
Thank you,
was
Gavin.
What an awesome hour. We've sorted
Oh.
out all of your Christmas presents all in one go.
So close.
Amazing.
You know, I think it's the sort of thing that my grandma would have loved, family friends would have loved. I think there's no age rating here. I know on the box it says things like 8+ and things like that. I imagine that's to do with the parts rather than difficulty ratings. I think it's just a wonderful thing to be doing. And as you said, coordination, wooden blocks, touchy-feely elements. We're not on a screen, we're not on the internet, we're not plugging in. I think that's
absolutely.
a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Absolutely proper, using your head and your hands, not using the screen. An absolutely amazing game.
Just before Gavin talks you through what's coming up for the rest of the day, because we said you would. You said you would. So this, just to confirm for you, so it's dispatched from the 13th.
Yes, that's correct. So you're on a 7-day dispatch, but everything is guaranteed for Christmas.
Bravo.
And you need to check out your baskets now while there's still some stuff available. There are a few of these sets
Exactly.
available, but do not miss out on the opportunity to save almost £20 on these. That is
Exactly.
going to be almost it for me because that is my Christmas slot finished.
Well,
I'm
Merry
back on-
Christmas to you
Merry
and
Christmas
your
to you on
family.
the 3rd of, and to you too, and that's the 3rd of January when I'm back next. And basically, I'm going to go back down to London now and lie on a couch
Have some Manuka,
and have everyone
have
make
some
a fuss
whiskey.
at me and just.
And away we go.
Yes.
So
never
listen,
mind,
everybody
we
at home,
did
what
that.
have you got?
Manuka
What haven't
honey.
you got? Manuka
Exactly.
honey, absolutely.
Right.
Everything on the show page, creatingcraft.com, all in one transaction. It's Cat P&P after all, and in time for Christmas. Which ones haven't you got? Right, I'm going to hand you over to the dulcet tones of Gavin here.
And I'll
to
see
talk
you in
through.
January, everyone. Happy Christmas!
Happy Christmas!
Now let's look at
Hang
the
on,
menu.
you've got 5 seconds. You've got 5 seconds. Okay, go.
Right, now let's look at the menu. Okay, we've got Ultimate December new and exclusive coming up next. That's followed by rugging with a Ragged Life, and overall craft extra. We've got Caterpillar Mega Monthly Deal.
Too good, too good.
A crafting quick pick from a crafting legend. That's what I've got for you right now. This is from Dawn Bibby. These are the fabulous micro-serrated scissors. They've got that ergonomic soft grip handle on there for added comfort, which is very nice when you're using these. Also, the actual blades themselves, they are titanium coated. That is going to minimise any deposit build-up when you are cutting into things like MDF or plastic or ribbon or card or paper, parchment, vellum, whatever it may be. Now, you've actually got a micro-serration on one of the blades as well. That's for an extra cutting grip. So if you are working with heavier materials, then this is going to make light work of those heavier materials. Ideal for detailed cutting as well. If you want to make a little bit of a snip somewhere, then not a problem. It will do that for you. Also with fine things like ribbon as well, no matter what the ribbon is, if you would like to snip right the way to the tip with these fabulous scissors, then you can. Normally they'd be $8.99. Today they're $4.99. It's your quick pick from the fabulous Dawn Bibby.
Quick picks, craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout. Log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4. Choose ClearPay.
Hi everybody, I just wanted to share a little bit of exciting news with you and tell you a bit about Highlight Crafts. My name's Stephanie Waitman and Highlight Crafts is a family run business. We're based over in Derbyshire where our passion is all about education, innovation and product development. We've got a fantastic team over here that do everything from product design, the graphics, illustration, right through to in some cases even the manufacturing. And I'm really looking forward to being able to bring you those shows. Not only being able to share with you all of that, but then supporting it with lots of projects and downloadable content, making the most of what we're really good at. So I hope you'll join me and everybody else from the team here with all of our highlight shows.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, we have got an amazing deal for you. We're talking new and exclusive and it's ultra new and it is a brilliant idea. Fabulous concept, and the key thing is it makes it easy for you to achieve professional results. And of course it's a new and exclusive bundle as well, so this is the only place you can get hold of this one for the next 7 days. And if you're wanting yours, the details are on your screen. Everybody is saving, so you're saving at least £3 on this one, but club members, you are saving that little bit more. £6.70 being the price on this particular one. But before we get into the nitty gritty, as we will do, let me show you some of the other goodies that we've got, because there's loads on the website. As you know from Altenew, they have some brilliant ideas, fabulous concepts, and they bring us quality through and through. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. Elements that are going to make your results absolutely amazing. We've got ink pads, we've got alcohol markers, we've got watercolour palettes as well, and pens. So whichever way you want to add your colour, you are going to find something that's going to be absolutely perfect. Even if you want to keep it monochromatic, we've got those gorgeous shading pencils there as well. And something else that we've got in this area is Hello! Oh, very high pitch, there's dogs howling all over the country.
I like that, it's great. Makes it feel special and fabulous, thank you. I have, yeah, they're amazing. And Altenew is such a cool brand. I love it. And can I say thank you to Lydia, because she spends time with me, like we go over the products and she tells me about the products.
So for anybody who's watching, who's Lydia then?
So she works for Altenew. In fact, she has guested before.
Oh, okay.
She comes from Wales and she she produces all the incredible finished samples that you see.
Right, okay.
She's in charge of that. But it's interesting actually, because when she chats, it's all we. You know, oh yeah, we were talking about this, we were coming up with names. So it sounds like it's quite an inclusive company to work for.
That's nice, isn't it?
Which is really nice. Yeah. But I mean, they have got the designers all around the world.
Wow.
You know, they span so many different countries. They're really exciting. They're from America, so the stuff gets made in America.
Delivery, then.
Absolutely, it gets manufactured in America. All quality products. And you'll see, you know, when we get to obviously stamps and stencils and the dyes, quality products, but then we've got lovely inks as well to go with everything. Everything is thought of properly. The packaging is thought about. Everything makes sense, and I love that. And I suppose because they bring in proper crafters. I mean, Lydia is she's an amazing crafter, and I think because they're talking to people who get it, and they're all working together.
Makes a big difference.
Oh yeah, it really does.
Now the details are on your screen. Now you're going to get 6 layering stencils, creating the most incredible design. I love layering stencils because it kind of takes me back to like almost like screen printing, where you've got layer upon layer upon layer, and it's almost like the image reveals itself.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. And these, now, can I show you, because you're getting your stamp with these. So obviously you've got your wonderful stencils, but at the end there, they've got the stamp as well.
Lovely.
So obviously you've got your 2 main beautiful flowers.
Okay, which are big flowers.
Which are big, gorgeous flowers. Loads and loads of sentiments that you can build up. So beautiful, beautiful sentiments. Really gorgeous. But then there's the packaging.
Now, this is the key thing.
This is what I was talking about a company who work with and are crafters.
My goodness, how many folds have I got in
I know,
here?
right? This is such good packaging. So what you have got on there, because these are layering stencils, you have got a guide. That guide will show you exactly which stencil goes over which part of the flower. That is so important. On the other side, you've got, now they are the actual size of the stamps.
Oh wow,
so you can use those as part of your guide. That means, let me just get hold of mine.
Okay, I'm going to bring this a little bit closer, because I'm not going to lie, with my arm's length I can't read it, so I'm going to bring it up a bit closer.
That means, so if I take, let me just make sure I'm picking up the right one. So if I take, say, the stencil, sorry, say the actual printing guide, when I put that over the top, you can start moving it round. And I don't know if I've got the right, yes, I've got it the wrong way around, that doesn't help. But you put it over the top, so you've got your guide, but then you've got this. So as you move it round, you can actually see when it fits.
That's clever.
So you know, that really, really helps with the positioning. So if you, it's brilliant because they've done your proper guide and then they've done this. So they've covered so many bases. I really, really like that.
They're even telling you the colours to use. And the key thing is we have got colours available for you with alcohol markers. We've also got your watercolour pens as well as your ink pads as well. So there's lots of different ways. Most amazing palette of watercolours as well. It's beautiful.
They're beautiful.
So I'm loving everything I'm seeing so far.
The results are absolutely stunning. So as I said, they've sent the cards in for us. And as you can see, I just adore the finished results because it is like you say, you're building it up, and I love that because I love the
This
reveal.
looks like it's been professionally printed,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't that look professional? I tell you, she's very good though. That is so professional. I mean, they are absolutely beautiful. You don't have to use it as a layering stencil. You can literally just stamp and emboss. Of course you can, because the stamps.
Oh wow.
Now, this is stunning. This is without the stamp. So that is just using the layering stamp. I really like that. I just think that is absolutely.
Like it's been painted.
Doesn't that look good? That is so beautiful, and again, really achievable. Loving that. So don't think it has to be a main image. And I really like that.
That's nice, like that. Yeah.
Isn't that stunning?
That is cool.
And that's just that. And again, now that is easy, but it looks beautiful, does that one, doesn't it? I think that's one of my favourite cards.
Yeah. So many different varieties of using the same products. That's the sign of something that's a brilliant idea.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think the stencils, they've always been known as also new for building, the layering. They used to do it with the stamps, so they used to layer. Oh, Gavin's leaving the building. Happy Christmas!
Bless you.
How many people are playing Gavin's games over Christmas?
Oh, it's fabulous.
So yeah, they've been known for building up the colours and the images, but they used to use rubber stamps. But the stencils are the new way to it, and we've seen a lot of stencils, a lot of layering stencils, and because people are really getting into it, it means A, they're easy to use, B, you can get something different every single time, but C, it's that reveal. It's absolutely stunning.
Kind of just evolves, doesn't it? And I like the fact that they're taking so much detail with these, because we've seen layering stencils before, but on this occasion, 6 layers coming into these particular designs. So very particular about what the results.
The result is phenomenal.
Yeah. Now, if you want to get hold of yours, please be aware that already 10% of the stock has gone. So 419094. I forgot to mention as well, American companies, Leonie said, dispatched on the, was that the 13th, did you say, the 13th of December. So beautiful collection that you will find yourself using over and over again. So if you're wanting yours, 419094. We're going to head over to the demo area, and Leonie is going to be adding colours to her designs as she does so. So if you're wanting to get hold of colours, we've got a variety of different ways you can get hold of those. As I mentioned, you've got a fabulous palette of watercolour paints which are available for you, and then you've got pencils. If you're into alcohol markers, we've got those. If you prefer just that monochromatic look, then we have got those wonderful shading pencils as well. But do jump ahead. There's a lot to look at. There's a lot to see. And I think we've only got this first now. Leonie, you're back again at 8 o'clock, aren't you?
Yes,
with this
8 o'clock and then 8 a.m. because it's new and exclusive.
And that's the pattern. So it's 4 o'clock launch, 8 o'clock tonight, and then 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yay! Right, so let's get working. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually with this one, I'm going to stamp directly on my card, so it's going to be my main feature. I'm just going to do it basic, how it's sort of designed to be.
Well, that's nice, because these might be the first time that somebody's got involved with stamps and stencils, so it makes sense.
Absolutely. So let's go basic.
Okay.
So what you've got, as I said, in your packaging. So in your packaging, you've got your actual, so you can see, if I flip this around and make sure it's the right way around, make sure it's the right stamp, Leonie, that would help. Honestly. As you can see with your wonderful stamp, it's exactly the right size. So if you want to position this, you can always, so say you wanted it, and you wanted it to fall off the card like so, you could literally put that there, so okay, I want that to be on my card, which means you would know exactly, hold on, I need to think about this every time. It needs to be this way, and then I need to see it, but it has to go on my, I'm being stupid. So it goes like this, over the top. I have to, when I do this, I have to think about it every time.
And this is the point when you need a clean stamp.
Yeah.
That probably feels a bit odd to start with.
Yeah, it's not a clean stamp. But then when it's on, take your magnet away. So when it's on, when you know exactly where it's going to be positioned, then you can literally close it up and you're away. I don't actually want it like that. Or do I? Maybe I will have it falling off the card. No, I want it a bit more on the card.
The stamps themselves, the stamps aren't layering. It's the stencils.
It's the stencils that are layering.
Can go anywhere you like, really.
Absolutely. Okay. And I love that. You know, I can stamp this multiple times. I could have it like this and stencil. So you can do, I might do that, but I'm only going to do part of it because obviously time. So stamp it over there like so.
Do you have to think about the ink?
Yeah, so the ink that I'm going to go for. Now, we've got on the show multiple ink pads, and I've got on mine in my little box, which is very cute, isn't it? I know I took it out. It's special for me all to do. Now, we've got quite a lot of ink pads on the show. Okay. These are your dye ink pads, so the small are your dye ink pads. And what I love about these, you're not getting within this collection, you're not getting any colours repeated. So you've got a really good for the flowers. And this is another thing Alton New do. They'll give you flowers, they'll give you ink pads that match the flowers. Right. So you can see there, that you've got your beautiful pinks in there. You've got obviously your greens. You've also got that one there, that sun-kissed is a really nice, and that's like, sorry, I didn't finish the sentence off. That's like a really nice orange.
Okay.
So it's an orange, I do that a lot, I don't finish sentences off. It's like an orange yellow, which is lovely. So you've got your little sets, and then you've got a set of 4 that have greens and a black.
Okay.
And that is a really good permanent black.
Perfect. Now, they're all under the same item number, so very quickly I'm going to take you through the different colour combinations. So here we go. And I like this because these aren't necessarily colours that you would put together. So these are your pastels to start with. So you're going to get your 6, as you can see there, all coming together. And, of course, perfect for your layering because you kind of got that gradient of colour, but then you've got other colours that are going to complement them. And those are the ones that sometimes it's tricky to actually get right. So you've got rouge. You've got your sun-kissed, mango smooth and mouth-watering, mountain mist, your ocean waves, and your lavender fields. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you like the look of those are your pastels. Next set that we've got for you is your bouquet. So if you fancy getting hold of your bouquet, in this one you're going to get those gorgeous pinks. Again, gradients going from the lightest to the darkest, but also those other complementary colours that you need for your florals, your greens and your yellows in there. So with this one you've got your limeade, you've got lime, fresh leaf, baby pink, fuchsia, and magenta, or nearly magenta. But I won't drop you in it, Ross. I love it. I love a bit of magenta, me. So there you go, that set. And what are we calling that set? Sorry, Ross. What was that set called? Bouquet. Oh, yes, of course it was, yes. I do apologise. The next one we've got for you are your greens. Now, this is lovely because this is going to cover you for all sorts of eventualities. So with this one, as you can see, a beautiful collection, but you're getting your black with this one as well. So if you're wanting this particular one, you've got your purple, not your purple, permanent black, your purple black. You've got your evergreen in there, your forest glade. And your frayed leaf. That'll teach me today, the Mickey, won't it? 527712 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. So that one has got a different item number to the other that we saw, because of course the others have got a different combination, and there were 6 ink pads in those. Lovely.
Okay. So, my stencils, as you can see, they're not very clean. I don't clean my stencils as I go along because life's quite short for cleaning stencils. So I've got my lovely little stencils. I've got my stamp. Now, I have used, it might be small, but it's mighty. That is your permanent ink, as I said. So I've used that for inking up. We've got another ink pad on the show. And it's funny, actually, because when I was chatting to Lydia said, you will love this.
Okay.
And actually, she's not wrong. You know, like, you get your favourite ink pads, and it takes you quite a lot to move away, and she's like, yeah, you'll love that.
So what's so special about it?
That's your pigment ink. It's just a really lovely, rich ink pad.
Okay.
Obviously, it's pigment, so it takes longer to dry,
Yeah.
so it means you can use it for your embossing. I'm not using it for this because I'm working so quick. It might blend in, but yeah, I must admit, the ones when I were practising, when I were doing my practice runs, I did use this for my stencils, and it didn't smudge. But I do faff quite a bit, as you can see. So, but yeah, it's lovely. It's just a really rich ink pad. You're going to get all your detail with it as well. So yeah, it's a cracking pigment ink, is that.
As you can see. So if you wanted to get hold of that one, the price hasn't dropped, but it has now. So you can see on your screen there, just $8.99 if you're a club member.
Amazing. Now, this is your stencil guide. So what I've done with my stencil is, first of all, can you see it has got the numbers engraved on the stencil?
Okay, yeah.
What I've done is gone with a permanent pen over the top so you can see the number better.
Okay.
Because otherwise I was trying to catch the light.
Yes.
And that actually really helps see what you're doing, which is very important indeed. So obviously you're positioning it on. Now, the other thing I did was actually draw, which is hilarious because...
Oh, the little leaf.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know how I was saying with this?
Yeah.
So what you might want to do, I'm just seeing if I picked up the right thing. Yeah, that is that one, isn't it? Oh, do you know, me and my thing is... So, what you want to do is you're spinning this round. Yeah, you have. You spin this round until it actually fits. And what you'll see, can you see on this picture? So it's showing you that it's kind of at that angle. So then when you pick up your stencil, you're spinning it. Now I drew the little leaf, which if it's on the full image, which I haven't stamped out.
That way round. I'm looking at where the leaves are.
Well, it's because on the full image, let me show you the full image, because the full image is on the stamp.
Excuse me?
Like so. So when you've got your full image like this, now obviously, let me take the stamp off, because all you're seeing is a double thing. Okay, so that's obviously the full image, like so. Okay, so what I've actually done with the stencil, and I like this tip because Lydia were talking about this, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a really good idea. So you spin it round. I think I've mixed up my stencils. Hold on, sorry, because I'm thinking, no I haven't. No, yes it is upside down. Oh, do you know, sometimes...
Have you flipped it over?
I don't know what I've done, because I'm thinking... Where's my leaf that I've drawn? It feels like it's the wrong stencil that I've picked up. But it is the same with that. That's that. No, I am doing the right thing. It's just me being an idiot, as usual. Just keep spinning it until it fits. Lydia were like, just draw a little bit of the image and then it'll fit. So I did, but then it's like, oh, hold on a minute. Right, where's the other bit of card? Hold on. Do you want to let me just organise myself?
Shall I? Shall
yes,
I go back
please.
and show everybody what they've
yes,
got?
please.
Yeah.
Because I want to find the other bit of card. Right, let me tell you what this is. When I organise myself, I'm worse than if I don't. So, in my bag, I put everything in these little bits, so I knew where everything was, right? All in the little, and now it's like, well, where did I put that bit? And that's because I was too organised. But let me just sort myself out and find the other little bit.
Well, it gives me the opportunity to show you some of the other bits and pieces that we've got. Because, of course, we're talking about the layering stencil. They kind of make sense, don't they, with these? So you've got your layer that's going to build on top of the layers, numbered 1 through till 6, giving you the finer detail. You'll see that design evolve, and then the beauty is...
Immediately, sorry.
Is it me? Should I take this personally? The minute I step away, it's like the penny drops.
Literally.
Should I just stay here?
No, I needed to. Can I show you? Because it is me. Look. Oh, I knew as soon as I went on live television. Right, okay. You get 2 stamps.
Oh, of course.
Oh, right. It's obviously, look, immediately straight away.
There you go.
Doesn't that drive you nuts? Right, I'm looking on that one because it's...
Did you stamp the wrong stamp?
No, what it is no, because what you've got is, so you've got your stencils. Okay. One is for 1 stamp set.
Right.
Like so, which I drew on, so it fits absolutely perfectly. Okay. And look, let's just pretend all that didn't happen.
Okay.
Look.
We'll edit it out.
Fits on perfectly. Yeah. That's with your permanent pens, which of course we've got on the show. So that'll go on. So that's on there. You've got number 2, which is going to go on there. In fact, let's ink it because this is the one I've stamped and it's ready to go. So this is the other stamp within there. Okay. Okay. So if I pop that on there, the other stencil is here as well. Okay. So what you get, when you get the full stencil, let me show you just for clarity. So when you've got this one, so this is number 3 that you can see there. So again, you've got that full one. And all I've done is spun it round. Yeah. Boom. Okay. Yeah. So then, oh, sorry, I'm so pleased. I had to tell you immediately because I thought I need to tell you immediately. So then, honestly, as soon as you walked away, it was like, oh, for God, it's there. But then your other stencils build up the layers for that. Again, it is in those instructions which are right next to me. So what I'll do, I will stencil this one because that's the one when I started. So you'll take your little card, and as I said, that'll spin round. Now, if you take, this is the one that obviously when you spin this, I find it really handy this, because as you spin it, it's like, oh, okay, not that way, not that way. So upside down again. So as you spin it round, you start to see where it actually sits. Do you know what I mean? So that allows you your positioning. So now, because that's coloured, it allows me to see the image clearly.
Yeah.
So then when I pass that over there, I know it's going to fit onto that image perfectly. So it really, these really help, actually. They make it really quite simple for you. Just don't do it on live telly. I've then got all my ink pads. You know, we have got, I found a little...
What you got there?
I know, right? It's one of my lovely things from Happy Planet, and it's like, oh, that will fit all my beautiful... Now, look, because it fits all my blending brushes. Now, I must admit, some of these are from the last time we had Alton New. We have got one of these, so as you check your basket out... so as you check your basket out, you can get one of these.
So like your end of call things?
Absolutely. I really recommend them. We've also got these, and I love these, because, look, they're beautifully angled. Oh, these are lush. Really nice brushes. But it does mean if you've got any detail that you want to get in, you can get in your proper detail with them as well. And just feel them. They feel really nice.
They look really classy.
Aren't they?
Nice.
Aren't they beautiful?
Nice to hold. Nice feel to them as well.
They're really, I really recommend
the bristles
these.
being quite compact as well. They're going to take in a lot of colour, which means obviously you can move that colour around. Love the idea they've kind of got that chisel look to them. So of course you can hold them at a comfortable angle, because of course that flat surface is making contact with your page as you're using them in a very comfortable way. You're going to get all three of these. You're also going to get them in a fabulous little tube, which is the packaging, but it's a nice way of storing them as well if you're wanting to. And of course you'll add to your collection. This might be the first set of three you're going for. Maybe you're going to take Leonie's advice, and as you check out your basket, add some of those shorter ones in. They're the more stubbier ones, if I'm allowed to say. But these ones that you can see, £10.79 being your price. 135811. You will not regret those. They're lovely.
Aren't they nice?
Those, yeah.
They're really lovely, and the quality is just exquisite. So, number 3. So I've gone for that one first. And then you're just moving through the stencil. So as you come onto that stencil...
See, we said 6 layers, but to be honest, there's more than that, because you've got multiples within one of the stencils.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you get such good detail.
And that's why, and I love it, I'm just using that one blue, because I'm layering the colour on colour. That's when you start to get a darker tone, which looks absolutely gorgeous. With that one, I didn't need to use the guide or the instructions, but if you do, they're there and they make it easier. And also, you start to realise it's not that big a deal. So if some of it isn't 100% perfect, it actually doesn't matter. See, again, now, if I bring this in, so you put it on there, and can you see, you start... Yes. But look, as you move it round, it's like, oh, no, not there, not there. So it really does help you kind of layer it up to see exactly where those elements should be going.
That's clever, having that guide there, because like you say, you can do exactly as you're doing, layer it up.
Absolutely. So, and it's things like, so you're looking for like those little extra elements, and I love it because it helps you with your shading as well. So it gives you a really good guide. And when you position it like that, look how much easier it means, because you just slip across then to your main image. It's a very good idea. It's one of those, it's like, oh that's a cracker, is that one. I'm only using the one image, the one colour, sorry. Just, well, actually for speed, if the truth be known. I do, but also...
I think it's effective, though.
I do. And it shows, like, with all those colours, the variations you can achieve, because obviously now it's going in a lot darker. It means I've only needed to use one brush, so I'm not using loads of different brushes currently, but obviously... if you can go for more than one of your brushes, it's always lovely. Look at that. Isn't that just beautiful?
That is fabulous.
Honestly, I love these. Oh, I just absolutely adore them. And then, you see, when you get this one, look, again, so it's like, okay, there's one on its own there, so as I pop it down, boom, it goes so simple. So it just means I can come in, and where's that little single one? It's just there.
Locator.
Like that, and then as I come in, you've got yellows, you've got oranges, so you've got all those beautiful little colours. I'm going to go in with a little orange
You'll
one.
have your own way of referencing these. It might be, I know with mine, I put like a little arrow, so as it's the same position on each one of them where the arrow is, and it's like pointing this way. You'll find your own reference point. That's the key thing with these.
Absolutely. And you see, when you come on, it's got the number 4 there, and it's B. So B is the bee flower. Okay, so that's your A flower,
Right.
that's your B
Oh,
flower.
okay, fair enough.
So it is. So that's why. That's why it's really easy, Leonie.
Oh, there you go.
To actually identify your stencil when your brain's working. So that's going on there like so. You've got a lot of different greens, especially if you're going for that other collection as well.
That bundle with the greens in there is amazing.
they're beautiful.
We've been busy with regards to all of those inks, incidentally. And don't forget, you can add them in alongside, obviously, the bundle that we've been chatting about. So if you're wanting your layering stencils with the stamps, and don't forget, you've got all those sentiments as well. The details of those are up on your screen. The different colours of the ink pads, they're under the same item number, which is at the bottom. Sorry, the Greenfields one is at the bottom of the screen. That's the one that's coming. They've got different item numbers on each one. I do apologise. So, yeah, just jump onto the website to find them. But I think you'll find yourself going for multiples of those, to be fair.
And they are really lovely ink pads. See, that one goes round like so.
It's just finding one. It's like when you're lining up a stamp or whatever. You just find that little sticky out bit.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And actually, with these, once you've got it, you've got it.
Yeah.
And once you've done it a couple of times, you'll be aware. You won't even need your guide. It's just initially, you take your time. You're not rushing like we have to do on television.
Yeah.
I tell you why I love the stencils, because I'm not worried about getting my ink on any of the other card. Now, when I'm colouring in, because I'm always rushing, I am terrible at going over the lines.
Yeah.
With this, I'm not worried at all. And I just love seeing how they build up.
I think this is
and
brilliant. Go onto fabrics as well if you've got fabric inks or fabric paint.
See, yeah, definitely, and play. Now, with this one, see, so it's like, oh, okay, which is that, which is that? So again, you bring this in.
Yeah.
So this now, I know that's going to be the centre. So you bring that in, it's like, oh yeah, okay, boom.
Yeah.
So you know exactly. I just think this is genius, because it really, really does help with that identification. Because look at that. Isn't that good? Isn't it a good system? And it's one of those, I'll use green for all of it. It's one of those, when you start playing, it gets really addictive. And I think you want to use different colours all the time. Even if you're just using, I've moved it there, even if you just use the same tone for all of it, you want to experiment with them. We have got other stencils, I'll show you them in just 1 second. Can I just do that last layer, and then we'll get down and show you all the rest.
It comes together really, really quickly.
Done it?
Isn't it? Yeah.
And that's number 5, so that's stencil number 5. Number 6, and obviously it's got the B on, so the B will identify exactly which one it is for you. With this one, again, now we're going into more fine detail. Then you can see on the picture the colours.
Yeah.
So that, again, it makes it easier for you, because now when you go on, now I can see that shape.
Straight away, you're honing
so
in on
again,
it,
So it really does allow you to identify immediately and see. I mean, you could draw the leaf on there, so it'd help you with your positioning. Again, I'm not going to change my green just for speed. I'm going to keep that same green. You can draw, if you're drawing, obviously draw with your permanent ink. We have got alcohol ink markers on the show, so I've used those just to draw on. But
is that the same green as well?
Yeah, doesn't it look good? Look how rich it
Yeah.
builds up to. And this is it. Your first one's be nice and light, and don't be too solid with the first layers. And I love that anyway, but, don't forget the centre. But then, look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that effective?
It's that bit when you take it away that looks amazing.
Yes.
And that's how it started.
Yeah, it's that bit. It's that wonderful, wow factor.
Right, let me show you those stencils, because, of course, you've got an amalgamation of the stencils as well as the stamps. The stamps are brilliant, and, of course, you've got that guide. The guides are going to help you every single step of the way. And it's just brilliant value for money. You can see there everybody's saving with this one. But once you're working with these, you'll have that little production line going, and you'll be creating some absolutely amazing projects. And the stamps, you are getting 25 stamps within that stamp plate, including the key ones which are going to give you floral content, but loads and loads of sentiments featured on there as well. 419094, that is your item number. Of course, if you're going for this today, you are going to be making that saving of £6.70 if you are a club member, bringing the price right the way down to just £33.29. And of course, at Alton, you have these fabulous kind of concepts. It's It's almost like they're teaching you about colour and about density and layers and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it doesn't stop there.
No. And what they like to do as well is bring something out for everybody. You know, so there's different types of crafting, really. The next one. Now, this is really cool.
Okay.
So this is you build a flower or craft a flower. Now, I've got this
these are
in my
dies now
hand.
that we're looking
Yes,
at.
have a
Okay.
look at these because these are genius.
Right.
First time I ever used one of these, it was like, oh my gosh. So, we've seen layering flowers.
Yes.
But these are good because, can you see there? There's a little kind of keyhole and then a little arrow.
Okay.
Now, it cuts out that keyhole and that arrow, it debosses the number.
Right.
So that means when you are layering up, all you need to do is layer those symbols on top of each other. That means you cannot go wrong. On some of the smaller ones, like the petal just there, there's just the little arrow on that because it's a smaller petal. There's no room for both of them. But
and
also,
once you get to that point, you know where you're going with it.
well, because also that actually only sits on that element, so it's not going over the other bit anyway. And then there is some teeny ones, but they're not your really obvious ones. This is such a good system. It's got on the back. The packaging is amazing. The packaging is really, really helpful.
Clever.
You know, they're all really, really instructional just from the packet. Obviously, Altenew are an incredible company. They've got loads of ideas. They've got loads of inspiration out there. So you will not be stuck with any of these products, but the results. Look at those finished samples.
These are amazing.
Aren't they beautiful?
And you're calling it a water lily, but to be
that.
honest, it kind of reminds me of a succulent look as well. If you wanted to do those petals in green, but look at that.
Isn't that stunning?
So would that just started life as white cardstock?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think that one, I reckon that's probably been used, cut first and then inked just with the watercolours.
That is so pretty.
Either with the pens or with the beautiful watercolour palette that we've got. But they look effective.
Beautiful.
Utterly sensational. And you've got that dimension just because of the incredible dies.
Those are really nice sentences. I love the one about weeds or flowers until you get to
And
know
do
them.
you know what?
Wonderful
We
phrase.
haven't been chatting about the sentiments. That is something else that Altenew do.
Yeah.
They like different sentiments. They like mixing and matching them. So on one pack, you might get quite a few sentiments.
Yeah.
On this one, obviously, it's a die set, so you've got those sentiments. But they'll work really beautifully with your stamps as well.
Idea. Very clever concept. Maybe you're into your dies more so than you are with regards to your stamping and your stencils. And of course, as you can see there from the illustration on the packaging, you could just be different gradients of colour from a paper pad, as simple as that. Details are on your screen. If you want to get hold of that one, you've got 20 dies included within that pack for just £31.49 if you are a club member. 281408. Now we've got some project kits. Now this one,
can I show you?
You got very excited about this one.
It's really pretty. When you get it, it's all wrapped up in the tissue, and we were chatting about this because I was saying this is so nice.
Can I just draw attention to those gorgeous flowers? You could do that with those stamps, couldn't
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. With this as well, imagine that as a present. Obviously, it is wrapped up, but then you get this bit of tissue. So I have used mine, but I was really careful how I opened it up so I could show it you properly. So I love things like this because straight away that feels like a gift, doesn't
But you know what? They didn't have to do that.
No, they didn't. But that is lovely, isn't it? So that is a proper, it's gift wrap. So you are buying either a present to yourself. I mean, look. We were giggling because Lydia says she's tons of this. Every time she gets it, she folds it back up and keeps it, and then starts cutting them out, fussy cutting them out. That, I mean, you could fussy cut them out and actually decoupage them onto furniture or something.
Well, I'm thinking about
Stunning,
like the
isn't
Mod Podge and all that kind of stuff, getting it onto, well, whatever you like, really.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah. And that's a
Absolutely
bonus.
lovely. That's your bonus, is that? That's just your packaging. You then get in. So, first you get, and you'll have to excuse it, these are mine, so they've been used. First of all, you get your stamps. So it's the same idea, okay? So what you've got, the beautiful stamps, and then of course you've got all your instructions. Just look at this.
Are you going on a little course?
Yes. Right there. So you've got the ones that are the actual size, and I mean, aren't they just beautiful? Which way around do I need to go?
So is that in a similar way to the postcard that you were showing
Yes,
us? Right,
exactly the same. So it shows your card straight away, but it gives you the layout. So it shows you exactly how they've created it. And that is one not using the stamp.
I like
so
that
if you love that design, they're showing it you. You've then got inside, you've got your guide. So you've got that stamping guide group, the stencil guide. So this is when it'll show you your stencil 1A, stencil 1 or stencil 3B.
Yeah.
But it's that's important. I know, Leona.
That's okay.
But it layers up, and you can see, I love how they've done this, because they put the colour guide in there as well. But you've got so much help with that. The packaging is genius. And she said, yeah, we think that she said it took us a long time to get this right.
Yeah,
she said, but I feel we've nailed it. And I think they've nailed it. It's beautiful. You've got a lot of sentiments in here. So you've got things like... thank you, wishing you a beautiful day for all you do. So obviously, thank you for all you do, etc. Every flower blooms in its own time. You are beautiful. Life is better with friends. So you've got loads, you've got more, but you've got loads of sentiments, okay? You've then got an embossing folder. Now, this is lovely. This is such a beautiful, deep embossing folder. I don't know if there's black card on our pack shot one, because I haven't got black card here. There probably is. If we want to look at the pack shot. If we look at the pack shot, is there no pack shot one not got black card on it?
Oh, down at the front.
Yes,
Right the way down
there it is.
There
You
go.
can
That shows
see
you a bit
that one.
better.
You can see it better. I thought the pack shot one would. So this is stunning.
That is beautiful.
Because you have got, with the detail of that, just on its own, it looks amazing.
Really
it's a
pretty.
really deep folder. Obviously, it's been designed to make the image from your
So it
flowers
lines up
pop.
with the stamps.
It lines up, but it's just what they've done. They've done it slightly off.
Okay.
So you get, when you get a proper watercolour and things aren't particularly in the lines, they're
Yes,
all
yeah.
That's the design
Right,
of
okay.
this. So please don't, and I like that, because if it's not 100%. Then
It's
you
natural,
go, but it's that's okay.
Yeah.
It's meant to be like that.
Yeah.
Even though I was trying it, and mine seemed to go quite, it was like, oh, mine's a bit too right. But it's better when it ain't right. You've then got your dies.
Okay,
so
right.
your dies are going to cut out both of those big flowers. They're then going to cut out the sentiments on the packaging. It will show you the sentiments the dies fit round.
Lovely.
Aren't they?
Everything
Keep
about
the
it's beautiful.
packaging,
Yeah.
because obviously that's your dies on there, which I think is genius.
It's worth putting that onto a magnetic sheet, isn't it? And then
Yes.
you've got, the dies that need
Yeah.
to go with them.
Definitely
when you look
worth
at the dies,
keeping
you
that.
can't always tell what they
You
represent.
can't. You can
yeah.
spend ages.
Oh, yeah.
I
yeah.
love that they've done that, because don't you love working with a company that obviously know what they're doing?
It's one of those companies that kind of says, right, okay, now you bought this, we're going to give you the, well, not give you this because you bought it, but there you go, it's
Yeah.
yours. But it's not like it's yours, right, we're off.
Yeah.
It's like, it was yours, let me show you how you can use that. And that's what they're doing with this.
I just think, and they're thinking of the problem solving. So as they design the problem solving, and I love that. And then, of course, you've got your stencils. As you can see, I've done the same again, so I've gone over with a permanent pen. That's permanent, this isn't, that will wash off. Permanent pen just to highlight it, so I can see the numbers, I can see the H3 or whatever. So I've just highlighted those numbers just to make it visually more easy to reference them straight away.
Help you get the flow.
And that gives you, again, now our finished samples are just down there, but that gives you that pop. And I must admit with this, the finished samples are utterly, look at that.
That's
With that
amazing.
embossing folder, doesn't it make, yes. Done it.
You said the same thing at the same time.
Doesn't it look good?
It does make a difference. I didn't realise that it would make such a difference, but it's just amazing.
And these are the embossing folders just on their own.
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that just gorgeous?
That's a classy look.
Utterly gorgeous. I can't really figure out. I don't know if I was looking at that, and it was one of them. It was like, has she gone over with blue, or has she actually gone over with... You know, when you try and work it out...
Because I was wondering whether you could do like a letterpress type thing with
I bet that's what she's done. I bet she's letterpressed it. That's what she'll have done, isn't it? Yeah. I'm going to have a little go.
I love
we'll
it.
have a little go
I love
later.
it. Now, if you fancy getting hold of this bundle, you are going to be in very good company. You've all taken a shine to this one. The details are on your screen. And don't forget, this is a beautifully packaged bundle. So if you're giving it as a gift to somebody, oh my goodness, they're going to be wowed. And why not treat yourself? If you're buying gifts for everybody at this time of year, it's nice to treat yourself as well. Pop it under the tree and open it Christmas Day. But 10% of the stock having gone. 129834 if you fancy getting hold of those. Are we going for a walk?
Yeah, let's
go for a walk. Let's go. So what we got next?
Now, these are really, really cute, actually. I shall put that for now. Now, last time we had Ulta New, the small stamps absolutely flew out the door. So if you're loving these, check your baskets out quick. I like these because I like pattern building.
Right.
These are absolutely ace for your pattern building. You've got your little stamps, you've got your dies that will work with them if you want to do that, but the choice is yours. So what you've got with these, and I do love a silhouette stamp.
I must admit, it's one of my favourites.
Oh, I love a silhouette stamp. Now look at finished samples of these. I'm going to show you my favourite first. Look at that.
Wow.
How beautiful is that?
That is so pretty.
Isn't that absolutely stunning? How professional does that look?
Like a delicacy to it, isn't it? Yeah,
I
really
utterly
pretty.
adore that. Obviously, just stamping them in black,
See, I like
amazing.
that as well.
I do. I love things like this because that is simple but ridiculously effective.
Yeah,
really, really beautiful. And these, it's funny actually because these have all been stamped flat. I love that with the sentiment over the top.
Yeah.
You have got the sentiment, remember. So you've got...
See, that's quite a novel way of actually creating something, isn't it? Because more often than not, we'd put it as a separate piece and put it onto the side. But over the top, I like it.
It looks really effective and very modern. Never forget, I'm here for you. And then there's a little always, so you can decide if you were always there for them or not. Just this week. Just this week, mate. You know. But I love it, and it's a really, really pretty font as well. And when you look at that stamp, look how many little elements you get.
Yeah.
So you can just line them up.
And again, it's that guide where you've got the numbers and the letters coming together.
And again, please don't think these have to be perfect. Like if I show you that one, for instance, can you see the little yellow in the centre? This is more of a modern, sort of fresh, really quite abstract almost. But that's how it's designed, which means it means it's easy. Because you're not trying to get like the perfect alignment every time. It means it looks really effective, but it's easier to do. It's stunning, is that
We
one?
are very, very busy for this one. It's a very affordable way for you to get hold of it. We've got 13 minutes left. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. Let's get a jog on. Very affordable, very popular as well. 051
got that. What happened? Okay. Oh, that's me faffing into it. I do apologise. We've got 2 more hours. I promise I'll be dead quick in them 2 hours. So, your next one now. This is the other style that Ulta New love to bring out. This is just work for people who love colouring. So they give you a really nice big open image, then loads of gorgeous sentiments, which of course allow you to, you know, to personalise it. And I love the fonts that they use. Again, they'll give you ideas, they give you inspiration.
Even with just a stamp by itself. Wow.
Isn't that cool? I mean, look how different that looks. Gorgeous. Compared to that, because this one is your oh, I can't say this one. Thank you. Get you.
A bit like a carnation.
Hey, exactly, which is why that looks like a carnation. So
I don't know what the difference is.
I don't know. But I just think that looks beautiful. Now again, look at these samples. Look at that. How gorgeous is that?
That's beautiful.
And this is the lovely thing about florals, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Isn't that stunning? Stamped and embossed, coloured in, just stamped and embossed on a really beautiful background, creating a gorgeous kind of wash and then just stamped over the top. Obviously stamped, embossed, but then coloured with a mica.
Nice.
How stunning. Really nice stamp,
Totally
great
different
price.
ways.
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
different. Love it. £14.39, very affordable price. Lots of different ways you can work with that one. So a good one to experiment with. So 434468 if you're wanting those as well. Now, adhesive sheets, we've got those for you. Sticky sheets.
Sticky sheets, they're a really nice, they're not too thick, so great for your dyes. You know, if your sentiment, for instance, in the dyes that we've got, great for that. They're clear as well, so they're great for techniques.
10 of those, which is brilliant value, £13.
Yeah, you need them in your life, don't you?
There you
Hate it when I run out of sticky sheets. The glittery cardstock. Now, this is great for those sentiments as well that we were talking about. So you've got in here, again, loads of little ideas. So you've got your silver, you've got that beautiful rose gold, and then you've got your gold. It's a really nice glittery, is that? And it's actually, look, non-shade.
Lovely.
Which is fabulous.
I like that as well. And again, a brilliant value for me. You're only looking at £8.09. So a nice collection of colours there, nice gradients, 24 sheets in total. So definitely pop those into your basket. 440243. Very speedily, and maybe because a quarter of the stock has gone, the new brushes that you were telling us about, and the little tube they come in. Details on your screen, £11.99. Of course, you're sorely only working with these. If you wanted to get hold of yours now, do so. And also keep an eye as you're checking out your order, because the little stubby ones are there as well, and you can add those into your basket as you check out. 135811 if you wanted to get hold of those. But of course, we've been talking about different ways of kind of enhancing. We'll get onto colours in a few moments, but these little enamel dots, these are cute.
And we love these, don't we? You can also colour them in, of course, with the alcohol markers that are coming up. They just make, I like these because I think they look classy.
Yes.
You know, you get loads for your pennies there, and they're just really, really handy to add into your basket.
And I like them as well because they're gradients of grey, and one of the rules of sewing is grey goes with everything, and that works across the board when you're working with your colours in your card making as well. So 356344, they're only £4.49. Pop them in your basket. Now the alcohol markers, now I love this because when we're looking at these, they're in that theme of the water garden, which is where we're looking at with regards to the inspiration.
And what I love, they're not giving you too many, so it's a nice collection to start with, and they're giving you the colours that match.
Focuses you, doesn't it, when it's like this?
Yeah. It's funny, right, because I was looking at other side and I thought, oh, I haven't done a good job of that. They're an alcohol marker. Now, I didn't have tons and tons of time because I ran out of time, but I started doing one of the flowers. Yeah, how beautiful does that look? That is stamping with the ink pads that we've got coming up. The reason you can't see the ink is because the inks, there's a lot of the inks that work perfectly tonally with these, and I love that because then it all disappears to ink, so it looks like you've just created an amazing flower.
If you fancy getting hold of those, they come in a fabulous box, as you can see. Do they come in a little Perspex box as
Yes,
well?
they do. That's
like
within the box.
It says 719629 if you're wanting to get hold of those. £44.99.
Better just show your nib. So you've got a really, really nice detailed sort of feathering nib, which is lovely. It's really boingy. And then you've got that nice detailed nib. It's not like your chubby bullet tip. It's a good detailed nib. That really, really nice pens are those. Lovely to work with.
Fancy getting hold of those, then pop them into your basket. But of course, the ink pads that we looked at are on the show as well. And as we saw earlier on, you've got them in different groupings, different item numbers dependent on which ones you go for. So it's kind of choosing your favourite, really.
Absolutely. And these, they're a dye ink pad, so they're going to work with your alcohol markers. Obviously, you can use them for blending, and they all blend. Look, they put them in colour families.
I think this is brilliant, especially
isn't it?
It's in that floral theme. So they're saying you need your 3 pinks, you need your 3 greens, and you don't have to decide which ones to use, and they all work beautifully together. 004 488 £16.19. But if you like your pastels, we've got those as a little combination, conveniently exactly the same sizes, but again, maybe it's a different colour style, and you wouldn't necessarily know where to start.
Absolutely. Beautiful colour palette. I do like that Mountain Mist. That's one of my favourites. It's right nice. Right nice.
Right nice, like that one. 970 675, and then we've got another collection of greens for you, and this is brilliant because sometimes, especially in the scenarios that we saw with the stencils, you need your gradients of green. Not only have you got your green, but you've also got that permanent black as well, so giving you that strong outline to work with.
Absolutely, so perfect if you're using these with your watercolours, with your blending, and I like if you're managing to collect their ink pads, I love that you've got all them different shades of green, because I find that really, really, it helps me be creative.
Well, not all greens are the same, are they?
Absolutely.
You've got your cool tones and your warm tones, and sometimes it's just tricky to find the right one. So
stick them all together, it looks great.
527712 if you fancy getting hold of those. And then if you're wanting your Obsidian ink pad, this is for your permanent ink, as we spoke of earlier on. It's a little bit glary. Let me see. Oh, I knew that was going to happen, but there you go. If you're wanting to get hold of your exceptionally crisp, I love that on the packaging. Exceptionally so, £8.99 is your price if you're a club member. So, 537457 for those. Now.
Oh, I was so happy with this. It's funny, isn't it? Because, you know, I was saying, oh, I haven't had time to do this because look what I started playing with. Yep. I were playing. Oh, you won't believe it. I were playing, right? Obviously, you can print off the colour chart.
Okay.
They do one that you can print off with the colours, or they do one that's open that you can then fill in.
Oh, right, so like the outline.
Yeah, I actually, being an idiot like me being me, if there's a job and I can make it longer, that's what I do. So you get a little, every one of those blocks will be packaged. I took the packaging off and put the packaging on there so I could see it directly. And then I did the colour. Look at those. These are beautiful. You've got a really gorgeous, rich tone, beautiful watercolours. I love that they're in that full palette.
Good full-size pans in there as well, so you're getting a lot of colour with these.
Yeah, because you only use a little bit. Honestly, this is such a nice palette. I was so pleased with that.
Every single one of these is a different pan of colour as well, and I think obviously the case that you've got there, you've got the little palettes there for you to mix your mediums together. We have also got a palette that you can get hold of as well, and that is under a different item number, so you may well have noticed that it's just sitting above the watercolours we've just been looking at. It's at the bottom of your screen there, so 159882 for all those gorgeous colours there. And then of course if you want in your palette mixer, then the details are at the bottom of your screen. But the next one, I always say gouache, but I don't know if that's right.
I don't, so we'll go with that.
I didn't go to art college, so it's gouache in my head.
No. These are, so with your gouache, now they're water-based paint again. The pigment is very similar to what would be in a watercolour, but they add basically the bit that makes it opaque. So that means, and I've done the thing on dark card because it means they are solid.
Right.
So unlike a watercolour you would not be able to see that colour. They are solid, but also they're really nice and thick
as well.
Yeah, they're a really beautiful thick paint, which means obviously you can use them on your dark cardstock. So that one, got black all over my fingers now. So look how good they look on dark cardstock. Isn't that just beautiful? And I think, there we go. So look, and Lydia's done these crushes because they're amazing.
If you like the look of your oxides, but you want them as a paint.
Yeah,
in my head.
Yes, exactly that.
In my little layman's terms.
And that one, I actually slapped the paint down, but then over-stamped when it was dry.
Nice.
So you get that, and I really like that. These are lovely to work with, and it gives you a completely different effect.
Can you add them to other mediums as well? So if you want to put them like a gel medium and things like that, could you do that?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, because they've got a richer body than your watercolours, and you only need to add a little bit because they are strong pigment.
Yeah,
good point. That's exactly it.
If you're wanting to get hold of yours, you'll be strolling through New York with these in your hand. So £29.69. We're going to head down to the demo area. Well, we say demo area, it's more of a little bit of a chat area now. So 099-894 if you're wanting to get hold of those. We've had a fabulous It's gone incredibly quick, and there's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
But because it's the new and exclusive, we have got 3 live shows. So this is kind of like an introduction to everything that we've got. And we'll be concentrating on the demos as we get into the 8 o'clock hour and 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes, we will. I promise. How many minutes have I got? I've literally got 3 minutes, okay, I've only got 3 minutes. I'll tell you what I'll do in 3 minutes. I'll show you some of those watercolour palettes.
Okay.
That's a 3-minute-er, isn't it?
Fair enough.
So, cause this is a really good tip that Lydia, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's genius. So, got a bit of watercolour cardstock. What Lydia does, you know that watercolour palette, that plastic palette, obviously Lydia will clean it, unlike Leonie Pujol.
$4.99 if you want to get hold of those, discounted down if you are a club member. It's going to pop up at the bottom of your screen. It's definitely worth adding into your basket alongside your watercolours because it gives you the opportunity to kind of mix your colours. And, what are you doing?
So, if you, and I'm sure you know this tip, if you spritz water on both sides of your cardstock, your watercolour cardstock, clean your fingers first, don't do what Leonie does. If you do that, then when you put it down, it sticks, it doesn't curl the same. But what Lydia does is put it on a palette, and then she can move out to where to dry.
That
Genius.
is really clever.
I mean, that's like, oh, I've never thought of doing that. Isn't that clever? Because I saturate it, because then you can do loads of different techniques. So saturate that. Get my
and it's nice as well because with
brushes.
that watercolour palette, you've got that little bit of kind of overhang as well, so it's not edge to edge.
Yes.
I'm guessing that's an A6 piece of card that you've got there.
Sort of. I've just chopped it down.
Oh, I see. Fair enough.
So, right, my watercolour palette, I've spritzed that with water, so it means they're all ready to go. You don't need to worry about it being really wet because obviously you can come back and you know, they'll dry out, and then next time you come back it's absolutely fine.
Reinvigorate them.
Absolutely. I do want it a little bit wetter than that, but because of time.
Gorgeous colours.
So look, and then just start to dab that on.
That's
now,
a concentrated
I
colour,
tell you,
isn't it?
it's really concentrated. You can create the most incredible backgrounds with this. Sorry, I haven't got my water thing because I were doing this a bit thingy. I haven't got anything ready.
On the hoof.
On the hoof, and I've only got a minute.
Leonie's going to be back at 8 o'clock with Dan. Oh my goodness, it's amazing.
And then look at those colours. I mean, these are beautiful. You can add another colour to that, and obviously with something like this, with something like this,
sometimes you lose the concentration.
Look how richly it's. Look at that yellow sat on top of those other colours. I can't pick any more yellow because I've nothing. I haven't got my water out. But doesn't that look fabulous? Leave that to dry. Next hour I'll show you what that looks like. Have a play because I've been creating backgrounds.
Ooh, like that one.
Isn't that fabulous? And look at that. And that was basically doing that.
And then
you can create.
You stamp and use certain areas.
Well, you can stamp over the top of them then and create some incredible works of art, quite frankly.
And that's what we're going to see at 8 o'clock.
We are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect introduction to everything that we've got available for you, including that new and exclusive. We'll see you back here at 8 o'clock. We will indeed. Now we've got Ragged Rugging with Ragged Life. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Nearly was, wasn't it? And then I am back with a lovely Jodie. We have got the most incredible one-day special. She's getting set up and it looks amazing.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
fabrics are the perfect opportunity for you to stock up on some of those sewing essentials for your sewing room. Tearable stabiliser is so useful to have in your stash. It's wonderful when you're working with those lighter weight fabrics and you're creating projects, maybe with your decorative stitches, where you've got a lot of stitches on those lighter weight fabrics. By adding the stabiliser, it balances out your stitches, giving you a wonderful foundation and meaning that those creations of stitches look absolutely spot on. Utilise it with things like your embroidery hoops. If you are working with an embroidery machine, it's kind of one of those essentials, and it's brilliant because when you've finished stitching, you just simply tear it away from your project when you are done with it. If you're working on a lighter weight fabric, this is going to help stabilise those stitches without causing any damage to your fabrics at all. Now with this one, you're going to get 10 metres. It's 45 centimetres wide. The details are on your screen, and it's one of those things that you use over and over again. It's a quick pick.
Quick picks, craft must-haves at top pick prices.
Have you found Craft Extra? By tuning in to Freeview 85 and pressing the red button on your TV remote, you can stream Craft Extra 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Missed a show on Create and Craft? Then watch again through your connected TV via the red button. Craft Extra, for your extra dose of crafting.
Did you like that, Elspeth?
I did. I was jigging along.
You were just bobbing away, weren't you?
I was.
Really
It's hard not to.
Oh, no, exactly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Create and Craft. And thanks to Hayley and Leonie for that last Alter New Hour. We're talking all things rag-rugging this show. Is that correct?
That is.
Which is what you do. You design, you bring bits together. But talk about the ethos of it, because it's really poignant and important to you.
Yeah, so basically we do everything rag rug related, in case it wasn't apparent from our very rag ruggy set that we've got going on here. But basically the whole ethos is around recycling. It's about using up those old bits of clothing that you've got at home, scraps if you're a crafter. I know some of you have probably got some stashes you've been hoarding.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's really thrifty and mindful. You know, it's perfect time to be taking up rag rugging and going into winter.
Well, yeah, you were saying about that being like of course it can be all year round, but winter craft, when you've got a little bit more time on your hands, less time outside, something that's really tactile and tangible. And I know about the upcycling, recycling of your own offcuts or old clothing or whatever you fancy, but you've got the tools on here to get you started. It's really what we're going to do. You've got designs on the show, and actually the first one here, the monster kit we're talking about, is sort of bringing new generations in if you want to.
Yes, we've always been catering to our adults. We've got so many super keen rag ruggers who have been following us for a while and have been making beautiful creations. But the Ragga Monster kit, which is completely new on Hochanda, Create and Craft, sorry.
It's also known as Hochanda. It's also known as a craft store.
Perfect.
You're not wrong.
But it's completely new today. It's great because you can get new generations involved, and it's just fun. Who doesn't like these lovely little Ragga Monster things?
Oh, they are super. I mean, we're making two of them, right? You see lots of different colour combinations you can do, but you're creating two, which you've never done before.
No. So normally
very
it's a solo activity, but in this particular Ragga Monster kit for two, we are providing 2 tools, 2 bits of hessian, all of the kind of glue, the felt, the instructions, everything. But it means, you know, two can do it at once.
I love some of the personalisation elements you've got in here. The name of the monster, special power is, hobbies are, favourite things to eat are. Really cool for grandchildren, etc. I know you got all the tools, but you actually, in here, I know you're talking about using your own stash, your own materials, your own offcuts, the bits that maybe going to be recycled or not used. You do get us started in this, though.
Yeah, so we always provide some fabric, so you know exactly what size pieces you want to use. Of course, you can use those strips, but when, like, we've got some mothers in our Ragged Life team, and we've tried out these Ragga Monster kits with their children, and you know that if you provide a whole load of reds and multicolours, they're going to want to do a blue, like, I don't know, like one. So, you know, it's great because they can make the tangible link between, oh my gosh, I wore this t-shirt, I only grew out of it about a month ago, and suddenly now I've got this Ragga Monster made in it.
Very, very cool. So I love how you'll get us started, but then it is about recycling, reusing, saving on that way. It's $17.99 in the club. It's brand new today. We're going to go quite quickly in our preview, so if you've never seen rag rugging before, you get an idea of exactly how you do it. But 044014 is your item number. You've still got Cat P&P, by the way, so no matter how much is going in your basket, $3.95. But if we move on, Elspeth, because then you've got to, if you're going to start somewhere, if you're brand new, you're thinking, I love this idea, I see the rugs behind us, the things we're wearing, the wreaths, etc., the hearts we show, the wild flowers and things. this is what we need to do everything.
Yeah, so the heartland of rag rugging is obviously the rug. And a lot of people watching, perhaps today, they've heard of rag rugs, they've maybe thought, oh, I want to give that a go. And this is the perfect kit to get you going.
Okay.
So it's basically designed to make a 1 metre by 60 centimetre size rug.
Which is what this is?
Exactly this one. I can hold it up with you if you want.
Thank you so much.
Da, da, da. So it's this size. It's not a mat. It's an actual rug. It's a practical size. You can put it by the bed, put it in the bathroom, I don't know, in front of a chest of drawers, and it doesn't look small and pathetic. It's a decent rug. So it's got in it the hemmed hessian. It's got some tools, which I'll explain when I do my demo, but all top quality tools, handmade, really, really nice. We've got all of these instructions that come in it, and I am very, very overzealous when it comes to explaining things.
Okay.
So we've got all kinds of step-by-step photos. We've got access to a part of our website that's password protected, which has loads of videos. We've got tips on designing your rug in this little booklet here. It's basically, you're well supported for your first project. And all of our kits, the adult kits on Create and Craft, come with a beautiful ball of 100% wool blanket yarn to get you started.
Perfect. $41.39. Of course, divide the cost if you wish. 720165. But there's another option, which is a complete collection, which includes the rug hook. So. Who's going for this option? What am I doing at home? What standard am I at? What can I do?
So basically, both of our kind of like our easy peasy kit and our complete kit are designed for complete beginners who've never rag rugged a day in their life to learn how to rag rug. However, the complete kit is if you really want to have all the very best tools to do both the traditional British rag rugging techniques.
Okay.
Because the hawk-eyed amongst you will have noticed that there's almost like two styles of rag rugging that we've got going on in our background here. We've got some techniques that are quite like fluffy, like this lantern rug back
if I
here.
the other way. Yeah, okay, I see.
And this has a lot of texture to it, and it's very kind of shaggy, and it's quite thick.
Yeah.
That is the shaggy technique.
Okay.
And there's also this loopy style of rag rugging, which is what this cushion cover's been done in.
Okay.
And the rug hook that comes in the complete kit is by far the best and easiest tool to do this loopy style of rag rugging.
Right, yeah.
So basically, if you're looking at our creations and you're going, oh my gosh, that shaggy technique, that's what I've always wanted to make. It's the traditional one I remember my mum doing when I was younger.
Yep.
You know, then the easy peasy kit is probably, you know, enough for you. But if you're someone who you want to know you've got all the best tools, maybe once you've finished your rug, you want to move on to a cushion, or you want to do a wall hanging, or you want to do, I don't know, something a bit different, or even combine the two techniques into one project.
Yeah.
The complete kit has all the very, very, very best tools.
So everything in the easy peasy and this. Now then, on the website, if you just want to get this tool, you can do. It's $21.99.
Yep.
But with the equivalent of your extra saving in the complete collection, if you like, it's only an extra 13. There's a couple of pence in it. Basically £13 more to get a £21 tool. So, rather than being an additional purchase, you go for that complete collection. Thank you for adding that in.
We try and just get people to buy it as part of the kit because we want them to have all the best instructions so they enjoy making it the best. So we do give you a really good saving buying it in that kit.
So it's on the screen, that complete one with the extra tool there. 614072 is your item number. But wow, you are already going crazy for the sari silk. You've got two options for you here, and this is just, I know it's about recycling and you can do that all day long, absolutely, but it's lovely somewhere to start, and just the colourways are so inviting. This could be the reason why you start.
Yeah, and like, I absolutely hoard fabric to the max. You can imagine what my place looks like. But you know, some people, they don't have a whole like colour palette to get them going with a design to start off with. And this beautiful selections that we've got today with the sari silk, we've never done before. We don't even have them on our Ragged Life website. We are really doing you guys an exclusive. And it just, they're most gorgeous fabric. It's silk, so 100% silk.
Wow, look at
It's
it, wow.
recycling still. It's the offcuts from saris, so
Yeah.
you know we're still posh recycling. But the lustre and the actual like depth of the colours is beautiful.
Isn't
So
it
like
just?
around those selections, we've got some things that we've made in it. So this actually is a form of rag rigging called pegloom weaving.
Okay.
And that's been done using sari silk. I just brought that along because, you know, it just shows how shiny they are.
It's beautiful, but you get two options, right? It's land and sea, basically, right? So the
Yes.
land is on the top and the sea is the more the blues and the greens. That kind of makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this one in front of the sea, that, as you can see there, because I love... So that is using our extra tool, if you like.
Yes, that's the loopy technique done with the rug hook.
Isn't that beautiful?
That was done for Earth Day.
Well, that
by
makes
one
sense.
of our talented people who's in the studio, Amy. Yeah, just gorgeous.
Bravo, Amy. We are all very impressed with you. So, what's the Christmas tree made with these as well? The Christmas tree is the next item.
So the Christmas tree is, that's done entirely in the sari silk. It's done...
Sorry.
that's
Sarah,
okay.
let's move that out of the way. My director there, my fault.
Okay, so the Christmas tree is being done in the sari silk as well.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun, really. I mean, who doesn't love a little table drop tree?
Quite right.
And you know, it's just lovely because all the different shades within the green. It's not like these sari silks are one flat colour because they're hand dyed.
Yep.
They've got slightly different colours within them.
So I get all the balls I'm seeing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes. Both of the packs have got 10 balls in. They're each 25 grams, so each pack is 250 grams.
Okay.
And you just get a really lovely selection.
Well, Lands, like you're seeing there, is in the lead at the moment. Most of you are sort of multi-ordering 2 for 1, so whatever you'd rather do. One transaction, same P&P, both on the same item number, 776601. So do not forget to pop that into your basket. So below there is the sea, of which it could be landscapes, could be backgrounds, could be, of course, water, could be skies, could be your floral elements. Actually, a lot of these could be going into... There's a flower kit on the show that I think will look really, really pretty with these involved too. But nevertheless, 776601. But then we continue on, because we've got the wool blanket bundle for us, and this is a wonderful pick and mix.
Yes, so this one we always bring on the show because it's so popular. You guys love it.
Yep.
We work with the mills in Yorkshire. When they make blankets and scarves, they cut a selvage edge off. And it's the most beautiful quality. It's 100% wool. It's made here in the UK. Got next to no miles travelled. And every time we get different stuff because they're the different blankets and scarves that have been made for the season. So that's why we're not able to give very, very specific colours as we can with the sari silk. We'll always put together a lovely mix of plain and patterned fabrics, some really bright zany ones and some more muted ones. But it's lovely. We've had so many beautiful projects that people have done in these wool blanket bits.
Only £31.49 for a kilogram of which, so you're ordering one if you like, but you're going to get a random one.
Yeah.
A random one. Okie dokie. 541923. But Elizabeth, if you want a little bit of control over what you're getting home, maybe there's a project in mind, maybe there's a person, maybe it's home decor.
Yes.
You can control it over here.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, this is the kind of lucky dip pack is we send you a whole zany mix of whatever we choose in the moment. But with these 250-gram balls, you can say to us, I would like 4 balls of blue. And we will send you a mixture of blues that will make sure they're all different. And if you're wanting to do a seascape, it gives you much more control, as you can imagine.
Yes, but I love the patterns on it. They're very... Sometimes you get really elaborate colourways. These are quite more obvious colourways, if you like multicolour, blue, green, etc.
Yeah, so these
Works
are
for me.
kind of like, I mean, at the moment, the autumn mix has been incredibly popular with us because people are feeling quite warm colours and, you know, cozying up in front of the fire. But, you know, we'll make sure that all of those, if you order, you know, 5 balls of autumn mix, we'll make sure they're all different. We'll make sure you've got a really nice mix of different contrast and lighter. And they're all, as I said, you don't really get this price for 100% wool things, let alone something that's almost pre-cut into strips, making your life easier. It's just an amazing product.
$8.99 in the club. That is all. Multi-order it. Go for it. 574213. I know you've seen loads of samples there. And by the way, I've never seen a show like it and the amount you brought in because the whole team, like Laura producer, Sarah director, Ben on floor, whilst we were just chatting in the studio, everyone's just touching. Just touching, just feeling the most tactile. And that's a massive part of the appeal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even I'm used to them and I still stroke them. I'm there like, oh yeah, I want to pick up this ball, I want to stroke that rug. Yeah, it's so tactile.
Divine if you're wearing it, if it's keeping you warm, if it's decorative, if it's giftables to other people, whatever you fancy. But I love the idea of being the thriftiest of crafts.
Yes, and once you've got these tools, you can make as many projects with them as your little heart desires.
That is a very good point. So as far as the tools goes, that's the Easy Peasy kit or the one with the extra tool in it, whatever you fancy, whatever works best for you at home. But those balls in front of us here are $8.99 for club members, and anybody can be in the club. Right, it's 574213, your item number. Pick your different options. A couple of other bits and bobs on the show. The scissors, I'll ask us about this in just a second, because I know they're going to be used. If you want to get hold of the rug scissors for $14.99 or $13.49 in the club, it's 552816. The spring tool, if that's what you wish to get hold of, we'll quickly get the details on the screen. You do get these tools included in the Easy Peasy, but maybe you only need one of them. We'll show you how it's used in just a second. But it's a spring tool, and the cutting gauge is 327885. The Hessian bundle, which is going to be, and by the way, there's also a flower bundle, which I think you'll really, really enjoy. But if you want to go for the Hessian bundle, which is the basis for all of your rugs, then here it is. 341781. You get instructions of what you could be doing as well. But that is the cushion Hessian bundle for different ideas. It's only $4.49 in the club. So is it a new craft? Is it someone else who already rag rugs? But I love the idea that if you've got a big bundle at home or lots of stash that you're using, and you can absolutely make something out of every single square inch of what you're purchasing, rag rugging is 100% the way to go. And very quickly, I've talked a lot about the flowers. They start here. It's 705937, a brand new Hessian bundle for you there. We'll talk about them later, but you can get ahead of us. One-off show, right? One show?
Yes, one show.
This is it. Okay, $8.99 in the club. Let's make a start then. What are we going to do?
Okay, so I'm just going to assume people don't know anything, and we're going to learn how to rag rug.
Perfect.
So to start off with, I briefly mentioned this when we were further up the counters, but there's largely two techniques of British-style rag rugging. There's this lovely, fluffy, shaggy technique. In different parts of the country, this is called different names. Okay. So I'm a soft southerner, so I call it the shaggy technique. Sometimes it's called proggy, peggy, clippy, cluty. Probably some of the people watching at this moment are shouting other names at me.
No, something else.
But basically, this is the kind of traditional shaggy style of rag rugging that has this deep, thick pile to it. Then there's this loopy style, which is much flatter, neater. You can create things that are much more pictorial in this technique of rag rugging.
Okay.
So this technique, the shaggy technique, is largely done with these two tools, the rag rug spring tool and the cutting gauge. So I'm going to show how this technique works to begin with, and then I'll come on to the loopy technique a little bit later, which can at a stretch be done with this latch hook, but it is so much easier with this amazing professional rug hook.
I get it why you break it down. It's for everybody's pocket, of course. You can just get these two tools together. You saw that earlier on. You've got the Easy Peasy collection as well. But genuinely, for £13 more to get that extra tool worth 21, then you've got them all.
Yes.
And you're ready to go. So it's like a one-off purchase almost. We'll quickly put those details on the screen, but that's kind of where it makes sense to go if you can. That's a good idea. Okay.
Yes. So as well as having your basic tools for rag rugging, you also need Hessian. In America, it's called burlap. Exactly the same thing. The thing is that we need the correct type of Hessian. If it's too loose, your rags don't stay in very securely, and if it's too tight, it's just really hard to do. So all of our Hessian that we put in our kits and that we do as our kind of like little project packs, as we call them, is all the correct sort. As well as it being the correct sort and not hairy and horrible, it also needs to be hemmed. So it needs to be secured so that things don't fall apart. And the Hessian that comes in our rug kit, for example, is all pre-hemmed. It's all secured around the edges, so you can literally just get started rag rugging as soon as it arrives with you. No fanning around on the sewing machine, just, you know, get going. So this bit that I'm going to be demoing on right now is one of our pieces that comes in our set of 5 flower Hessian. So this is one of these kind of like add-on ones. And it's nice because it's so small and manageable. And what I like to do with these little bits of Hessian is I like to make little flowers that can kind of be used for different purposes. So you can see here, I've used these little flower Hessian to rag rug them, and then I've almost attached a piece of felt and another little strip on the back. And lo and behold, I've got my festive Christmas headband.
Yes, you do. It could be really Glastonbury-esque or Christmassy, couldn't it?
Exactly. And actually, I should have given you this earlier, Dan.
Thank you.
You've got your rainbow
Finally.
one.
Thank you.
And then actually, even these little flower things. So I tie these around napkins at Christmas. Just as cute little kind of like embellishment.
Well, I guess I could make and sell these, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So that's got a brooch back on it.
Mm-hmm.
I do ones that I think have like hair clips on them. Anyway, you guys are far more creative than me. I'm sure you'll come up with loads of different ideas for them.
At home, I'm thinking of you guys at home that we do lots of different fabrics on the channel, don't we? Maybe you've got loads in your stash. And at home, you're looking at the pile, you're thinking there's lots of offcuts there, bits I can't make a quilt out of, for example.
Yes.
What fabrics work well for rag rugging? What don't work well?
So I'm one of these rag ruggers who pretty much anything goes.
Okay.
Like, I am like, if I can cut it into strips and pull it through that Hessian, I will put it in something.
Okay.
However, I break my projects into decorative projects and practical ones. Decorative, literally anything can be put into the Hessian.
Okay.
Sweet wrappers, you know, literally
amazing,
anything.
cool.
I mean, bits of wrapping paper. Oh, God, you name it, I've put it in.
Okay.
That's if you're doing things like the Christmas wreath, for example. If, however, you're doing a practical project like a rug, I tend to steer clear of fabrics that shed too much.
Okay.
And those tend to be fabrics like thick upholstery material, really sheer summer floaty scarves. But normally you'll know if you cut into it because it'll shed a ton.
Okay.
But I would say majority of fabrics are fine.
Here or something in denim.
That's actually the blanket yarn.
Oh, the blanket yarn.
Yeah.
Can I use fleece?
Yeah, you can use fleece. Okay. Yeah, you can use fleece. You can. So I use everything from like swimming costume material, the socks you get free on the airplane. I use old tights, denims in here.
Yeah.
I mean, t-shirts are lovely because they're so soft and silky and easy to work with.
All my odd socks. Producer Laura's just lost her mind. All the odd socks that you've got building up.
Yes. I actually got a photo through from one of our customers who'd made a rag rug entirely out of discarded umbrella fabric. So she'd been just like picking up all these broken umbrellas off the road, and she made this beautiful rag rug to go outside because she was like, oh, well, it's waterproof material.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, it looked amazing.
Listen, I keep distracting you with asking questions. We'll show you how to do it.
I'm easily distracted. So basically, this little fabric, this kind of thing here, is an old blouse.
Okay.
You can see here. I have just cut a sleeve off this blouse, but I just want to show you that to show that this is actual clothing.
Yep.
I'm not like randomly, you know, getting nice fat quarters or something.
Yep.
All I've done is I've taken all the seams off this bit of sleeve that I've flattened out. The next step of the process is I know that this bit of fabric is longest from here to here than it is widthways.
Yep.
You generally want your strips to be as long as possible. So I'm going to fold that bit of fabric in half, fold it in half again, fold it in half again, and I keep folding it until I'm happy getting my scissors through it. And with our rag rug scissors, you can fold it loads of times because these are like the tank of the scissor world is what I kind of call them.
Good point there, available on this show.
Then the average width of strip that we create in rag rugging is about 1.5 to 2 centimetres generally. It's about 2 centimetres. On our cutting gauge, we actually have what's called a fabric strip width guide that's been carved into it.
Super.
So if you're working with thick fabric, you cut your strips 1 to 2 centimetres in width. If you're working with medium weight fabric, something like jersey, cotton, you cut your strips anywhere between 2 and 3 centimetres. And thin fabric, you can cut up to 5 centimetres. So can you see here it says 3 to 5 centimetres. So if you cut anywhere between those lines based on how thick or thin the fabric is, it's a great measure, that. But I'm just going to whack it on there to stop this kind of opening up at me. My fabric is quite thin because I'm going to be making a little kind of small flower that looks a little bit like this.
Okay.
And mine's quite a floaty one. So I'm actually going to cut my strips so that they're approximately 3 centimetres. But this is very much an imprecise craft.
Okay.
So these will not all be exactly the same width. Even though I'm on a cutting mat, I didn't even realise I was.
Good point.
And I'm just kind of whacking through it. The ends will never be entirely straight if you're working with you know, old clothing, you just pretend it is.
Okay, fine.
So we've now got all of these lovely kind of strips that, although slightly wonky, are perfectly great for rag rigging. And because we're doing the shaggy style of rag rigging, this kind of fluffy one with the texture, we want to cut these long strips short. So what I do is I normally get 6 of my strips of fabric, like so. See whether I can find the tails of them. And
if I only want to do this technique, the Easy Peasy collection has all the tools that I require.
Yes,
right.
It does. So you can see this one's a bit thinner, does not matter. I've actually lost count, but about 6 is right. Then you take your wooden cutting block, you align the strips with the groove that's at the top.
Okay.
And then you wrap the strips, and you can see my first wrap, I'm overlapping those ends slightly. And you wrap along and down the gauge, like so. And you can see my fabric is twisting and turning. It doesn't have to be flat on the gauge. You're just looking for a fairly even thickness.
Okay.
And you'll probably have predicted where I'm going with this. And you can do this on the table. So, you know, start with, you can bung this on the table rather than doing it in your hand. You are then cutting down this groove. Voila.
Rightio.
And we've now ended up with some lovely, perfect length strips for doing the shaggy technique of rag rigging.
Right.
These would be ideal for doing a rug. However, I'm actually going to be a bit fancy because I'm going to be demoing how to do these little flower things. So what I'm going to do is actually do something that I don't normally do if I was doing a rug, but it's the same technique, just cut out this part. I'm actually going to round off the ends of some of these fabric strips. And you can do that in a little pile. So can you see I've just held them in a pile, and I've just made them a little bit less blocky than they were before. So can everyone see that?
At least by those.
There you go. And they're not perfect. This is where the rag rug spring tool comes in. So I've just taken that little safety stopper off. This is the spring tool when it's closed, and then you open it by pressing the lever. So open, press the lever, closed.
Okay.
And it's important that you keep it closed to begin with. With these flowers, this circle that's been stitched onto the hessian is so that when you finish rag rugging within the circle, you can cut around it and it'll stop the hessian from falling apart.
Lovely.
So, you know, that's why it's there. And we're only rag rugging within the circle. What I'm going to do is just only poke the very tip of the spring tool into the hessian, and then you come up about 2 strands away and you push across the top of the hessian so that that spring tool is kind of like in.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
in.
That's the technical term,
Yeah.
in. You then can open up the end of the spring tool and you grab onto the
it's more of a
short
grabber
end of the
rather than
strip.
scissors.
It's almost like a pair of pincers.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you pull through so that you end up with half on one side, half on the other side.
Rightio.
And you can see, because I've got this kind of like rounded end, it almost creates this petal effect, which is quite fancy. But as I said, you could have just left them straight and it would also look nice. Then what you do is you miss out 2 strands in the hessian and repeat the process. And when I'm pushing across the top of the hessian and opening up, you can go diagonal across the hessian. So when I'm saying miss out 2 strands, it doesn't really matter. I'm giving you guys a rule because I do know that people like a rule. So we're opening up, grabbing on, pulling through. And you can see how this is developing. So with these lovely little flower pieces, I always start off by going around the outside of them.
We're not plugging a machine in here or anything like that. There's no electricity being used here. It's just a real convenience, your own convenience of when you're doing it and where you're doing it.
Exactly. And on the back it kind of looks like this, just so you guys can see. And what keeps the fabric from falling out the hessian is the correct weave of hessian will begin to tighten between your pieces of fabric. Can you see that it's already starting to tighten up? And when we put our next row inside of it, it locks these pieces in and kind of like just, locks it all in place.
That becomes quite hypnotic. So I was looking on the back of this rug here, and just the back is really, isn't that lovely? I mean, I like it. Reminds me like mosaic work or something like that.
I shouldn't admit this, but actually I think my mum has one of my rag rugs in her house. I mean, she has many rag rugs of her own, but she has one that I made, and she actually prefers the back to the front.
No,
so
I
she
get
has
it.
it upside down in the house.
I get it, Mum.
Yeah, it's
I'm kind of
quite
with
funny.
you. It's fab, isn't it? It looks really, really lovely. So it's reversible, basically.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to remember where it is. I feel like it's in Morocco,
Yeah.
where they have one side up during winter and then the other side up during summer.
Oh, well, this is your wintry, touchy-feely, putting your feet on here, and that's going to be the summery one, right?
Yeah, it's like the Moroccan Bershwit rugs. They have the fluffy side up during winter because you want to be sinking your feet into the lovely shaggy
of course you do.
texture, and then they have it back up during summer because it's not as fluffy.
Love that idea. By the way, the Easy Peasy starter kit is on your screens. Very, very popular. Just over £41. You can divide the cost if you wish with Easy Pay. Check out the website for that. But 720165. We'll continue on.
Okay, so basically you can see that it's all starting to build around the outside of that circle. Another little bonus technique, which I don't always demo, but you know, I'm feeling very, very festive and I'm going to do it, is with these tools as well, you can also do a technique that's called the short shaggy technique of rag rigging, which is basically I would cut my strips half the width that I did originally.
Okay.
So you'd obviously save yourself the work of doing it now. You'd do it at the beginning. And you would then, I'm actually going to show you on this one so you can see a bit better what I'm doing. You do exactly the same technique that we did before of weaving across the top of the Hessian, picking up 2 strands. But instead, you grab the centre of the strip this direction.
Oh, okay.
And when you pull through, you end up with a loop on one side and cut edges on the other side. And actually, the rug that's behind me here has been done in that technique.
Okay.
And it just gives a slightly shorter pile. And it means that if you want to have some of the kind of texture of the shaggy full length piece, but you maybe want the pattern to show up a bit more, that short shaggy technique is perfect
It's like
for
a bit
that.
of a hybrid between the two, it feels like.
Yes, it is
Yeah.
a hybrid, and it's just a really it's as easy as the shaggy technique of rag rigging. It's just nice because then you've got 2 different pile heights.
So it's wonderfully methodical. It's really calm.
Do you want to go down?
Yes, I do.
Okay, which one do you want to have a go at?
That one.
This one?
As that's in your hand.
Okay, right, so
Thank you.
there's your Hessian.
Right,
You
remembering.
keep the spring tool closed.
Yep.
So resist the urge to press the lever is
And
always
then
what
you
I
said
tell my...
2 alongside that one.
Yep, that's it, and then come on up.
I'm going to come up through that one there.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine. Poke on
Okay.
across. Grab
This
a
one?
piece. Yeah, any,
So
whichever.
I'm doing the long version if you like.
Yeah, you're doing the full length one.
There we go. In you go there.
Grab it and then just give it a pull and a wiggle and then open it up.
I've done it.
We've made a rag rugger out of you.
Yay! Finally! Put on my CV, someone.
Yes, exactly. So that's it. That's all it is to it. So it's really nice over winter because you can do this on your lap in front of the TV. You don't require lots of kind of, you know, you don't need a table. It's not an antisocial loud craft. It's kind of, you know, some nights I'll sit in front of the TV and I'll be preparing fabric on my lap. And then other nights I'll be doing a couple of rows here and there.
Yeah.
These flowers are incredibly addictive, I have to say.
Well, I thought that's the sort of thing that could be an embellishment onto your cards. It could be home decor. You could be putting these in a frame. They could be going on your rugs, like faux buttons or something like that, whatever you fancy doing. But I just love the ethos and why you absolutely adored getting into it with the thrifty nature of it, with using every single piece of your original fat quarters, or more importantly, that blouse or the jeans or the jacket or the hand-me-downs or whatever it was, the old duvet covers.
I mean, I go to like my parents' house and I will look at the rag rugs and they've got mine and my brother's old children like clothing from when we were children.
Yep.
So I'm like, that was my school uniform. I'm like, that was the swimming costume that I wore on many a holiday. I'm honestly just like, you recognise everything. It's like a
You'll
social...
never get away from it.
I know, it's like a social history of our family. But it just means that you're not keeping these things in drawers or in boxes in the attic. You see them every day.
Well, my wife made a blanket out of my old rugby tops to like play for university and all the clubs and stuff, but really cut out where like the logo, the crest was, or the number on the back. So there's obviously a lot of fabric left over from that, sleeves, etc. So making extra bits out of this, I didn't realise how little fabric you need. to get started. Speaking of smaller projects, by the way, what do we physically get home? A lot of people are asking about the flower kits with the 5-piece. What do we physically get home? So we basically get these templates.
Yeah, so basically you get these 5 pieces of hessian. They're all pre-hemmed for you to get going with. That just means that you can cut them out, they're done.
Yep.
So you rag within the circle, cut them out, you're done. You can use them for whatever you want. As I said, there's so many creative people out there. I've got people making these at the moment to put on presents. I know of people who've used them as embellishments on bags. The more I think about it, the more different uses I think of them. But these little small circles are all pre-done for you, which I think is the advantage of it. And because they're each on a separate bit of hessian, they're very transportable because they're so small. They're the kind of thing which if you did want to also, you know, I don't know, get a friend trying it or do it over coffee with someone. Or
absolutely.
You could both have a little go, particularly if you had both the tools. One of you could be using the spring tool, one of you could be using the rug hook. And, you know, we've got the rug hessian in our kits because so many people, they just want to make a rug.
No, that's what the name suggests that way as well, doesn't it? Rag rugging, so I kind of get it.
But these little, like, flower hessian, they're quite nice to start you off, even if, you know, it's not your ambition to make these little, like, flowers.
Well, speaking of starting yourself off, by the way, the flower pack is on the screen, only $8.99 in the club. Next was the cushion kit. Then what do we physically get home from there? Because again, maybe you love rug, you do, I know. Maybe for somebody, and you're going to get them started, and you're thinking about maybe just ordering an individual tool or two. Making a cushion could be your first project, which is, I guess, less daunting in theory than a huge rug.
Yes, it is. So basically, the cushion hessian is you don't get the tools with it. It's the kind of project pack to make the cushion. It's a cushion face. It's all been hemmed. It's all been marked out for you. Basically, as with all of our Ragged Life hessian, it's the right stuff. And it's all pre-hemmed and not going to fall apart as you're working. And it's to make a 40 by 40 cushion. And it's just a lovely project. It's just small and manageable. I can knock out a cushion in about 4 hours, but as you can imagine, I'm very, very quick. But it's something where a beginner would probably take about, I would say about 10 hours to make a cushion, which isn't a huge time investment.
A couple of evenings over the weekend, something like that maybe?
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, you know, the rug is going to take you a bit longer than that. But it just is a lovely starter project. And it's quite fun if you perhaps like both techniques, because maybe you've saved the rug to do in the shaggy technique, but you've got your rug hook that you've bought, in which case you can plan out your project to do the cushion with that technique. So that's in the loopy technique, this particular cushion here. And all I've done is a very, very basic, like, wave.
Yeah, I mean, it could be someone's initials. You could go, I've seen you, like, do houses on things and Christmas decorations. I see, like little bits of mistletoe and trees in the sun. You can, well, basically anything, right?
Literally anything. If people are feeling festive, like the stockings are at the front over there. We've got kind of like wall hangings. You've got all kinds of little things.
These.
Yeah, that's where I had a little play around with the shaggy technique and making like holly shapes out of the shaggy technique.
So if you want to go for the cushion hessian bundle, we're talking about only $4.49 in the club, 341781. I'm going to pause you for just a second because you were going crazy for the sari silks. If you wonder what we're talking about, you can rag rug with sari silks on this show. I'm going to quickly dash over and show you the different colours. You've got two different options. Here we go. 10 balls in each one. You've either got the land, as you can see on the top there, beautiful pinks and golds, and almost like blush tones. You've got like ivory tones in there as well. You've only seen it once ever, and it was this show on Creating Crafts a couple of minutes ago. Half the entire stock of the land option has sold out. Half. It's $26.99 for club members, $29.99 if you're not in the club. Below there, you've got the sea side of things, not the seaside, the sea colours. Some really vibrant, almost like jewel colours, aren't they? Some lovely, deep, rich oceanic colours. There you've got turquoise, aqua, some lighter tones as well. You've got your darker contrast too. 1/3 of the stock there has gone, just to give you an idea of the sort of colourways we're getting home. But even here, you've got multi-tones in them all, which is really exciting. So even if you're going through and creating your scenes or your rugs, they naturally undulate, they naturally ombre. I think it's just a wonderful collection. So 1/3 of the sea option, of which you get all 10 colours combinations, balls in there, but half the stock of the land. 776601 in the same transaction. That's the key shopping on Create & Craft, because then it'll be only one P&P of only £3.95. Okay, everything else is on the website, createandcraft.com. Not forgetting the Easy Peasy collection. The tools are available individually. You've got the Monster Kit if you're thinking about grandchildren, etc. Or for you, if you love the Monster Kit, I won't tell anyone. You're making 2, but you can find all of your item numbers with 20 minutes left on the show on createandcraft.com. Shall we continue our techniques?
Yes. So we've seen the shaggy technique in action, and you helped me create this lovely little floral
You're welcome.
outside.
I'm now part of the studio team.
Exactly. I'll take you home with me.
Yep.
I'm going to show you how to do the loopy technique of rag rugging with the sari silk.
So now this is the one with that sort of extra tool, right?
Yes, exactly. So the loopy technique is this one here, which is the one which you create this flatter, more detailed kind of style. It's the one which I actually did the rag rug jacket over on the other side of the studio in. So it's quite a kind of like endeavour, but you can do things that are very, very like, you know, statement, let's just say. Equally, you can just do something that's just striped and it looks amazing.
Beautiful.
So we're going to be working with a little strip of sari silk. So this is the same sari silk that, you know, you guys have been going for in the mix pack. It is nice because it's a really good width for working with, so it's already cut to the correct width. You don't need to do anything with it. With this loopy technique of rag rugging, you work with long strips of fabric, so you don't cut this short on the cutting gauge. So we remove that from our eye line. I am going to show you it on this particular circle here, just so you can see what I'm doing without any of the kind of like, I don't know, other stuff around. But what I love to do is with these little circles that I create, I normally do 2 rows of shaggy rag rugging, and then I'll fill in the center in the loopy technique, and that's how you create these beautiful kind of, this one almost looks like a poppy.
It does.
But you can do a different shape on your kind of petals if you wanted it to look like a poinsettia for Christmas. So I love experimenting.
They're discussing it in my ear now about inexpensive Christmas gifts. You just get the tools, obviously, the tools are absolutely vital. And that fabric, just the fabric you got left over that was going to be recycled, or that you can't bear to part with because you've purchased it, you've bought it, you want to use it on something.
Yeah.
This is what you use it on.
And it's one of these crafts where actually, you know, like an old pillowcase, which you may not have even thought of as being fabric, and you wouldn't use it in a sewing project necessarily, looks lovely in a rag rug. So yeah, absolutely. Right, so for this one I'm going to be showing it with the rug hook, which is that amazing tool that comes in the complete kit. So the first thing that we do is we always go in from the front of the hessian, and I'm going to start in the very centre, front of the hessian to the back. And even though this looks a bit like a crochet hook, it's very deceptive because it's incredibly specifically designed, this rug hook. The first thing to mention is that the neck is fat enough that it doesn't go through the hessian further than this. So it just means that you've got more control, the less of it that goes through. It's got a pointy top to it because the point allows you to pierce through the hessian, and it's very, very deep, the hook. So once we're on the back of the hessian, we then grab onto our fabric strip. So you can see that I'm holding it nice and taut into the hook. You then pull from the front of the hessian and you pull a tail through to the top. And normally I would pull that tail to whatever height I want my loops to be at. But as a beginner, I normally recommend leaving it a bit longer because you can always give it a haircut.
Okay, good point.
Can't make it regrow. Next thing you do is you miss out 2 strands in the hessian, and once again you're going from the front to the back, and then you place the strip on top of the hook. And you can see that when you pull, it gets caught in the hook, and you're just pulling a little loop through to the top. And you can make that loop long if you want to, or you can keep it short. If I pull it long like this, it almost looks like petals, whereas if you have it shorter, it gives you a much more detailed look. So I'm going to make it probably about 1 centimetre in height, depth of a pinky finger for anyone who is watching. You then miss out 2 strands, and you can go any direction in the hessian. So actually what I'm doing is I'm kind of spiralling my way from the inside out. And when I pull it through to the top, I turn the hook to kind of get out of the loop. But when you get experienced, you never look on the back of the hessian. By that I mean you just know where it is. It's like any kind of particularly crocheters and knitters get on quite well with this because it almost is like you're feeding the fabric strip like yarn. And you keep working, and I'll show you the back now. You can see that's what it starts to look like. So it starts to tighten the hessian up, which is what we want to create, and we're still missing out 2 strands between our loops, between one and the other, and you just keep going, and it's very, very mindful. When you reach the end of a strip, you always pull the end of the strip through to the top.
Okay.
And then you would cut.
So this is where you're saying, you said the longer strips are better.
Yes.
As long as your fabric allows.
But yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
that's the thing.
It, but yeah.
It doesn't. Joining is so easy that it really doesn't matter if your strips aren't long. It's just easier if they're a bit longer, which is why the sari silk and the blanket yarn are quite
good. Now this colour is from the land, isn't it? You think?
I think it may. Yes, it's from land. Yes, it's
land.
definitely
It's not
from land.
That's anyways,
yeah, You're better than me.
No, I'm not. I'll tell you that right now. Well, it's limited stock. The land is limited stock. So you can see your different. I love that gold, by the way. That burst of gold you've got there at the top left corner.
Yes, they are really just. Yeah, they look even better in person because they've got this shine to them that's just gorgeous.
It's 776601. Can I read you a quick email?
Oh, yes.
It's from Dottie. Dottie, thank you ever so much, in Warrington. Says, hi guys, what memories? I'm 75 and my mum taught me this as a kid. She made loads. However, in those days, one used a dolly peg or a piece of notched wood and a Hessian potato sack.
Yes. Yeah.
I love it. She's like, the new tools are very good though. So the new tools make it a lot easier, don't they? This is kind of the point rather than going to the woods trying to find the right... Is that one got a notch on it? I'm not sure.
Well, it's just funny because these tools, you don't need a frame to work with these, whereas in certain parts of the country they work from the back of the Hessian and they prod things through from behind, but you generally need a frame to hold your Hessian taut because otherwise you can't really get it through properly. So I love this because you can see what you're doing because you're working from the front of the Hessian rather than the back.
Let's say on your lap, it could be the quietest thing, it could be the biggest project, it could be the smallest project. You could make like the Christmas decorations, you could make a huge rug, could be going in, I think in the bathroom, in a conservatory, in a playroom, something like that, something that your bare feet are going to be on, or hanging on the wall. I know a lot of people with quilts, etc. And like this set is the most beautifully decorated set. It could be clothing, it could be giftables you could be making and selling, it could be for everyone in your craft club, all of the teachers at school, it could be a poppy thing for remembrance, it could be a Christmas idea, it could be for Easter, it could be for Mother's Day, it could be for Valentine's. But it's just doing something with yourself, a new project for the winter, and then you continue through and just enjoying what you're doing and using up all of those fabrics. I know I've interrupted what you're doing, but can I quickly recap some item numbers?
Please do.
Cool. Just a lot of people are asking. We've got just over 10 minutes left on the show. So, the saris we were just talking about, of which the land is limited stock, is 776601. I'll quickly remind you of the colours because that land is going to sell out in the show. But you've also got the C options. And if you're thinking you don't want to miss out, 100% same transaction. You've got cap P&P. If you've already checked out on it, you're thinking, oh, I should have gone for the land and the sea, etc. You still can. You've got another cap P&P basket. So 776601. They are all of your land options. The sea is the gallery's favourite, and I can see why. I'm sorry to destroy your display here, Elspeth. It was beautifully displayed up, and then just diving in here. I think there's like lovely coral, natural, almost like field tones. There are the odd purple strand coming through here as well, some lighter tones in that sense. You've got your multicolours. I think that is actually a really vibrant, almost like emerald green, isn't it? So I think it's really, really clever and exciting and inviting of all of these different tones working together. Very much on the same colour scheme. Very much that's why you're going for the sea collection, but whether it's the sky, whether it's water, maybe it's for a masculine make, maybe it's for darker winter tones, but going for both together, that gives you both options and 20 balls. So it's 776601. That is from the recycled sari silk, 26.99. We have also got a wonderful, almost like pick a mix, almost like lucky dip, if you like. You don't know what you're getting in the next one, and I'm a real fan of that, because maybe you're stuck for inspiration, and you almost get stuck for options. Do I want the autumn? Do I want to go for this colour? Listen, you've got no control over it, which is wonderful. The control is out of your hands. You can still divide the cost on ClearPay if you wish, but this is for the blanket wool yarn, 100% wool, 1 kilogram of which, and you're going to get a mix. So if you're, Elspeth, just sort of remind ourselves, actually, to bring you in here, if you order 2, you're going to get a mixture of like patterns and all sorts, because they are hand-picked, right?
Yes, exactly. So with the 250 gram balls, so not the lucky dip, but the ones that you can control, we will always pick out the colours. So we will make sure that they, you know, they contrast or that they're kind of, you know, well picked. Yeah, and we won't actually send you any patterned ones if you buy blue, because we feel like the plain ones are good for backgrounds and things like that. So they're, yeah.
Just to double check then, so these are the 250 balls, right?
No, so
That's for the kilogram.
That's the kilogram bundle. So it's actually made up of at least 10 100-gram balls, but we always throw in a bit more. Yeah, it's a kilo total, but it's at least 10 balls. And we normally put in like 12 or something of at least 100 grams. So
that's what's on your screen right now. But the one you were just referring to was the controllable aspect. If you've got a project in mind, or you're inspired by what you've done today, or you've got a favourite colour, colour scheme, or something you've worked with before, then you can control if you want to.
Exactly.
Rightio, and these are your different options, all one item number for you. Only $8.99 each. Blue, green. You've got your neutral options for you as well. Multis you've just passed, and your autumn too. $8.99 in the club. It's 574213. That's the item number you require. Pop it into your basket, press checkout, divide the cost with Clear Pay if you wish. Okay, a lot of you are asking about the monsters. If you're wondering what that is, we're not talking about the new presenter page on the website. No, no. We're talking about actually making monsters. Maybe it's with the grandchildren. Elspeth introduced me to this, talking about maybe you rag rug already, and you're thinking about the summer Christmas holiday, it could be summer holidays, the winter holidays, etc., and making little monsters where you can pick and mix. You get loads of felt shapes for like hats and horns and eyes and tongues and teeth and fangs, all sorts for you. The team have never done a twin pack before. You are getting enough in here to make two. You can then personalise your monsters by naming them, etc. You get the glue, you get the hessian, you get the tools, and you get a starter collection. You are adding your own in. So maybe it is an old T-shirt, an old jersey from school. Maybe it's an old pillowcase, or one that had Thomas the Tank Engine on, or something like that. Other pillowcases are available. $17.99 is your club price here at 044014. Yes, Laura, your daughter could make a blanky monster if that's what you choose to have. A quilt, I like that idea. But the colourways really go to town. Have a fabulous time. Use up every single scrap you've got at home. 044014 is your item number. So the tools that Elspeth is using, all of the tools bar one are in the Easy Peasy collection, as well as enough enough hessian, and you get yarn to be fair, to make this sized rug. This is that big bathroom rug. It's going to be at the foot of the bed. It could be as you're walking in. It could be keep your feet lovely and toasty as you're watching telly, ideally Creating Craft. But $41.39, that's what you can be creating. It's 720165. But doing the show means stood where I am and hearing that most of you are adding in the rug hook. So that last demonstration that was just being done, this isn't included in the Easy Peasy collection. It is worth £21 individually. It's an extra of roughly £13 in this item number. So to go for the complete rag rug kit, it will include this, same P&P, everything else below me, including the hessian, the ball, etc. All of those instructions, they're all there. 614072. It saves you an additional purchase going back to our website, hoping this is back in stock. It's in there as well. 614076. All repeats, because I know I talk too fast, are all on the website, crateandcraft.com, whether it's a cushion collection, whether you're going to go for the saris, get hold of those before they sell out. Can I quickly ask you about the book, by the way?
Yes!
Which I failed to do so far. Rag rugs, pillows, and more.
Exactly. Yes, the name's on the tin, kind of. It's
Yeah,
like, you know, you don't have to do rugs, but we've got rugs.
Yeah.
You could do other stuff. We've got everything from big projects down to small beginner ones. It's just...
Oh, Elspeth.
Yeah. So basically, the Christmas or the Xmas that we've got at the front, the rag letters, they're in the book. So they're lovely if you want to do a present for, you know, maybe like a grandchild, or, you know, you can customise them in their own clothing that they've grown out of, put them on the door, and they're just a really lovely thing to do.
Oh, obsessed.
So the Christmas wreaths in there, the rag letters, we've got bunting, basket trims, poofs, pot covers. I'm trying to think what else we've got. We've got bags in there.
Well, I keep going through. Shop till you tote.
Yeah.
You drop tote. I'll say the whole words.
Shop till you drop tote. I don't know.
Shop till you tote. Oh, I've toted. That's me.
Exactly.
Chalkboard frames, etc. I love that idea. How about getting this for Christmas? $11.69 in the club at 717-862. Right, glancing at the clock. We've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, right. So, I mean, I thought, like, because we've got the Ragamonster one, I could maybe just show you the tool that's in the Ragamonster kit.
Go for it.
So the Hessian that comes in there is this Hessian here, and it's basically a double-sided one to create your 3D Ragamonster. And the tool that comes in there has been specifically designed for little hands, let's just say, because our Ragamonster kit is for 7 to 11-year-olds. And it's a children's-sized latch hook is what we call it. And although not as sophisticated as the RagRug spring tool, of course, it does the job, and it's quite fun for a little, like, you know, for the kids to have a go with.
Yes.
So basically with this kid-size latch hook, we're doing the shaggy technique of RagRugging.
28.
But what we do is we go in there with the hook and we come up 2 strands away with the hook, and then we push across the top of the Hessian like so, until the latch bit is on the far side of the strands of Hessian. Hopefully you can see that.
Okay.
Then you would take one of these strips, but it has to be smaller for the Ragamonster. So I'm going to actually cut that a little bit smaller. And we place it into the latch hook. And I normally say when you're a beginner and when the kids are kind of first trying, I would close the latch for them to start with, but then they'll get used to it. And then you pull it, and you end up pulling half of it through and leaving the other half on the other side.
Okay.
And that's it. Miss out a little bit of space, go in with the latch, push across the top of the Hessian, take your little bit of fabric that's been cut, place it
So you've gone
into...
far enough when the little extra arm goes through, kind of.
Yes, exactly. So you're just going past that latch bit, because when you pull, the latch will hit the Hessian strands, and you can just kind of pull it through, and then they just even up. But yeah, children's size latch hook does the job for the Ragamonster quite nicely. But with that loopy technique as well that I've got going on there, one of the things I'd just like to say is that you can create all different kinds of appearance with that technique. So I've pulled them quite short in that one, but you can also pull them longer.
How do you know when you're finished? Is it when you can't see any Hessian?
Yes, so you want all of the Hessian between your rags to have tightened.
Okay.
Is what you're looking for. So actually, if in doubt, I always tell people to look on the back of the Hessian, because it's always the back where you can see exactly what's been done. But this is what I was saying about you can pull these loops longer if you want to create petal effects. So with the flowers, you could also use the rug hook as well to do the border.
It's a minimal array of tools, isn't it? Once you've got those, obviously don't lose them, you've got them forever.
Yeah.
And it's just about feeding your fabrics and your different designs and whatever you want to do with them.
And it's very much like they use these tools. These are traditional.
Yeah.
It's what, you know, has been going for however many years. If it isn't broken, don't try and fix it.
Yeah.
And these have done the job, making rag rugs, you know, since Victorian times. They stand the test of time, and they're just really well made, especially like these tools. They're very heavy in your hand, like they're weighty.
Isn't it funny that I think now, if you've never thought of rag rugging or wondered how it was done, you'll look at fabrics, like brand new fabrics or recycled, or like fat quarters, and be like, well, actually, the design, the pattern on that, I could just cut those into strips straight away. But the ethos behind it all is recycling.
Yes.
Is using up what's already done, like the sleeve on the blouse that you did there, or the offcuts from those quilt elements that you've done before. So you could be using great point, Gallery, Laura there, saying about like baby grows and things, or old blankets, old cushions, you know, whatever you fancy, things from the recycling shop or charity shops, etc.
Yeah, I mean, like actually in this book, I'm sorry, Ragamonsters, you're gonna
monsters everywhere.
You're all gonna cascade down, but like this book that I've got here, this particular project, this striped cushion, is made using my granddad's shirts, and he's no longer with us, but I still have this cushion, and it just, you know, it's just really lovely because you can, you know, it's just a memory cushion. So yeah, I think that's one of the nice things about rag rugging, as you said with the baby grows. Like, you know, you obviously want to keep certain things in pristine thing, but not all of them. you can make something beautiful that you're going to get practical use out of.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
I love the memories attached to it, or maybe it's the thrifty side of things and saving yourself money or all those offcuts, etc. We've only got 15 seconds left.
Aww.
How do we keep up with you? Is there social media to follow, etc.?
Yes, so I'm Ragged Life. I'm
Ragged Life.
on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, YouTube, you name it. I'm probably on it, except Twitter. Not a big fan. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
But yeah.
We're out of time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dan.
Merry Christmas to you.
You too.
What a fab show. Anything in your basket, do press check out, see what else is on there as well. You've got Cat P&P. Pretty gets gritty in an hour, but stay tuned. A new Tonic one-day special next.
Quick picks are the perfect opportunity for you to get hold of some of those items that we are always using in the sewing group, and this is definitely one of them. Brought to us by Craft Yourself Silly. Your super stiff batting is perfect when you are creating your projects where you want a little bit of dimension. Things like your bags, things like your boxes. You're getting 5 metres on your roll and it's 40 centimetres wide. So you can see we've got some fabulous boxes that have been created utilising it, and also my bag as well. Doesn't add bulk to your project though, it just gives it that substance so as you know that it's going to keep its form when you've created your fabulous projects. So if you're making your tote bags, 5 metres is going to help you create 5 large tote bags. It's going to add your structure without your weight. It's needle felted polyester as well, so hypoallergenic and perfect for any of those 3-dimensional projects that you're wanting to create. If you want to get hold of yours, then the details are on your screen and it's one of our quick picks.
Quick picks, craft must-haves at top pick prices.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best product and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, for ideas and inspiration.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 6 o'clock and you know what that means. It means it's one day special time. We are looking at Tonic and we've got fabulous Jodie joining us. How you doing, Buttercup?
I'm fine.
Hey up, Buttercup. Now you will know why I've referenced Buttercups, because straight away on your screen you can see we've got an amazing one day special, very much floral related.
It is.
And it's one of those areas that we go to time and time again.
Yes.
But these are a bit different.
These are all about moulding, shaping, manipulating, making your 3-dimensional bouquets, yeah? Yes, you can keep them flat, but oh, you can do so much more with them. Bring in all that gorgeous shape in there, getting your embossing tools out, decorating headbands, fancy decorations for the home. That were our alley, yeah, they started off just plain black. But you've got all different sentiments in this collection as well. You've got huge sentiments which are absolutely stunning in here. I love your Blue Moon Marvellous.
Is it fabulous?
Yeah, really pretty design in there with all that gorgeous script. But what you're getting is 21 dies in total.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start with my favourite. Okay, so I'm going to start with this succulent.
Okay, right.
Yeah, because normally we wouldn't associate a succulent being a floral,
Well,
would
yeah, I mean, we've got a little jar here that's kind of got what I would relate to as a succulent.
A succulent,
a little green plant.
Really, really nice. Use them as your foliages behind your flowers, but they make up into gorgeous blooms as well. Okay.
Right.
You've then got your zinnia. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I've got no idea.
Sounds good to me.
But you've got all those different ones in there, moulding, shaping them, you know, embossing on the back, bringing that detail in. And as you say, hey up, buttercup. You've got your buttercups in there as well, all with the stamens in the centres. So you've got the lovely little stamens to go in the middle there. But then you've also got your sentiments. Now, I have to say, I'm in love with the sentiments.
These are really good sizes.
These are big. So hugs, kisses, and birthday wishes.
It looks like a little poem.
Yeah, look at the size of it. It's a really big sentiment. You've then got your blooming marvellous. I love the different scripts in these. Yeah. They're not all one script. You know, they're that breakdown of different scripts, bringing that point of interest in. And you've also life is better with friends.
A lovely little combination like that.
It's beautiful. So overall, when we're looking at this is all about your florals, whether you're doing them 3D, whether you're keeping them one-dimensional. And let's face it, if you make a mistake, what do? We stick a butterfly or a flower on
That's
it.
true, yeah.
If we put that thumb mark on there,
Yeah.
you can put a butterfly or a floral on there as well. Really, really beautiful dies to mould and shape.
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, three-dimensional flowers, absolutely incredible, as you can see. Adding that enhancements of kind of almost like a luxury feel, but not a luxury price, because usually we'll be maybe putting our little flowers on there, maybe scrimping a little bit, because usually if you bought them in a pack, then you're not going to get too many of these. But these are beautiful because they become the focal point. They're the main aspect of your project that you're working with, unless you bring in those sentiments, which again can be the main focus.
Absolutely gorgeous. I like, you can keep them simple.
Yes.
Or you can take them to the next level, and that's the bonus of them. One petal, absolutely beautiful. You've got that gorgeous floral. Multiple layer them together with a little squiddle in the middle to bring those petals up, and they totally change the brilliance.
Changing the colours as well, because of course you mentioned the succulents, which of course I relate to as the little green plants that you can get away with not watering.
Yes, absolutely, my favourite.
But when you actually bring in colours, they're these beautiful blooms.
Yes, yeah. You know, like you can see, break a card down. So let's go and have a look at that one there. Stop there.
Okay.
Basic background. Yeah. That background comes from the shoe dies.
Right.
Sentiment in the middle, with just at the edge there. There's about 4 or 5 different layers there of vellum in those little flowers.
Right,
so the flowers come up.
Yeah.
It's such an easy card, but such an effective, pretty card.
Very much so. You are loving your one-day special. If you wanted to take advantage of this one, then the details are on your screen. We're seeing this as being a kind of giftable item, so that means you've got an extra 5% with that discount if you're a club member, meaning £45 is what you are going to be paying for all 21 of those dies. Means your saving is a whopping great £34.96. It's not often that we can give you that kind of saving with a one-day special. That is almost like a sale price. That is a phenomenal deal. These are brand new items that we're bringing to you. For you to get that discount straight at the offset is incredible, and that is why we are finding that we are so busy with this one. 486-222 if you're wanting to get hold of those. And as we say, florals can't go far wrong, can you?
Nope.
Definitely. So what else can we share with you? We have got more to share with you as we head over to our next set. Now this is a lovely set that is perfect for adding those additional little bits and pieces.
I like this collection. This is a cheeky little number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, good
so
price.
starting off down the bottom here, you've got your placards to place your sentiments in.
Nice,
okay.
yeah.
Now you get the outside edge, you get the inside edge, and then you get an interior in there as well. So you can make them into frames, you can keep them as a mount. Absolutely brilliant. I like these for back of cards as well.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
you know,
a nice
made
idea,
by.
yeah.
Also on your ribbons as ribbon sliders, they look amazing as ribbon sliders in there as well. But then you've got the stamps that you can stamp onto your placards.
Right.
So this is a huge collection of loads of different ones. So you've got thank you in there, you've got sending, everything is better with you, from the heart, hello, you are amazing, wishing you, thinking of you, love and happiness, you're in my thoughts, so grateful. It really is a whole encompassing 27 stamps in there.
Loads in there, isn't
But
there?
then you have got part of the memory book range. You've got the little
Okay.
gift tags that we did to go along our Dolly art pads. So if you buy